One of the largest companies, the Valtira Corporation, was located in an inconspicuous building that was known to every resident of the big city. At the pedestrian crossing, a crowd of people were waiting for the green light, and a dark-haired guy, immersed in correspondence, was staring at the screen of his phone. A message came from his mother asking him to come early. There was a birthday party planned for Junho at home, but his plans had already changed. When the light turned green, Junho texted him, offering ramen in exchange for the boy's presence. As he crossed the road, the guy continued to text, telling his friend that he wouldn't be able to meet today, but promising that he would be able to tomorrow. Not paying attention to those around him, the guy accidentally brushed his shoulder against a passerby who was also walking with a phone and did not notice the dangerous proximity. Muttering something discontentedly under his breath, the stranger walked on, and the guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and muttered an apology. As he continued on his way, he was surprised by the stranger's irritation, since the day had not been going well, and his mood was getting worse. Sighing, the boy thought about a gift for Junho, and hesitated between the holiday and meeting with friends, as he had originally planned. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The people crossing the road staggered and barely managed to stay on their feet. Passers-by exchanged worried glances and began to whisper, wondering if an earthquake had really started or if it was something else. Lightning flashed across the sky, tearing apart the clouds, and people watched in horror as dark flashes lit up the streets amid screams and panic. A loud explosion shook the city. Buildings began to collapse. Debris flew everywhere, and the cars continued to move forward without slowing down. Burning cars overturned, drivers lost control, and the crowd ran in fear in different directions, looking for at least some kind of shelter. A strong lightning bolt struck the Valtera Tower, and the roof crumbled into pieces that flew down, destroying everything beneath them. Stones were flying down on people from above, and they ran in panic to the sides, hoping to hide so as not to get hit by the flying debris. When stopping, drivers ran out onto the road. Panic began. Screams were heard, and the first wounded began to appear. A new series of explosions shook the streets. Burning cars were mangled, and the shock wave scattered people across the asphalt. Fire was raging everywhere. The guy covered his head, dodging debris, and tried to find safe shelter with the others. From the crowd came piercing screams, the noise of crying and panic. Everyone was just trying to survive, not understanding what was happening around them. The frightened girl called for help. She was crying, and her shaking hands indicated her fear of explosions. Believing that the shelter he had found was safe, the boy called the girl and others to join him to escape the flying debris. The explosions caused the ambulances to skid, and one of them almost hit a man who barely managed to escape. Strange images began to flash through the guy's head. He saw himself running as if he were watching fragments of his own dream. Not noticing the approaching truck, he froze, being right in its path, forgetting about everything around him in the flow of inexplicable visions. At the last moment, he instinctively covered himself with his hands as if trying to protect himself from the impending disaster, awaiting the inevitable end. Closing his eyes, the boy quietly hoped for a miracle, but deep down he was ready to accept his fate without fear or hesitation in his heart. Blurry images engulfed my consciousness. The world around me became distorted, as if everything that was happening was an illusion. A bright flash blinded him, and he woke up on the soft grass, in complete shock, not understanding how he survived the collision with the car. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and he couldn't comprehend what was happening, because just recently he had been standing in the middle of the road, waiting to die. Looking around, the guy realized that he was lying completely naked on the grass, in complete bewilderment, trying to remember the latest events. His gaze caught on the eerie scene unfolding high in the night sky, causing alarm and chills down his spine. There were two moons shining in the sky, around which strange birds with eagle heads were circling, but their bodies were completely different. Not recognizing the area, he wondered who these creatures were and where he was, because everything that was happening seemed meaningless and alien. Lying in the bushes, the hero tried to collect his thoughts. The last thing he remembered was the approach of a truck and the noise of city panic. In the darkness of the forest, surrounded by trees of bizarre shapes, anxiety and uncertainty about one's own feelings increased. Getting to his feet, the guy carefully looked around, trying to understand where he had ended up and whether there was any danger nearby. Listening to the tree branches parting, the boy froze, realizing that someone or something was moving straight towards him. A huge bear with a foaming mouth and an angry growl appeared from behind the trees, and drool flew in all directions. Goosebumps ran across his skin. The guy didn't know whether to run away or stay put, continuing to watch the predator. A pack of wolves suddenly appeared and furiously tore the bear's body apart. Blood flew in all directions, and the beast growled in excruciating pain. Suddenly, the guy seemed to wake up from a dream, and with horror again realized that he was seeing in front of him a terrible and creepy picture from a nightmare. A silhouette in a white coat slowly emerged before my eyes. The doctor looked at him attentively and wrote something down on an electronic tablet. Wanting confirmation, the doctor asked whether the boy had really woken up in the forest under 2 moons and seen monsters in mortal combat. Holding his breath, the guy silently lowered his gaze, not wanting to answer directly. But with his whole appearance, he made it clear that what had happened was true. With interest, the doctor asked how the guy managed to return from the planet of 2 moons, and he thought about it, trying to remember all the events of the past. Continuing to tear apart the bear's body, the wolves did not weaken their onslaught. Their teeth sank into the flesh, blood flowed like a river, the earth trembled from their rage and strength. Losing its last strength, the giant bear collapsed with a heavy sigh, its body no longer able to resist the onslaught of the predatory pack. Approaching the prey, the pack moved quickly, because the goal was to satiate, to restore strength before the next fight in the forest. Predators gathered around the dead body of the bear and began to devour the prey from all sides, showing animal greed. Hiding behind the rocks, the boy watched in horror as the terrible scene unfolded, as a large pack mercilessly dealt with this huge beast. Not paying attention to the situation around him, the hero did not immediately notice how a snow-white wolf cub came up to him from the bushes and quietly froze nearby. Watching the man with curiosity, the animal seemed to be trying to understand whether he posed a danger to him or could become an ally. Turning back, the boy realized with horror that he could become prey for hunting if the adult wolves found out where their cub was. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed away, weaving through the trees, hoping that the pack wouldn't give chase because of the little wolf. The sun was rising above the horizon and painting the sky an orange hue. The day was just beginning, but the guy was already exhausted and scared. Not paying attention to his appearance in the unfamiliar terrain, the boy ran as fast as he could, trying to escape from the pack of wolves. Quite out of breath, he slowed down and decided to stop when he suddenly heard the notification that he had reached the first level of the body. Stopping, the hero thought about what had happened, but suddenly stumbled, not noticing a stone under his feet, and began to fall rapidly. He rolled over the edge, flipping over in midair, gravel and earth flying after him, each impact with the ground sending pain through his body. As he fell, trees and bushes flashed before his eyes, and it seemed as if the guy was falling into a bottomless, bright green abyss. He landed head down in a thick, thorny bush that bit into his skin and instantly caused pain throughout his body. There were constant strange noises in his head, and the guy tried to understand the source of these sounds, but they seemed incomprehensible and from somewhere outside. Noticing a clearing in front of him, the hero noticed many bright fruits that looked like tomatoes, but were clearly alien to Earth. A strong hunger tormented him, but he was not sure that the fruits were edible and tried to restrain himself from trying them. A whole colony of ants gathered around one of the fruits, slowly and with pleasure, feasting on the juicy pulp of the fruit. Watching the insects, the guy decided that these fruits were edible because ants usually do not eat poisonous food that cannot be touched. Deciding it was safe, he bit into the flesh greedily, feeling the hunger slowly recede from his exhausted body. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard nearby. The guy stopped eating and listened, trying to determine the direction from which the noise was coming. There was a dense forest with tall trees all around. Nothing to worry about, but there was still a strange tension in the air. Despite his calm, the boy remained tense and peered intently into the tall grass surrounding him on all sides. Suddenly, everything inside him shrank from fear. The hero abruptly froze in place. His eyes widened in horror at the sight of something strange in front of him. From the deep grass, a huge eye stared at him, belonging to a creature that at first did not show its entire body. Numb, the guy remained standing in place, unable to move, as if his body had shut down from fear of an unknown creature. Unable to move, he continued to stand motionless, and a huge snake body appeared above the grass, opening its mouth in preparation for an attack. The following events caused the hero even more shock. He froze in horror, not taking his eyes off the snake, and did not even notice the fruit clutched in his hand. Suddenly, a huge toad jumped out of the bushes, bit through the snake's body in an instant, and disappeared into its giant mouth. A sharp flash blinded the guy's eyes. The snake and the toad disappeared as quickly as they appeared, leaving not even a trace on the grass. The hero jerked from shock and accidentally hiccuped. Everything inside him was clenched from a lack of understanding of what was happening and horror at the new surroundings. Soon the boy realized that the world around him was alien and unpredictable. His eyelids fell heavily, and his mind slowly sank into oblivion. Losing consciousness, he collapsed into the grass, not having time to think about shelter from the animals, and did not understand what acted as a sleeping pill, the fruit or fatigue. Suddenly it started to rain. Drops hit the leaves, washing away the dust and filling the forest with the roar of water and the smell of wet grass. Gradually, raindrops began to flow down from the trees and leaves, forming a stream of moisture that filled the air with the freshness and silence of the forest. Suddenly, one of the raindrops fell from the leaf and landed right into the open mouth of the guy who wanted to drink water. Having settled on a branch, he sat and caught drops with his mouth, thus obtaining water and quenching his thirst in the conditions of the wild forest. 65 days have passed since he arrived on the planet of two moons. He made a skirt of leaves and became almost invisible among the treetops. A huge pack of wolves continued to follow him, and every day the boy expected a new meeting, hiding in the branches from possible danger. The constant tension drove him to train and climb higher and higher to elude potential pursuers. Standing at the top of the tree, the hero understood that the wolves were only part of the danger. In this forest, only those who were faster and more cunning than everyone else survived. Looking around the area, the boy looked for a place to sleep, and every night he looked up, observing two bright, cold moons in the sky. A year had passed since his arrival, and he had learned to eat huge banana fruits, and it took a lot of effort to collect them. Thanks to the heavy fruits, the guy's muscles became stronger, his arms became powerful, and his body adapted to life in the wild. Carefully taking out the huge fruit, he settled down on the branch, choosing a comfortable position and preparing to eat his first piece of banana. Getting used to the wild conditions, the boy methodically bit into the banana pulp, accustoming his body to the local food and trying to conserve strength for the rest of the day. Watching from below, the white wolf cub kept his distance, and the boy realized with surprise that he began to miss him when the wolf cub was not around. Confidently filling his mouth with ripe pulp, he chewed quickly and with pleasure, because over time he came to love the taste of strange alien fruits. Once again, leaning towards the banana, the hero suddenly felt a viscous and unpleasant unknown mucus begin to drip from above. Completely bewildered, the boy slowly raised his head up to understand where the strange liquid was dripping from and what was happening. Noticing the source of the mucus above him, he immediately cursed under his breath, not believing that something like this could happen right at the moment of the meal. The enraged and aggressive gorilla was drooling and breaking branches, trying to get to its prey at the top of the tree. Fury emanated from the depths of the gorilla's eyes. His fists pounded the strong tree, trying to break it in any way possible. The boy's anger grew because of the interrupted meal, and the danger to his life grew with every moment. Not going to give up without a fight, the gorilla continued to pound his fists on the tree trunk, trying to break it. The guy was holding a banana in his hands and decided to use the liana to climb down from the tree, surprising the gorilla with his unexpected behavior. For a moment, a feeling of pity entered the boy's soul at the thought that the gorilla would not be able to defeat him, but he hoped that she might be lucky next time. Suddenly, the branch under the gorilla gave way and broke, and the animal fell down right onto the little wolf cub, who was sitting quietly under the tree. The crash of the fall sent dust and rocks flying as the gorilla hit the ground, creating noise and chaos around him in the silence of the forest. The shock wave from the fall threw the wolf cub's body to the side, but he managed to survive and recover from the strong impact. From above, the guy continued to closely monitor what was happening, assessing the condition of the gorilla and the wolf cub, thinking through the further plan of action. The gorilla lay motionless on the ground, its clouded mind unable to comprehend what had happened and why it was down there. The wolf cub's wounded leg did not stop him. He stood up and growled angrily in response to the threat from the gorilla, ready to fight. With growing fury, the gorilla approached the wolf cub, preparing to strike a blow that would end the fight in its favor. Attacking the wolf cub, the gorilla raised its huge paws with claws and rushed at him with full force and fury. With a powerful blow of his fist, the gorilla threw the wolf cub aside, but he managed to get up and prepared to defend himself. With the help of the liana, the guy quickly approached the scene of the fight from behind, hoping to have time to intervene and protect the wolf cub from death. Landing on the gorilla's shoulder, the boy plunged the sharp blade straight into its eye, causing severe pain and shock to the enemy. Despite the pain, the gorilla grabbed the boy by the shoulders, trying to get rid of the unexpected attacker. With the last of her strength, she threw the guy aside and he flew off, hitting a thick tree trunk. From the strong blow, the guy lost his strength and sat near the tree, trying to come to his senses. And the wolf cub managed to take advantage of the moment and disappeared into the thickets. Unable to contain his pain and rage, the gorilla rushed around nearby and prepared to attack the guy again. Blood was flowing from the boy's head. He realized that his action was dangerous and thoughtless, and he thought about his mistake. Surprise and bewilderment filled the doctor, who did not understand the reason for such a risky and reckless act of the guy in such a dangerous situation. Realizing that running away would not solve the problem and that it was worth fighting, the boy sought the strength within himself to get up and continue the battle. Listening to the boy's story, the doctor became thoughtful, not understanding his true motives, who decided to stop hiding and start acting openly. With a smile and confidence, the guy noted that every place has its own power, and no person can escape this rule. Sitting exhausted under a tree, the boy watched the gorilla, who was preparing for the next attack, accumulating anger and wanting revenge. Blood was constantly flowing from the place where the eye used to be, and the pain added even more anger and rage to the gorilla. Suddenly, a wolf appeared and rushed at the gorilla, quickly closing the distance and attacking the enemy. Without hiding his surprise, the boy watched what was happening, trying to understand where the wolf came from and why he decided to risk his life. In an instant, the gorilla's body was surrounded by a pack that began to furiously gnaw at her flesh, not giving her a chance to defend herself. While watching a wolf pack fight a gorilla, the boy passed out, thinking that this was the end. But while he was unconscious, the wolves did not touch him. Apparently, they thought the guy was the savior of their baby wolf when the gorilla tried to attack him. The little wolf cub turned out to be the son of the leader of the Crimson Wolves. He always moved with the rest of the pack, following his father, the wolf, through the forest and mountains. As night fell, 2 moons appeared in the sky, illuminating the path of the wolf pack as it raced down the slope, leaving tracks behind it. The boy and the wolf cub ran with them, trying to keep up with the others, overcoming stones, bushes, and tree roots. It was hard to keep up the pace, so the boy stopped to catch his breath, and the wolf cub stayed close and watched him carefully. As if hurrying the boy, the wolf cub began to pull him with his teeth by his homemade skirt, forcing him to move further after the pack. Taking the wolf cub in his arms, the hero ran again, listening to the breathing of the pack and feeling the warmth of the little animal at his chest. A few minutes later, the wolf cub jumped down and began to run next to Puck, competing with him in speed. 2 years passed since then, and every night in the moonlight, the pack gathered together to howl, as per the ancient custom. Gathered on the hill, the wolves raised their muzzles and howled at the sky, as if conveying a message to someone very far away. Gradually, the pack recognized the boy, and he became part of their world, learning to live by their laws, howling at the moon with them. Decades passed, and he learned to climb rocks, using every day to practice his agility and strength. Without leaving the forest, the boy helped the pack hunt, got food, and learned how to survive, trying to become useful to the pack. Often during the hunt, the hero encountered giant snakes that tried to swallow him, but he continued to fight. With a knife in his hand, he plunged the blade into the bodies of the snakes, fighting off attacks, and the wolves came to the rescue, slowly devouring the prey. Finding no signs of civilization, the boy finally joined the pack, hunted with them, and shared each trophy. Joint forays into boar hunting became a habit. He participated in them as one of the equals, not fearing difficulties. Later, the boy deftly learned to fly on vines stretched between trees and was very useful in fights to get food. Taking a comfortable position, the hero took aim from the branch, preparing to jump onto the beast's head with a raised dagger in his hand. The blade leapt and plunged into the animal's skull, splitting the bone in half, instantly depriving the prey of strength and life. After 120 years of living on a planet with 2 moons, the guy was sure that he was the only person. In endless battles, he managed to find many furry friends, but the hero also witnessed many losses among the pack. Sitting on the hill in front of the bloody dagger, the guy thought about how many years he had lived on this planet and how he managed to stay alive. Watching him, the doctor asked in surprise how, In 5 centuries, the boy had not found even a hint of civilization or a way home. Continuing the story, the guy said that one day a battle broke out on the slope again. Gorillas and wolves clashed, starting a battle for territory. On both sides, wolves and gorillas rushed into battle, tearing from their places, clashing claws and fangs, fighting furiously for their survival. They fought to the death. The wolves sank their teeth into the bodies of the gorillas, who fought back skillfully. Ready for battle, the boy held a dagger in his hand, carefully watching the movements of the nearest enemy. Swinging, the guy was preparing to deliver the decisive blow with the dagger after meeting the enemy face to face. A sudden bright light illuminated the battlefield, causing the boy to tear his gaze away and stare into the blinding radiance. The picture before my eyes began to blur. The outlines of the world began to disappear, as if dissolving into thin air. A huge black abyss grew where the flash had been, and the last thing he remembered was the dagger striking into the void. At the same time, silence reigned in the huge city. The streets were empty, and a crimson sunset was slowly descending on the horizon. Heading towards the station, 3 people were moving along the alley, 2 guys and a girl with blonde hair and a device in her hand. Looking intently at the screen, she walked confidently forward, checking the device's readings from time to time. The device's readings began to go off the scale, the lines began to shake, and she stopped abruptly, raising her hand and signaling. Reporting that the spatial energy was off the scale, the girl ordered to stop, and the group immediately carried out her order. On command, one of the guys transmitted the coordinates to the control center, trying to remain calm in a dangerous situation. After sending the data, light burst out of the portal. Everything around began to vibrate, as if the earth was breathing from within. The guys started running away in horror. They didn't know what would appear from the portal, and one of the guys had a strange premonition the day before the mission. The portal grew rapidly. Stones flew towards the boys. They threw down their things and rushed away, trying to save themselves. A strong pull of gravity suddenly grabbed them and pulled them down. Their bodies fell, hitting the rocks. The boys screamed in pain and fear, feeling their helplessness. Suddenly, the boys saw that the portal had opened completely, and everyone waited with bated breath for the appearance of the terrifying creatures. Panic-stricken, one boy screamed in fear, not wanting to die, his voice trembling and despair gripping his body. Gritting her teeth, the girl pulled out a machete, ready to defend herself from any threat the portal might throw up. Without wasting any time, she ordered the boys to retreat, deciding to delay the danger and give the boys a chance to escape. Another guy started calling for backup on the radio, begging the team to send reinforcements as soon as possible. A bright orange light appeared in front of the girl, huge and like an abyss, capturing all her attention, and she, as if enchanted, did not look away. The girl's every movement showed determination. She clutched the machete in her hand, her eyes never leaving the funnel, recording every change in it. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the portal, its outlines becoming clearer with each passing second. The girl's eyes widened in shock, and without lowering her weapon, she closely watched the entrance to the portal. She struggled to catch her breath as she tried to understand how a person could emerge from a portal filled with chaos. Slowly beginning to lower the machete, she seemed to freeze, her muscles refusing to move, as if paralyzed by fear. Growling angrily, the guy who came out of the portal took a step forward, not hiding his aggression and causing everyone to feel a sense of danger. The unexpected turn of events caught the girl by surprise. Sweat appeared on her forehead, reflecting anxiety, tension, and fear. A powerful explosion inside the portal tore its dome apart, and a guy fell out, instantly losing consciousness. Exhausted, the guy collapsed to the ground right at the girl's feet, her body trembling and her gaze remaining confused. The boy's naked body lay motionless. The asphalt beneath him cracked, and the light from the portal disappeared as if nothing had happened. The guys looked at what was happening with bewilderment. They could not believe that a person came out of the portal because they expected the worst. Trying to understand what kind of power was inside the portal, the girl's thoughts raced, and the men approached the guy, trying to determine signs of life and breathing. The guy was still lying unconscious on the ground. The girl thought that she had not felt such pressure even from monsters in high-level dungeons. With surprise, the girl continued to look at the unconscious guy and tried to understand who he was and how he ended up in the portal. Remembering, one of the guys radioed the team that help would not be needed, explaining that a person, not a monster, had come out of the portal. Sometime later in the hospital, the guy was sitting in a ward, and the doctor was recording on a dictaphone a story about life on a planet with two moons. Having thanked him for the story, the doctor noticed how the guy lowered his head and remained silent, as if thinking about something important. Reporting that the testimony would be forwarded to the Bureau of the Awakened, the doctor noted that the boy looked healthy and would soon be discharged since he was on the mend. Calling out to Dr. Baldy, the boy hesitated, feeling awkward, not knowing how to express his thoughts, but still decided to speak, overcoming his embarrassment. As he was about to leave, the doctor heard the boy's voice and turned around questioningly, expecting to hear something important from him. Smiling, the guy admitted that it was the first time in 1,000 years that he had spoken to a person and sincerely thanked the doctor for his attention and warm conversation. Calling the boy a warrior from the wild forest, the doctor said that they were grateful for his story and valuable information that would help in their work. As he left the room, the doctor left the guy, who with his eyes wide open, continued to stare after him, trying to comprehend the conversation that had taken place. On the way to his office, the doctor thought the boy was an interesting patient and thought he would make a great writer. In the main building of the Awakened Bureau, the girl and the boss discussed the latest events, trying to sort out the confusing details of the case. Looking at the card in her hand, the girl persistently asked the captain if he was sure of the veracity of the data, because doubts did not give her any peace. Watching the girl with surprise, the captain asked what was wrong, because in his opinion, the information was reliable and did not raise any doubts. After reading the card more carefully, the girl found out that the guy was an F rank, and this made her doubt how he could have ended up among the Awakened. Confirming that the boy was a rare F rank patient, the captain added that with an E rank he could have received benefits, but his case was completely ordinary. Knowing that F rank indicated an ordinary person, the girl was puzzled as to how the guy was able to pass through the portal, as it seemed almost impossible. Noting that this sometimes happened, the captain suggested that the guy was lucky or accidentally stumbled upon a return stone that allowed him to get out. Looking at the doctor's report on the tablet, the captain offered the girl a look and handed the device so that she could study the data on the guy's condition. Studying the doctor's report, the girl noted that the guy had PTSD and behaved like a wolf, which made his case even stranger. Remembering the guy's confused face when leaving the portal, the girl suddenly felt a vivid vision that made her doubt the reality of what was happening. Staggering from the vision, the girl wondered if she was imagining it all, because the image of the guy was too vivid, as if he was standing in front of her again. Taking the envelope from the table, the girl asked the captain if it belonged to Park Suho, and the man confirmed her assumption. Looking at the envelope, the girl asked the captain for permission to deliver the documents to the guy herself, deciding that this was her personal mission. The captain asked again, puzzled if she really wanted to deliver the documents, not understanding why the girl was going to such trouble. Finally, the girl said that she had to see for herself, but the captain still didn't understand what she meant. 2 weeks had already passed since the guy returned from another world, and while in the hospital, he was still trying to understand his place in this alien world. Lying on the bed, the boy looked at the ceiling, thinking how much he wanted to go back. But now everything around him seemed alien and distant. Thinking about the future, the guy wondered how to live on because the years on another planet had changed him, and this world had become unfamiliar and unfriendly. Entering the room, the nurse greeted him warmly and placed a tray of food in front of the boy, trying to cheer him up with a warm smile. Silently looking at the girl and the tray of food, the guy appreciated her gesture, but his thoughts were far from the hospital room. Filled with salads, rice, and gravy with meat, the tray looked appetizing, making the guy want to quickly satisfy his hunger. His stomach began to rumble from hunger, and the guy decided to first fill it with food and only then think about what to do next. Opening the doors of the ward, a white-haired girl entered with an envelope and said hello, but the guy, absorbed in his food, did not even notice her appearance. Enjoying the meal, the guy ate like a predator, leaning over the tray, not paying attention to the guest. Frozen in amazement, the girl in the doorway watched as the boy greedily devoured the food, amazed at the savagery with which he attacked his dinner. Grabbing a handful of rice, the guy suddenly turned around and looked questioningly at the girl, as if he had just realized that he was no longer alone in the room. Introducing herself as Choi Soo-yeon from the Awakened Bureau, the girl spoke up, but the boy continued to eat silently, not reacting to her words. Coming closer, the girl noticed how the guy, like a wolf, crouched down and began to sniff her, catching a familiar scent that evoked memories in him. Recalling that she was the first person the guy saw when he exited the portal, the girl tried to establish contact with the guy. At the moment the guy came out of the portal, the girl felt the guy as a predator whose aura inspired both fear and curiosity. Grabbing the tray with the remains of food, the guy greedily licked it, making the girl doubt her previous feelings about his wild animal nature. After finishing his meal, the boy put the empty tray down and noted that the food was delicious, feeling satisfied with the food for the first time in a long time. Having decided to find out about the Bureau of the Awakened, the guy asked a question, but his informal manner of communication seemed strange and unexpected to the girl. Surprised, reminding her that he was 1,000 years older than her, the guy tried to explain his behavior, but the girl was shocked by his behavior. Sighing heavily, the girl remembered that the guy was just a patient who had recently returned from the portal, and his oddities were explained by his experience. Having explained that the Bureau of the Awakened helps those who have returned, the girl handed the guy the documents so that he could read the information. After asking to study the documents carefully, Choi Soo-yeon explained that the signature was needed to agree to the disclosure of data about life on the planet of two moons. Taking the pen, Pop began to examine it with surprise, as if he was seeing such an object for the first time, which caused the girl to be slightly perplexed and interested. Sniffing the pen, the boy was surprised that after 1,000 years people were still using it, amazed by the immutability of familiar things in this world. The guy got carried away while drawing on the sheet, but the girl reminded him that only a signature was needed, and he just wanted to try how the pen writes. Angry at the guy's behavior, Choi considered him a stupid Neanderthal, sighing heavily in despair, because his actions seemed completely inappropriate to her. Watching the boy draw on the documents, Choi Soo-yeon asked where he got such intelligence, trying to understand what was behind his strange behavior. Looking questioningly at the girl, the guy did not understand what she was getting at, but her interest in him made Pa wary. Asking where he learned to draw like that, the girl suggested that on the planet of two moons, because the wolf on the sheet was beautiful, but the guy knew how to do it before. When asking what the boy had learned on the planet, Choi mentioned magic, voodoo, or martial arts, trying to figure out what he had acquired during his absence. Answering negatively, the guy explained that he lived in the forest without access to civilization, and his life was just a struggle for survival in the wild. Sighing heavily, the girl realized that the guy had been running for 10 years to survive, and this seemed like a stupid act to her. Looking questioningly, the guy did not understand her disdain because running was his way of surviving, and he did not see anything bad in it. Knowing that the true returnee must kill monsters to pass the portal, the girl realized that the guy accidentally found the return stone and was mistaken about it. Surprised, Pa looked at her with wide eyes. He did not understand the girl's claims because running away was one of his ways to survive. Angered, Choi irritably reminded him that by Earth standards he had only spent 10 years there, and his words about 1,000 seemed absurd to her. Asking again in surprise, the boy couldn't believe that only 10 years had passed, because on the planet of two moons, time felt like an endless series of trials. Pointing to the documents, the girl explained that the guy disappeared in 2015 and returned in 2025, and these dates clearly showed how much time had passed. Looking at the document, the guy could not believe that only 10 years had passed because his perception of time was distorted by the trials he had experienced. Handing over the awakened man's ID card, the girl watched as the guy looked at it in surprise, as if he was seeing such an official document for the first time. As she was leaving, Choi said that the guy would pay half of the treatment with a card, and if he lost it, he could contact her, and asked him to carefully study the documents again. After telling him that after his recovery the boy would return to his family, the girl said goodbye and left, leaving him to think about the possibility of reuniting with his loved ones. Looking after the departing girl, the guy thought about her words, trying to understand that returning to his family could become a reality after so many years. Looking at the documents, the boy remembered the family he lived with, and a hope was born in his heart that his loved ones were still waiting for his return. Realizing that only 10 years had passed, the boy felt hope because his relatives could still be alive, and this thought inspired new strength and determination in him. Watching the sun set on the planet of two moons, the boy thought that his family had died long ago and lost hope, considering returning to Earth impossible. Returning to Earth, the boy remembered his forest pack of wolves, missed them, feeling lonely and desperate in this now alien world. Looking through the documents, the guy was looking for information about his family, And hope was revived again, because 10 years is not so much to lose all your loved ones forever. After seeing with horror that his parents died in 2015 due to the dungeon, the boy searched for information about his younger brother, hoping that he might still be alive. Realizing that there was no information about Junho's brother, the boy realized that he might be alive, and this gave him the determination to start searching as soon as possible. Jumping out of the room, the guy rushed to Dr. Baldy, ignoring the cries of the nurse at the reception, who was trying to stop his unexpected impulse. Opening the door of the office abruptly, the guy burst into the doctor's office, ready for a serious conversation, determined to achieve his goal as quickly as possible. Trying to stop the guy, the nurse didn't have time, and the doctor looked questioningly at Pak, surprised by his sudden appearance in the office. Concerned about the boy's condition, the doctor asked what happened and why Pak burst into his office. By shouting that he needed a doctor's help, the boy confused the nurse because recently she brought him food, and then everything seemed completely fine. Smiling, the doctor asked what kind of help the boy needed, trying to calm him down and understand what had caused such an unexpected and emotional outburst. Claiming that his brother was alive, Pak said he wanted to find him and demanded that he be discharged from the hospital, unable to remain in the ward any longer. Unsure whether the boy was ready for life in society, the doctor suggested waiting until his brother came himself, considering this a safer solution. The boy angrily objected and said that he was in the hospital against the doctor's will and that the doctor did not understand the seriousness of the situation that had developed for him. Laughing at the boy's ardor, the doctor was surprised and wondered if Pak really thought he could leave the hospital so easily without preparation. After thinking for a while, the doctor agreed to discharge the boy, but set a condition that was supposed to ensure his safety. Asking in surprise what condition they were talking about, the boy said that he would agree to anything, just to leave the hospital and start searching for his younger brother. Sitting in the car, the boy happily thanked the doctor for discharging him, feeling that he was finally gaining freedom after long days in the hospital ward. While seeing the boy off, the doctor and nurse stood at the entrance, and Baldy said that he would be in touch to monitor the condition of his unusual patient. After asking the driver to make sure the boy reached his destination, Baldy noted that Pak had not yet fully recovered. Having assured him that everything would be fine, the driver said goodbye and the car moved off, while the doctor and nurse watched, seeing the boy off into a new life. Asking in surprise whether Baldy had really paid for the treatment, clothes, and taxi, the nurse did not understand why the doctor was so concerned about this strange patient. Noting that the bureau usually didn't help F-ranks, the girl wondered why the doctor did so much for Pak, since it was against the usual rules. Lost in thought, the doctor smiled slyly, and the girl waited for an answer, wondering what was behind his unexpected generosity to someone who had returned from another world. In response, Baldy said that he helped the boy so that he could continue listening to his stories about the planet of 2 moons, which he found fascinating. Surprised, the girl considered the guy's stories to be nonsense and did not understand how the doctor could be so carried away by these strange stories from another world. Entering the office, Baldy asked the nurse to fix the door handle, which was damaged after the guy's stormy visit. As she informed him that the repairman had already been called, the girl looked at the handle, surprised at how it had bent into a wave shape, as if it had been deformed by an inhuman force. Remembering how furiously Pak had pulled the handle as he burst into the office, the doctor realized that the boy possessed an unusual power hidden behind his F-rank. Sitting down at the table, Baldy became immersed in thoughts about the guy and his stories, which continued to excite his imagination, like the mystery of another world. Realizing that he had not felt anything unusual for a long time, the doctor noted that this was the second time the door handle had broken. As they approached the city center, the taxi with Pa headed to his house, causing him a mixture of nostalgia and anxiety for the future meeting with his brother. The TV in the taxi was broadcasting the news, and the report reported on monsters near Junho, where a portal caused chaos due to a time miscalculation. Due to a miscalculation in the timing of the underground portal's appearance, the monsters overwhelmed the protected field, posing a threat to humans. Having filled the protected field, the monsters forced the Army and Air Force to launch an emergency operation, which resolved the situation within 50 minutes. After destroying 2 tanks, the monsters took the lives of 12 soldiers and awakened, leaving behind destruction in their furious attack. The show about the Fight Club started. The announcer announced the Hallam League, where S-rank fighters were preparing for a fight, and Pak and the driver looked at the screen in surprise. The rank 48 fighter was up against rank 34 Mikhail Yorvis, and the winner could face rank 1 hero. Even as the boy looked at the screen, Baldy's words about the changes in the world sounded in his head, making him think about how much everything had changed. At the hospital, the doctor warned Pak that after the Great Catastrophe, the world was transformed, and these changes made the Earth unrecognizable to the boy. On TV, a knight in armor called on mercenaries to rise up, and the Shilla Guild was looking for new faces, promising glory and opportunity for brave fighters. The driver smiled and remarked that if he had woken up, he would have quit the taxi and become a hunter, and the guy wondered if there were really hunting fields in Seoul. In response, the driver clicked his tongue, frightened, noticing that the guy must have hit his head hard to ask such strange questions. The driver asked incredulously if the guy really knew anything, and Pak, who was eager for a story, was angry that the man was speaking in riddles. As the driver told the story, he explained that 10 years ago, a door to another world opened. The day of the great disaster, when monsters invaded, bringing the worlds together forever. During the attacks between monsters and aircraft, military and ordinary people, the world lost 10% of its population. Hundreds of missiles were fired by the military, but the monsters were advancing, invulnerable, and hope for victory was fading until the mercenaries began to fight, saving the cities. Remaining indestructible, the monsters continued their fight. They did not stop before explosions or shooting. When the military lost hope, mercenaries, having received licenses, hunted monsters, created guilds, and earned money in the fields and dungeons. The guy asked in surprise how one became a mercenary, because he knew nothing about licenses or how this new hunting system worked. Laughing at Pak's seriousness, the driver said that an ordinary person would not understand how to become a mercenary, because this is the world of the awakened and their rules. To begin with, the driver explained, you need to become awakened and pass the exam at the bureau. This opens the way to hunting and new opportunities in this world. Considering the exam to be a difficult procedure, the guy was surprised that it really took so much effort to become a mercenary, because he expected an easier path. As the taxi approached the area, the sunset was reddening the city, and the sun was slowly disappearing, painting Seoul in the warm shades of evening light. Slowly driving past private houses, the taxi approached the high-rise buildings in one of which Pa's brother supposedly lived. Pointing to a 2-story brick house, the driver said that this was where the guy should go to meet his brother. Wishing him luck, the driver drove away, leaving Park at the entrance, where the boy began his journey to the long-awaited meeting with his younger brother, Junho. While cleaning the window, the old woman noticed a guy at the entrance and wondered who he was, because his face seemed unfamiliar to her in this quiet area. The old woman asked the guy with interest who he was, and he, not expecting to hear someone's voice, raised his head up in surprise. Noticing the old woman in the window, the guy decisively declared that he had come to Junho, hoping that she knew his brother and would help find him in this house. Having abandoned cleaning, the grandmother looked intently at Pak, and from her gaze he felt like a complete stranger in this empty yard. Hoping that the old woman knew Junho, the boy waited for an answer, but her silence and stern appearance began to make him doubt her kindness. Suddenly, the old woman clicked her tongue and started shouting that the guy was talking to her disrespectfully. Pak didn't understand such a reaction because he didn't want to offend anyone. Not understanding where he had gone wrong, the boy thought about the conversation, but the grandmother was hostile and did not want to continue the conversation with him. Raising her voice, the old woman shouted that there was no Junho in the house and ordered the guy to leave immediately, without giving him a chance to explain his intentions. The old woman closed the window with a bang and disappeared, while the guy watched silently and in surprise, trying to comprehend her reaction and his next steps. As he turned to leave, the boy wondered if the address was wrong, and his hope of finding his brother began to fade. Suddenly, a conversation was heard outside the window, which made the guy stop. The old woman was talking about creditors, and the grandson was asking if they had really come again. Resolutely approaching the entrance, the boy heard how the old woman's family's debts were growing, despite the fact that the boy's father worked day and night without rest. Seeing a full mailbox by the door, the guy stopped, amazed by the number of letters that, apparently, no one had picked up for a long time. Wanting to understand what kind of letters these were, the guy took one to figure out why they were left and began to carefully study the contents of the envelope. Reading the text, the guy realized that these were notices of debts, and his heart sank at the thought that this house was full of other people's troubles, not answers. Having left the letter, the boy decided to stop searching for his brother and went for a walk around the city, thinking about how much life on Earth had changed. Remembering the wild nature, the boy thought that their force was the only law. But on Earth, the laws turned out to be more complex and confusing than he expected. Lost in thought, the boy realized that power can simplify even the most complex things, opening up new paths in this unfamiliar world. Stepping forward, the guy came to the conclusion that in the modern world, money has become the force that determines the possibilities and place of a person in society. Heading towards the building of the Bureau of the Awakened, the boy decided to become a mercenary, hoping that this would give him a purpose and help in the search for his younger brother. Knowing that he had to pass the exam, the boy stepped decisively into the office, confident that his status as an awakened one would open the way to a new life for him. After handing the secretary his ID card, the guy heard that he did not meet the requirements of a mercenary and could not pass the exam. Surprised by the girl's words, Puck countered that he was an awakened F rank, but her answer made him doubt his own abilities. After confirming the guy's F rank, the girl explained that he lacked awakened points, and this news made him think. Taking the papers, the guy tried to understand how this happened, because 2 weeks ago he went through the portal, considering himself a full-fledged awakened. Laughing, the secretary said that ordinary people do not go through portals, otherwise their bodies will be torn apart, and the guy's words seemed to her to be just empty fantasies. Having mentioned that he had felt something similar, the guy tried to explain, but the girl considered his words to be crazy illusions, not worthy of serious attention. After advising him to go to school or the field to earn points, the girl told him to come back when Puck was truly awakened, which puzzled him. On his way out, Park saw signs about goblins on Suwon Field, with a $500 reward for each, and wondered how to earn points in this world. Although the point system was strange, the boy was still interested in the ad about goblins, wondering if hunting would be his chance to change his fate. Towering over Seoul, the huge buildings resembled a metropolis, and the boy, walking along the streets, was amazed at how much the city had changed in 10 years. The taxi arrived again, and the guy asked about the walls surrounding the entire city. The driver replied that they were visible on the map in the app. Realizing that he was behind the times, the guy decided to urgently buy a phone to follow the news and stay up to date with the events of this new world. Saying that they had arrived at the 27th gate of Suwon Field, the driver stopped the taxi, and the boy found himself in front of the entrance to the hunting field. In front of the boy stood a sign with a gate number, and the massive gates leading to the fields beckoned him with the opportunity to try his hand at hunting. Wondering if the gate would lead him to a hunting field, the boy felt a mixture of excitement and determination. Approaching the entrance, the guy noticed a table with equipment, behind which stood 2 people in uniform, similar to military men, who were closely watching him. Asking sternly what brought the boy to the gate, one of the soldiers looked at Pa with distrust, expecting a clear answer about his intentions. Resolutely answering that he had come to hunt, the boy straightened up, confident in his desire to prove that he could handle it. The soldier continued to remain silent and looked at the boy, and his angry gaze made Pak feel under pressure, but he was not going to back down. Having asked to see the mercenary's license, the man waited for an answer, and his tone made it clear that without documents, Pak would not be allowed through the gate. The guy replied with annoyance that he didn't have a license, realizing that without it, his chances of getting through the gate and starting the hunt were 0. The soldier's voice was stern as he stated that civilians were not allowed to enter the field, and his tone made it clear that Pa would not be able to enter without the necessary documents. Suddenly, there was some noise outside the gate, which made Pa and the military turn around in amazement. Shouting for the gates to be closed, other soldiers panicked, and some screamed that it was too late, and chaos engulfed everyone standing at the entrance to the field. A car flew out of the gate at breakneck speed, breaking through it, and this sudden breakthrough only increased the panic among the military and the guy. Attacking the driver, the monster desperately tried to bite him on the neck. The guy screamed in pain and horror, and Pak watched what was happening in surprise. Due to the monster's attack and unbearable pain, the driver lost control and the car began to slide off the bridge. The car crashed straight down, and the boy continued to watch in horror as the chaos unfolded at the gates of Suwon Field. Calling for reinforcements on the radio, the soldiers were horrified, realizing what a danger the monster in the car could pose to everyone. Surrounding the wrecked car, they kept their distance, realizing that the monster was still alive and posed a threat. Suddenly, a bloody paw of a monster appeared from a broken window, forcing the military to freeze in anticipation of a new danger coming from the creature. A huge monster climbed out of the car right in front of the military, its menacing appearance causing everyone to feel a chilling fear of the inevitable fight. Giving the order, one of the soldiers gave the command to open fire, and the barrels roared, raining down a hail of bullets on the monster in a desperate attempt to destroy it. For several minutes, the guns fired without stopping, and the soldiers hoped that their weapons would be able to defeat the monster threatening their lives. After a while, the order was given to cease fire, and the military, breathing a sigh of relief, realized that the monster had finally been defeated and the threat had passed. Approaching the car and reporting over the radio that the special forces were not needed and the monster had been defeated, the military called an ambulance. As the sergeant asked where the boy had disappeared to, the soldier looked around, trying to figure out where the stranger could have disappeared in the confusion at the gates of Suwon Field. Not seeing Pak, the soldier decided that he had escaped, and laughing, he and his comrades assumed that the boy had gotten scared of the monster and had run away. Taking advantage of the chaos of the monster hunt, Puck slipped through the gate undetected, deciding to begin his mission on the field despite the ban. Understanding that he could sense monsters by vibrations, the boy trusted his instincts, honed in the wild conditions of the planet of two moons, where he survived. Knowing that the monsters made a special smell and sound, the boy was confident that he could track them down using his heightened senses. Deciding he needed a car, the boy climbed up on a rock looking out over the city and couldn't believe how much everything had changed in the past 10 years. Not believing his eyes, the guy remembered Seoul 10 years ago, and before him stood a completely different city, far from the current metropolis. The sunset was turning red over the city, and the night was slowly covering Seoul, enveloping it in a mysterious light that awakened familiar feelings in the guy. As he watched the city, the boy noticed how darkness had completely descended, marking the beginning of a time when he felt in his element. A familiar darkness surrounded the boy, and he who loved the night on the planet of two moons felt how it was calling him to new challenges and hunting. Catching the scent, the boy realized that the time for the hunt had come, and his instincts, honed on the planet of two moons, awakened. He prepared for the hunt. The boy's body, filled with power, came to life, and approaching the edge of the stone, he decided to jump down the hill, feeling the call of the wild nature inside. Jumping down, the boy slammed his fist into the ground, lifting the boulders, and the force of the blow reminded him of the strength that was within him. The body felt heavy, and looking at the broken concrete, the guy peered at the buildings opposite, thinking about his new reality. Running and picking up stones, Pak decided to climb onto the roof of the building. His speed was like the wind rushing through a wild forest. As if he had flown up the facade, the guy found himself on the roof in an instant, but it was harder for him than he expected. Remembering the hunt with the pack on the planet of two moons, the boy felt how hard it was to climb, as if the earth was taking away his former agility. Catching his breath on the roof, the boy wondered if returning to Earth had weakened his strength, which helped him survive in another world. A huge moon rose over the city, and Puck, sensing its proximity, felt a surge of energy, as if it was calling him to action. Catching a strange smell, the guy began to sniff, and his instincts told him that danger was lurking somewhere nearby. Turning towards the buildings, the guy decided to choose a target for the upcoming hunt in order to get points and become a mercenary. His gaze stopped on one building, beckoning with its mysterious aura, and the hero decided to go there, feeling that it was there that a test awaited him. Jumping onto the roof, the guy noticed the open attic doors, and without thinking decided to enter, ready for what awaited him inside. Hearing a strange noise, the boy moved on, his heart beating faster, anticipating danger in the dark corners of the building. In the darkness, surrounded by walls and columns, the guy walked forward, feeling that something sinister was hiding in these shadows. Surrounding the wolf, the monsters attacked with weapons, but the wounded beast held the defense, not giving up, and despite its wounds. With glowing eyes and drooling mouths, the monsters waited for their prey, their tiny teeth glinting in the darkness, anticipating a bloody meal. The wolf watched the monsters closely, and despite their numerical superiority, his determination did not fade in the face of danger. Coming out of the darkness, the boy mentally asked the wolf if he needed help, feeling a connection with this beast, as if they were from the same world. The monsters quickly closed the distance to the wolf, and their movements became more and more aggressive. They prepared for the final attack. Realizing that the wolf was in trouble, the boy bared his teeth and decided that these monsters were now his prey, awakening the rage of a hunter within himself. Coming up from behind, the boy hit the monster hard on the head with his fist, putting all his power, honed by years of survival, into the blow. Scattering the monsters with his blows, the boy defeated them in an instant, and it seemed to Paku that his strength had returned to him for a moment. Suddenly, screens with a class search appeared in front of the guy, but system errors flashed, and he did not understand what was happening around him. It was unclear where the windows came from. The guy was confused, not understanding what kind of system error was being discussed and what it meant for him. Brushing off the annoying system notifications, Pot was confused, not understanding what was happening around him. Distracted by the system notifications, the guy did not notice how the monsters surrounded him, ready to deal him a crushing blow. The monsters were fiercely disposed, baring their small-toothed mouths and their eyes burning with bloodlust. As soon as the monster approached, the guy threw it aside with one powerful blow of his hand, and the creature collapsed, not expecting such strength from a human. A moment later, the monster approached again, and the guy threw it back again with one blow of his hand, and the creature, growling in pain, fell to the ground. The monster fell to the ground, growling in pain, its yellow eyes glowing, and the boy realized that the creature still posed a threat despite its loss of strength. Approaching the monster, the boy grabbed it by the head, putting all the strength honed by years of survival in the wild world of 2 moons into the grip. With incredible force, the boy threw the monster away, and it collapsed to the side, motionless and completely defeated. The monster lay unconscious, bleeding, and the guy jumped and prepared to deliver the finishing blow to finally finish off the enemy. A system notification appeared on the screen, stating that the guy's class was a druid, but the update was not possible. The system continued to give errors, puzzling the guy, and he looked at the screen in surprise, not understanding what was preventing him from updating his abilities. Remembering how 100 years ago, on the planet of 2 moons, when his body reached its limit, he realized that the system notification stopped appearing then. Not believing that there was status on Earth, the boy wondered if the system's errors had weakened his abilities, honed in another world. Opening access to the store, the system surprised the guy because he had never seen anything like this in his years of living on the planet of 2 moons. Seeing that for killing a goblin they give food for 7 wise men, the boy became upset, realizing that this was all he could afford. After choosing his food, the guy watched as a bottle of water and a bun materialized in front of him, and this caused him a slight disappointment. Hearing the sudden noise, the boy turned to the source, and his gaze fell on a dark corner where a faint howl was heard. Lying on the ground, the wounded she-wolf was breathing weakly, and the guy, not noticing the puppy nearby, looked at her, feeling pity and wondering how to help her. Sitting down next to her, Puck looked at the wounded she-wolf, wondering what to do, and his heart sank at the sight of her suffering. Touching the wolf's fur, the hero understood that she was dying, and wondered if the goblin's weapons were really poisoned. Crying and breathing heavily, the she-wolf grew weaker, her strength fading, and the boy felt her life slipping away in this dark night. Not noticing the puppy right away, the boy was surprised to see him and wondered what to do with the baby, afraid to leave him alone. Not wanting to be a babysitter for the wolf cub, Puck asked the she-wolf to talk to him, but she only whined, and her weak voice broke his heart. Keeping his cool, the boy looked at the puppy, whose pitiful eyes begged for help, and thought that this was fate. Suspecting that it was fate that brought him together with the puppy, the guy decided that he had to take care of the baby, despite his doubts and inexperience. Remembering the hidden food, the guy decided to get a bun from his jacket pocket, hoping that it would help the puppy satisfy his hunger. Taking out a rye loaf, the boy held it out to the puppy, gently offering it to eat, and his heart sank with pity for the little creature. Rising from the ground, the boy looked at the bloody bodies of the goblins lying around, assessing his strength. With 7 goblins, the boy was surprised at his own strength, realizing that he had dealt with the enemies without any help in this dangerous battle. Thinking about the car, the guy decided that it would come in handy, especially now that the sun was rising over the city, marking a new day. Opening his eyes from the bright light, the boy looked around, realizing that a new day had begun, and he was still on the field with dead enemies. Having buried the she-wolf by the tree, the boy spent the night with the puppy, who slept nearby, and this closeness reminded him of the duty of care. The puppy was fast asleep, lying on the boy's lap, but Puck decided to wake him up because they had to leave to continue their journey. A traffic jam formed at the exit from Gate 27 as the military checked cars, sending everyone into quarantine. The drivers were outraged by the delay, but the soldier explained that quarantine was mandatory for everyone leaving Swan Field. Suddenly, the drivers turned around, shouting words of surprise, and the soldier, not understanding what was happening, froze, expecting something unusual. Stunned by what he saw, the soldier watched as the boy walked with a huge boulder of slain goblins on his back, causing everyone to go into shock. Moving confidently forward, the boy carried a boulder of dead goblins, and a small puppy trotted along beside him, adding to the strangeness of this amazing scene. The bleeding bodies of the goblins on the guy's back swayed in different directions. They were dead and tied together with a rope. The soldier, not believing his eyes, wondered if this was the guy from the taxi who had disappeared yesterday and did not understand how he had managed to get through the gates without a license. Having brought the loot to the bureau, the guy stood in front of the secretary, waiting for her to calculate the reward for the goblins and the mysterious heliotropes. After calculating the reward, the girl reported that the guy's balance was 2,100,000 won, and Park realized that he was rich. Hearing the word heliotrope, the boy was surprised, not understanding its meaning, and asked the girl what it was, hoping for a clear explanation. Showing a red stone, the girl explained that heliotropes were taken from the hearts of goblins, and their value depends on energy and size. Depending on the energy and size, the cost of the heliotropes in this case was 20,000 won each. Handing over a stack of cash, the girl noticed that the guy didn't have an account and advised him to open one for the convenience of receiving future rewards. Taking the money, the guy thought that if he opened an account and hunted monsters, earning money would not be a problem for him. Meanwhile, the truck pulled up to the store and stopped. Junho got out to greet his uncle who worked as a salesman. After greeting him, Junho answered the old man's question about where he had been, saying that he had found a job. Knowing how much Jong had suffered because of his debts, his uncle was glad that he had found a job, and the boy replied that he was working in the fields for good money. Handing over a Kit Kat to Jenwoo, the vendor was surprised when Jong asked for soju, but complied, smiling at his choice. After saying goodbye, Jong got into the truck parked at the entrance and drove home, singing in a good mood. With music playing, Jong enjoyed the journey, and his ride home was full of ease and joy from a successful day. As the taxi passed the store, it followed the truck, and Jong, not noticing, hummed, enjoying his good mood. Stopping in the yard, Jong walked out with a bag, humming his favorite song, and heading home to his family. Humming a song, Jong walked with the bag, and his good mood reflected his belief in a quick solution to all problems in a better future. Suddenly, someone called out to the boy, causing him to turn around, and he looked in surprise, not understanding who was calling him. The three attackers knocked Jong off his feet after knocking the bag out of his hands, causing him to fall, suddenly feeling fear and pain from the blow. Holding a club, the gang leader said he had not seen Jong for a long time, thinking he had abandoned the child and demanded that he repay the debt. Lying on the ground, Jong looked at the creditors with horror, blood flowing from his temple, and he feared for his life. The attackers screamed as they beat Jong, and their blows and the boy's screams echoed throughout the area, but no one came to help. Kneeling down, Jong watched as the leader waved his club in front of his face, and fear for his life came over him with renewed vigor. The angry leader beat Jong, shouting that he had been looking for him for a long time, and the guy apologized, assuring that he had found a job and would soon be able to repay the debt. Taking out the money, Jong handed it to the leader, hoping that his earnings would appease the creditors and save him from further beatings. Stopping beating the guy, the leader began counting the money, taking into account the interest that had accumulated over the entire time. There were two assistants standing behind the guy. After counting the money, the leader said that it would not be enough. Crying, Jong begged for forgiveness, begged for 3 days to earn more, and promised to find money by any means necessary. The leader became angry and shouted that they would add even more interest in 3 days, and swung his club, ready to hit Jong again. Swinging his club, he thought for a moment and agreed to give Jong time, but warned him that deception would cost him dearly. He was about to strike again when he was suddenly called out to, and the leader and Jong turned around. Confidently approaching, Pak walked towards Jong with the puppy, and his appearance made everyone freeze in tense anticipation. The gang leader, tense with surprise, looked closely at the unfamiliar guy, trying to understand who was in front of him. Shocked by what he saw, Jong couldn't believe his eyes, realizing that in front of him was his brother, whom he hadn't seen for years. And this meeting seemed incredible, like a dream. Burning with anger, Pak's eyes were blazing, and he was ready to punish the offenders, protecting the brother he found after many years of separation. Not believing that he was seeing his brother, Zhang looked at Pak, and the leader was surprised, not knowing that the debtor had relatives who could intervene. Determined, Pak sought to save his brother from trouble. Feeling his duty to his family overwhelmed him despite the years of separation and past mistakes. Puck dropped to his knees and stood in front of his brother, trying to convey support with his eyes while the gang leader watched them with confusion. Not believing his eyes, Puck was happy to meet his younger brother, realizing that he had found him after many years of separation, and his heart was filled with relief. Jung looked at Pak with wide eyes, not believing that it was his brother, and emotions washed over him, mixing joy and disbelief. Many years ago, as a schoolboy, Jung often suffered from beatings when a crowd of boys would beat him up in the backyard, leaving him scared and alone. The crowd of boys bullied Jung and took all the money he had on him, leaving him humiliated and defenseless in the backyard of the school. Seeing Pak, Jung then hoped for help, that his brother would help him get out of the fight between the offenders and protect him. While throwing out the trash, Pak noticed Jung being beaten, but continued walking towards the trash bins as if he didn't hear the screams. Screaming in despair, Jung called for help, but tears of resentment choked him when he realized that no one would come to save him from the cruel crowd. Calmly approaching the bins, Pak threw out the trash, not looking back at his brother's screams, as if ignoring the pain and despair that came from afar. Listening to his brother's screams, he didn't even turn around in his direction and silently left, preferring not to get involved in other people's squabbles. Hearing and seeing perfectly well, Pak remained cool and unapproachable and went on about his business. Crying in pain, Jung called for help, but hope faded when he realized that his older brother would not intervene, leaving him with his offenders. As the older brother, Park never helped Jun, leaving him without support at school, where bullying became a part of his daily life. One day when Jung came home, he heard the news about the explosion in Magalu, which was spreading throughout the country. The guy looked at the TV screen in surprise. The news was reporting on the appearance of many red domes and monsters crawling out of them. Hearing the bell, the guy turned around, his heart pounding with excitement, and he froze, not knowing who was standing behind the door. But hope flared up in his chest. Rushing to the door, the boy ran as fast as he could, feeling the anxiety growing and hoping that it was his parents who had returned home. Opening the door, the boy hoped to see his parents, but instead of them, his worried aunt and uncle stood in front of him. Excitedly and joyfully, the relatives asked about Pak and were happy that Wang was at home. Seeing his anxious relatives, the guy froze in shock and surprise, not understanding the reason for the panic. Starting to shout, the aunt and uncle demanded that the boy pack his things and explained that they could not get through to his parents. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. The ceiling collapsed and the shock wave threw Jong to the side against the wall. Stones flew from all sides. The guy landed at the other end of the corridor. His body was in pain. Surrounding the house from all sides, huge monsters inspired terror in all the guests, and a red dome formed around it. Completely engulfed by fear and panic, the guy's body was paralyzed and he could not move, trying to understand what was happening around him. Scared to the point of trembling, the guy looked at the huge eye of the monster in the hole nearby, and his heart sank in horror before this terrible creature. Suddenly disappearing, the monster left a huge hole with white light, and the guy continued to sit motionless. Frightened to the limit, the boy did not think about his brother, who never helped him, no matter whether he lived or died. Now looking into Paku's eyes, Jong was ashamed of his thoughts and was glad that his brother was alive, and his presence brought hope back to his heart. Noting that Jong had aged, Park looked at his brother, feeling how the years of separation had changed them. But the bond remained unbreakable. Not believing that Park was alive, Jong said he thought his brother was dead and did not understand how his brother survived after so many years of absence. The leader, irritated, shouted, trying to attract attention, and his indignation grew because he did not expect the appearance of the debtor's relative. Considering Park too young, the leader did not understand how the boy could be Jong's older brother and protect him. Enraged by the words, Pak grabbed the leader's head, feeling how anger overwhelmed him, and the determination to punish the offender became unsurpassed. Pak struck hard, sending the leader flying back into the wall, the sound echoing throughout the courtyard as Jong watched in amazement. Unable to believe what he saw, Jong was amazed that his brother could do such a thing, and shock overcame him when he realized how much Park had changed over the years. Having fallen with a crash, the leader lay motionless against the wall, showing no signs of life, losing strength and consciousness. The partners looked in surprise at the leader pinned down by the boards and were perplexed by his helplessness. Shocked by what had happened, the leader's friends looked on in horror, one calling out to him while the other prepared to attack, not knowing how to resist Pa's power. After asking Jong how he was feeling, Park sat down next to his brother, and the boy in shock replied that he was fine. Enraged, the leader's friend rushed at Pak. He wanted to take revenge on the offender for his boss and also his friend. The boy approached furiously and swung his legs, trying to land a precise blow on Paku to knock him down. Missing the attack, the striker threw his leg over Pak's neck, twisting it, and pain shot through him as he realized he had made a fatal mistake. Having broken his leg, the boy collapsed with cries of pain, and tears streamed down his face. Pa was much stronger than he seemed at first glance. Watching the writhing boy, Pak, Jong, and the second bandit saw him suffering, unable to get up after the failed attack. The second bandit looked at Pak with horror, wondering if he was awakened, and fear of his power paralyzed his movements. Crouching down, Pak gestured for the attacker to come closer, his gaze full of determination, as if he was in complete control of the situation. Approaching with his hands raised, the attacker surrendered, afraid of pain, and his movements were cautious as he approached the formidable Paku. Taking out a wad of cash, Pak silently handed it to the surviving attacker, who had just threatened his younger brother. The attacker, not believing his eyes, took the money while his comrade writhed in pain, surprise mixed with relief that he remained unharmed. Shouting angrily, Pak ordered the bandits to take the money and disappear, his voice booming to emphasize the seriousness of his words. Bowing, the bandit took the money, and Park and Jong headed home, feeling like victors after defeating the attackers. Night fell while the conflict was being resolved, and Park and Jong went home to rest from what had happened. Having met Jong with the same guy she had kicked out the day before, the grandmother was shocked and froze on the threshold of her building. The puppy stood quietly next to them, and the two guys looked at the old woman, waiting for her reaction to their unexpected appearance at night. It was hard to believe that Jong actually had an older brother, and Grandma looked at them with deep surprise in her eyes. Holding out the bag of beef, Pop made a gesture of goodwill, trying to ease the awkwardness, and Grandma accepted it. Taking the package, the grandmother felt awkward about her behavior, and her movements were uncertain. As they walked up the stairs, Grandma reproached Jong for not telling him about his family and told the boys to follow her into the apartment. With his warm tongue, the puppy gently licked the child's head, walked nearby, and quietly wagged his tail, as if guarding his sleep in peace. Interested in the sleeping boy lying on the floor, the puppy continued to lick his head. Sitting next to the boy, Pak asked if this was Jong's son, and he confirmed that Jen Woo was his only treasure. After asking about Jen Woo's mother, Park learned from Jong that his wife had left, choosing another life, leaving him alone with his son. Playing with the boy's hair, the puppy continued to fuss, and his fun added warmth to this family gathering after a long separation. After a long journey and a serious conversation, Pa suggested that his brother have a few drinks with dinner to relax. Not believing that Pak had not aged, Jong was amazed that his brother had become awakened, like the heroes on TV, and it seemed like a miracle to him. Pak, becoming serious, decided to inquire about his brother's debts, and Jong replied that the amount was about 50 million won. To reassure his brother, Jong assured him that he had found a job and was now able to cope with his debts on his own. Surprised, Pa asked about work, because he couldn't imagine that his brother had found a way to earn such money stably. Jong happily told me that he works as a loader, often traveling to a remote area, and although he is dangerous, he is paid quite well for it. Deciding to clarify, Pak asked about the truck, and his brother explained that the vehicle had been lent to him by his grandmother, whose son had previously used the vehicle. This surprised Pak greatly, and he asked why the old woman allowed Jong to use the technique and what her son was doing. With a heavy sigh, Jong told his brother that the old woman's son had died while transporting cargo, and now she was raising his child, Jen Woo, as her own. The puppy licked the boy's face, waking him up, and Jen Woo looked at the dog in surprise, not expecting to see it next to him on the floor. Hearing a noise outside the door, Jen Woo turned around, listening to the noise outside the door coming from the kitchen. Holding the puppy in his arms, he happily ran into the kitchen and saw his dad with an unknown man. Overjoyed at his son's awakening, Jong smiled as he saw Jen Woo holding the puppy, and the scene filled his heart with warmth and happiness. Sitting down next to his father, Yenwu asked about the man across from him, and Zhong introduced him as his uncle, causing the boy to become curious and happy. Smiling, Pak allowed them to play. He found the boy's question very cute. Playing with the puppy, Yenwu was happy, and Zhong, watching his son, was glad that the boy got what he had long dreamed of. Watching his son, Zhong told his brother that the boy had long dreamed of a puppy, and now for the first time he was truly happy. Suddenly, Pak suggested to his brother that they start working together, as if the idea had come suddenly and did not require long explanations. Very surprised, Zhong at first thought that he had simply imagined it and had misheard. Assuring Pak proved the seriousness of his proposal, he said that he would take on all the work and his brother only needed to help him with the truck. Zhong asked in surprise what kind of work exactly he was talking about, because the meaning of what he had heard still did not fit into his head. With a look of joy on his face, Pak replied in a normal voice that it was about hunting monsters, not noticing anything surprising about it. Listening incredulously, Zhong thought he had misheard, because hunting monsters seemed unrealistic, and shock overcame him from his brother's words. Having gone to the bureau, the guy wanted to get a bank card to officially start hunting monsters and receive bonuses. Looking at the documents, the secretary was amazed at the guy's rapid growth in level, not expecting that a newcomer would achieve such results in the system so quickly. Asking again about the status, the guy clarified whether he was a level F druid, and the girl confirmed, adding that the money would be transferred to his card. Having handed over the gift, the girl handed the guy an iPhone 50 from the bank and congratulated him on receiving the status of awakened, rejoicing at his success. While examining the phone, the guy learned from the girl that in order to receive notifications about hunting and new locations, he needed to download a special application to the device. The girl happily explained that destroying many monsters would allow the boy to reach level E and receive more rewards. Deciding to clarify, the girl asked if Pak could open the system window to find out his status and confirmed that there had been errors before, but the guy did not understand what she was talking about. The system window appeared in front of the guy and displayed the characteristics, and he studied them with interest, noticing the low indicators that were difficult to improve. The sun at its zenith illuminated the road along which Zhong's truck sped, and he concentrated on delivering orders, doing his job as a loader. The sudden call made Zhong happy, and he greeted his brother, congratulating him on his new phone and registration in the system. After talking about the last delivery, Zhong mentioned that he would be home soon and asked if Pak only had to pass the mercenary exam to work. As he walked through the city, Pa replied that Zhong's debts needed to be settled first, and his voice sounded confident despite the difficulty of the task. Reminded with horror, Zhong said that the F level was too low to fight monsters, and the fear for his brother's life filled his heart with anxiety. Suddenly silent, Park ended the call, and Zhong felt uneasy as he saw his brother hang up without answering his concerns about monsters. As Zhong continued to drive, he couldn't believe that his brother had returned and become so brave, and the changes in Pa amazed him, causing mixed feelings. Looking at the app, Pak walked towards the Namyangju portal, thinking about the monster bonuses, and determination drove him forward through the bustling city streets. A traffic jam formed at the exit on the 77th field, holding up cars, and the military strictly controlled the traffic, checking everyone at the post. The cars stood in a row, not moving, and the drivers were indignant, wanting to go faster while the traffic jam held them back on the hot and dusty highway. Sitting in the car, the young man behind the wheel and the senior leader next to him were silent, lost in thoughts about the mission and its possible difficulties. The three newcomers in the back seat, 2 boys and a girl, were shaking with fear, and the driver turned to them questioningly. Trying to calm them down, the driver reminded the newcomers that they were awakened and should not be so nervous before a mission that required courage and determination. Reminding them of the mission, the driver said that success would allow the newcomers to enter the Shinra Guild, and the boys resolutely promised to do their best. Irritated by their behavior, the leader considered the newcomers too timid, incapable of successfully completing the mission, and doubts plagued his mind. Thinking about the newcomers, the manager was sure that they lacked abilities and that their rich parents helped them get here, and predicted another failure. While checking the cars, the soldiers at the post gradually let the drivers through, and one of them loudly called out to the next one, preparing for another check. Looking up, the soldiers were surprised to see a young man standing before them, his determined figure standing out against the bright rays of the midday sun. Standing resolutely, Pak met the gaze of the military men, and the rays of the sun illuminated him, creating an aura of confidence and unyielding strength around him. After asking if the guy was alone, the soldier received an affirmative answer and asked him to place his card on the reader standing on the table nearby. After placing the card, Pak saw the device light up green, reading information about him. Reading the information, the soldier said in surprise that the guy was level F, and his voice reflected distrust of the rookie's low status. Opening the gate, the soldier tried to dissuade the boy from going inside, citing danger, but Pa resolutely went forward. Sitting by the window, the leader in the car was thinking about how to complete the mission with such weak rookies, and doubts tormented him as he looked at the road. Looking after him, the soldier saw how Pak went deeper into the field, and his figure disappeared into the distance as he confidently walked without looking back at the post. The soldier asked his partner in surprise if it was possible to send the guy alone into a dangerous field without partners or equipment. As Pak continued walking, he didn't look back, and another soldier reminded him that this guy had killed 7 goblins at the 27th entrance yesterday. As he walked past, Pak passed the car with the awakened ones, and the driver and the leader looked at him in surprise, not believing his courage. Not noticing the looks, the guy walked forward, and in the car, the team of awakened people considered him crazy for going to the field without weapons and equipment. Approaching the point, the car stopped, and the soldier reported a system failure, apologized for the traffic jam, and wished us a safe journey. The leader of the awakened ones shouted and ordered Han Sang-jin to step on the gas so as not to miss the guy who was leaving, who was already far away. Not understanding at first, Khan hesitated, but the leader, looking at Pak, shouted that they needed to catch up with him before he disappeared around the corner. Approaching the turn, the guy almost disappeared, unaware that a car was rushing after him, and his steps were quick and confident. Turning on the headlights, Han stepped on the gas and the car raced after Pak, trying to catch up with him, the road leading to a dangerous field ahead. The awakened boys in the back seat, hiding their heads, trembled with fear, while Han and the leader looked around in surprise, looking for Pak. Having flown around the corner, the car stopped at full speed, but the guy was nowhere to be found, as if he had fallen through the ground. Looking around, Khan did not understand where the guy had disappeared to so quickly, because they had almost caught up with him, but the road was empty. Smiling broadly, the manager thought he had found a valuable catch, sensing hidden abilities in the boy that could be useful to their team. Running quickly, Pak raced across the field, running past the trees, his steps swift despite his growing fatigue. Out of breath, Pa stopped and tried to catch his breath, feeling how hard it was to run, and the fatigue was setting in after the long sprint. Feeling the heaviness, the guy understood that his body had weakened compared to the planet of 2 moons, and his physical condition had significantly worsened. Looking at the system screen that appeared, the guy studied his abilities, noting the weakness, and thought about returning to training. Hearing the sounds, the boy became alert, listening, and wondered what was happening nearby as the noise grew louder in the silence of the field. Shouting to someone, the voice told the coward to fall, and the guy decided to see what was going on, moving carefully toward the source of the noise. Hearing the sounds, Puck thought that someone was fighting with swords, and curiosity prompted him to move closer to the scene. Listening carefully, the boy looked around, hearing voices from different sides, and tried to understand where the sound of the battle was coming from. Smiling sarcastically, the guy realized that it was not monsters that were fighting, but awakened ones, and decided that he could not miss such a spectacle. Flying to the side, one fighter's hand, clutching a sword, was cut off, and blood spurted out while the guy screamed in unbearable pain. Watching from atop a collapsed building, Puck watched the 2 teams clash, their blood-stained swords glinting in the heat of the brutal battle. Watching silently, the boy tried to understand who was fighting and why, without interfering, while the conflict between the teams flared up more and more. The cloaked gang surrounded the 3 boys and shouted, but the fight did not start, and Pa watched from above, trying to grasp the essence of their conflict. Bored with anticipation, the guy thought that no one wanted to fight, and the spectacle became less interesting. The tension between the teams subsided. Arriving at the location, the blue car stopped, and a big guy in a cloak similar to the clothes of the gang surrounding the 3 guys got out of it. Looking on in horror, the fighting boys saw the big guy approaching, and fear gripped them, foreshadowing trouble. The big guy shouted in irritation and chided the cloaked gang for their slowness, not understanding why they were bothering with 3 weak opponents. Shouting in surprise, the 3 boys called the big guy Choi Gu Shik, who would fetch 400 million, and he laughed sarcastically upon hearing this. Watching from the mountain, Paku became bored and was about to leave and continue his business since the battle was not continuing. Hearing about 400 million, Pak turned around questioningly, interested in the conversation, which made him linger in place. Running away in fear, the guys in green suits tried to escape because they knew that Choi Gu-shik, a rank E robber, was very strong and dangerous. Standing next to Choi, the boys in robes raised their swords and shouted at the three in green suits that the chance for salvation was lost, and now they were doomed. Rubbing his hands angrily, Choi Gu-shik angrily said that he was the one who would be worth 400 million, and suggested that they try to catch him if they had the courage. Trying to rally, the guys in green suits stood in fear. Two were silent, and one shouted what to do, frightened by the approach of their formidable opponent. After asking Choi, one guy in a green suit asked if they would be released if they surrendered, but all he got in response was a mockery. As Choi rushed into the attack, he shouted that it was not interesting and quickly approached, his steps resounding loudly, increasing the fear of his opponents. Screaming in terror, the boy asked Choi to wait, not expecting him to start the fight so quickly, and panic gripped him before the swift attack. Suddenly breaking through the glass canopy from above, which slightly covered the participants of the battle, Pas slowly flew. Landing in the center of the fray, Puck stopped it, causing everyone to freeze in surprise, his sudden appearance disrupting the flow of the battle. Looking at him with confusion, Choi Gu-shik glared at Park, not understanding where he came from, and his anger grew with each passing second. Frozen in amazement, the guys in green suits did not lower their weapons, looking at the stranger whose sudden appearance stunned them. The robed boys gaped at where Puck had come from, and their surprise grew as they waited to see what would happen next in this fight. Standing opposite him, Puck looked resolutely at Choi, who asked him where he came from and whether he imagined himself to be an angel descended from heaven. Smiling wryly, Park asked Choi about the 400 million, his question sounding cheeky, adding to the tension in the air. Surprised by the question, Choi continued to ask who Park was, his bewilderment mixed with growing anger at the impudent guy. Answering decisively, Pa said that he was the one who needed the money, and his words sounded confident, increasing the tension around him. Watching with horror, the boys in robes did not understand what was wrong with Pa, considering him crazy, and their surprise grew in front of his impudent behavior. Hearing Pak's answer, Choi only laughed in response, his mockery reflecting his confidence in his superiority over his unexpected opponent. Watching silently, the guy in the green suit thought with horror what would happen next, and his body froze from the tension of the unknown. Choi mockingly said that Park was unlikely to be from the commission, his words laced with contempt, adding to the hostility in the air. Looking questioningly, Park did not understand what Choi was talking about, but it did not matter to him. The guy was preparing to deal with the enemy. Choi's eyes lit up with malice, and an angry warning sounded out for the boy not to interfere in other people's affairs, leaving them alone. Outraged by the reaction, Park clenched his fists, glaring at Choi, but a strange feeling in his body made him wary. Watching in horror, the guy in the green suit froze, his body numb with fear as the situation between Park and Choi escalated. Choi said with a mocking tone, noting that Park had been looking into his eyes for 5 seconds. But the boy didn't understand how that related to the feeling in his body. Looking at the guy angrily with glowing eyes, Choi said that Park would not be able to move now. He was confident in his strength over the enemy. Standing motionless, Park thought questioningly about what to do next, his mind searching for a way out while his body remained frozen. After ordering the capture, Choi ordered the boys in the cloaks to catch Park, and they began to approach, their footsteps sounding threatening in the silence. The cloaked boys brandished their swords and laughed, asking why Pa was interfering, thinking that they could easily deal with him in this fight. Continuing to stand tensely, the guys in green suits wanted to help Pak, but they didn't know how, and fear paralyzed them in the face of a strong enemy. Pak slammed his fist into Choi's cheek with force, and the blow made everyone freeze, foreshadowing the beginning of something unexpected and dangerous. Frozen in horror, the robed boys realized that chaos was about to break out, and their surprise grew when they saw Park confront Choi. The guys in green suits were amazed and couldn't believe that Park could move after Choi's impact, and their shock grew with each passing moment. Trying to counter, Choi received another punch from Park to the jaw, and his attempt to counter with a powerful punch was thwarted. Glowing red, Puck's fist seemed to be filled with power, and he felt an extraordinary strength awakening within his body. Smiling wryly, Puck said it was just magic, his words sounding cocky, adding to the tension. Watching with tension, Choi followed Park's actions, his gaze reflecting a mixture of surprise and anger at the unexpectedly strong opponent. Pak rushed forward with his eyes shining and shouted loudly that Chui was very funny. Choi looked at the approaching enemy in horror, his eyes wide open, not expecting the battle to turn this way. Chui's eyes flashed with an evil light and he screamed, demanding the approaching guy to stop the attack. The guy's glowing body instantly moved forward, and he found himself right in front of Choi, raising his hand for a precise and sharp strike. Chvi noted with irritation that the guy was not as simple as he had seemed to him at the very beginning of this unexpected fight. Remembering the sword, he quickly reached for his belt to pull out the weapon and use it to defend against the attack. Drawing his blade, Chvi shouted a warning, reminding Pak that he should never let his guard down under any circumstances. At that very moment, the guy hit Chvi right in the face with his knee, breaking his nose, and blood gushed out to the sides, leaving scarlet marks. Dropping his sword, Chui instinctively lowered his head in pain, while Pak watched him, ironically hinting at his opponent's weakness. Once again preparing to attack, he asked if Chui had anything more worthy in his arsenal. The dizziness intensified. Blood was flowing from Chui's nose, and he desperately tried to stop the guy from striking again. Without moving much, Chui immediately received another blow from Pak, right in the jaw, so powerful that his head jerked sharply to the side. Moving quickly around Chui, the boy struck one blow after another, not giving his opponent a second to defend himself. The next powerful blow landed right in the opponent's stomach, forcing him to bend over and lose the rest of his strength to resist. With a sharp jerk, Pak grabbed Chui by the cloak, lifting him up and turning him upside down in midair, like a doll that didn't resist. Without hesitation, the boy threw Chui with all his might straight into the window, his body breaking the glass and hitting the wall inside the building. Without hesitation, Pak rushed after him inside the building to see if his opponent was still capable of continuing the fight. The thought arose in the guy's head that this fight was too easy because the expectations in his head were much more serious. Doubting what they saw, the guys in green suits did not believe that Pak had so easily defeated such a strong enemy without receiving a single wound. Looking around after leaving the building, Pak looked questioningly at the approaching guys in cloaks, who continued to hold their swords at the ready. After asking if they wanted to attack too, the boy watched as the opponents dropped their sabers, smiled amiably, and explained that he had misunderstood them. With a gesture of his hand, Pa ordered them to gather to the side so as not to interfere, and they all obeyed his order without asking unnecessary arguments. Pak calmly asked if any of the guys had a rope, because he wanted to tie Chui up securely and protect himself. One of the guys in the green suit nodded and said that he had a rope, and he could give it to him. Looking at the guys in cloaks standing in front of him, Pak asked with cold interest how much reward he was supposed to get for all of them. Falling to their knees, throwing down their weapons, they shouted that the reward was only for Chui, who had forced them to attack. Lying on the ground and bleeding, Chui completely lost his strength and could no longer continue to fight. His body could not withstand further struggle. Tears ran down his cheeks, blood poured from his nose and mouth, and he hatedly accused the boys of betrayal and weakness. Chui started screaming and called the guys leeches who were only using him, and his voice made Pak turn around in surprise. With surprise, Pak noticed the voice and asked if Chui had already woken up from the battle and was ready for further resistance. Hearing Chui's words, the boys in robes began shouting at him to shut up, claiming that he should have been in prison a long time ago. Pak asked in surprise if he really didn't need people in cloaks, and the boys shouted affirmatively. Suddenly, the guy in the green suit said that the guys in robes were lying. They were criminals too, and there was a reward for them too. The boys in robes cried out pleadingly and declared that they were just ordinary servants and that false and inaccurate rumors were being spread about them. Lying on the ground, Chui asked if Pak was bothered by the laws when he tied up a person without trial. Hearing Chui's voice again, Pak turned back abruptly, full of question and surprise, trying to understand what exactly his tied-up opponent wanted to say. Continuing, Chui said that the boy here has freedom, and if he lets him go, he will treat him with respect, like a king. Coming closer, Pa sent Chui into a half-asleep state with a powerful kick to the face, causing him to switch off a little and stop interfering. With a strong blow, the guy knocked out Chukshvi's teeth. Foam came out of his mouth, and the opponent was again unconscious. After a brief silence, Pak turned to the cloak boys, studying their faces to decide what to do next. With doubt in his voice, he asked the guy in green if they really were criminals and received confirmation. With downcast faces, the guys in robes realized that they had been exposed, and now there was no point in counting on salvation. Thinking that there were too many guys, Pei thought about how to deliver all the criminals, and heard from the guy in the green suit that there was a car that they could load everyone into. With a caustic grin, Puck said goodnight to the boys in robes, calling them babies, showing his superiority and control over the situation. The defeated cloaked boys and the seriously wounded Chui were loaded into the car, after which the group quickly moved on without looking back. In the trunk were bound criminals who were screaming loudly and fearing the unknown future that awaited them outside the car. Inside the car, the guys in green suits thanked Pak for saving them, although he had no intention of saving them, remaining cold and indifferent. In the back seats, the guys insisted that thanks to Pak, they were saved and asked not to reject their sincere gratitude for help. Lost in thought, Pak thought about the reward for saving the guys in green suits, since they insisted it was important to them. Continuing on, Pak asked the driver about his abilities, and he replied that he had fencing, stalking skills, and reconnaissance. The fact that the three skills developed gradually, first fencing training, and then other skills, surprised Puck. New information about the possibility of acquiring skills right during the hunt became an important discovery for the guy. Thinking that Pa didn't know such obvious things, the driver began to doubt the guy's ordinariness. Lost in thought, Pak recalled Chui's screams that paralyzed his body and thought about mastering a magical technique for further battles with monsters. Suddenly, the guy noticed something unusual ahead, which surprised him greatly and attracted his attention with its mystery and unfamiliarity. The ruined buildings were visible ahead, and above them rose an arch of a different color, like a portal or a gate to another dimension. Stopping at the crossroads, the car's engine died down, and Pa looked around carefully, seeing a strange glow ahead. Pak asked in surprise if this was the entrance to a portal, his voice reflecting his curiosity about the unknown that lay ahead. The driver confirmed the guy's guess about the entrance to the portal, with surprise, tense, and amazed that Pa did not know what he considered to be elementary things. While telling the story, the guy explained that the first-level portal is the easiest, and it was originally their goal, an ideal option for beginners. Looking at the entrance with pity, the guy said that with a mercenary license he could enter inside, but without it, the way into the portal was closed. The guy asked in surprise, asking if Pak really didn't have a license yet. He was amazed that Pak still hadn't registered as a mercenary. Having answered in the affirmative, Pa noted that the lack of a license was a temporary fact. The confidence in his voice hinted at a quick resolution to this issue. Looking with eyes full of horror, the guy did not understand how Pak, knowing the terrifying facts of the portals, could so calmly share them with others. Military planes were called into the portals, and few monsters survived their attacks, making battles less dangerous for the mercenaries. Knowing about portals, the guy understood that mercenaries get little experience for first-level goblins, and this does not help to quickly increase the level. To gain experience, the guy needs to kill strong monsters in the second-level portal, where they are more dangerous, and this will help increase his level faster. Shocked by the words, the driver did not understand how Park, without entering the first-level portal, was able to defeat Choi Gu-shik of level C. Lost in thought, Pak turned around questioningly, seeing the driver's surprised look because his reaction caused the guy's slight bewilderment. The driver was surprised when he mentioned Pak's low level and did not understand how the guy had defeated a strong criminal. Noticing how the car approached the cliff, Pa asked the driver to be careful, surprised by the question about the level, which left him confused. Deciding to reach out, Pa made a small request, waiting for a response from the driver while the car was parked near the entrance to the portal. The driver looked surprised and tensed up, expecting a strange request from Pak, his gaze reflecting wariness. Meanwhile, a whole group of military personnel was waiting at the exit of the portal. They were with heavy equipment and medical vehicles. As the portal opened, a human silhouette appeared at the exit. Tension grew as the military and medics waited for the team to exit the danger zone. Proudly striding out, the leader of the new awakened walked ahead, his confidence contrasting with the fatigue of the team behind him. Wounded and weakened guys appeared from behind, their steps heavy after the battle in the portal. Having lost his arm, one guy on the team walked with a gaping wound, and his partner encouraged him, asking him to be patient while they approached the medics. Seeing the medical vehicles, the guy shouted that his partner needed urgent help. He was worried about his comrade and sincerely wanted to help. The group leader ahead was angry about the procedure for obtaining mercenary licenses. He thought they were being handed out to everyone. Trying to calm him down, Khan assured the captain that he knew about the guild's situation, and all the newcomers were like that now, without proper training. Angry at the injustice, the captain was indignant that rich children easily became awakened without deserving that status. Believing that the guys were buying monsters through brokers and finishing them off without skills, the captain condemned them for their lack of real strength. By hiring bounty hunters who went on missions, the guys thus raised their levels at their expense. By joining guilds, such awakened ones fight monsters, but without skills they cannot avoid being killed. Angry at the injustice, the captain raged against the power of money, but Khan calmed him down by offering him a drink to relieve the stress of the mission. Seeing the military, the captain asked why there was so much noise in Zone 1, and Khan suggested that perhaps something serious had happened in the portal. Approaching the lieutenant, the captain received a greeting, and Kang Mi-hyuk inquired about what had happened, demanding an explanation about the noise in the area. The lieutenant responded to the captain and reported that they had caught 10 robbers in Zone 1, and his words surprised Khan and Han. Continuing, the lieutenant mentioned that among the robbers was Choi Gu-shik of E-Rank and asked if Kang knew anything about such a criminal. Unbelieving his ears, Kang was surprised that someone could catch such a strong criminal, and doubts overwhelmed him from this unexpected news. Asking incredulously, the captain assumed that the one who caught Choi must be a high level, but the lieutenant laughed, saying that it was an F-level guy who did it. Upon hearing the news, Kang and Han didn't believe it, thinking it was a joke, and couldn't understand how a rank F rookie could defeat such a strong enemy. Meanwhile, Choi was being carried tied up on a blanket by the military, and the lieutenant said that the boy had beaten him, leaving him with multiple injuries and fractures. Lost in thought, Kan wondered what kind of wanderer could defeat such a strong opponent, and remembered the strange guy he saw at the 77th gate. The captain asked the lieutenant with an angry expression where the one who defeated Choi was, and his question surprised his interlocutor. The lieutenant quickly responded by saying that the boy had recently entered the portal and the captain had run off in an unknown direction, leaving Khan puzzled. Running away quickly, the captain did not answer Khan's question. His eyes were burning with determination, and he thought that he had to see for himself his assumptions regarding the guy. Running to the van, the captain loudly called out to the private, his cries echoing everywhere, attracting the attention of the soldiers standing near the equipment. Watching what was happening, the soldier at the van looked questioningly at the running Khan, not understanding the reason for his haste and excitement. Hearing the screams, the private in the headphones turned around in fear, saw the captain, thought that something serious had happened, and asked about it. After asking about the guy who caught Choi Gu-shik, the captain asked if he had entered the portal, and the sergeant was surprised by the unexpected question. Entering the first rank portal, Pak and the guy in the green suit walked together, each of them ready for the trials hidden in this portal. Dressed in a special suit, Puck noticed that passing through the portal did not cause pain, a fact that surprised him. After explaining about the suits, the guy in the green suit said that things from their world cannot be brought here, and clothes made from materials taken from different portals, which Pa was wearing, are very expensive. Seeing the glow, Pak turned around questioningly, not understanding what kind of light it was, his curiosity growing in front of the unknown phenomenon. Asking the guy in the green uniform, Pa inquired about the light, not understanding the nature of the strange glow coming from the portal. The boy answered briefly, explaining that it was a door to a portal, and his words shed light on the nature of the glow that Puck had seen. After explaining the structure, the guy in the green suit said that the portal was divided into 38 internal portals, and they entered the 24th. Suddenly disappearing, the door to the portal disappeared, and the guys looked at each other in surprise, not understanding what happened in this strange place. After asking about the door, Puck learned from the guy that he needed to clear the place for it to appear again, and this explanation puzzled him a little. Thinking about the cleanup, Puck decided that he needed to kill all the monsters, but the guy clarified that it was enough to destroy only their boss. Pulling himself up happily, Puck prepared for battle, telling the boy to wait, surprising him with his order, because he didn't think Puck was going to fight the monsters alone. With horror in his voice, the boy said that he couldn't just wait for Puck, insisting on going with him on a monster hunt. Running quickly, Puck split the ground, And from the push, the guy in the green suit recoiled from the push and the force that knocked him off his feet. Surprised by Pak, the boy wondered who he was, and his assumptions about Pa's unusual abilities became more and more firmly rooted in his memory. Looking at the split earth, the boy thought about Pak's abilities, amazed by his strength, which left traces at the place of his rapid dash. Suddenly remembering, the boy realized an important detail that could affect their safety in the portal, and his eyes widened in horror. In horror, the boy realized that Pa did not know where the door would appear, and might not have time to get out after clearing the portal. Realizing the danger, the boy ran after Pak, fearing that he would remain in the portal forever and disappear along with him after the cleansing. While watching the screens, the lieutenant in the van noticed an alert, and his attention was drawn to a change in the portal data. Khan asked in surprise what had happened, and the sergeant replied that the door to Portal 24 had just closed. Angry at the missed opportunity, the captain cursed, realizing that he had lost track of the boy again, and his irritation grew with each passing second. Rising high, dense trees filled the portal, creating a gloomy atmosphere where danger lurked behind every trunk. Approaching with weapons, the goblins advanced menacingly on their enemy, their footsteps sounding ominous in the silence of the portal. One goblin was sent flying as he took the blow, drool flying and his face contorted in pain from the powerful blow to his jaw. The goblins fell one after another, scattering in all directions, not understanding what was happening as their opponent dealt swift blows. Seeing the enemy, the remaining goblins readied their weapons, preparing to attack, their eyes blazing with malice before the inevitable fight. One goblin flew off the blow, falling to the side, his body limp as the enemy continued to attack the others. As he rushed past, Pak struck at the goblins. His speed was astonishing, and each blow sent the enemies flying in different directions across the forest clearing. Dropping his weapon, one goblin was left defenseless, and Puck bent down to pick up the dagger, noting that it was quite good. Approaching the goblin's corpse, Puck began to extract the valuable stone from its heart, focusing on the task at hand despite the bloody scene. The blood flying around created a terrible stench, and Puck covered his face with a mask to protect himself from the smell, continuing his work. Looking closely, Puck studied the goblin heart gem, assessing its value. After counting the loot, Puck noted that only one of the three goblins had a stone, but remembered that money was not his main problem right now. Opening the system window, Puck thought it was more important to raise his levels to enter high-level portals, and focused on his stats. Meanwhile, approaching the scene of the battle, the guy in the green suit froze, seeing the bodies of the killed goblins, and amazement overwhelmed him. Walking between the bodies, the boy didn't realize how many victims Puck had left behind, and his shock grew as he surveyed the battlefield. The boy's eyes glowed strangely, reflecting his obsession with finding Puck, and he moved forward as if led by an invisible force. Hearing strange sounds behind the trees, the boy realized where to go, moving among the bodies of slain goblins scattered everywhere. After killing a pack of goblins, Puck studied the system window, checking how many points had been added and what level he had reached after this battle. Noticing 102 points, Puck realized that he could buy 2 skills and began choosing them, looking through the available options in the system. While choosing the beast taming skill, Puck didn't notice how new goblins were approaching from behind at high speed, ready to attack. Sensing the approach, Puck turned around at the last moment, preparing to attack, and his body tensed, ready for another fight with the enemies. As soon as the goblin approached, the guy hit him with his fist, knocking him off his feet, and the monster fell to the ground from the powerful blow. The boy skillfully struck, scattering the goblins in different directions, their blood splattering, and he continued to fight with unstoppable force. Deciding to use not only his fists but also weapons, Puck took up the goblin's sword, increasing the number of victims, and prepared for new attacks from the enemies. Flying to the side, one monster fell, and the system announced that 545 points had been reached, which were displayed on the screen in front of Puck. While Puck continued to fight, killing monsters one after another, the system notified about the level increase. But at the same moment, an error occurred. Not understanding what happened, Puck stared at the screen in surprise. What kind of synchronization was being discussed, and why the error occurred? Having successfully synchronized, the system showed Khan's second level and its characteristics, which he began to study with interest. Noticing the increase in status, Puck saw that the points increased his stats a little, and this gave him confidence. While choosing new skills in the system store, the guy decided to purchase the ability to summon a tree spirit. He had enough points for the purchase. The system also notified Pak of new abilities, and he began to study his rewards. Surprised, Pak tried to understand what the ability to summon a spirit that he had acquired was, and how it could help him in battle. Not understanding what the ability to summon a tree spirit was, the boy decided to use this skill right away, and after choosing, his body began to reflect circles and glow. Suddenly appearing in front of Puck was a fairy with leaf wings and a crown of leaves, surprising him with her unusual appearance. Remembering the planet of two moons, Puck thought that he had already seen this fairy, but he had taken her for an ordinary firefly, not a spirit. After giving his instructions, Puck ordered the tree spirit to search for the goblins in the portal, hoping that it would help him find the remaining enemies. Flying forward, the spirit left sparkling circles, and Puck decided to follow it, hoping to find the target in the portal faster. Understanding that the spirit was reading the tree's memories, Puck felt the slow data transfer and attributed it to the low skill level. After turning to the system, Pa decided to purchase the reconnaissance and tracking skills to improve his ability to find enemies. Closing his eyes, Pak listened to the vibrations around him, trying to catch any signs of danger or the presence of monsters in the portal. Crouching on the ground, Puck used his reconnaissance skill, placing his hand on the surface to sense hidden signals around him. Feeling a strange feeling, the guy wondered if the body was pointing to monsters, and the unusual perception was leading him to the enemies in the portal. Using the tracking skill, the boy noticed how his eyes glowed with a strange light, enhancing his ability to find enemies. Closing his eyes, the boy thought, receiving information about the dead monsters, and did not understand why this data came to his mind. Feeling the vibrations, the guy froze, listening to the ground, and tried to understand what was hidden behind these strange signals around. Looking into the forest, Pak decided to move on, realizing that there was something hidden behind the trees that required his attention. Glowing red, Pak's eyes burned with malice. He realized that there was not a goblin behind the trees, but another monster, and he was ready for battle. Puck broke into a run, leaping over boulders with the goblin sword, his steps swift and his determination driving him forward. Running out into the clearing, Puck froze, seeing a scene that surprised him and thought, assessing the unexpected situation in front of him. Having attacked the guy, the huge monster pinned him down, and he barely held back the blow of the monster's sword, fighting with all his might in the clearing. Sitting down on a rock, Puck shouted at the guy, asking what he was doing here, his voice reflecting irritation and surprise at the meeting. Holding back the blow, the boy turned around when he heard Puck and was glad that he had come, despite the difficulty of the fight with the monster. Angered, Pa reminded him that he had told the boy to wait at the entrance to the portal, and his irritation grew from his companion's disobedience. With difficulty holding back the monster, the boy reminded Puck with horror that he was under attack, and his strength was weakening under the onslaught of the monster. Smiling at the weakness, Puck realized that the guy was not ready for a conversation, and his mockery reflected confidence in his own strength. Fighting with all his might, the boy did not want to die from the monster's dagger, and his despair grew with every moment of the battle. Calling out to Puck, the boy asked for help, his voice trembling with fear as he tried to resist the onslaught of the monster. The tip of the monster's dagger froze as it touched his cheek, but he turned to the side in surprise, distracted by a sudden movement nearby. Puck jumped on the monster and attacked, but it managed to prevent the blow, covering itself with a huge shield, defending itself from the rapid onslaught. The force of the jump threw the monster to the side. The shield fell from its paws, and Puck approached with a dagger, ready to continue the furious attack. Standing up quickly, the monster grabbed the shield, taking a fighting stance, and his anger burned in his eyes, foreshadowing a fierce resistance. Khan kicked the monster in the stomach, causing blood to gush out as the force of the blow shook the massive creature's body. Flying towards the rock, the monster collapsed, its weapon scattered, and Puck's blow left it weakened before its next attack. Continuing the attack, Puck rushed forward with his sword, not intending to stop, and his determination led him to the fallen enemy. The weakened monster was bleeding, his strength was gone, and he was barely holding on, and Puck was preparing for the final blow. With a determined leap, Puck raised his dagger, aiming it at the monster, and his movement was precise, heralding the end of the fight. With a precise blow, Puck hit the monster right in the heart, knocking it down, and the system notified him of receiving a new level for the victory. Without taking out his dagger, Pa learned that he had received 120 points and considered it a generous reward for the hard battle. Watching in horror, the guy in the green suit looked at Puck and the slain monster, shocked by the outcome of the furious fight. Catching the look, Puck turned around and asked the guy in the green suit if the portal door would open now that their mission was complete. The stunned boy replied that the portal door should open, and his words reflected confidence in the success of their cleansing. The portal door suddenly opened, allowing the boys to return to their world, leaving behind the dangers of the inner space. Walking between the military vehicles, the guys after exiting the portal noticed the surprised looks of the military watching them. Getting out of the car, the sergeant asked the lieutenant in surprise if this was the guy who had caught Choi Gu-shik, and received an affirmative answer. The sergeant rushed into the car and ran, and the lieutenant, not understanding what was happening, followed him, overcome with curiosity. Looking at the screens, the sergeant did not understand how the mission could be completed in such a short time, and the lieutenant was surprised by his question. Saying goodbye to Pak, the guy in the green suit promised to contact him later, and Pak said that he would leave his things in the storage room. Deciding to take a rest after the mission, Puck went to a bar to have some refreshment and reflect on the events that took place in the portal. At the door of the bar, Puck found himself thinking that he was very hungry and wanted to eat, feeling tired after a hard day. Suddenly noticing the man, Puck's gaze stopped, greatly surprised that a stranger in the crowd of the bar had attracted his unexpected attention. Approaching Puck, the stranger greeted him by name, and Puck asked who he was, not recognizing the man in front of him. Introducing himself as the commander of the Scylla Guild, Kang Mi-hyuk asked Park for a conversation, and his words aroused the boy's curiosity. After walking behind the counter, Pa and Kang sat down at the side of the room to talk, away from the hustle and bustle. Taking the coffee, Pa received a business card from Khan and looked at it with surprise, not expecting such an official approach. When inviting Pak, Kang offered to join the Scylla Guild, assuring him that the conditions were ideal for professional growth. Sipping his coffee, Pak calmly replied that he didn't need it, and his refusal sounded confident, without a hint of doubt. Surprised by the refusal, Khan was embarrassed, not expecting such a reaction, and his thoughts were confused by the unexpected turn of the conversation. Not believing the refusal, Kang thought that Pa was jacking up the price, and the tension grew as he tried to understand the guy's motives. Continuing to persuade, Kang said that if Pak was already a member of some guild, Scylla would make an official invitation, but he did not back down from his offer. Answering calmly, Pak clarified that he was not a member of any guilds. His words were firm, with no desire to change his position. Mentioning the top, Kang said that the Scylla Guild was in 4th place and offered the best conditions, but Pak remained indifferent. Calmly objecting, Pak said he did not want to work under his superior, and his position was clear. Discouraged by the guy's words, Kang remained silent. He didn't know what to answer or what other arguments to bring in his favor. After the meeting, Pak decided to go to his brother's apartment to rest and think about the conversation with Khan and the events of the day. Entering the house, Pak felt a strange silence, and the absence of familiar sounds in the apartment made him slightly uneasy. Surprised by the emptiness, Pa noted that his brother was not yet home from work, and the apartment seemed unusually lifeless. Stepping out onto the balcony, Pak lay down on the wooden board, relaxing on the floor under the open sky in silence. With a basin of laundry in her hands, the neighboring grandmother asked why Pak was lying on the balcony, and her tone was full of her usual grumpiness. Smiling, Pak invited his grandmother to join him, noting that the weather was perfect for an afternoon nap in the fresh air. While hanging out the laundry, Grandma asked if Pak couldn't see how busy she was, but he closed his eyes, silently enjoying the moment. Getting up after a while, Pak decided to help his grandmother with the laundry, and she asked him to do it properly, grumbling about his ineptitude. Asking again, Grandma inquired if Pak was really Jenwoo's father's brother, and her voice again betrayed curiosity and doubt. Smiling back, Park confirmed that he was Jenwoo's father's brother, his words filled with a hint of pride for the family. Not believing the words, the grandmother was surprised and asked if Jong had matured in Park's opinion. Still amazed by their relationship, in response to his grandmother, Park said that Jong had grown up a lot, and she jokingly called him a rascal, agreeing with Park. After talking about the changes, Grandma noted that after the appearance of monsters and the death of many people, it would be strange if Jong remained the same, and Park agreed. When Grandma began giving instructions, she told Pa to be careful not to hurt Jong after 10 years of separation, and her words were sincere. Understanding his grandmother, Pak remained silent with a smile. He decided not to reveal his thoughts about her instructions. As she was getting ready to leave, Grandma heard Pak promise not to die just like that. But she said that this is what those who die first say. When Zhang returned home with Zhenwu and the puppy, they saw Grandma, and Zhang asked where Pak was, not noticing him right away. Answering briefly, Grandma said that Pa was upstairs, pointing to the balcony where he was resting after a long day. Once upstairs, Zhang, his son, and the puppy greeted Pak, who was sitting on the balcony, and their meeting filled the house with warmth. Taking out a white envelope, Pa placed it in front of Zhang, and his brother froze, looking at the unexpected object. Looking at the envelope, Zhang asked his brother what it was while Zhenwu played with the puppy, oblivious to the tense moment between the adults. Having told him about the money, Pak said that there were $40,000 in the envelope and told Zhang to pay off the debt to solve his problem. Zhang couldn't believe his ears and was surprised that his brother, who had never helped, was giving money to pay off a debt. Doubts overwhelmed him from the unexpectedness. Taking the envelope, Zhang asked with disbelief where Pak got such money, trying to understand how his brother got such a sum. Without answering the question, Pa asked his brother to go to the bank, pay off the debt, and then have dinner together, avoiding unnecessary explanations. Overjoyed, Zhang asked how to thank his brother for his kindness, and his voice trembled with gratitude for the unexpected help. Answering calmly, Pak said that nothing was needed and asked his brother to return quickly after going to the bank. Taking the envelope, Zhang turned around, barely hiding his tears, and agreed to accept his brother's help, touched by his generosity. He called out to his brother, and Pa stopped Zhang with a smile, who was about to leave for the bank. Zhang turned around in surprise and looked at Pak, tears glistening in his eyes from the overwhelming emotion. Asking his brother, Park told him to buy some meat and soju on the way home, adding some lightness to their tense conversation. Delighted by the offer, Zhang was happy that his brother had returned, promising to return quickly, and asked Pak to look after Genwu. While playing with the puppy, Genwu was unaware of the conversation, while Park turned to the system window to check his current stats. Appearing on the screen, the system announced that an object had been recorded and offered to choose a name, causing Pak to be slightly confused. At first, Pak did not understand who they were talking about, but then he realized that they were talking about a puppy and asked Genwu what to name him. The boy began to insist on the name Peku. Surprised by such a name, Pa still agreed with Genwu's choice, and his joy at the boy's decision was reflected in a smile. After notifying about the registration, the system reported that the puppy Peku had a power of 3 and a level of 1. Pak accepted this information. After tossing the ball, Pak told Peku to bring it, and the puppy ran, with Genwu admiring his speed as he watched the game. Praising the puppy, Genwu would call him to him, and Pak would watch over them, making sure the boy and the dog were safe. The sun created a warm light as it set over the city, and the evening gradually enveloped the streets while Park and Genwu were on the balcony. The tired boy lay down on a wooden board, said he was hungry, and asked where his father was, since a lot of time had passed. Walking up to the balcony, Pa looked down and said that Zhang was already on his way, having noticed his car in the yard. Looking at the car under the balcony, Pak was sure that his brother had returned and would soon rise, which meant a quick meeting of the whole family. Hearing the footsteps, Genwu happily ran to greet his father, and Park followed behind him, expecting to see Zhang after his trip. Completely covered in blood, Zhang went up to the second floor. Blood was flowing from his nose and head. He tried to call his son in a weak voice. Seeing his father, Genwu froze in shock, unable to move. The blood on Zhang's face made him feel terrified. Barely able to stand, Zhang was unable to speak. His condition worsened, and he looked completely exhausted after the attack. Zhang fell to the floor, leaving pools of blood, and Genwu, screaming in fear, ran towards his father, overcome with panic and fear. Hearing the screams, Pak ran to look, and seeing Zhang covered in blood, he did not understand what had happened, shocked by the terrible picture. Relaxing after work, the employees of the credit office were resting, while the calm atmosphere of the evening reigned in the office. The secretary stood next to the boss's desk while he fiddled with the computer, while other employees played poker, enjoying the imminent end of the workday. When asking about the bets, the boss asked the secretary about SPFC during the week, and he replied that John Harvey had placed 1.2 and Dan Jin Chal 7. After clarifying about the competition, the boss asked about Mikhail and Beyond the Horizon, and the secretary confirmed that everyone was focused on Mikhail. Asked about the problems, the boss wondered if Over the Horizon was having difficulties, mentioning Tiger Frizenda's failure last season. Hearing the noise, everyone in the office turned to the door, and the tension in the room grew while the source of the sound remained unclear. Shouting loudly, the boss asked what was going on outside, demanding an immediate answer from the employees in the hallway. The head of security, who was playing poker, started shouting and ordered the others to go out and check what was causing the noise outside the doors. Suddenly, the doors opened, and one of the employees entered. At first, only his body was visible. His face remained in the shadows. Silently looking at the doors, the employees in the office waited for an explanation, trying to understand the reason for the noise behind the office doors. Having revealed himself completely, the employee with a bloody face informed the boss about the problems, his voice trembling with pain and fear. Before he could finish speaking, the employee was grabbed by the head from behind with great force and dragged out of sight of the others. After dragging him forcefully into the corridor, the attacker left only the employee's legs sticking out, whose screams echoed throughout the room. The employees in the office were shocked and did not understand what was happening, and their faces reflected confusion and fear. Rushing to the doors, the employees ran to find out who was beating their colleague, driven by anger and a desire to sort things out. Suddenly, the employee's body flew at the others, knocking them down, and chaos engulfed the office from the unexpected attack. The two employees fell onto the table, their bodies colliding with the furniture, adding to the panic in the cramped space. One officer pulled out a knife and prepared to fight, their anger growing, and they wanted to deal with the attacker immediately. A moment later, the attacker's blue glowing eyes appeared in the doorway, causing horror in everyone present in the office. Appearing in the doorway, Pak held on to the doorframe, his eyes burning with anger and determination, frightening everyone in the office. Watching in horror, the staff thought Pak was crazy, their gazes reflecting fear at his sudden and aggressive appearance. After knocking over the cabinet, Pak threw it at the employees with force, and they barely managed to dodge the falling furniture in the cramped office. The glass shattered and fragments from the impact flew at the employees, who screamed in pain, trying to protect themselves from the sharp pieces. The fragments hit the eyes and scattered around the office, injuring everyone, and the screams of pain from the employees filled the room with chaos. Turning the table over, Pak forcefully threw away one employee, who flew away, thrown up by the powerful blow. Having flown straight through the broken window, he shocked another employee who was watching what was happening. The broken glass flew down. The employee fell from the window of the high-rise building where the office was located and screamed in pain and fear. Approaching another employee, Pak stepped on his head, thus finishing him off, and those around him were horrified by the cruelty of the attacker. The chief tensed in fear as he realized that Pak was approaching him, and his heart pounded in fear of the inevitable. Heading toward the table, Pak deftly dealt with everyone. Corpses and wounded employees lay around. Blood covered the floor. Watching in horror, the chief and secretary feared for their lives, their eyes reflecting panic in the face of Pak's uncontrollable rage. With a trembling voice, the boss asked if the secretary knew this madman, trying to understand who was standing in front of them in the office. The secretary hesitantly suggested that Pa might be awakened, and his words added to the chief's fear. As he approached, Pak kicked the table with force, pointing it at his boss and secretary with fierce determination. The table hit him in the stomach, causing the boss and secretary to scream in pain and bend over, but Pak continued to keep his leg on the table. The secretary hid in the corner, trembling, and Park, climbing onto the table, asked the boss if his name was really Kim Jong-soo. Not understanding how Pak knew the name, the boss answered affirmatively, fearing the consequences of refusing in such a tense situation. After asking Pak, the boss asked who he was, trying to understand what motivated this angry guy in their office. Handing over the envelope, Pak said that he had come to pay off Jong's debt, and his words sounded firm despite the chaos around him. The chief looked at him angrily and said that Pak was definitely crazy, and his anger grew in the face of the insolence of the uninvited guest. Angry at Pak, the chief asked if the awakened one really thought he could get away with it, but Pak remained silent and did not answer. Pak's silence, while irritating his boss, created an eerie atmosphere, and his calmness increased the fear in the office. Suddenly, Pak began to hit his boss on the cheeks with all his might, shocking him. The man didn't even have time to defend himself. While slapping, Pa asked why they beat Jong, who had come to pay off a debt, and his blows were accompanied by angry words. Continuing to beat, Pak said that they could have calmly taken the money and left, but his anger grew with each blow. The chief's head swayed from side to side as he was hit, and the pain from Pa's slap became unbearable. Unexpectedly receiving a strong slap, the chief felt blood gush out, and Pa's blow was sharp and painful. Crying in pain, the chief begged Pak to spare him, his voice trembling as he pleaded for the brutal beating to stop. Looking angrily at the man, Pak demanded that the office pay off Jung's debt, threatening to beat him endlessly, swinging his arm to strike. With his teeth knocked out and crying, the boss promised to resolve the issue of Jung's debt, his voice trembling with fear. Sitting on the table, Pak looked at the surviving employees and the boss, kneeling with their heads down in front of him. Bleeding, the staff fearfully assured Pak that Jung's debt had been fully repaid, fearing his further actions. With an angry demand, Park ordered the employees to repeat once again that Jung's debt was cleared, increasing their fear of him. The employees shouted louder and repeated that the debt had been repaid, fearing further beatings from Pa, and their voices trembled. With malice in his voice, Pak threatened to kill them the next time they met and told them to avoid him, emphasizing the seriousness of the threat. Falling at his feet, the employees promised to take Pa's words into account, and their fear forced them to submit to his demands. Crouched down, the staff were afraid to make a sound or raise their heads, their bodies shaking in fear of Pak. Fearing for his life, the chief also obediently ducked and remained silent. He would no longer be able to withstand Pa's new attacks. After a while, the boss carefully raised his eyes, checking if Pa had left, the tension still gripping his body. Reporting, one of the employees who stood up said that Pak had left, and everyone began to stand up cautiously, worried that Pak might return. The chief angrily declared that Park and Jung were dead, thinking that his connections would help avenge the attack. On the other side of town, at the Bureau of the Awakened, a different story was unfolding, full of debate and discussion about the mysterious newcomer. Arriving at the office, Kan walked into the manager's office. His steps were quick, and he was determined to discuss something important. By shouting urgency, Kan interrupted the manager who, considering him stupid, did not understand what had caused such a commotion. Angered by the sudden intrusion into his office, the manager protested, but Kan showed him an electronic folder containing documents that required his attention. Showing the questionnaire, Kang stated that Park was a top-level rookie, emphasizing his unusual abilities despite his low rank. Not believing in the strength of a rank F rookie, the boss doubted that the guy who registered today possessed such power. Saying this with delight, Kan called it doubly cool and asked to get information about Pak to reveal his secrets. While trying to request data, the boss received a system error and access was blocked, leaving him confused by the database failure. Surprised by the blocking, the boss did not understand why access was closed, and Kan was also puzzled by the strange behavior of the system. After asking about the guy, Pa asked who he was, and Kang responded by asking his boss to get information about the mysterious newcomer. After pressing a few buttons, the boss reported that the data had loaded and his efforts had finally paid off. Suddenly falling silent, the boss stared at the monitor in surprise, amazed by the information reflected before his eyes. Impressed by the boy's rapid increase in level and abilities, the boss asked about his F level, and Kan did not understand when the boy had gained so many points. Not understanding the blocking, the boss was surprised why Pak's biography was unavailable, and this raised new questions about the guy. Finding no information about Pak joining the clan, the chief suggested that there was something interesting about the boy, and Kang agreed, supporting his opinion. Asking for a skills test, Khan instructed them to find out what abilities Pak had, hoping to understand the source of his incredible strength. While checking the luggage, the chief was surprised that Pak only had bread and water and did not understand how this was connected with his victories. Surprised and angry, Khan did not understand why the boss could not find data on the boy's abilities. His irritation grew from the ambiguity. The chief asked in surprise if Park had caught Choi Gu-shik with bread and water, but Kang remained tensely silent. As he pictured the scene, Kang imagined Park throwing buns and water at Choi, and the thought seemed completely absurd to him. After finding the data, the boss learned that Park had disappeared 10 years ago and considered it too suspicious for a newbie. When asked about Park, the chief suggested that he was a government agent, but Kang replied that he thought he was an ordinary hunter. Not believing this suggestion, Kang doubted that Park could be connected to the state, but this changed his view. By ordering him to surrender, the chief was confident that Pak, who was 99% connected to the government, would not join Khan's team. The boss mockingly said that he had found out everything about Pak, and Kang understood why the guy had been cold during their conversation at the bar. Deeply upset, Kang offered his boss a cup of coffee to take his mind off his failure to recruit Pak. As he left the office, Khan asked why an agent would hunt monsters, and the boss didn't understand why Khan cared. After asking, Kang wanted his superior to continue monitoring Pak's actions, but Pak reminded him that he was advising Kang to abandon the idea. Insisting on his own, Khan thought that something unusual might happen to Pak, but the boss refused, citing his busy schedule. Meanwhile, Pak went to the hospital building to visit his brother, who was injured after the attack, and to tell him the news. After buying some food, Pak went into Zhong's room, worried about his condition after the beating, and his steps were full of anxiety. Entering the room, Pa saw that Zhong had come to his senses, and relief was reflected on his face at the sight of his brother. With his head bandaged from the beating, Zhong turned around happily when he saw Pak, and his smile was genuine. Bringing a lot of fast food, Park surprised Zhong with the amount of food, but said that eating a lot would speed up his discharge from the hospital. The French fries, burgers, and nuggets on the table filled the space with different smells, making one hungry. After asking about his health, Pa asked if Zhong was feeling better, and his brother replied that the bandages would be removed tomorrow, feeling better. After clarifying about the exam, Zhong asked if it was tomorrow, and Pak affirmatively confirmed the date of the test. With hope in his voice, Zhong noted that Pak's success in the exam and joining the guild would be a great step for the future. Remembering the past, Pa thought about how he became the king of the forest on the planet of 2 moons and subjugated an entire flock. As Pak chewed his nugget, he wondered if he should live under someone's authority and doubted the necessity of subordination. Offering to help, Zhong said that he would find out about guilds for Pak, wanting to support his brother in his endeavors. Resolutely answering, Pak said that it was not necessary, and he would create his own guild, confident in his desire for independence. Zhong was greatly surprised and couldn't believe that his brother wanted to create a guild rather than join an existing one, which left him amazed. Walking down the corridor of the Awakened Bureau, Choi was on her way to run errands, unaware of the events that lay ahead. As Choi went about her tasks, she didn't expect anything out of the ordinary until her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden shout from her superior. The boss called the girl loudly, making her freeze, and she did not understand why he was shouting, looking around in bewilderment. Turning to her boss, Choi asked what happened, her voice reflecting a mixture of mild irritation and curiosity. After asking about the problems, the boss asked if Choi had any difficulties, but she did not understand what he meant. Shouting in anger, the chief said that there had been 2 disturbances in the Choi area and asked if she realized that the Brit's portal could have destroyed Seoul. Angry at the accusations, Choi asked if they couldn't do anything without her, her words clearly laced with irritation. The boss clutched his head and asked Choi to help, complaining that the daily problems with the portals were exhausting, but she remained silent. After suggesting that she quit, Choi advised her boss to write a resignation letter, but he was indignant, citing his forgetfulness. Shouting in frustration, the boss wanted to know why Choi was not performing his task well, and his question was filled with irritation and confusion. Choi responded dismissively, saying that she didn't know the reason and hadn't been able to concentrate on her tasks lately. After handing over the paper, the boss stopped listening to Choi, and she asked what it was, not expecting any new instructions from him. After reading the document, Choi became furious and was infuriated that instead of resting, she was being sent on a mission again. Speaking with irritation, the boss asked if Choi thought she was the only one suffering, and noted that this was not the first time for her. Choi, angry, left, saying she had had enough, and the boss did not understand what she meant, leaving him confused. Shouting after him, he began to accuse Choi of creating an oppressive atmosphere and asked not to fire the newcomers, citing a shortage of personnel in the guilds. Choi yelled back that hiring just anyone would lead to death in battle, and her boss became furious at her attitude. Before taking the exam, Pat went to the university building to get permission to become a mercenary and pass the test. Waiting in the corridor, many children were preparing for the exam, and some of them were not there for the first time. While filming a video, one guy asked for support from subscribers, saying that he was taking an exam, and his broadcast attracted attention. Promising content, the guy said he would become a hunter and create a video, asking subscribers to like and subscribe. Sitting on the floor, the guy thanked for the $20 donation and invited others to also support his broadcast. Attracting the attention of all the students, 3 guys in special uniforms and red caps came out into the corridor. The guy who was filming the broadcast became very tense and told his followers that the guards had come out and stopped filming because it was prohibited. Feeling the gaze, the guy turned around in surprise, noticing that Pak was looking at the screen of his phone, and this puzzled him. After asking Pak, the guy asked what happened and if it was the first time he saw the broadcast. His tone was irritated. Smiling, Pak responded by calling the guy interesting, but this only made the video blogger even more angry. Walking away and calling Pak an old man, the guy with obvious irritation demanded to be left alone. After greeting the boys, the soldier behind the podium, Kim Yong-soo, along with the boys in red caps standing nearby, declared himself their overseer for 3 days. Speaking about the guards, Kim Yong-soo explained that 21 people in caps would accompany the boys for 2 days and 3 nights. Realizing that they might not have luck with the warden, the guys decided to take their place in line. They wanted to get to Park Jung-soo more, and it would be very difficult to succeed with Choi. Looking at the tablet, Kim Yong-soo said that everyone was assigned a number, and a draw would distribute them among the guards. After announcing the rules, Kim said that the names called should come out with observers to the first column for further distribution. Calling out names, Kim Yong-soo sent the boys to their columns, and they scattered, following the directions in search of their overseer. When he got to Choi, Han Dong-soo, the guy who was broadcasting earlier, became upset and thought that this was the end. His mood dropped sharply. Having learned that he was going to the 15th department, Pak was very surprised to hear his assignment, and the news caused unexpected emotions in him. Frozen in amazement, Pak couldn't believe his eyes when he realized which department he had been assigned to, and this greatly puzzled him. At the sign with the number of the 15th department, there stood Choi, whom Pa had seen at the portal and in the hospital. The girl evoked memories in the guy. Park thought wryly, noting that he hadn't seen Choi for a long time, and this unexpected meeting caused him to smile slightly. Focused, Choi stood seriously, her gaze expressing her readiness to lead her team with strictness. Seeing Han Dong-soo's horror, Park gloated that he had gotten to Choi, and the boy's reaction made him secretly laugh. Choi looked wide-eyed and didn't understand the boy's indignation, and their reaction left her puzzled and slightly irritated. After ordering everyone to disperse, Han Dong-soo told the boys to head to the team dorms and wait for instructions, and everyone headed toward the doors. Discussing their luck, the boys talked about who was lucky with the warden and who was not, and went off to their groups. Looking around, the guys noticed a training hall in the dormitory, reminiscent of a small format SPFC, and this impressed them. Without calming down, Han Dong-soo regretted bragging to his followers, feeling almost excluded due to Choi as a supervisor. Entering the locker room, the guys from Team 15 began to put their things in the lockers, preparing for the upcoming tests. Noticing the video blogger's sadness, Pak turned around questioningly, trying to understand what had caused the guys such great concern. Sitting down opposite, Pa asked Han why he was so upset, sincerely not understanding the reason for his obvious displeasure. Not understanding the intent, Han wondered why the stranger was asking questions, and his irritation grew from Pak's attention. Surprised that Pak, whom he called an old man, was included in their team, Han looked at him, and Pak smiled sweetly. Asking sarcastically, Han wondered if he should be happy, and now Pak didn't understand his sharp reaction. After talking about Choi, Han asked if Pa didn't know about her stern character and the nickname Witch that was given to her for a reason. Asking again in surprise, Pa couldn't believe that Choi was being called a witch, and his question reflected genuine amazement at her nickname. Continuing to explain, Han said that Choi was in a bad mood and was failing the team, and the $2,000 for the exam were wasted. Calmly objecting, Pak said that failing the exam meant the student was weak, and he did not understand what the supervisor had to do with it. Angered by the words, Han asked again what Pa had said, his anger growing from the stranger's brazen answer. Not understanding why Han was looking down on him, Pak noted that the guy had seemed strange even when they first met. Pak continued to watch Han silently, not responding, and his calmness only increased the tension. Han shouted in irritation, complaining about Park's informal manner, considering that he looked younger than him. Smiling, Pak asked if Han really wanted to sort things out with him, adding that there was a suitable place for a showdown in the dorm. Hearing the conversation, the boys unpacked their things and looked at Khan and Pak with horror, anticipating a conflict. Han was very angry and indignant that Pa really thought of him as a weakling, and his pride was hurt by his rival's words. With a challenging look, Pak confirmed that he considered Han a weakling, and his words sounded like an open challenge. Holding his head high, Han declared that Pa was a corpse, and his determination led to an inevitable fight between them. Heading towards the doors, Khan resolutely called Pak to follow him, preparing to sort things out in the ring. After some time, Choi entered the team room. She wanted to meet the guys and give some instructions. Seeing no one in the room, Choi began to think, trying to figure out where everyone had gone, and she began to feel nervous and irritated. Not understanding the loss, Choi was angry, considering the boys stupid, and her irritation grew from their irresponsible behavior. After heading to the gym, the guys gathered at the ring with punching bags where Pak and Han were preparing for the fight. Standing in the ring, Pak and Han prepared themselves, while the others asked for the fight to begin, afraid that the warden would catch them. Laughing at Pak, Han spread his arms, calling him overconfident, and showed off while Pak looked questioningly. Rubbing his hands, Han asked if Pak hadn't heard of Pak Su and that he had status among YouTube fighters. Asking in surprise, Pa asked what a YouTuber was, thinking it was food, and his question sounded naive. Han became even more angry and thought that Pa was making fun of him, his anger growing from such strange questions. Shouting in support, the boys encouraged Khan, demanding that the fight begin, and their voices increased the tension in the room. Shaking his fists, Han said he would teach Pa a lesson, boasting about the 10,000 views of the exam video. With a smirk, Pak said he was interested, and his calmness only irritated Han more. Calling Pak a psycho, Khan told him not to talk nonsense, and his irritation reached its peak at his opponent's behavior. Approaching Pak, Han swung his fist, preparing to strike. The fight could start at any moment. Choi burst into the hall and screamed for them to stop, and her appearance scared all the guys who were watching the fight. Turning around, Khan saw with horror the warden, nicknamed the Blonde Witch, and a tense sweat appeared on his forehead. Choi shouted angrily as she ordered everyone to come to her, her voice full of anger and intolerance for the disorder. Having run out of the hall, the guys who were watching the fight rushed into the room, realizing that serious consequences awaited them. Left in the ring, Pak, Han, and Choi stood, and she asked if the guys really wanted to get eliminated by causing such a fight. Looking for an excuse, Han tried to explain with fear, but could not find the words, and Pak remained silent, not entering into an argument. In anger, Choi shouted that she did not want to listen to excuses and offered to get rid of one of the offenders. Surprised by the words, Han froze at Choi's proposal, and Pak stood motionless, not showing his emotions. In a stern voice, Choi announced that the student who lost the fight would be kicked off the team and ordered Pak and Han to begin the fight. With horror in his eyes and numbness in his body, Han couldn't believe that Choi was setting such conditions for them. Sweating nervously, Han thought Choi was crazy, and his forehead became covered in sweat from the tension of her presence. Han caught Pak's gaze in an angry silence, feeling growing irritation from his calm and confident behavior. Clenching his fists, Pak prepared for battle, taking a stance and his body tensing in anticipation of Han's attack. Taking his stand, Han said that Pak had asked for it and told him not to cry, calling him a rookie with a sneer. Speaking with regret, Pak expressed pity for Han. His words sounded calm but with a slight mockery. With a shout of anger, Khan ordered Pak to be quiet and move, swinging his arm to strike and approaching with fury. Getting ahead of Han, Pak punched him in the cheek, knocking him down with force. His blow was fast and accurate. With a loud thud, Khan landed face down on the ring, his body going limp from Pak's powerful blow. Astonished by the power, Choi stood there not expecting such a turn of events, and her gaze expressed surprise at Pak's power. Pak smiled proudly, feeling the satisfaction of defeating Khan in this fast-paced fight. Angry at Park, Choi thought that he was the instigator of the group's fight and escape, and her irritation grew from his actions. Remembering her first meeting with Pak, Choi thought about his burning eyes and how he had already begun to irritate her. Inquiring, Pak asked Choi why she was standing and invited her to fight him in the ring. Choi glared at Pak, her gaze filled with irritation at his insolence. When he proposed the fight, Park said that Choi could step into the ring if he wanted to fight, and his tone was challenging. Choi became even more angry when she heard Park's proposal, her anger growing at his impudence. By saying it on condition, Park suggested that if he won, Choi would not expel Han, and his words sounded confident. Choi smiled wryly and found Park's proposal unthinkable, and his self-confidence seemed excessive to her. Han's limp and unconscious body was removed from the ring, and Choi stood up to begin the fight with Park, ready to fight. After asking Pa, Choi asked if he was unusual. Her question was full of curiosity and sarcasm. Surprised by the question, Pa asked what unusual meant, his confusion reflected in the tone of his voice. As Choi charged, she angrily shouted that she would tell him what unusual meant if Pak didn't die in battle. Watching in surprise, Pak did not expect Choi's reaction, and her fury caught him off guard in the ring. Trying to strike, Choi attacked, but Park deftly dodged, avoiding her blow with speed and precision. Choi tried to land punches, but Pak covered them with his palm, confidently repelling her attacks. Continuing to attack, Choi threw blow after blow, but Park deftly defended himself, covering himself with his hands from her onslaught. Choi attempted to hit Pak in the head with her knee, but he again covered himself with his arm, blocking her attack. Without attacking, Pak merely held his ground, covering himself with his hands, and his defense remained impenetrable to Choi. Hearing the words, Park's eyes widened, shocked by what Choi said during their intense fight. Shouting loudly, Choi said that if Park won, he could ask for something else. A suggestion that surprised him. Choi's punch landed on Pa's stomach, sending him flying into the air along with her from the force of her attack. As Pa fell to the ring, he seemed to give in to Choi, and his fall looked odd in the midst of their fight. Finding it strange, Choi realized that there was more to Park's act, and her suspicions about his intentions grew. Landing on her feet, Choi prepared for another attack, her body tense and ready to continue the fight. Angry at Park, Choi was furious at his actions, and her anger fueled her determination in the ring. Seeing the movement, Choi's eyes widened, shocked by Park's next move, which left her in horror. Leaping high, Pak flew over Choi, who was crouched in the ring, his move unexpected. With undisguised glee, Park said that Choi was stronger than he thought, his tone reflecting respect for her strength. Confused, Choi was angry, not understanding how Pak had survived her powerful blow, her anger growing. Preparing to attack, Choi prepared to strike Pak again, her body tensing for another attack. Choi said with a mocking shout that she would not give in anymore, her voice full of determination. Choi's kick to the legs knocked Park down, her precise strike causing him to lose his balance in the ring. As Pak fell to the ring, he took a hit and Choi quickly fell from above, aiming for him to continue the attack. Landing nearby, the girl again struck Pak, who continued to lie in the ring, gathering strength before a new round of blows. Choi punched again and again, but Park managed to duck and cover himself, blocking her attacks. The blows did not stop, but Pak learned to resist them steadfastly and deftly, creating a defense for himself with his hands. Waiting tensely, Pak watched Choi's actions. Not intending to give up, his determination remained unwavering. Continuing to attack, Choi used various techniques, but Park stood firm, repelling her onslaught. Deciding it was time to attack, Pa swung his arm, preparing to strike back at Choi, and finally entered the fight. Not expecting Park to rush to attack her, Choi cursed, realizing that she wouldn't have time to cover herself from the blow. Pak's punch hit Choi in the stomach, and she flipped over in the air from the force and surprise. Putting out her palms, Choi tried to create a protective field to soften her fall and protect her body. With one punch, Pak managed to pierce the protective dome, and it shattered without leaving any fragments, since it was created from energy. Unable to completely block the blow and losing her defense, Choi fell to the ring from the blow, unable to defend herself. Choi managed to sit up, gathering her will into a fist, and was very angry, her anger growing from the thought that Pa had managed to break through her defense. Unable to understand how Pa had destroyed her shield, Choi was furious, her thoughts jumbled by the strength of her opponent. Approaching again, Pa shouted that it was his turn to attack, his voice full of determination and excitement. Intensely angry, Choi considered Park crazy, her irritation growing from his brash behavior in the ring. Smiling broadly, Pak said he was having a lot of fun and his joy at the fight was genuine. Feeling a strange feeling, Choi asked again if it was true that Park was unusual. Her intuition told her that he was not an ordinary opponent. As Pak raised his sword to strike, he thought about Choi's question, his mind wandering, but he remained ready to attack. Choi put out her hand and stopped Park's strike, firmly preventing him from continuing his attack. With all seriousness in her voice, Choi admitted her defeat to Park and wanted to finish the fight. The guy thought everything was going really well, and he didn't understand why Choi decided to stop. Suggesting a rematch in the future, Choi said there was little room to use skills in the ring and suggested fighting later on an open field. Regrettably, Pak said he was sorry to end the fight, his excitement still burning from the intense encounter. In a demanding voice, Choi told Pak to voice his wishes, admitting her defeat and willingness to fulfill his request. Deciding to inquire, Pa asked if there were many strong women like her in the world, to which the girl replied that she had her doubts. Approvingly, Park noted that this was good and stated that he had chosen Choi to bear him children. Shocked by the words, Choi thought she had misheard, her amazement at Park's proposal growing. When Park proposed marriage, he said that he wanted to leave descendants with Choi. His words were unexpected and bold. Coming closer, Choi slapped Park hard, and Han, lying next to her, woke up and looked at what was happening in surprise. Shocked by the situation, Khan could not believe his eyes as he watched the unexpected turn of events. Without understanding, Han wondered why Park was getting slapped by Choi and why he himself was lying on the floor after the fight. Taking the weapon, Choi left the room and without hiding her anger, angrily cursed Park, considering him a madman. Rising to his feet, Khan watched silently, not understanding what was happening. The tension in the air was almost tangible. Realizing what had happened, Khan clutched his head, not believing that he had lost consciousness after Park's first blow. Remembering Choi's words, Han realized that the loser was eliminated, and he realized with disappointment that he had not made it to the exam. Falling to his knees, Khan felt ashamed, his despair at defeat deep and painful. Looking up, Han saw Park still standing in the ring after a while, and his gaze was filled with anger. Han glared and asked if Park was happy, humiliating him, his voice shaking with hurt and anger, and tears rolling down his cheeks. Smiling back, Park said that Han had not lost, his words unexpectedly soft. Khan was stunned, not believing his ears, because he lost consciousness immediately after Park's first blow. Pointed at the ring, the camera recorded all the events in the training room, capturing the fight and its aftermath. In the evening in his office, Chief Kim Yeon-soo decided to study the video from the surveillance cameras. After seeing the recording, Kim Yeon-soo was horrified, not believing that Choi Soo-yeon lost to some guy. Calling Han as he left, Park said that the fight was over and they needed to prepare for the exams. But Han sat silently by the ring. Shouting after him, Han recalled that Choi had talked about eliminating the loser, and Park replied that he had asked her not to eliminate him. Not believing the words, Han did not understand why Park stood up for him, his bewilderment growing from the unexpected help. Following Park, Han asked why Choi slapped him, but Park replied that it was none of his business. Straining from Park's silence, Han wanted to know why the boy was asking Choi for him, his curiosity growing. Suddenly, the guy had an idea, and he guessed the reason for Park's request. His thoughts began to revolve around this idea. Not believing his guess, Han wondered if Park and Choi had agreed that Han would stay if Park could withstand the slap. Crying from the touchingness, Han considered Pa a real man, tears flowing from his assumption. Walking forward, Park did not turn around, continuing to walk down the corridor, not reacting to Han's emotions. Crying and snot-filled, Khan called Park brother, his voice trembling with emotion. Running up to Park, Han suggested that they go together, calling him brother. The guy's enthusiasm was sincere. From the speaker hanging in the hallway of the dorm, Park's name was announced, and he was called to the warden's office. Park, greatly surprised, heard the call, and Han asked if it was really him that was being called, to which Park answered in the affirmative. Heading to the office, Park walked towards the warden, not knowing what to expect from this sudden call. When he met Park, the warden was sitting on the sofa. There were 2 cups of coffee on the table, and Pa sat down opposite him. Park asked in surprise what the warden wanted from him, expecting an explanation about the purpose of the meeting. Taking out a tape recorder, the guard warned that the conversation would be recorded, and Pa agreed to this condition. Mentioning sparring, the warden said he had seen Pa fight Choi and asked if the boy was unusual. Answering honestly, Park said that Choi had asked the same question, but he didn't understand what unusual meant. Thinking about the term, the warden wondered how to explain to Pa the meaning of the word unusual in their context. Having made his conclusion, the warden decided that Pa was not familiar with the information about the Brits portal, and this explained his ignorance. While talking about the worlds, the warden explained that the 3 planets were connected to Earth by a portal bridge, describing their connection. After describing Aruka, the overseer said that it was a friendly planet with elves and dwarves, where trade and exchange took place. Returning from Aruka, Earthlings bring magic and the ability to create artifacts to Earth, spreading these skills. Among the planets connected to Earth was Kuchan, another world connected to Earth by a portal. In Kuchan, the Mamon tribes and the Chungwan people fight for control, and when the portal is closed, an exchange takes place. And when it is open, a war begins in the Mamon kingdom. When mentioning Midial, the overseer described it as a world of orcs and monsters, where opening a portal causes clashes. After explaining the term, the warden said that the unusual ones were people who had mastered the skills of other worlds and returned to Earth. Listening to the information, Pak decided that it was too complicated, and he became bored with the warden's long story. Unexpectedly objecting, Pak said that there were more than 3 planets, and his words surprised the warden. The warden looked at him in surprise and did not understand what Pak was talking about. The guy's words left him perplexed. Thinking that Pak was not related to the planets but was raised in the dungeon, the warden rejected this idea, realizing that with a rank F, he would not be able to defeat a rank B Choi. Asking directly, the warden inquired where Pak was from, wanting to know the truth about his origins. Calm down, Pak said that he told Dr. Boldy at the hospital that he lived with wolves for 1,000 years. Not knowing this, the warden was shocked and could not believe Pak's incredible story. After asking the warden, Pak clarified whether their conversation was over, and he affirmatively confirmed that the conversation was over. After awkwardly thanking the guy, the warden thanked Pak for the story and told him to return to the dorm. After leaving the office, Pa left the warden, and there was another knock on the door, interrupting his thoughts. Without hurrying to open it, the warden thought about Pak and could not believe that all the rumors about him were true. He doubted it very much. Upon entering the office, Sergeant Kim saluted and asked if the warden had called him, to which he affirmatively acknowledged the call. After delivering the news, the warden said that he was assigning Sergeant Kim the position of 15th warden, greatly surprising him with this decision. Sergeant Kim asked in surprise, wondering if Choi Soo-yeon wouldn't come, since she was the supervisor of Team 15. Warden Han whispered softly that Choi had escaped, his words taking the sergeant by surprise. Not believing what he heard, Sergeant Kim couldn't understand how a strong girl like Choi could just run away. After ending the conversation, the warden did not want to discuss Choi and instructed the sergeant to monitor Pak, student number 46, and provide a report on the results of the exams. An announcement was made on the radio that examinees must wear a special uniform and gather at the stadium for the tests. In the locker room, the boys realized that their 3-day ordeal was just beginning and began to put on their uniforms. Standing in front of the teams, the guards ordered them to line up by numbers, preparing the children for the upcoming tests. Standing next to the sign for the 15th department was a new warden, Sergeant Kim, who had replaced the previous leader. Noticing the substitution, Han and the other guys rejoiced, and Pak thought about the change. After introducing himself to the team, Kim Sang-shik announced himself as the new leader and explained the objective of the upcoming test. When announcing the test, Kim said that one must run 100 meters in 9 seconds and complete 40 triathlons in an hour. One of the boys shouted indignantly, saying that it was unfair because of their different abilities, while Pak and Han stood there with their eyes burning. After starting the test, the plump girl ran 100 meters in 13 seconds and was immediately eliminated from the test. The girl became angry and said that as a healer she deserved some leniency, but Kim replied that the monsters would not wait. Calling the next student, Kim called on Han, and the boy happily raised his hand, ready to begin the test. With a confident smile, Khan said that running 100 meters in 9 seconds was easy for him, but the other guy was afraid of triathlons. Turning to Pak, Han called him brother and asked him to cheer for him, expecting support during the race. Standing calmly, Pak kept a serious expression on his face, showing no emotion in front of Han's test. Having prepared to pass the standard, Khan began the run, and Kim timed the execution on a stopwatch. Upon reaching the finish line, Kim announced that Han had passed the test, running 100 meters in 8 seconds, and would continue the test. Pak was called next to take the exam, and the boy confidently headed to the starting line, preparing to show his abilities in the upcoming race. Taking a low starting position, Pak concentrated on running, his body tense and his eyes focused ahead, anticipating an easy challenge for him. Knowing that the race was too easy for him, Pak remained calm, not showing his confidence, and was ready to take the test without drawing any attention to himself. Enthusiastically, Khan supported his friend, shouting at him to move as quickly as possible, confident that everything would go well. Finding Khan's behavior strange, Pa twirled his finger at his temple, while journalists in the stands took pictures of all the participants. Racing towards the finish line, Pak shot off the start like lightning, leaving behind a trail of dust from his incredible speed. Khan was amazed, not believing his eyes. Was Pak really that fast? The guy's speed amazed him. Frozen in amazement, Warden Kim was shocked by Pak's speed, not expecting such a result. Shocked by the speed, the other students couldn't believe Pak's incredible running abilities. The warden was sitting in his office when suddenly the telephone rang, interrupting his thoughts about the past events. The sergeant picked up the phone and introduced himself, ready to listen to the message that had arrived in his office in the middle of the workday. They said over the phone that Pak had passed a fitness test with shocking results, and they promised to send a video of his performance now. Surprised, the warden asked who was calling, guessing it might be journalists interested in Pak's incredible achievements during the test. Noticing the crowd, Kim saw journalists in the stands noisily filming what was happening in the stadium. While filming the video, the journalists shouted loudly that Pa was unusual, and their voices attracted the attention of everyone around. Calling the manager, Major Khan contacted the Return Persons Bureau, and a girl answered the phone and introduced herself. After reporting the video of Park, Major Kim said he had emailed the Bureau the video for further review. Surprised by the information, the girl was shocked by the news about Pak and his results on the test. Upon reviewing the recording, the secretary believed the sergeant was a liar, but confirmed to the manager that the doctor's interview was truthful. Angry at the situation, Manager Mi hoped that the doctor's reports were true, her irritation growing from the uncertainty. Thinking about Pak, Mi thought that if he was an F-level unusual and the doctor's data was correct, he could be the first from the fourth planet. Mai instructed her secretary to deny journalists access to limit the spread of information about Pakistan. After calling security, Pa hesitated when he heard the noise and realized that the situation had gotten out of control. After reporting the delay, Pak said that the media was already writing about the guy's abilities on the internet, and the news was spreading. After seeing the articles, Mi was furious and demanded that the media be dealt with immediately and that the publication be banned. Cameras in hand, journalists surrounded Pa's dorm, the crowd making noise trying to capture him after his incredible exam results. Seeing Pak, the journalists asked for a minute to answer questions, their voices merging into a hum, demanding the guy's attention. Pak turned silently and looked at the journalists, but their bustle and noise were alien to him, and he had no intention of entering into conversation. Manager Mi thought that without the protective clothing in the portal, she would have received an F due to energy dissipation, but Pa's readings remained normal. Remembering Pa, Mi wondered how he came back since it was at that moment that the Bureau started having problems, considering this a possible reason for the guy's return. Mai folded her hands and thought that Pak might have really returned from the fourth unknown planet, and this thought did not leave her. Meanwhile, security guards tried their best to stop journalists from entering the dormitory where Pak was staying. Mi thought that the initiative to study the fourth planet would go to South Korea, and this could be an important step for the country. Journalists rushed into the dormitory to interview Pak, and security guards had a hard time containing their pressure and persistence. The students in the cafeteria, seeing the crowd of journalists behind the glass, were surprised and disgusted, knowing that they had come because of Pa's success in the tests. Pak ate silently at the table across from Han, concentrating on his food and ignoring the noise of the journalists coming from outside the windows. Khan looked out the window at the crowd of journalists, and despite the tinted glass, many of their silhouettes were visible. Eating rice and vegetables with gusto, Pak paid no attention to the noise outside the window, completely immersed in his meal. Khan suspected that he couldn't have fainted from a punch from an ordinary guy and regretted not recording a video of their fight in the ring. Catching Han's gaze, Pak looked up from his food and asked irritably why he was looking at him like that. It clearly made him nervous. Smiling, Khan said that nothing had happened and offered to bring Pak some water, ready to serve his comrade. As he went to get some water, Han noticed Pak finishing his meal and thought that even by the way he ate, one could tell that Pak was not like everyone else. After dinner, Pa and Han went to the room, where Pa lay down to rest and Han sat thinking about the past day. Looking at the empty room, Khan noted that there were fewer things as many students failed the tests and were expelled. With his eyes closed, Pak lay there, oblivious to Han and his thoughts, completely immersed in his rest. Suddenly remembering the details, Han sighed in annoyance, realizing important information about the upcoming stage of the tests in the dungeon. Opening his eyes, Pak asked Han what was wrong, noticing his heavy sigh and feeling that he was worried about something. Khan told them that they had a mission in a dungeon that required a large team, and he hoped to redistribute the groups. Closing his eyes calmly, Pak said that everything was fine and he didn't need anyone, demonstrating confidence in his abilities. Struck by the words, Han was surprised by Pak's confidence, not expecting such calm before a difficult test. Folding his arms, Han said that he knew Pak's strength, but having unusual skills in a team would help him deal with the monsters more easily. Considering this nonsense, Pa decided to ask Han why he was talking on his phone when they met. And the guy explained about YouTube, not believing that Pa didn't know. He asked again in surprise. Pa asked what YouTube was. His bewilderment made Khan even more surprised and curious about the guy. Struck by the ignorance, Khan asked if Pa had come down from the mountains, to which the boy replied that in a sense he had, puzzling Khan with his answer. Without understanding, Han wondered what kind of concept Pa had, and the strangeness raised more and more questions about its origin. Taking the phone, Han walked up to Pa, showing him YouTube, and the boy silently looked at the screen, studying the application with curiosity. Looking closely at the screen, Han explained to Pa how to see the number of subscribers on a channel, and that their number depends on the popularity of the channel itself. Park was very surprised to see a channel with 100,000 subscribers, and Han explained that mukbang had always been popular. In the video, the girl was eating a huge steak with gusto, and in front of her was a table piled high with various foods. Surprised by the girl's appetite, Pot watched the video with interest, not believing that she would eat so much, and Han remembered Pak's inhuman appetite. Knowing the mukbang YouTubers, Han suggested organizing a joint video. Pak, interested in the opportunity, happily agreed, taking the guy at his word. Delighted, Han was happy that he had been able to interest Pak, and his enthusiasm grew at the prospect of collaborating with him. Smiling, Pak said that Han was a good guy, and his good-natured tone expressed genuine sympathy for his new friend. Looking at the journalists, Han thought that Park, handsome and strong, with all the media hype, had every chance of becoming a successful YouTuber. Thinking that Park would soon join the guild, Han saw filming with him as a chance to become famous, while Park watched mukbangs. Smiling, Pak said that he liked Han and offered to join his guild, surprising the guy with his offer. Unable to believe what he heard, Han was taken aback by Pak's proposal, and his thoughts began to spin around this unexpected prospect. Distracted by the noise, Han turned toward the doors, and Pa looked questioningly, trying to understand what had caused his reaction. With fear in his voice, Han asked if Pak was really creating his own clan, rather than joining someone else's guild, dumbfounded by the idea. Answering confidently, Pak confirmed that he was creating his own clan, his determination leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. After thinking about it, Khan realized that he could create a clan with the most talked about hero of the trials, and this opened up great prospects. After some thought, Han decided that joining the Pa clan and filming videos from the dungeon would bring success to his channel. Having previously taken up boxing, Khan often suffered losses, getting hit and falling, but stubbornly continued training for the sake of victories. Living in poverty, Khan was desperate to succeed, but he continually failed to obtain a license and faced setbacks. Keeping hope alive, Khan trained hard, believing that persistence would lead to success despite all the difficulties and obstacles. After the cataclysm, Khan and his friends discussed making money, but they said that boxing had changed and he needed to become awakened in the SPFC. Grasping YouTube, Khan saw it as his last chance to make money, but friends warned him that he needed unique content. Overjoyed, Han realized that he had found unique content with Pak and rejoiced at the luck that opened the way to success. Answering decisively, Han told Pak that he would follow him even to the ends of the earth. His enthusiasm was full of determination. Glad to join, Pak was pleased that Han agreed to join his clan and reminded him of the mockbanger video, smiling. Crying with joy, Khan was ready for anything. He was overwhelmed with emotions, and he could not hold back his tears of happiness. Surprised by the tears, Pa asked why Han was crying, but the boy replied that everything was fine and told him not to pay attention. After reminding him of the rules, Khan said that 3 members were needed to open a clan, and this came as unexpected news to Pa. Thinking about the requirement, Pa didn't know who else could be invited to the clan to fulfill the condition for its creation. Attracted by the noise, the boys noticed a stranger entering their room, his appearance arousing their unexpected curiosity. The tall, bald guy who entered, dressed in a monk's robe, surprised everyone with his appearance, immediately attracting the attention of Pak and Han. Surprised and silent, Pak and Han looked at the newcomer, not understanding who he was and why he was in their room. Greatly surprised, Khan wondered where the monk had come from in their room, his question reflecting his bewilderment at the unexpected guest. Introducing himself as Mung, the boy folded his hands in prayer, announcing that he had been assigned to the team, and recited a Buddhist phrase. The amazed Khan asked if it was possible that Buddhists were being recruited as hunters, and Pa watched the newcomer closely, studying him. Not understanding the looks, men looked questioningly at Pa and Han, not realizing why his appearance caused surprise. Pak and Han met eyes and looked questioningly at men, their curiosity and wariness reflected in their gazes. Suddenly, the radio announced that the students needed to put on combat suits and gather in the briefing room. Surprised by the announcement, Pa and Han wondered if this was really a meeting, their bewilderment growing from the unexpected call at such a late hour. Angry at the situation, Khan was indignant at why they were being assembled at night in combat suits, his irritation reflecting his displeasure at the haste. Asking in surprise, Pa clarified whether the raid into the dungeon was tomorrow, and men silently watched the guy's reactions, remaining calm. With his hands folded in prayer, men mentioned that he had heard about a possible early raid depending on the circumstances, leaving the others puzzled. Han became increasingly nervous and cursed loudly, fuming at the lack of warning about the raid, his anger reflecting his anxiety about the test. Gathered in a room, the students listened to the supervisor, who, using a map on a projector, called for silence before the briefing began. When announcing the test, the warden announced that the boys would have to go down into the dungeon to complete the first-level task. Showing the map, the warden explained that the dungeon at the 5th station, under the control of the Phoenix Guild, had 250 doors and a first level. Asking again in surprise, Pa inquired about the portal joining the guild, and Khan noted that Phoenix, although not at the top, was still impressive. When asking the question, Pak was clarifying what he meant by under the supervision of the guild, his curiosity reflecting his ignorance of the local systems and rules. Straining from the questions, Han understood that Pa really wasn't from here. His strangeness caused the guy more and more bewilderment. Continuing to explain, the warden pointed out on the map portals that are difficult for the state to control, so they hire clans to protect Seoul. By signing a contract with the state, a private clan of hunters became a guild, and the economy after the cataclysm was rebuilt around this industry. Asking directly, Pa assumed that this was a game of hunting for the state's profit, and Khan agreed, considering the guy's assumption quite probable. Remembering his life on the planet of 2 moons, Pak missed the wolf pack, and this inspired him to create his own clan. Smiling dreamily, Pa declared that it was possible to govern a state. His ambitions reflected the desire to create a strong clan. Clarifying the rules, Khan explained that permission was needed to own a dungeon, and this was important for creating your own guild. Deciding not to give up on his plan, Pak told Han that their main goal remained the creation of a guild. Han remained silent, amazed by his comrades' ambitious plan. Deciding to remind them, Khan said that first, before creating a guild, they needed to successfully pass the exam in the dungeon. Pak's questioning look made Han feel stupid. The guy thought that Pak did not understand his concerns. Showing on the screen, the warden demonstrated the entrance to the portal of the dungeon abandoned 15 days ago and described its features. When mentioning the details, the warden explained that there was a labyrinth in the dungeon, and weak monsters made it easier to extract spatial energy. Making the formal announcement, the overseer suggested that the raid briefing begin on the first-level dungeon, preparing the students for the test. Thinking with horror, Khan believed that the problem was not in the monsters, but in the traps, and the team needed skills to pass safely. Clutching his head, Khan said with tears and frustration that they desperately needed the reconnaissance skill to successfully pass the test. Pak looked at Han questioningly, trying to understand his panic and thinking about the upcoming task in the dungeon. Confidently stating that he had intelligence skills, Pak reported that Han was stunned, not expecting such a turn from his comrade. Overjoyed, Han felt hope for success, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of passing the test with Pak. Suspecting something strange, Han wondered how Pa had acquired the skill for $20,000 before the exam, which made him tense and questionable. Guessing about the origin, Khan wondered where Pa got the skill and the means for it. Not believing that he could be rich, this assumption caused bewilderment in the guy. Listening attentively, men silently followed the words of the warden and the conversations between Pa and Han without interfering in their discussion. Determined to find out, Han asked Mung about his awakened skill, expecting an answer that could reveal the newcomer's abilities. Lost in his memories, Mung thought about the past, his thoughts drifting to the events surrounding his awakening. Men's thoughts raced through his head, finding no outlet, and he remained silent, not sharing his thoughts with those around him. While waiting for an answer, Pak and Han looked at Mung in surprise, their gazes expressing curiosity about his silence and possible secrets. By uttering the word Theravada, Men was alluding to an ancient Buddhist teaching, leaving Pak and Han puzzled by his brevity. Sitting one day in the temple, Men beat the Indian drum and recited prayers, immersed in the ritual, surrounded by a sacred atmosphere. Approaching from the forest, the monsters crept up on the temple, their angry growls foreshadowing an imminent hunt. Continuing to pray, Meng stood in front of the Buddha statue, focused on the ritual, oblivious to the looming threat from the forest. Situated in the forest, a huge Buddhist temple stood amidst the trees, serving as a place for men to pray and meditate. Growling angrily, the monsters prepared to hunt, their footsteps approaching the temple where Men continued his ritual, unaware of the danger. With huge mouths and small teeth, the monsters growled with hunger, their rage growing as they approached the temple. Not feeling any threat to his life, Men continued to beat the drum and read prayers, completely immersed in his ritual in the temple hall. A huge lizard-like monster with a long and massive tail approached the temple menacingly. Meditating with a mask over his eyes, Men recited phrases about the colorlessness of the world, not noticing the impending danger. Hearing the drum, the monsters approached the temple, their steps becoming closer and closer, and hunger drove them on. Sensing the scent of their prey, the monsters quickly approached, their numbers creating a huge threat to the temple and its inhabitants. The lizard-like monster slammed its huge tail and destroyed one of the temple buildings. The orcs ran ahead. The chaos of the upcoming battle intensified. A frightened monk ran into the hall and demanded that Mina stop praying. The guy thought that the death penalty had begun, so he should shut up. Asking in surprise, Men asked the monk what brought him to the hall at such an hour, not understanding the reason for his panic. Screaming in horror, the monk demanded that Meng and the senior monk immediately leave the temple. Feeling the tension, Men was surprised, not understanding the reasons for the chaos happening around him, his anxiety growing from the unknown. A huge monster suddenly appeared behind the guy, ready to attack, frightening with its appearance and threatening power. Approaching with an open mouth, the monster was preparing to attack. In its mouth there were many small and sharp teeth. It growled with anger. This is how Men's awakening happened. But the mercenary's voice suddenly brought him back to the room where the briefing was taking place. Looking at each other and noticing the madness in Men's eyes, Pa and Han did not understand the stupor and frozen gaze of the guy. Meanwhile, the supervisor announced that the exam participants would soon move to the designated point and begin clearing the dungeon under the supervision of the curators. After recommending a reread of the manual, the supervisor ended the briefing, after which all teams boarded buses and headed to the checkpoint. In the center of one of the streets of Seoul, a portal to the dungeon appeared, and buses with cadets and helicopters with guards landed nearby. The children stood attentively in front of their supervisors and listened to short instructions regarding the mission. The leaders asked them to concentrate on the tasks. On the bus, Warden Kim asked the boys if they were ready for the mission, and Han noted that the equipment should be secured as securely as possible. To clarify, Kim said that the team must act independently, since a common victory of the entire team will not save from individual defeat. Hoping for the support of the warden, Han reminded that there were only 3 of them and asked Kim for help in case of force majeure. Without answering Han's request, Men gave the command to move out, the silence of the mentor increasing the tension before the start of the operation in the portal. As he got off the bus, Pak decided to ask why Han was so scared, surprising the guy with the question, and he thought about his feelings. Answering Pak, Khan said that he was not scared, but decided to play it safe before the upcoming test in the dungeon. While reviewing the rules before the test began, Meng asked if personal weapons were allowed. While the others walked silently behind, Kim answered affirmatively, preparing for the upcoming entrance to the dungeon portal. Finding it incredible, Han was surprised that Men was going with them, and already had a weapon made of dimensional matter. At the portal, another guard was indicating which team should go through which doors. The line of guys was getting closer. The tension was increasing. By ordering the boys to enter the portal, Kim prepared them for the start of the operation, where everyone must show determination and strength in the test of the dungeon. Despite the internal tension, the boys walked forward after the warden, radiating confidence and success. Meng walked ahead of everyone, showing confidence that made him stand out from the other team members who were ready for the challenge. Feeling a slight fear, Han wondered why Men was walking ahead. Fear made the boy think about the possible dangers that awaited in the portal. Warning the team of a possible threat, Khan began shouting that the portal was dangerous. Suddenly remembering that shouting would lower his grade, Han covered his mouth with his hand, trying to contain his emotions. Hearing Han scream, Kim lowered his grade, because the mission required him to quietly enter the portal and reach the safe zone without making any unnecessary noise. A huge skeleton in a robe suddenly appeared in front of Puck, its ominous appearance making the team wary. Seeing the boy, the skeleton monster prepared to attack, moving forward menacingly, creating tension before the fight. With one powerful punch, Puck defeated the skeleton, leaving no chance for his opponent to win, demonstrating strength and determination. The skeleton's skull shattered into pieces, and the fragments flew everywhere, confirming Pa's victory. Realizing that his screams had attracted the monster, Khan admired how deftly Pak had defeated the enemy, rejoicing in his salvation. While asking if the boy would use the reconnaissance skill to avoid trouble if something went wrong, Han ran after Pak. Pak turned around in surprise and thought about Han's question, trying to figure out how best to use his skills. Suddenly Men, who was walking in front, stepped on a square on the ground, causing a strange sound that alerted the entire team. Hearing the noise, Men tensed in surprise, looking around warily in search of the source of danger. The boys looked at each other in horror, not understanding what had caused the noise and what was happening, their anxiety growing in the face of a possible trap. The square that ended up on the floor was a trap. Khan began to shout about it, reporting the approaching threat. Arrows flew in huge numbers straight towards the boys, creating a deadly threat and requiring immediate action for protection. Determinedly, Men drew his weapon, preparing to deflect the arrows, his focus helping the team deal with the threat. Watching the approaching arrows closely, Men prepared to deflect them with his weapon. Memories took Mina back to the moment he woke up, with rockets flying at him and everything around him engulfed in flames. Having completely destroyed the temple building, the lizard monster lay on the ruins and missiles were flying at it, trying to defeat it. Then Men deftly destroyed the rest of the monsters, but fear still gripped him at the sight of the huge monster. Seeing the collapsing building, Meng ran to the head monk, trying to save him. The guy's actions were full of despair and a desire to fix the situation. Begging for forgiveness, believing that his knocking and prayers had attracted the monsters, blaming himself for the destruction of the temple and the chaos, Meng cried bitterly. Everything around was on fire and crumbling. A huge monster destroyed the temple building, leaving only ruins. Returning from his memories, Men deftly deflected arrows with his weapon, his skill helping the team. Admiring the boy's skills, Khan noted that Meng was skilled in handling weapons, and these words raised the fighting spirit of all the boys. Khan stumbled and stepped on another square trap, causing more noise and threat, putting the team on alert. Suddenly, the floor beneath them collapsed, and the boys flew into a deep hole, from which it was not easy to get out. Having landed, the boys tried to call for help, but their screams only echoed off the walls, increasing the feeling of hopelessness. Khan lay on the rocks, screaming about his dream and how all was lost, his despair reflecting the fear of mission failure. Khan's eyes widened in horror as he heard approaching sounds that heralded a new threat in the dark dungeon. The dark tunnel ahead reflected the sounds of the monsters, but they were not visible, which increased the fear and uncertainty. Assuming that they were the magnet for the monsters, Khan screamed in horror. He was not prepared for the constant attack of enemies. Explaining that the monk's skills attract monsters, Meng asked the guys for forgiveness, but his words caused doubts and tension among the team. Men's words caused indignation in Khan. The guy could not believe that the monk's skills really attracted monsters. Delighted, Pak decided that it was better this way than looking for each monster separately. He was too lazy to search for enemies on his own. Looking questioningly, Men did not understand what Pa was happy about. Surprise was reflected on his face. Suddenly, Puck jumped up and flipped in the air, showing off his agility and trying to get out. This surprised Men even more. Pa's acrobatic trick caused admiration and pride in his friend's abilities. Han was also delighted, not understanding whether Pa was even human, amazed by his skill in fighting monsters and performing tricks. Using a trick, Pa got to the top of the tunnel, leaving the guys below, shouting that he liked Meng, inviting him to his clan in the portal. Surprised, Men did not understand what Pa was talking about and where he was inviting him. The offer only caused confusion in the guy. Approaching the guys, skeletal monsters walked along the tunnel, their steps echoing everywhere. The sound indicated a large number of monsters. Alarmed, Pak turned to the source of the noise, but did not see the monsters. The tension grew. The guy tried to make out the enemies in the dark depths of the tunnel. In order to detect the threat, Puck decided to use his reconnaissance ability. His actions were aimed at protecting the team. Thanks to Puck's reconnaissance ability, he saw the approaching skeletons, allowing him to prepare for battle. As the skeletons approached the team, they prepared for battle, their menacing appearance making the boys' hearts beat faster. Puck rushed forward with lightning speed and ran towards the skeletons. The guy wanted to deal with his enemies as quickly as possible. With horror in his eyes, Khan thought that this was the end for them, and that they had failed, his fear reflecting the tension. Suddenly, a huge stick was thrust into the pit. Khan was surprised, not expecting help, but it gave him hope for salvation. Men climbed up and shouted for Han to grab the stick, his determination helping the team get out of the trap. Khan grabbed the stick with determination, thinking of luring the monsters into the pit to start the hunt. The guy was full of enthusiasm. Helping to get out of the pit, Mung pulled Khan out with his weapon until both ended up on top, ready to continue the fight with the monsters. The further they went along the tunnel, the more dead skeletons they saw. This amazed them, but they continued to move forward in the direction of the sounds. Meng walked in silence, and Han, shocked by what he saw, followed behind, amazed at the number of defeated monsters in the tunnel of the dungeon portal. After dealing with one skeleton, Puck told the boys to destroy the rest and follow him, his leadership driving the team forward. Having set off to deal with the enemies, Han was determined and called men, who followed him, considering Pa abnormal for his fearlessness in the fight with monsters. Deftly dealing with the monsters, everyone rushed to attack. The coordinated actions of the guys ensured victory in the tense battle. Thinking about it, men thought that Pak had found out about the trap with the help of intelligence and had cleverly eliminated it. The guy's actions were admirable. Suddenly, Mina was horrified by the picture he saw. He noticed a new threat in the dark tunnel of the dungeon portal. While Pak was dealing with one of the skeletons, a new threat was approaching from behind. Having finished, Pak turned around questioningly, not noticing the danger. He felt a strange feeling, but did not see the enemy. Approaching quickly, the monster was already close to the guy and was preparing to attack. The monster made terrible, strange sounds. Men prepared to save his partner, and Khan rejoiced at their victories. The guy's emotions expressed confidence in the team's success. With one blow, Pak destroyed the monster, and the system announced that he had been awarded 42 points, confirming his skill. Through the cameras in the portal, the mentors at headquarters closely followed what was happening, observing the successes of the teams. By announcing that one of the teams was returning, the mentor surprised the overseer Khan, since only 30 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. Thinking that something had happened, the warden asked the sergeant for the number of the team that had returned from the portal, since the mission usually lasted 5 hours. Having answered that team number 15 was returning from the portal, the sergeant noted that all indicators were normal, and the guys had already left the portal. Realizing that one of the team members was Park, the warden decided to call Mentor Kim to find out the reason for the team's quick return. After dialing the number, Han asked Kim why the team was returning, surprised at the speed of the mission. Explaining, Kim explained that the boys had already completed the mission, and in the first-level dungeons it was difficult to track the statistics of each student. Highlighting Pak's outstanding skills during the mission, Han claimed that the boys' performance was top-notch. The next day, Khan walked around the city with a camera in his hands, filming videos for his subscribers. Happy to have the opportunity to film a video, the guy decided to show his subscribers one day in the life of a member of the Suho clan. The pride of being a part of the clan was reflected on Khan's face. He decided to make a video about the housewarming and introduce subscribers to other members of the clan. Arriving at the apartment of Park and his brother Jong, Han began to introduce other members of the clan to his subscribers on video. In an attempt to show the daily life of Suho's team, Han began filming the grandmother neighbor who cooked food for them. The camera's excessive attention irritated the old woman, and she grabbed a knife and demanded that the guy leave her alone. Imagining blood flowing from his ear, Khan tensed up and decided to film the other participants and not distract his grandmother from preparing food. Jong's son Gui was sitting at the table with him. The boy was confused as to why his grandmother wanted to let Han in for dinner. Jong was silent, and Han continued to film the vlog. Having filmed a Buddha statue on a shelf and adding intrigue to the vlog, Khan said that it belonged to a person who had not yet arrived at the headquarters. Emphasizing the importance of the next member of the clan and asking subscribers to welcome him, Khan spoke about the monk men. In another room, Pa and Men were eating at the table, and when Pak saw Han, he was surprised that the guy had finally arrived. Without stopping, Han continued filming, talking about the monk, and Meng invited the guy to eat with them, ignoring the camera. Khan's request to greet his followers left men confused and awkward. Taking the bat in his hands, the guy confidently said that he had been through a lot before he ended up in this place. Suddenly, a truck stopped nearby, driven by Gong, and he told the guys that they could go on a mission. Hearing his words, all three of them immediately rushed to the car, wasting no time to complete the mission as quickly as possible. While the boys were riding in the back of the truck, a drone slowly flew over their heads, heading straight behind the car. Seeing the drone, Pak asked in surprise what it was, to which Han was astonished to realize his ignorance. Having named the destination, Pak said that they were moving to the 4th station of the quest to the 30th gate. In the distance, a blue portal was already flickering, heralding a special day, important for their entire clan. This was a great opportunity to improve their skills. While filming the broadcast, Khan explained that his skill is video memory, and he will later upload the recording to the channel to please his subscribers. After some time, the three boys stood on a stone platform, a swarm of bats circling above their heads. With concern in his voice, Han asked Poke if the guy had long-range skills. Pak answered negatively. Admitting that he lacked such a skill, Pak did not understand how, in that case, they would be able to catch all the bats. Stepping forward confidently, Men said decisively that he was ready to take personal control of the situation without fear of responsibility. Looking at each other in surprise, Pa and Han silently waited for what their comrade would do, because they did not understand what the way out of the situation could be. The guy knelt down, took out a Buddhist drum and hit it sharply in the center once. The guy was ready to successfully complete the mission. Suddenly, the mice began to circle in a spiral above the boys' heads, and Khan, guessing the reason for the mice's behavior, suggested that it was connected with Men's magical instrument. Despite the sound, the flock remained aggressive and began to form a dense swarm, preparing to attack the boys. The bats changed their trajectory and headed straight towards the boys, resembling a huge raindrop. Seeing the approaching swarm, Men suddenly tensed up, not expecting such a dangerous turn of events. Taking out a bat, the guy took a step forward to stop the attack on his own, taking up a fighting stance. With their mouths open, the mice flew through the air, approaching the shield of magical flame, which dealt damage to them. Each blow of the bat created a flaming wall that helped the boys overcome their enemies. Another wave of attack was stopped, but among the dead bodies, a huge flying dragon was approaching Men. Without wasting any time, Pak suddenly jumped forward and cut the monster's body into 2 parts with one blow of his dagger. A shocked Han watched his comrades fight. The beast's body turned into blood, flying past Khan's face and falling behind his back. Joyfully screaming, the guy confirmed that the mission had been successfully completed. Sitting on a rock, the 3 hunters began cutting up the bodies and collecting the remaining resources. And Pak, looking at the opening portal doors, noted that they should hurry. Meanwhile, sitting in the office, Manager Mi watched Han's broadcast and exhaled heavily, realizing the scale of what was happening. The secretary reported that 3 guys had completed the dungeon near the office and were capable of completing up to 20 missions a day. Clutching her head, she realized that they had barely managed to impose an embargo, but among the fighters, there was an active video blogger. The secretary added that the video with Pak took 3rd place, and if left alone, it would cause unnecessary public outcry. Focusing on the monitor, she was distracted from the conversation for a second, noticing an interesting piece of news. After reading the title, she learned about the fight between Yovers and Hero, where Yovers used a move that involved striking souls beyond the horizon. The headline claimed that after his victory, Yovers named a fighter named Okita Hero as his new opponent, confident in his victory. Lost in thought, she wondered who exactly was hiding behind this name. The famous boxer, hero, or the ordinary guy, Lee Sun-woo. The idea arose that in the event of a threat, the state could intervene to prevent losses in human resources. Seeing that she was not listening, the secretary raised his voice to attract the attention of the thoughtful girl. Jumping up from her seat, she announced her intention to sign the contract with Pak and grabbed her jacket, preparing to leave the office. The busy streets of Seoul were filled with the sounds of vendors trying to attract attention to their open shops and their wares. At the clan headquarters, Jong and Han were sitting at their laptops, and Han asked in surprise if Meng really wasn't coming today, and Jong confirmed it. Not understanding the reason for Men's absence, Pa recalled how the boy insisted that there was not a single Buddhist temple or shelter nearby. According to Jong, the boy lives with the surviving monks, and Han noticed that their team is losing significant strength without him. In suggesting a day off, Zhang cited the fact that in a short time their clan had risen and earned enough money. With genuine joy, Khan asked whether they could now enter the second-level dungeons and heard an affirmative answer. In 3 days of work, the guy collected bloodstones, received $2,000 and was sincerely pleased with this result. Seeing Han's happy face, Pak looked at him with a silent question, not understanding the reason for such genuine joy. After opening the system, Khan learned that he had achieved the 3rd rank of F and acquired many skills, overtaking even some famous bloggers. Folding his arms across his chest, Pak remained silent, watching his friends intently, not showing any emotion. After much deliberation, Pa agreed to take the day off, which greatly pleased the rest of the team. With a smile, Zhang said that he would go to the park with his grandmother and son. They had long dreamed of spending the day together. Looking out the window, Pa wondered if Grandma, Zhenwu, and the little dog Beku had hidden powers. According to the information in the system, the puppy had the 1st level and the 3rd power. Nothing was reported about the grandmother. Thinking over the information from the system, Pa wondered if the puppy would be able to wake up and participate in missions. Having made one decision, Pa called Zhang. Turning around, the guy looked at him with undisguised bewilderment. When asking Zhang, Park noted that his brother often repaired the car and whether it was difficult for him. Zhang replied that he experienced certain difficulties. Enthusiastically, Pak suggested that his brother go to the store to look at the new car. It was necessary for the guild. Zhang couldn't believe his ears and was over the moon to hear such an unexpected proposal. With a smile on his face, Pak confirmed the seriousness of his intentions to buy a new car, happy that he was able to please his brother. Anticipating a walk with his owners, Peku was happily wagging his tail, so the boys decided to take him with them. At the car showroom, a consultant presented the Hyundai Dai Drago model, which Zhang was delighted with, calling it his dream. During the story, the seller explained that the car uses heliotrope fuel and emphasized the favorable price. Burning with impatience, Pa asked his brother if he liked the car and noticed the gleam in his admiring eyes. Without hiding his intentions, Pak offered to pay in cash and asked if he could pick up the car right away. After some time, the guys were racing through the streets of Seoul in a new car, happy with their successful purchase. Behind the wheel, Zhang was enjoying the ride with delight, and the puppy barked loudly as if expressing his approval. Smiling, Pak noted that the passenger seat was very comfortable and that they should have changed cars a long time ago. Suddenly, Zhang asked why they were going to entrance 23, since this station was considered closed. With seriousness, Pak recalled how his brother complained that he could not wake up only because of a lack of money. Zhang looked away, not understanding what his brother was getting at, and waited for an explanation with slight anxiety. Pak said with confidence that today his brother would finally be able to wake up. Hearing this, Zhang was in complete shock, not believing in his own strength and feeling unprepared. In one of the alleys where there were no people or other signs of living creatures visible, the car stopped. The surrounding buildings were dilapidated, creating an oppressive feeling of a completely abandoned area. Not knowing what to expect around the corner, Zhang looked out the car window and felt anxiety growing with each passing second. Feeling threatened, the puppy also began to growl and bark, increasing the tension of Zhang sitting next to him. Turning to the dog, Puck asked with a smile if he could really smell goblins. Hearing the growl, Zhang tensed up even more and admitted that he was not ready to wake up, begging his brother to leave. Without waiting for the puppy's response, Puck got out of the car and went to scout out the situation, asking Zhang to wait. Frightened, Zhang begged his brother not to go and leave him alone in the car, in this dark alley. Without turning around, leaving behind a huge trail and rising dust, Puck rushed forward to scout out the situation around him. Not realizing that his brother was capable of such speed, Zhang was shocked as he watched him go, hoping that his brother would return soon. At this time, passions were boiling in the bank office, and the boss and his secretary were already preparing to take revenge on Puck. While watching a video on YouTube, the boss asked if it was him on the screen, and the secretary confirmed his popularity on the internet. Clarifying the details, the secretary added that it was impossible to measure the guy's strength. The boss agreed that it was impossible to defeat Pot with the help of a mercenary. Clenching his fists, the secretary cried out that he could no longer remain inactive and demanded immediate, decisive steps. Having ordered the list of guilds to be prepared, the chief heard that Mr. Choi was responsible for the zone if Pot was at the 4th station. Hearing the name, the boss was delighted, because Choi easily eliminates any targets without unnecessary questions or traces. After confirming his readiness, Choi would usually demand payment of 50% and promise a successful completion of the task. After recalling his merits, the secretary assured that Choi had eliminated 6 borrowers, and the boss ordered that any amount be transferred to him so that Choi could help neutralize Park. The sky, covered with clouds, poured with rain, creating a gloomy atmosphere on the streets and alleys of the city. Caught in the rain, Grandma quickened her steps, hoping to get home before it became too wet and cold. Having driven up to her, the black car stopped, but the old woman only turned away indifferently, continuing on her way. She glanced at the car and turned around with a silent question, but did not stop and walked on. Coming closer, the girl from the car called out to the old woman, causing her undisguised surprise. Showing her ID, the girl said that they were from the bureau and asked if it was possible to see Pak in person. Without answering right away, the grandmother remained silent and wary, thinking that the boy had probably gotten into trouble again. Despite the rain, Jong's car was parked at the 4th station, and inside there was tension and uncertainty. While waiting in the salon, Jong didn't know what to do because Pa had left half an hour ago, and there was almost nothing visible outside the window. Feeling threatened, Peku in the back seat growled angrily, sensing the approach of something very dangerous. Hearing the growl, Jong tensed up even more, because the puppy did not growl without reason and always sensed enemies in advance. Suddenly breaking the window, the monster stuck its head into the car, and Jong screamed in horror, recoiling to the side. Suddenly, the monster weakened, leaving a trail of blood, and Jong tried to understand what happened in that second. Opening the car door, he saw a large pool of blood, not daring to go outside unless absolutely necessary. Overwhelmed with fear, he did not want to move, fearing an attack from a new monster hidden in the darkness. Emerging from the darkness, Pak ordered his brother to come out. Standing in the raindrops, he was very determined. Numb, Jong looked at his brother, his heart pounding wildly. He wanted to hide and run away. As Jong got out of the car, he saw the corpse of a goblin, bleeding profusely, and the rain was washing the blood away in all directions. Grinning menacingly, a new goblin emerged from the shadows and quickly approached the boys, ready to strike. Shocked, Jong felt cold inside. His skin was covered with goosebumps, and his body did not obey. He was not ready to wake up. Suddenly, Pak threw the dagger right at his brother's feet, and the weapon fell into a puddle right next to the shocked Jong's feet. Without turning around, Pak told his brother to follow him and kill enemies along the way if he wanted to survive. Picking up the weapon, Jong fell to his knees, asking his brother to stop and not to force him to do this. He wanted to go home. Hearing the plea, Pak turned around and asked his brother in surprise what had happened and why he was hesitating. With a trembling voice, Jong asked if he had to wake up right now, if he was not ready and was afraid of it. Gritting his teeth and hiding his irritation, Pa declared that the weak do not survive, and if Jong did not kill, then he would be killed. Paralyzed by terror, Jong did not want to kill. He felt neither determination nor strength, but his brother left him no choice. Opening its mouth, the monster rushed forward, not paying attention to the boys, approaching Peku to attack. Approaching with fury in its eyes, the monster extended its paw towards Pek. The puppy growled viciously, preparing for a fight. Hearing the puppy's growl, Pak ordered him to pounce on the monster to hold it off, while Jong prepared to attack. Without hesitation, Peku rushed into the attack, trying to delay the enemy for at least a few seconds and stay alive. Clinging to the monster's paw, the puppy fiercely bit into the enemy's flesh, immobilizing it for a moment. With a sharp swing, the monster threw Peku to the side, and the puppy's body landed nearby. Peku whined in pain. Realizing the risks, Pak realized that the puppy was too small for such battles and could die at any moment if they did not hurry. In desperation, Jong begged his brother to abandon the mission and return home together before anyone else got hurt. Ignoring his brother's pleas, Pak rudely ordered him to kill the monster, leaving the boy no choice or chance to escape. With horror and numbness, Jong stood up with a dagger in his hands, mentally preparing to strike his opponent. Holding Pekka close, the goblin lifted the puppy closer to his huge mouth, preparing for the killing bite. Clutching the bloody dagger, Jong lunged at the goblin with all his might, overcome by a mixture of rage, fear, and an unconscious desire to survive at any cost. The blow hit the monster right in the heart, and the monster, letting out a death roar, weakened, slowly releasing little Peku from its clutches. The puppy, released by the goblin, collapsed to the ground, its body dirty and wet from the rain, but it was still breathing and whining softly. Without waiting for a command, Puck shouted, ordering his brother to immediately finish off the goblin so that he would not rise again. Losing control, Jung began to thrust the dagger into the monster's chest with wild cruelty, and blood gushed out in all directions. Without stopping, he drove the dagger all the way into the rotten flesh of the monster, as if he was pouring out all the pain and anger on his brother in this battle. Having finished the massacre, he threw the bloody blade aside in disgust, and it fell into a puddle with a dull sound. He fell to his knees and collapsed onto the blood and rain-soaked ground, screaming in horror and moral devastation. Staring at his palms, Jung saw that they were completely covered in the warm, sticky blood of the slain goblin. Shocked not only by the fact that he had killed the monster, but also by the brutality with which he had done it, Jung seemed to lose control. Coming closer, Pak calmly told his brother not to let go of the blade, because the fight was not over yet, and the danger had not passed. Bursting into tears, Jung began to repeat that he could not continue to kill, because he was not made for it. Calmly reminding his brother that only the strong survive in the dungeon, while the weak die without any chance of salvation, Pak tried to cheer up his brother. Sensing a new threat, Peku growled again, rising to his paws and staring into the darkness where the danger was approaching. Jung shuddered as he saw the monster approaching in the distance. Fear gripped his body, but he was no longer the same. Suddenly, one of the previously wounded goblins managed to crawl and began to approach, breathing hoarsely and clenching its clawed paws. Without wasting any time, Puck ordered his brother to finish off all the remaining monsters, reminding him that they had almost no time left. Without turning back, he walked further into the rain, disappearing into the fog, leaving Jong alone with reality. In desperation, Jong shouted after his brother, asking him not to leave him alone. He did not want to kill anyone else. Suddenly, memories came flooding back, and Jong remembered how, as a child, he was beaten up by his classmates in an alley after school. Then he called for help from Pak, who silently watched his beating and turned around and, without saying a word, simply left. Wet with tears, he remembered how he begged, cried, clung to his shirt, but received only silence in response. Then Pa also left without looking back, leaving his younger brother alone with humiliation, pain, and offenders. Now it all happened again. In the pouring rain, Pak walked away without looking back, as if not noticing his brother's scream. In a weak voice, almost a whisper, Jong called out to his brother one last time, knowing that there would be no answer anyway. Raindrops streamed down his face, hiding the tears, and anger began to boil inside him, replacing fear and despair. The monster was approaching, and he was still sitting on the wet ground and looking with pain at the back of his departing brother. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the bloody dagger again. There was no longer any fear in his eyes, only determination. As the monster approached, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, preparing to deliver a fatal bite. Jung struggled to his feet, staggering, but still stood up to meet the enemy and finish what he had started. The resentment that had accumulated over the years flared up inside him, and Jung realized that his brother always abandoned him in the most difficult moments. With a nasty guttural growl, the monster approached, preparing to attack, but Jung was already prepared to respond. Without hesitation, Jong rushed forward and plunged the dagger straight into the monster's throat, cutting off its scream. A dark fire burned in Jong's eyes. He wanted this monster to disappear, so that he could no longer hear its sounds. Time after time, he thrust the dagger deeper, as if he wanted to tear the enemy's throat apart with his weapon. The guy's entire face, clothes, and hands were covered in blood, but he no longer felt disgust, only excitement. As he continued to strike, he seemed to forget about everything, as if he was in some kind of dark trance, concentrating on the attacks. The final blow landed squarely on the skull, Jong cutting the monster's head in half, pulling out the blade with a crunching sound. The lifeless body of the monster fell nearby, blood gushing from its severed head, merging with the rain. But Jong didn't stop. He sat on top and continued to furiously thrust the dagger into the monster's chest. Repeating it like a mantra, he ordered the monster to die, taking out all his hatred and resentment for the unfair treatment he had received on it. After delivering dozens of blows, he finally stood up, looking at the corpse, and his mouth stretched into a sinister smile, like that of a madman. His entire body was covered in blood. Every inch of his clothes were soaked in it, as if he himself had become a monster. But Jong didn't pay any attention to it. His gaze was burning with madness, and the smile was frozen on his face. He was no longer the boy who cried in the rain. He was waking up. Before he could catch his breath, Jong noticed a new monster rapidly approaching him. Sensing danger, Jong tensed up, confident that everything was already over. But the battle continued. The huge goblin jumped up and tried to snatch the dagger. Zhang resisted fiercely, not letting go of the weapon. Zhang struck first, knocking the monster down, and it fell right on top of him, crushing him with its heavy body. Seeing the enemy's face above him, Zhang became frightened, opening his eyes wide and trying to get out from under the heavy load. I remembered the monster slowly approaching, its mouth open, full of tiny teeth, ready to bite. As if escaping from a nightmare, Zhang screamed as if he was defeating not an enemy, but his own fears. The monster's blood flowed down his face and chest, covering the boy's face, but Zhang didn't even try to wipe it away, focusing on his victory. Having finished with the monsters, Zhang took his dagger and with a determined step went to his brother, who had disappeared into the depths of the alley. The smile on his face showed that he liked this feeling. Cutting, winning, feeling the power. Sitting on the roof of the building, Pa watched his brother approach, and there was no surprise on his face. The system issued a notification that Zhang was a cold-blooded killer who had attained rank F level 5. Seeing the message, Pak muttered with a sarcastic grin that he did have a cute brother after all. Looking at the bloody Zhang, Pak asked if he had worked on a pig farm or a meat processing plant before. Zhang's eyes flashed angrily, and he replied that no, he was simply carrying out a mission and doing what was required. Pak called his brother over to the roof, pointing to a free spot nearby, as if inviting him to talk. Still laughing hoarsely, Zhang agreed to go up to the roof to talk and rest after the fight. Sitting on the edge of the roof, Puck looked out over the city streets where it was still raining and decided to finish off the goblins. Below lay hundreds, if not thousands, of slain orcs, blood spilling everywhere, their bodies showing no signs of life in the pouring rain. As the city slowly sank into the darkness of night, the brothers and Peku went to the Bureau of the Awakened. Zhang stood next to Pak, his face covered in dried and fresh blood. He didn't say a word, just silently followed his brother. The secretary immediately noticed them and, perking up, asked with a smile what question they had come to the office with at such a late and rainy hour. Pointing to his silent brother, Park said that Zhang had just awakened and now needed to undergo a mandatory checkup. The secretary, looking at the bloody Zhang, advised him to first take a shower, then go through quarantine, and only after that go up to the measurement. As he climbed the stairs, Zhang asked with obvious confusion what kind of measuring room this was and why this strange apparatus was needed at all. Pak, without slowing down, explained that a special machine determines the level of strength, and if it is sufficient, the path to a career as a mercenary will open. Approaching the measurement room, Pa briefly told that he scored 96 points on the first test, but still did not pass the admission. Zhang could not believe his brother's words. While the boys were chatting, they approached the power measurement room and went inside. Inside the room there was a strange device, a couch with metal sensors, which Zhang approached with caution, but nevertheless lay down on it. After a few seconds, the device began to buzz, and the display showed the number 111, a level sufficient for registration. The lab assistant calmly informed him that the next stage was the ability manifestation room, which Zhang could go to right now without waiting. Turning around, the lab assistant asked Pak with interest if he would like to measure his strength again, at least for the sake of interest and comparison. Without answering, Pa lay down on the couch, closed his eyes, and prepared to hear the result, not expecting anything new or surprising from the procedure. A strange vision flashed inside his mind, thousands of eyes staring at him from the darkness, and the system issued an alert that Pak was being watched. At that moment, Pak stared at the screen in amazement. The indicators began to rise again, which seemed impossible under such conditions. The device recorded 189 units of force, and everyone in the room froze, not believing that the readings could change so quickly. Pak himself was shocked. Just recently, the strength had reached 96, and now he could not understand why it had increased so quickly. The lab assistant just chuckled, noting that the rumors about Pak's strength being unstable were probably true, and his level was constantly changing. Pak, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, asked who exactly was the author or creator of a measuring device of this class. Laughing, the lab assistant replied ironically that, of course, it was all the work of scientists, but who exactly had long been shrouded in mystery and rumors. After a short silence, Pak shook his head in confusion. He wanted to know more precisely because something in the device made him uneasy. After receiving his ID and phone, Zhang was surprised to see the employee hand them over at the same time, saying that everything had already been registered. Adding that the smartphone was a gift from the organization, the girl calmly explained that the guy had passed the test and could become a mercenary. Hearing praise from his brother, the boy sheepishly took the box with the phone, thanked him and looked away, not knowing how to behave properly. After a short pause, Pak asked if his brother had felt anything unusual. Jung shrugged his shoulders and confidently said that he hadn't noticed anything strange. With the suggestion that perhaps it was his own personal sensitivity, Puck moved on to the question of the ability his brother had gained after the test. With slight annoyance and without enthusiasm, Jung said that he had been given an ability related to decapitating enemies in battle. As he walked down the hallway, Puck suddenly saw Choi walking calmly past, accompanied by her team. Surprised by the girl's appearance, Pak at first thought that he had made a mistake and decided to verify what he had seen. Sharply raising his head and running after his friend, Pak called out to Choi in a rather loud voice. Turning around, the girl looked in confusion in the direction of the sound, trying to understand who exactly had called her and for what purpose. Frowning, the guys accompanying Choi decided that this was some strange guy who was clearly asking for trouble. Seeing who exactly called out to their leader, the guys froze, realizing that in front of them stood the very same Pak that everyone knew from rumors. Coming closer, Pa asked for forgiveness for his previous harshness and admitted that he did not know how to behave normally among well-mannered people. Without hesitation, the girl coldly replied that everything was clear to her and directly demanded that they no longer cross paths. Continuing on, Choi walked further down the hallway, and her team turned around in surprise, not understanding how someone could have brushed Park off. Silently watching the girl leave, Pig didn't move, and Jong, who was standing next to him, watched him with slight incomprehension. As she walked away, Choi decided to herself that the guy was either crazy or had simply made up a reason to come up to her. His apologies did not impress the girl. Behind them, the accompanying guys began to discuss that perhaps Choi and Park had some kind of personal connection, and perhaps Choi was going to get married. Angered by her team's chatter, Choi turned around abruptly and loudly ordered everyone to immediately get changed for practice. Having uttered an irritated phrase about the girl clearly having a northern character, Pa turned away, and his brother remained silent in surprise. At this time, Manager Mi's car was parked near the Suho clan headquarters, and the girl was in a cozy room, calmly talking with her grandmother. Sipping strawberry soju, the girl commented that the drink was perfect, especially for such rare, friendly gatherings. Noticing that the young people liked the taste, the grandmother said that the drink was actually made by her son-in-law, but he died without ever trying it. Raising her glass, the girl drank to the victory over the monsters, while quietly muttering that let them all disappear forever. Smiling, the grandmother commented that the girl had very correct words, and in general, she spoke as she should. Putting the bowl on the table, the girl said that this soup with bread was the best thing she had eaten in recent years, and the grandmother added that it could be eaten not only as a main dish, but also as an appetizer. Looking at her watch, Mi noted out loud that Pa still hadn't arrived, but then she heard footsteps outside the door, and Grandma said it was him. Entering inside, Pa stopped at the threshold, noticing an unfamiliar girl, and Zhang calmly appeared behind him. Seeing his father and puppy, Gui joyfully rushed towards them, laughing and rejoicing, as if nothing terrible in the world existed anymore. Questioning his father, Gui wondered why his father had taken so long to come, and Zhang asked if the boy had a good time. Coming closer, the girl greeted Pak, who silently continued to look at the stranger without opening his gaze. After some time, Pa broke the silence and asked who the girl was and why she came, since he saw her for the first time. The system immediately issued a notification, saying that the guest's name was Kim Mi-so and that her rank corresponded to level A2. While the girl was introducing herself and saying her name, it was getting dark outside and a thick gray cloud was hanging over the city. Having heard this calmly, the guy was surprised why such a strong personality came to them. Explaining, Mi said that she came to sign a contract. Surprised by the answer, the guy asked what kind of contract they were talking about. In response, the girl asked if he knew what the official name for people who return through the red portals was. The guy shrugged and replied that he didn't know anything about the official terms and that he was hearing all of this for the first time. In a calm voice, the girl said that such people are called coordinators, and this is not just a conventional title. Surprised, Pa asked again about the term, because he had never heard such a name before or read it in any document. Continuing, the girl reminded the guy, saying that if he went through the red portal and returned to Earth, then all the conditions were met. Even so, the guy did not understand why she was telling him all this, and what exactly she wanted to explain with this. Moving on to the main thing, Mi reported that the portal would soon appear again, but would work in both directions. Pa asked where exactly the portal would appear and when it would happen. Raising her hand, the girl pointed her finger straight towards Pak, without saying anything and holding her hand in the air. Not understanding why they were pointing at him, the boy stared in surprise at the girl's hand, which was still pointed straight at him. Without lowering her finger, the girl calmly explained that the new portal should appear right next to the coordinator if everything goes according to plan. Hearing this, the guy began to think, remembering the details and trying to comprehend the girl's words, which sounded too serious. The thought popped into his head that if the portal really did appear, then perhaps he would again see that same wolf pack he had befriended on the planet of 2 moons. Without hiding the information, the girl explained that the administration considers the planet with 2 moons to be the 4th new planet. Comparing the data, the girl explained that if the theory is confirmed, then the only portal of the 4th planetary bridge will be in Korea. After waiting a few seconds, the guy asked when exactly the portal would appear, asking for the exact time. Without hesitation, the girl replied that the estimated date was within 99 days, and that was the most accurate time frame at the current moment. After a short silence, the guy got to the main point and asked directly what exactly they wanted from him and why they were paying so much attention to him. With a slight smile, Mi explained that until the portal appeared, he was strongly advised not to leave the country or travel abroad. After a short pause, the guy asked again why he should stay, since no one had ever set such conditions or restricted him before. In a serious tone, the girl said that the authorities do not want a repeat of the situation with Lee Sun-woo, who caused global problems. The guy asked again in surprise who Lee Sun-woo was, because he had never heard of him before and didn't know who he was being compared to. Hearing the reaction, the girl was surprised how Park could not know about Lee Sun-woo's case, which was discussed in almost every international report. After starting to explain, the girl said that Okita Hiro is considered the #1 in the world rankings, but his real name is Lee Sun-woo. The guy noted to himself with surprise that Lee turned out to be Korean, although he had previously thought of him as Japanese or someone from another country. Recalling the beginning of the cataclysm, the girl explained that in the early stages, the police detained repatriates for the safety of society. After returning, Lee Sun-woo, who was only a D level at the time, escaped from the facility and later opened the gate to Tokyo on planet Guchon. Continuing the conversation, the girl asked if Pak knew what the size industry was and began to explain its importance. According to the girl, if the portal is activated while Pa is abroad, the state will not be able to ensure control and will suffer losses. And after all the explanations, the guy understood his importance. Realizing the significance of the situation, Pa asked what exactly he would get in return if he agreed to stay and do whatever was required of him. With a slight smile, the girl asked what he wanted in return and suggested that he not be shy because he could name the conditions himself. Without much thought, Pak said that he wanted his clan to receive guild status and the opportunity to expand the territory for their activities. Han, who was hiding behind a pedestal and accidentally overheard everything, was shocked by such demands, considering them too bold and ambitious. Keeping her calm, the girl asked if Pak wanted anything else, and added that he could contact her with any work-related questions. While getting ready, Mi was about to leave, but Pa suddenly realized that he had forgotten to ask the most important question, and the girl stopped and listened to him attentively. Looking straight into her eyes, the guy asked how he would know about the portal's appearance, since delay could cost too much. Without hiding the information, the girl said that they would send a special agent who would measure the faults in their coordinates. Hearing this, the guy thought about it, because he didn't know who exactly was considered the best specialist in this field and how to find him. At the same time, Choi remembered how Park once said that he wanted to have children with her, and it still wouldn't leave her mind. At that moment, her reaction was strong, her eyes opened wide, and inside there was a confusion about what it was all about. Trying not to get distracted, the girl began to train intensively, doing exercises, but his words still popped up in her memory. Watching this, the guys nearby could not understand why she was so angry and where all this aggression came from. Hitting the punching bag hard, the girl screamed loudly that she should have immediately filed a complaint against him for harassment and not held back. As she passed by, Mi stopped and asked in surprise who Choi was referring to, since she was screaming very loudly. Choi said with annoyance in her voice that she was not in the mood, and me asked if she was ever in the mood. Demanding to speak her orders in essence, Choi was very irritated, and me informed her that it was time to leave on a mission. Very surprised, Choi asked again what mission they were talking about, since no one had informed her about it. Turning around, Choi was very angry that she was being sent on a mission related to protecting Park, and me was closely watching her reaction. As Choi leafed through the papers, she asked with obvious displeasure why she had to do this boring and pointless task. Smiling slightly, me explained that the mission was not assigned to her by chance, because the headquarters was confident that she would cope with the task better than anyone else. Hearing this, the girl asked irritably if this was really the only reason, but me confirmed it without a doubt. In an emphatically angry tone, the girl called me Uni, showing that she now perceived her as an older and annoying sister. Without confidence in her voice, me admitted that she herself did not fully believe in the existence of a new planet, but asked what her partner thought about it. Imagining the destroyed buildings and fire everywhere, Choi answered without hesitation that once the portal opened, it would be pure hell. Stressing the importance of the mission, me ordered that if cracks appeared in space, Pas should be immediately taken and taken away, and that the rest of the time he should be nearby. Emphasizing the words always being there, me asked if Choi understood how important that was. With every word, Choi became more and more angry, and now she clearly did not want to see Pak or spend any time near him. Trying to show her displeasure, she loudly said that she was going to submit her resignation letter. Meanwhile, in his room, Jong felt strange voices in his head and began to think that he was slowly losing his mind. Suddenly, Gui's voice calling his dad to eat sounded so clear and distinct that the boy seemed to be pulled out of his anxious thoughts. Out of unexpected joy, Khan screamed throughout the apartment, expressing his emotion without any restraint. Confused, Jong asked what had happened, and Han beamed and said that their clan was finally moving forward. Continuing to rejoice, Khan explained that they now had the opportunity to enter the second-level dungeon and try to pass it. Without hiding his approval, Pak calmly confirmed that this was indeed good news and that it was worth using. Thinking about what was said, Jong noticed that to enter the second-level dungeon, at least level D was needed, and even with ordinary warriors they had problems. With concern in his voice, he asked if it wouldn't be better to continue working in the first-level dungeons at first until the clan got stronger. While agreeing, Han added that if they went with Pak, they would be able to pass the second level without any particular difficulties. After some thought, Pak suggested that they first earn a little extra money in the first-level dungeon, and at the same time strengthen the team, and if everything goes according to plan, it's worth thinking about recruiting new members. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly in approval as they entered the room, interrupting the conversation. Not expecting to see anyone else, Khan turned around in surprise and looked at the doors. It was Meng, dressed in a suit, standing with his hands folded in prayer and bowing to Buddha as usual. Seeing the monk, Gui was very happy and shouted, and Khan asked if men had eaten today. Having answered that he had eaten, Men suggested that everyone not waste time and immediately set off to carry out the mission. A large traffic jam had formed at the gate to the portal, and shouts, arguments, and expressions of discontent could be heard among the drivers. As they approached the portal to the Toktokobi dungeon, the boys noticed that many people had gathered around, wanting to get there. Suddenly, one guy in a green suit heard a familiar voice and immediately became wary. The Paka clan moved forward confidently, none of them paying attention to what was happening around them. Noticing Pak, the boy happily recognized him, shouted loudly and ran towards him, not hiding his delight. Surprised that someone was calling, Pak turned around and looked away with a question in his eyes. After greeting each other, they shook hands, and the guy named Zhang asked if it was true that Pak had founded his own clan. Turning his head, Pak calmly asked the guy who the guys were who were standing with him in the long line at the portal. After a short beep, the system reflected Zhang's name in his strength level as E5, without providing any additional information. Zhang stood silently, not saying a word, causing Pak to frown slightly, not understanding the reason for such silence and strange behavior. After a slight hesitation, the guy assured that everything was fine, but he didn't have time to properly answer Pak's direct question about the temporary group. Hearing the call of his comrades, Zhang apologized, saying that he was leaving because it was time for them to enter the portal, and quickly turned away. After a quick goodbye, the guy promised to contact me later, and then disappeared into the crowd without explaining anything else. Waving his hand, Pak nodded in response and briefly said that he would wait for news without asking unnecessary questions. After a short silence, Meng asked with interest who that guy was, to which Pa calmly replied that it was an acquaintance from the dungeon. Without hesitation, Pa suggested that the whole team enter the portal, and the guys confidently moved forward without further ado. Meanwhile, a man was watching them, but remained invisible to the others. A wicked grin appeared on his face as he continued to stand at a distance and think about the next steps of his plan. At the same time, the guys from Zhang's temporary group recognized Pak and stared in his direction in surprise, not believing their eyes. After thinking for a while, Zhang decided that he had failed to tell Pak the truth about the clan's disintegration, since 2 members had simply left. Slowly entering the portal with the new group, the guy thought that without a foundation, the team fell apart. But creating a new clan turned out to be easy. Remembering the past, the guy realized that under pressure and fear of monsters, people lost their composure and left the clan. The vanguard that led the squad placed its hopes on the one-day clan, and the guys placed their hopes on him. Those fighters who were not part of permanent clans often gathered in so-called one-day groups to explore dungeons. As he stepped through the portal, Zhang hoped that there would be people in this group who would become his true comrades. As the team entered the dungeon, Choi raced on a motorcycle to the destination, carrying out the mission of escorting Park. The engine roared louder and louder, her hair flew to the sides, and the girl hurried, keeping her course strictly according to the given coordinates. Through the microphone in her helmet, the girl reported that she had just left, and from headquarters they reported that Pak and the guys had gone underground in the morning. A second later, Mi radioed the coordinates of the dungeon and asked Choi to keep in touch with her if anything unexpected happened. Having received the message with the coordinates, Choi calmly confirmed that everything had been received and continued moving along the given route. The gas was applied, the speed increased, and the motorcycle confidently moved toward the target designated by the system. Inside the portal, Puck's team was suddenly attacked by a multitude of aggressive flying toads, attacking from different directions. Deftly repelling attacks, the boys quickly scattered the fallen bodies of their enemies to the sides. Zhang was especially effective in using his sword in close combat. Khan watched what was happening and commented on the guy's actions with interest, while rejoicing at his new chasing skill. Zhang's internal tension could be felt with every blow, and his face expressed anger, as if the guy had lost control. A toad flew up behind him unnoticed, but the guy didn't notice it until the enemy was very close. After Han's loud warning, Zhang reacted instantly, turning around and raising his head, preparing to strike. With one swift movement of the dagger, the boy cut open the toad's belly while it was in flight and continued moving forward. A smile, almost mad, appeared on his face, and his eyes shone as if he was truly enjoying what was happening. Han couldn't believe that his comrade was enjoying the killings, and his reaction to Zhang's laughter was a mixture of shock and incomprehension. All this time, Pak watched the fight from the top of the boulders, assessing the situation without interfering in the process. Calmly summing up, the guy noted that the guys completed the task on their own and showed a confident result. An unexpected explosion to the side attracted everyone's attention, and immediately after that, the toads attacked Zhang's team with renewed vigor. The explosion sent Zhang flying, and he fell to the ground before he could even react. Other members of his group began to land nearby, some of whom were also injured in the fall and received bruises. Zhang had blood running down his face and was breathing heavily and coughing, trying to understand what had just happened. The toad wrapped its tongue around one of its comrades, preparing to swallow him, and he tried to escape, calling the others for help. The monsters attacked one after another, grabbed the fighters and dragged them into their mouths while they screamed, asking to be saved. Zhang lay on the ground, barely moving, realizing that his new team was almost finished and there was no help to be expected from anywhere. Envy of Pak's strong team appeared unexpectedly, because he was able to gather people who really knew how to do something. Gathering the rest of his strength, the guy stood up and thought that most likely the guys from the Paka clan would not accept him because of his weakness. Having completed the mission, the guys calmly exited the portal, feeling relieved from the successfully completed battle and discussing their actions inside the dungeon. Noting that they saved time this time and were almost not tired, Han praised the team, and men added that he tried out many new skills during the battle. Having supported the guys, Pak expressed his joy at the results and said that now they will be divided into groups and work more effectively in different directions. Suddenly, the stranger waved at them and asked if they were part of the Suho clan, thereby attracting the attention of the entire team. Looking at him questioningly, Pan asked who he was and why he was interested in their team. Handing over his business card, the stranger introduced himself as Choi Myung-woo from the BDG Guild, trying to make a good impression. Watching this with surprise, Khan remembered that this guild was among the top 20 and had 4 stations in its own portal. Holding up his business card, Park asked what exactly it was that brought Choi to their team. Without hiding his intentions, Choi said that they worked in the same area and would like to give a small gift to Park's team. Not understanding what he was talking about, the guys looked at Choi in surprise, and Park asked again what exactly he meant by the word gift. After clarifying, Choi explained that he heard about the team leveling up and therefore wanted to congratulate them with free tickets to the second-level dungeon. Hearing this, Han was very happy, assuming that such tickets were rare and expensive, especially if it was a second-level dungeon. Without hesitation, Choi suggested that the team immediately go down into the dungeon and test their strength in practice without any additional preparation. Expressing doubt, Jung suggested that they prepare a little first so as not to take risks on the first mission at a new level. Laughing, Choi assured them that everything they needed was already prepared and invited the boys to come with him, offering the equipment as a gift. There were no more doubts. Khan was absolutely delighted with such support and believed that they would definitely cope. Pak, without losing his mind, suggested that they split up. The guys would go down to the first level of the dungeon, and he would check the second level. Choi lowered his head and smirked slightly, showing that he had expected exactly this decision from Park and was pleased with the result. Having supported the decision, the guys nodded and agreed to follow the plan, without asking unnecessary questions and accepting the instructions. After offering Pak to go to the car, Choi led him towards the exit, escorting the guy to his car. At first, there was silence in the car. Everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, heading toward the second-level dungeon. On the way to the 47th portal, Choi clarified that we could go in right away, since everything was already ready. Noticing the strange emptiness, Pak said doubtfully that the area around the portal was too deserted, and there were no mercenaries in sight. Explaining, Choi said that there shouldn't be any mercenaries nearby because the portal opened recently, and no one knows about it yet. Noticing the attention, Park was surprised by such care from Choi, but the stranger added that he would be grateful if Park's team continued to use their portals. Without hiding his doubts, Pa noted that the Choi Guild portals were located too close to their clan, and perhaps they would use them. Having driven up to the entrance, Choi asked the guy standing there if everything was ready. He nodded, and Pa calmly got out of the car. Handing over the backpack, the guy said that it contained everything necessary in case of an attack, and Pa thanked him. As he entered the portal, Park waved to Choi and said that if he came back, they would have lunch together. With a sarcastic grin, Choi said that he would agree to drink with the guy if he returned from the dungeon. By pressing the bracelet, Pa activated the helmet, which began to appear on his head, completely covering his face. Having completed the transformation, Pak felt confident that he was reliably protected from the enemies waiting in the portal. Without looking back, Puck walked forward with confidence, ready to explore the new dungeon and defeat the monsters. Already in full costume and helmet, the guy walked towards the center of the dungeon, not thinking about possible traps. Choi, who remained outside, hummed something to himself, happy that his plan was starting to work out exactly as he wanted. Hearing the noise of a motor, he turned around to see a girl on a motorcycle approaching the gate at high speed. Looking questioningly at the approaching stranger, Choi wondered who she was and why she had come here. At speed, without slowing down, the girl confidently headed straight for the barrier installed at the entrance gate to the second-level dungeon. Taking off her helmet and wasting no time, she immediately asked if the person who had just entered the portal was really Pak. Having confirmed that Pak had entered the portal, Choi calmly asked the girl who she was and why she had appeared so suddenly. Running to the very entrance, she shouted loudly that she belonged to the Suho clan and was also going to enter the dungeon right now. After a short silence, Choi responded approvingly, while simultaneously stretching his lips into a wide and unnatural smile. He bit his lip in anticipation of his reward, mentally imagining how this whole story would end. When he met with the mercenary hired to eliminate Pak, he demanded 2 billion, but the secretary was surprised and asked why the price was so high. After explaining the situation, Choi said that Park was too famous, so simply manipulating him carried huge risks. He laughed and added that the entire operation was valued at 40 billion, as if that were an ordinary figure. At this moment, Choi was already entering the portal. She wanted to quickly find Park to keep an eye on him. Strange sensations began to appear in her body, as if something invisible was squeezing her from all sides. Before that, at the entrance to the first-level dungeon, she crossed paths with the guys from the Paka clan. Surprised by Pak's absence, she immediately asked the guys where he was and why he was not with them. Without further ado, Zhong told the girl everything, not hiding the details that Pak had gone to the second-level dungeon. After getting on her motorcycle, she headed straight to the entrance of the second-level dungeon without wasting a minute. During the trip, she informed me that Pak was going to enter the portal again and that she was already on her way there. Hearing this, Mi told Choi to follow Pak into the portal and not lose sight of him. Not understanding why she needed to enter the portal with Pak, Choi was very upset. Explaining, Mi said that Choi should personally check his abilities and then send a report. Indignant, the girl said that she was in ordinary everyday clothes and was not prepared for the mission. Choi reminded me that she had a special bracelet, and with it, Choi could activate all the necessary equipment for herself. Even more indignant, Choi said that she felt sorry for her clothes, as she was used to them and felt comfortable in them. To convince the girl, Mi promised to double her bonus for the task. Choi cursed and asked if it was really worth going to such extremes for this. With irony in her voice, Mi asked if it was time for Choi to catch Pak since she was still nearby. Realizing that she had been lied to, Choi was outraged by the fact that she had been told about a signed contract with Park, only to find out that it did not exist. Mai calmly said that insurance is the basis and expressed hope for Choi's professionalism. As she entered the portal, the girl felt her clothes begin to tear, and she cursed quietly to herself. Standing inside, Pa looked around the area at the very entrance to the dungeon. The environment in the second-level dungeon was different from what Puck was used to, and it was noticeable. Hearing a strange sound from behind, the guy turned around questioningly, not understanding what was happening. Not understanding who could be following him, Pa was surprised because he knew for sure that there was no one else nearby. Suddenly, a scream came from behind, in which a voice told Pak not to move, and he froze in shock. Hearing a familiar voice, he couldn't believe his ears and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Appearing from the portal, Choi was still without clothes. She was just beginning to form. Choi pressed the bracelet and told him not to turn around, threatening that he would die if he looked. Even though the clothes were almost formed, she felt extremely awkward. Thinking to herself, she decided that she should definitely demand extra payment for something like this. Suddenly feeling a gaze on her, the girl opened her eyes in surprise, amazed at Puck's impudence. Turning around, she saw Puck standing and looking straight at her, not taking his eyes off her. Choi screamed and reminded him that she had asked him not to watch and accused him of being perverted. Answering calmly, Pa explained that he was simply interested in the bracelet and wanted to know if it had an inventory function. In response, the girl asked irritably how long he had been staring at her, and the system gave out data on her 8th grade B level. Hearing her reaction, Pak was surprised by such a sharp tone and clearly did not expect such an outburst. Recalling, Park said that Choi herself saw him naked on the day he returned to Earth from the planet of 2 moons. He said with a grin that they were now even since they found themselves in the same situation. Looking very annoyed, Choi said that Pak's words made her laugh, but the girl's appearance told a different story. Suspecting that she had come for a fight, Pa asked her directly if she was going to fight him. With surprise in her voice, Choi asked if Mi hadn't told Pak that he would be assigned an escort. Recalling this, Pak said that he was promised a professional, not hiding the mockery on his face. Choi said with obvious irritation that she was the professional and that Park's words had hurt her. Hinting at the girl's appearance, Pak said in a dubious voice that it hardly seemed true. Choi cursed and began to explain that she had no clothes because she had not had time to prepare for the mission. With severity in his voice, Pak told the girl not to interfere with his mission under any circumstances. After calming Pak down, Choi replied that she would only watch what was happening from the sidelines. Hearing the noise, she tensed and looked questioningly towards the source of the sound. Taking a closer look, she told Puck that they had unexpected guests right in front of them. Not understanding who Choi was talking about, Puck turned around questioningly to see who had come to visit them. In front of them stood an orc, fully prepared for battle, clutching a huge axe in his hand. The orc's eyes, glowing with malice, betrayed his confidence and readiness for battle. The monster watched the boys closely. Choi narrowed her eyes slightly and noted that this orc looked extremely strong, and Pa was unlucky to have run into the boss right away. Turning to the girl, Pa calmly said that there were 4 orcs in front of them at once, and each of them was a separate boss. Choi frowned slightly and asked again in confusion, not understanding what kind of creatures Pa was talking about or how he knew their exact number. The goblins had surrounded the boys, creeping up on them from all sides, and Puck could feel their presence, listening carefully to the sounds around him. Refusing to believe what was happening, Choi couldn't understand how this was possible, since 4 bosses in a second-level dungeon was an anomaly. In a calm voice, Puck noted that what lay before them was not an ordinary dungeon at all, but a place of a significantly higher level of difficulty. Choi's surprise grew after hearing this, as even the mere acknowledgement of the existence of the 3rd level seemed excessive to her. Looking straight at the girl, P asked if she hadn't felt any energy when she passed through the portal and doubted her professionalism. Inwardly, Choi wondered if the protective power bracelet was blocking her senses, causing her to not notice the changes. Rushing forward with a battle cry, Pak ordered the girl not to interfere with his fight, and Choi froze in place, amazed by his determination. A sudden powerful blow caused a landslide of rocks to fall on Choi with a roar, forcing her to cover herself with her hand. Not believing her own eyes, the girl realized that it was Pak, who was running at such a speed that the ground rose up behind him. Having reduced the distance to a minimum, Pak delivered a powerful blow straight into the orc's chest, with such force that he fell to the ground, losing his balance. Having lost control of his body, the orc fell and dropped the axe from his hands, not having time to react to the sudden attack from Pak. Instantly catching the drop weapon, Pak confidently landed on his feet after the blow, preparing for the next maneuver. Rubbing his head in pain, the orc couldn't understand what had happened, because the attack was too fast and accurate for him to perceive. As Choi continued to watch the scene, she sensed the presence of 3 more bosses in the area, and her heart began to beat faster. Raising his axe, Puck swung again and rushed towards the orc, who had not had time to recover and stood disoriented. With one precise blow, Puck cut the orc's head almost in half, leaving him no chance to resist. The orc's lifeless body collapsed to one side, and his head flew off with a dull thud to another part of the battlefield. Hearing the noise, Puck turned his head and noticed another boss, a second orc, quickly approaching him. Seeing Puck waving his weapon, the orc stopped abruptly, trying to assess the situation and not understanding who was in front of him. Without wasting any time, Pa threw the axe at his opponent with such force that it sank straight into his forehead, incapacitating him. After confirming the hit, Puck realized that the 3rd orc was starting to approach, and his attention switched to the new target. Leaping onto the rise, Puck began to run forward, leaving the orc behind, who was trying to catch up with him on the slope. Seeing a long vine in front of him, Pa decided to use it as a means of climbing, grabbing it with his hand. Soon he was airborne, using the vine to gain altitude, and was quickly approaching the top point. While the orc looked around in bewilderment, Pak flew right above him, remaining unnoticed. Finding the right moment, Pa let go of the vine and began to fall rapidly downwards, aiming straight at the monster's head. As Puck approached the orc, he noticed him looking up in surprise, not understanding where the threat was coming from. Meanwhile, Choi contacted Park's clients and demanded that they transfer the remaining amount, assuring them that even S-level fighters could not handle it. Surprised by their questions, Choi didn't know how to answer when asked what the actual difficulty level of the dungeon was. Meanwhile, having landed on the orc, Puck plunged the dagger straight into his eye, and blood gushed out, splashing everywhere. Continuing to watch the fight, Choi was in shock, because she did not expect such cruelty and effectiveness from Puck. The orc's lifeless body crashed to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust and causing tremors underfoot. While Pa was resting near the defeated monster, the 4th orc began to approach, preparing to attack. Smiling wryly, Pak said that the level didn't matter if you could just destroy everyone. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the ground around Pa shook, and stones flew in all directions, and Pak managed to dodge, and saw how the orc's axe crashed into the ground. With a sharp kick, Pa threw the orc aside to buy some time for his next maneuver. Jumping up and rolling head over heels down, the orc dropped his axe, unable to keep his balance after the blow. Rolling down the slope, the orc received multiple injuries. Carefully watching the enemy's actions, Pa was not distracted for a second, waiting for the next move. Thick blood began to flow from the orc's mouth, and he made a hoarse sound as he tried to rise. Stopping near a tree, the orc fell and received a mortal wound, and the system awarded Pak 32 points. Choi stood in shock, and Pa noted that he had found a real treasure, hinting at the enemy's value. Seeing the backpack in Pak's hand, Choi looked at him questioningly, not understanding what exactly he wanted to show. Turning to her and noticing the expression on her face, Puck asked if she could help with the bloodstones. Moving towards the orc's body, Puck began to examine it, while Choi continued to stand with the backpack, not daring to come closer. The girl thought that the guy standing in front of her was extremely unusual, because even with level F, he could easily cause a massacre. Silently watching his actions, she stood motionless and watched as he began to pick right at the slain orc's chest. Not understanding why Pa was doing this, Choi thought he was crazy and did not understand the value of the stones in such a dangerous situation. Silently continuing to watch Pak's manipulations of the orc, Choi stood with her eyes wide open. Hearing a faint sound behind her, the girl became alert and quickly turned around, trying to understand what exactly had caught her attention. Suddenly feeling the presence of someone else's energy, she realized that someone nearby had activated a reconnaissance skill and was watching them. At this time, Pak took one of the bloodstones from the monster's body and proudly showed the find to the girl. Keeping her cool, Choi replied that now was not the time to show off the stones when there was a potential threat around. Turning towards her, Park asked in surprise why Choi was reacting like that and what exactly was causing her concern. Without unnecessary emotion, the girl explained that killing 4 orc bosses does not guarantee opening the exit from this dungeon. Without saying a word, Pa pulled the dagger out of the monster's chest, but continued to sit next to the body, thinking about the situation. Pointing to the backpack, Choi pointed out that there were too many regular rocks inside and asked if he knew about this in advance. After a short pause, Puck looked at her in surprise, then emptied the contents of his backpack onto the ground and began to put the bloody stones there. Realizing what was happening, Choi grabbed her head, horrified at the realization of how serious the situation was. Leaning forward, she screamed that this was a 4th-level dungeon, and even the two of them wouldn't be able to get out alive. Without hiding his panic, Puck stared at her and tried to comprehend what was said, his eyes filling with fear and confusion. Not believing what he heard, he couldn't understand how Choi could just send him to the 4th-level dungeon, passing it off as the 2nd. Hearing this, Choi was shocked, because even she did not expect that Park would so trustingly believe the words of a stranger. Suppressing the rage inside, Park remembered that he had promised Choi dinner, and now it seemed like the most naive mistake he had ever made. Watching his reaction, Choi was shocked at how naive the boy was to not check the information about the portal. Hearing a strange noise, the girl quickly turned her head to the side and tried to determine the source of the approaching danger. An orc stood right in front of her, ready to strike, his massive figure looming over the girl, making her tense up. After assessing the situation, Choi decided that the time had come to show Pa what she was truly capable of in a fight. Turning to where Puck had been standing, she was surprised to see that the boy had suddenly disappeared from view. Cursing internally, the girl remembered that she had left her sword in the trunk of the motorcycle near the portal itself. Suddenly, a figure flashed between her and the orc, and Puck struck with incredible speed, protecting the girl from the attack. Without missing a beat, he cut off the monster's head, and it flew off with a dull sound, falling to the ground. Shocked by what she saw, Choi couldn't believe the speed and strength of Pak, who acted like a real killer. The headless body of the orc fell to the ground with a loud thud, leaving behind only blood and the dull sound of its fall. Jumping to the side, Pak held a bloody dagger in his hands, and Choi did not take her eyes off his back, perplexed. With a slight smile on his face, Pak told the girl not to worry, because he was still strong, although he had been even stronger before. Choi, inwardly indignant, didn't understand what exactly the guy meant when he spoke of his former strength in the past tense. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared in the air, and the girl automatically directed her gaze towards the source of the unknown glow. Unable to understand what was happening, she opened her eyes wide and tried to analyze the nature of the strange light. Standing nearby, Pa also watched what was happening in surprise, not knowing where this magical glow was coming from. Deciding not to waste time, the girl activated the clairvoyance skill to determine possible threats in the area. The skill allowed her to see the approaching orcs, of which there were many more than they could have imagined. The girl cursed silently, realizing that the fight was just beginning and a real nightmare awaited them ahead. Standing in a clearing among the dense greenery, Choi shouted loudly to Han that a large crowd of orcs was approaching from their direction, and the situation seemed hopeless. Approaching with weapons in hand, the orcs looked like an organized army rather than a wild pack, causing the boys serious concern. Smiling inappropriately, Pa noted that even without Mung, the monsters were still coming towards him. But Choi was very irritated by this, and she demanded that he shut up. Riding on horseback, several orcs approached on wolves with eyes glowing yellow, inspiring fear and tension. Noticing this, Choi shouted that it seemed like all the orcs in the dungeon were heading towards them, and there was almost no time left to think. With unexpected surprise, Pak noticed the monsters riding on wolves and was even glad, not perceiving them as a threat, but rather as something familiar and habitual. The monsters approached without stopping, gradually reducing the distance, already raising their weapons to deal powerful blows to the enemies. With a loud cry, the guys rushed towards the orcs, but Pak sharply called out to Choi, asking her not to interfere, but she was not going to listen to the guy, considering his request inappropriate. While shielding herself from attacks from different directions, Choi activated her shield ability to block damage and last longer. A quick movement allowed Puck to slice one of the orc's heads in half with a blow of his dagger, instantly incapacitating him. The headless orc who was riding the wolf fell to the ground without any signs of life, while Puck headed towards the rest of the enemies. After checking the contents of her inventory, Choi took out the sword she always carried with her in case of battle and prepared to fight. Suddenly, another orc appeared nearby. Riding a wolf, he slowly approached, preparing to attack. Without wasting a second, the girl raised her sword and began to swing it, trying to deflect the blow of the approaching orc. Having slightly wounded the enemy in the side, she saw how the orc looked at her with interest and anger, swinging for the next blow. Realizing that she had no additional equipment, Choi realized that she had only taken the blade and cursed loudly in irritation. Puck suddenly landed between them from the air, shouting that the orcs were his business and that the girl should stay away. With all his strength and precision, Puck delivered a powerful kick, sending the wolf and the orc far away from the battlefield. After a strong blow, the orc and the wolf flew away together, their bodies falling limply to the ground, no longer moving. Puck moved with an uncertain speed, jumping and changing trajectories in the air, while Choi watched him in surprise. Pak rushed past Choi, knocking down rocks and raising dust so fast that she had to quickly cover her face with her hand. Moving lightning fast between the orcs and striking them with one blow of his sword, Pak deftly destroyed them, blood flying in all directions, while Choi watched from the side. A moment later, Pak cleared a path forward, moving forward as the orcs' bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. Moving forward gradually, Puck approached three giant orcs who stood motionless, as if waiting for his attack. Without looking away, Pak stared into the eyes of his opponents, preparing for the decisive blow and assessing their strength. Without warning, one of the orcs pulled out a long, spiked bat, and at that moment, Puck's body was in the trajectory of the blow. Shocked by what was happening, Choi froze, realizing that Park was in trouble and urgently needed help or support. After a powerful blow from the bat, Pak flew to the side and fell to the ground with a dull sound, temporarily losing his orientation. The monsters advanced with a terrifying appearance, and their eyes burned with malice and rage, as if they were thirsting for immediate destruction. From Choi's expression, it was clear that she recognized one of them as the main orc, sensing his strength and superiority. As he fell, Puck tried his best to slow down with his hands, and the sword that fell from his hands ended up not far from him. Having regained his balance, Puck landed on his knees and spread his arms out to the sides to stabilize himself and get back into the fight. Looking towards the enemy with a grin, Puck clarified whether it was really the dungeon boss that needed to be destroyed. The orc's eyes flared with a bright red light, and he charged furiously, enraged by Puck's words. Instantly joining the fight, Choi shouted loudly that they needed to finish off the boss first and the rest would come later. Reacting at the last moment, Puck managed to grab the bloody dagger that had fallen out of his hands. Quickly closing the distance between himself and the monster, Puck moved at incredible speed, preparing to strike first. Swinging a heavy bat, the orc attempted to repeat the attack, but Puck dodged in time, avoiding possible damage. Jumping up high, Puck headed straight for the back of the enemy's head, choosing the point for the most effective strike. Landing behind the monster, Puck plunged the dagger into its neck, trying his best to penetrate as deeply as possible. Choi stood frozen in place, unable to believe what was happening as she watched Pak deal with his most dangerous opponent. Looking at the monster, Pak still doubted whether he had really managed to defeat the enemy or whether the battle was not over. Suddenly, the wounded orc swung his bat with all his might and threw Puck far to the side. Choi's eyes widened as she was shocked by the sudden development and didn't know what to do next. While events were rapidly unfolding on the battlefield in the Awakened Bureau, Mi was talking to the secretary via video link. Looking at the screen, the secretary asked Mi if she thought what was happening was too strange, but she did not understand what the question was about. Surprised that the secretary was asking if Choi had gone to get Park, Mi did not understand the question and answered affirmatively that the girl had gone to get Park. Showing the map, the secretary noted that the guys' phones were far from each other. There had been no movement for an hour. And me, hearing this, was very surprised by what she saw. Continuing, the secretary explained that the signal indicated that Pa was in the first-level dungeon, while Choi was in a completely different location. Without finishing, the secretary heard me shout that this was nonsense, because in her opinion, the guys should be together. Returning from the first-level dungeon, the Suho clan team discussed resting, with Han suggesting an hour break before returning back to battle. Looking into the car, Han was surprised to notice that Pa had left his mobile phone behind, which surprised the guy. At the barrier near the entrance to the second-level dungeon stood Choi's motorcycle, waiting alone for its owner. Choi's cell phone, which was on the stand, suddenly rang. It was me calling, asking where the girl was. She tried to call the Me guys, not understanding what was happening, and asked Secretary Lee to find out where Choi was. After checking the information, Lee reported that Choi was in the fifth-level dungeon, which left everyone shocked and confused. Hearing this, Me, with her eyes wide open in shock, could not believe that the guys were so far away, because this was not according to plan. Remembering how Choi had told her to enter the portal with Pak, Mi didn't believe that the guys were able to reach the fifth-level dungeon. It seemed impossible. Many questions arose in Mi's mind. She did not understand how Choi ended up in a dungeon of such a high level, and who was the leader of this dungeon. After finding the information, Lee showed on the monitor that the dungeon belonged to the DGB Guild. Mai screamed in rage, demanding that Lee check the history of the entrance to the dungeon and immediately contact the guild leader to clarify the circumstances. Meanwhile, Pak's body was thrown to the side by the monster's blow, and the ground beneath him split open. Surrounding from different sides, the remaining monsters rushed to attack, creating a threat that was impossible to simply escape from. Realizing that Park was in trouble, Choi rushed to help, driven by her instinct to protect her comrade despite the danger that lay ahead. On the broken ground, Pak continued to sit, coming to his senses, and Choi shouted for the guy to get up. Awakening as if from a dream, Pak opened his eyes wide, seeing the danger that was rapidly approaching, threatening his life. Being almost next to Pak, the orcs swung their weapons, preparing to strike a blow that could be the last one for the guy. Smiling, the guy realized that it would be difficult to defeat so many orcs, but possible if he used agility and ingenuity. The orc's eyes glowed with an evil yellow light. He growled with rage and was ready to tear the enemy apart. Pushing the monster with all his might and knocking it down, Pak rushed at the orc to gain time and gain an advantage. Knocking him off his feet, the orc's body flew towards another orc, and Pak deftly made his way between them, using the moment to maneuver. As the orcs fell, they dropped their weapons, and Pa managed to grab them in both hands, preparing to use them against them. In a clever maneuver, Puck threw his weapon crosswise, aiming straight at the monsters' heads to inflict maximum damage. The axes that ripped open the monsters' heads became stuck in their skulls, and the orcs growled in pain, bleeding. As Choi ran past the monsters, she noticed arrows flying and rushed to help Pak, adding tension to the dangerous situation. Not understanding, Choi asked if there were any archers among the orcs, which made the fight even more difficult. Knocking the girl off her feet, the arrows landed nearby, causing Choi to fall, screaming in pain, but continuing to try to cope with the situation. Angrily, Choi tried to get up to continue the fight, despite her wounds and the danger lurking on all sides. Sitting on the ground, Choi saw the orcs rapidly approaching, which made her gather her strength to face the new threat. To stop the orcs, Choi decided to use a firebomb, hoping that it would give her a chance to turn the tide of the battle in her favor. Blinded by the unexpected light from the bomb, the orcs stopped and looked at each other. The explosion created chaos and scattered the orcs' bodies in all directions, allowing Choi and Pak time to regroup and take further action. Someone grabbed Choi's arm abruptly, and it was an unexpected turn of events that made her react instantly to what was happening. Running past the orcs at lightning speed, Pa pulled Choi by the hand, leading her away from danger. Once again preparing to attack, the orc boss continued to watch the boys closely. Unable to keep up with Park, Choi asked him what he was doing, and he replied that they needed to run to escape the enemies surrounding them. Arrows were flying straight at the boys, and Choi said that they were surrounded, not knowing where to run, because danger was lurking from all sides and paths. Seeing the mountain in the distance, Pak shouted that it was empty, and Choi was surprised, not understanding why he chose this direction to save them. Realizing the danger, Choi began to shout that she couldn't go there, because there was a cliff, but Pak continued to move in that direction. Continuing to drag Choi along, Pak insisted that they should use the cliff as a chance to save themselves. Pak grabbed the girl in his arms, shocking her, but it made it easier to move, running away from the monsters that were chasing them. Preparing for a sharp break, Pak shouted at Choi to hold on tight, as the situation required decisive action from the boys. Having jumped, the boys flew down the cliff, and the orcs stopped in amazement at the edge of the abyss, looking after the falling boys. But right under the cliff, another flock of monsters was already waiting for the guys, who were ready to attack immediately after their landing. Falling from a height, Pak did not notice the danger below, and the boys continued to fall straight from above onto the approaching monsters. Seeing the orcs below, Pak's eyes widened in complete surprise, not expecting to meet them in this particular place under the rocks. Landing with force, the ground cracked beneath them, and many stones flew in all directions, scattering around the area. As the ground shook beneath his feet, Pak continued to hold Choi in his arms, while debris and dust rose up around him. There were many dead orcs lying near the boys. Blood was spreading everywhere. The entire field was strewn with broken branches and stones from where the boys had landed. Opening her eyes after the fall, the girl looked around in surprise, not immediately understanding where she was and what had just happened. Trying to comprehend what was happening, she did not believe that she had survived, continuing to lie in Pak's arms and not moving. Suddenly, Pak abruptly let go of the girl, and she fell to the ground, screaming in surprise and hitting her back on the rocks. Without turning around, he left Choi on the ground, and as he left, he said that they had just almost died in this battle. Completely bewildered, Choi lay motionless and looked up, her eyes wide open, not understanding what was happening. All this time, the orcs stood on the mountain above the cliff, watching the boys as if deciding whether to attack or not. Having gone down, the guys took cover in a small gorge, trying to rest and wait out the next wave of attack. Sitting down next to Puck, the girl commented that the monster's fighting style was completely disorganized and weak. After a short silence, she called Pa strange and asked if he had a clear plan for further action. Puck's response was to state that if he killed 40 more orcs, the level would increase, and he was going to go on the offensive. Taking a deep breath, Choi lowered her head, considering the guy's plan to be completely insane and dangerous to their lives. Having reminded Paku about the limitations of power-ups, the girl heard from him that for him they did not exist at all. Hearing such confidence, Choi was surprised to ask what exactly he was talking about and where he got such information. To her question, the guy answered that even power-ups have no limits, at least for him. Not understanding the meaning of the words, Choi continued to watch Park closely, waiting for further explanation. At that moment, ambulances and emergency services were rushing at high speed towards the entrance to one of the portals. There was a lot of equipment, cars, and employees of various services near the portal. The entrance was completely fenced off. The journalist loudly reported into the microphone that they were standing near the 5th-level dungeon of the DGB Guild, where the incident had occurred. The Suho clan members stood silently in the crowd, and Han called out for Pak with tears in his eyes, while the others looked depressed. As cameras flashed, 2 police officers led Choi to a car, and the journalist reported that he declared their entry voluntary. Trying to get an answer, the journalist asked Choi to comment on the situation and tell Park's last words. Without answering the questions, Choi cursed silently, realizing that he had not known about Choi's involvement in the control center. At this time, the chief was watching the live news broadcast from the scene of the incident at the portal in his office. Suddenly, Mi burst into the office. She was furious and angrily addressed the boss, not hiding her emotions. The boss turned around in surprise, not understanding what exactly Mi wanted from him and why she was speaking so rudely. Raising her voice, Mi demanded the immediate arrest of everyone who was in any way involved in the disappearance of the boys. In response, the boss reported that all the suspects had already been detained, but the boss's assistant had escaped and was being searched for. Without hiding her indignation, the girl said that she considered everything that was happening to be unfair and the word high profile to be unnecessary. The boss asked if she really wanted the DGB Guild to close and if she believed that it would help bring the guys back. In response, Mi stated that she knew about many violations on the part of the guild, and this cannot be simply left alone. The boss said that Pak from the 4th new planet is just a version. He could have appeared from any dungeon. Screaming in rage, Mi couldn't understand how anyone could remain so calm when the situation was so serious. At this point, the reporter stated that after the incidents with criminal organizations, new control measures were needed for the guilds. Hearing the reporter's words, the chief cursed, realizing that an inspection could descend on the guild and problems would begin. With tears in her eyes, Mi began to repeat that it was she who sent Choi to the dungeon, and now she felt guilty for her possible death. The boss silently turned in her direction and looked at the girl, but did not answer and continued to look at the screen. Calmly turning around, he asked me if she really thought it was easier for him, since all he could do was hope and wait. Horrified to hear the reporter's words that the chances of saving the boys were very low, the chief turned back to the screen, and Mi, unable to hold on, fell to her knees. In complete despair, Mi covered her face with her hands and cried, realizing that her friend might not return from this dungeon. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, the orc walked between the trees, hoping to find surviving people to attack them. Seeing a bright light among the foliage, the orc stopped, tensed up and froze, not understanding what exactly had attracted his attention. Suddenly, a glowing light appeared right in front of him, like a tiny fairy floating in the air. With slight surprise, the orc began to watch the firefly, tilting his head and sniffing like an animal. The orc furiously rushed forward and tried to grab the tree spirit to crush it in his hand, but the firefly dodged. The orc growled something in his own language, his eyes flashing with anger, clenching his fist and showing his rage. With a loud roar, the orc began swinging his axe towards the firefly, trying to hit it. Deftly evading the blows, the tree spirit left behind a trail of light, and the orc continued to wildly swing his weapon. Suddenly, the firefly flared up, and with a loud ringing sound rushed toward the nearest bushes, disappearing from sight. The orc stopped in confusion, looking where the light had disappeared, and tilted his head slightly. A moment later, the leaves behind him moved, but the orc remained standing in place and did not turn around. Unexpectedly, a figure fell on the orc from a height that he did not even suspect. With a single blow of his dagger, Pak cut the monster's head in two, and the system reported that 32 points had been received. Continuing the fight, he plunged the dagger deeper into the orc's skull, and the body fell to the ground, destroying the surface beneath it. With determination in his voice, the boy muttered that he only had to kill 3 more monsters, and then he would level up. Hiding behind the bushes, Choi used her clairvoyance ability to determine the location of her enemies. An orc appeared in the line of sight, standing quite close, and the girl immediately determined his exact coordinates. Without turning her head, she told Puck that the orc was 100 meters away from them in a northerly direction. The guy suddenly jumped out of the bushes and rushed forward, knocking down branches that immediately hit Choi right in the face. Trying to stop him, Choi screamed, covering herself with her hands from the branches, but Pak had already disappeared into the depths of the thicket. Jumping up from behind, he flew up to the orc and was already ready to deliver a crushing blow with his dagger. Hearing the suspicious noise, the monster turned around and stared with distrust at the approaching enemy. Choi, who was running after him, shouted that it was a trap and he had to be careful or he would fall into it. By stepping on a hidden button, the orc activated the trap, unaware of the consequences. A massive spiked rock flew out of the bushes and hit Puck, sending him flying. Having flown several meters, he dropped the dagger and fell to the ground, not understanding what had happened. Choi stopped in horror, not believing what she saw, and felt her heart squeeze with fear. Taking a pipe from behind his back, the orc made a long sound to call the other monsters. Another orc responded to the sound and turned in surprise in the direction from which the signal came. Elsewhere, the third monster froze and began to listen to what was happening around him. One of the orcs, having caught the familiar sound, immediately took up a fighting position and prepared to attack. A massive monster arm covered in dirt and scars emerged from the thick bushes, an orc crawling out from underground. Some orcs began to emerge from hatches hidden under the grass in the ground, as if waiting for a signal to attack from their leader. One orc helped another, and soon a whole pack of monsters rushed forward to the battlefield to defeat their enemies. Without wasting any time, Choi rushed towards Pak, shouting at him to get up and not give up. They needed to survive at any cost. Hearing her voice, Pak's eyes widened, trying to understand what was happening around him and take some action. With each passing moment, the number of enemies increased. Their eyes blazing with rage, they rapidly approached the Rets from different sides. The orcs were getting closer and closer to the guy sitting on the ground, who still hadn't come to his senses and was trying to find the strength to continue the fight. Touching his wounds and examining himself, Pak couldn't believe that he had fallen into a trap and ended up in such a state. Not feeling any strength in his body, he understood that his energy had left him and his consciousness was clouded. But he couldn't give up. The orcs slowly approached, waving their weapons, preparing to deliver the decisive blow in surrounding the boys. Remembering that he hadn't eaten for 2 days, Pa mentally cursed himself for his carelessness and weakness, understanding the reason for his poor health. At the last moment, Choi suddenly jumped between the orcs and the guy, activating a defensive bomb. The bright light made the monsters freeze in place, and they looked at each other with wide eyes, uncomprehending. A second later, the orcs' bodies began to explode from a powerful explosion caused by the girl's ability. Having lost all her strength, Choi fell to the ground, barely breathing and not moving, her abilities taking all her energy. Seeing her condition, Pak rushed to help, feeling a surge of panic and guilt for his weakness and being trapped. The monsters that were further away remained alive, but were surrounded by smoke and disoriented in space. As he ran past, Pak managed to grab his dagger, which he dropped during the explosion, to fight off the monsters. With a powerful blow of his dagger, he pierced the heads of 2 orcs at once, reducing their numbers. Joyfully striking new blows, Pak noticed with a smile how the number of enemies became smaller. As he finished the last blow, the boy felt a new level approaching, because this was the final goal. Suddenly, an orc with a spiked bat hit Puck hard in the stomach, and his body flew sharply to the side, and the monsters watched this carefully. The force of the blow sent the body flying to the side, and the orcs watched silently from all sides, not moving or interfering with what was happening. Choi looked at all this from the ground. Shocked by what was happening, she could hardly comprehend what she was seeing in front of her. A huge orc with a bat and an evil yellow light in his eyes approached the girl and made heavy guttural sounds. Choi watched the monster with fear and tried to gather the remaining strength to get up and continue the fight against it. Flying back from the blow, Puck's body hit the orc who was standing to the side, and their collision caused a dull thud. With a strong impact, both bodies fell to the ground, raising a wave of dust, and the orc dropped his heavy axe from his hands. An axe flew out of the orc's hands, flying into the air after the blow, and for some time it spun over the battlefield, reflecting the dim light of the dungeon. The axe struck another orc directly in the head, killing him instantly, after which the system immediately notified that Pak's level had increased. A message appeared on the system screen about Pak receiving 1,075 points and an offer to purchase the transformation skill. Pak thought about the possibility of acquiring the skill, because he had never used such abilities before. At the same time, the monster with the bat continued to approach the lying and exhausted girl, preparing for a new blow. Choi tried to breathe with all her might and didn't even have enough energy to just get to her feet and dodge. Gathering her strength, she swung her sword, and the monster raised his bat to deliver a counter-smashing blow from above. Meanwhile, everything was calm in the Suho clan. Life went on as usual despite the battles in the dungeon. With a bowl in her hands, the grandmother called to the puppy Peku, hoping that he would come to eat, as he usually did. Smelling the food, the puppy rushed after it, quickly moving his paws across the floor and enjoying the familiar ritual. The grandmother put the bowl on the floor, but sighed sadly because she did not know whether the owner of Peku was alive or already dead. The smell of food delighted Peku, and he immediately began to eat, not being distracted by anything else around him. In the dungeon, the monster swung his bat at Choi, and the blows left marks in the air that looked like fire. Having made his decision, Pa acquired and activated the transformation skill, preparing to use it right now in battle. A glowing ball of energy suddenly appeared above the puppy Peku, who was standing near the food, and began to grow slowly. Seeing the puppy rise into the air, the grandmother opened her mouth in horror and did not understand what was happening. Out of fear, she began to silently recite prayers, hoping that Peku would be okay and nothing would happen. A black mark appeared above Puck's body, signaling the beginning of a transformation he had never experienced before. Choi's strength was fading, but she continued to dodge the attacks of the monster, who was one step away from striking. Pak's face changed, turning into a muzzle with huge teeth, which resembled a wolf or an animal. Trying to defend herself, Choi continued to swing her sword furiously, but her strength was quickly leaving her. Without stopping, the monster continued to advance, raising the bat for the final blow to finish off Choi. Gradually changing, the boy's arms lengthened and became covered with fur, turning into large paws with sharp claws, ready for battle. After almost complete transformation, Puck's body became hairy and massive. He now resembled a wild beast of enormous size. Suddenly, the monster hit Choi in the back, and she did not have time to defend herself in time, receiving a serious injury. The sword flew out of the girl's hands and fell to the side, not allowing her to immediately continue the fight. Falling to the ground, Choi tried to crawl away, but the monster with the bat quickly closed the distance between them. In his beast form, Pak rushed to the rescue with his eyes glowing, leaving a dark trail on the ground behind him. Noticing movement from the side, the monster turned around, not understanding who was approaching him from the side. In response, Pak extended his clawed paws forward, preparing to attack, and paused for a second before jumping. The orc froze, his eyes wide open, not expecting to see a new strong enemy in front of him. With one powerful blow, Pak knocked the orc off his feet, hitting him in the face with his paw and causing dust to rise around him from the fall. Not recognizing the beast, Choi thought it was a werewolf and watched its actions in horror. While the girl stood in a stupor, Pak continued to strike the orc's body with his paws over and over again. Acting quickly, Pak slashed at the monster's face with his claws, sending blood flying in all directions. He struck so quickly and furiously that it seemed as if the beast had not 2 paws, but 10, and all were in motion. A minute later, the orc lay in a pool of blood, his face disfigured and showing no signs of life. Choi watched the beast in amazement, not believing that it could be one of her allies. In anticipation of victory, Pa opened his mouth and roared, the sound echoing throughout the dungeon, frightening the others. Without thinking, Pak sank his teeth straight into the orc's neck, causing blood to gush out, and the enemy was finally defeated. Choi looked at the beast in confusion, not believing that it had appeared out of nowhere and saved her. Blood dripped from the beast's mouth, and it raised its muzzle upwards when the system reported new prints received. Choi watched with wide eyes as the beast dealt with the monster in just a few minutes. After finishing the fight, the beast turned towards Choi, and she did not yet know that it was Pak in a new guise. Looking closely at the white beast, the girl stood in silence, not taking her eyes off and trying to understand who was hiding under this furry form. The beast looked at the corpse of his enemy with malicious delight. His eyes were glowing, and warm blood flowed from his bloody mouth, dripping onto the floor. With a slight tremor in her voice, the girl guessed that there might be a Pak inside the beast and asked a question. In response to her words, the beast barked cheerfully and bared its mouth, showing its fangs and licking its lips, stained with the dark blood of the orc. Surprised by the sounds, Choi realized that it was not a wolf in front of her, but a dog, although in appearance the animal was more reminiscent of a predator from the forest. Confused, the girl sat down on the ground and asked again if he was really not a wolf but a dog, to which the beast only continued to bark. At the same time, the journalist reported on the news that 3 days ago, 2 guys entered the dungeon and still haven't gotten out. Approaching the head of the bureau, the journalist asked him a question so that the chief could explain to the viewers what kind of place this was and how dangerous it could be. Not far behind the film crew there was a castle, called the Orsish One. It was located in the dungeon of the 5th level. They went there in groups. During the filming, the cameraman noted that after the sanctions were imposed, so this was a show, and the journalist added that the authorities blamed the guild for the failure. After asking how much more filming there was to be done, the cameraman received a counter question from the journalist. If Pak gets out, how many people could he interfere with? Turning to the journalist, the operator replied that with level F, the guy wouldn't be able to get out. They would write about this tomorrow. Continuing the dialogue, the operator added that news reports will also report on South Korea's loss of position in the world rankings. Far away, the puppy Peku was still hovering over the bowl, with an energy ball spinning around him. Not believing her eyes, the old woman thought that something otherworldly was happening, and out of fear, she began to pray silently to herself. Stunned by what she saw, Choi couldn't tear herself away from the transformation and froze, trying to comprehend what was happening with her own eyes. Having become human again, Pa explained that he was merging with the tamed animals. And this was a unification, not a banal transformation. Feeling the gaze from the side, Pak slowly turned to the girl, waiting for an explanation from her, but Choi remained silent. Looking at her, Pa asked why she was just standing there, since they needed to search the dungeon and take out everything that might be useful. In response to his proposal, the girl confidently stated that further actions would be in vain and would lead to nothing. The guy looked at her with bewilderment and asked why she thought so and where she got such confidence from. Without hesitation, the girl said that this dungeon would become their grave because she felt something strange inside. Not believing her words, Pa continued to be surprised because in his opinion, they had won and should have already gotten out of here. When it started to rain, the girl continued to say that the portal had not appeared even though they had killed the main one, and asked what Puck thought that could mean. The guy watched her in silence with his gaze downcast, because he had neither an answer nor an explanation for the strange situation. Pointing to the defeated enemy, Puck asked if the monster they had killed was the very same main boss of this dungeon. Confirming Puck's suspicions, Choi said that there was someone much stronger, and he was definitely hiding somewhere in the depths of the dungeon. Trying to understand the seriousness of the situation, Puck asked again who this monster was, since the girl immediately started talking about a grave for them. After thinking for a moment, Choi tried to find the words to explain how dangerous this boss was and why she was so terrified. Remembering the past, the girl began to tell how 3 years ago, having reached level B, she descended into this dungeon for the first time. She then joined a raid of 20 people and 10 A-level seniors sent by the Bureau of Management to clean up. They walked one after another, passing through narrow tunnels filled with an uneasy silence and strange shadows gathering in the corners. Turning around, one of the fighters suddenly looked at Choi as if he noticed something strange in her gait or movement. Not understanding the reason for such a look, Choi froze in confusion and quietly asked why the guy was looking at her so intently. Hearing this, the guy calmly asked Choi if her ankle was okay, and his question greatly surprised the girl. Smiling, she replied that the pain had already passed and there was nothing to worry about. She needed to concentrate on the task. With a satisfied expression on his face, the boy replied that this was very good, because there were still many difficult battles ahead. Mai intervened in the conversation and reminded them with a grin that guys and girls shouldn't go on raids in pairs for obvious reasons. Suddenly, the group approached the orc castle, and everything started to explode. Towers collapsed, and complete chaos reigned all around. A huge army of orcs advanced towards the fighters, threateningly waving their weapons and defending their home castle from strangers. The team captain loudly ordered to attack the nearest tower, and under no circumstances to slow down the pace of the attack in battle. Mai used a firebomb to stop the orcs who continued to attack from the flanks, giving them no time to rest. Having defeated another enemy, the captain shouted that the defense in the 4 o'clock direction was weakening and asked who was responsible for that direction. While fighting, Kim reported that he was at the 4 o'clock position, he was wounded, and Choi reported that reinforcements needed to be called for immediately. Rushing forward, Mi screamed for Choi to immediately lie down on the ground and not get up until the orcs' attack was over. Falling to the ground, Choi covered herself with her hands as the orcs continued their advance, not stopping even in front of the dead bodies. Blazing with anger, the orcs' eyes burned with a thirst for reprisal and revenge. They rushed forward, not distinguishing who was a friend and who was an enemy. Seeing the orcs getting too close, Choi froze in terror, realizing that she couldn't escape them even if she tried. Suddenly, a guy jumped out right in front of her and, waving a weapon, began to protect Choi, driving away the nearest enemies. A series of explosions sent the orcs' bodies flying in all directions, along with pieces of armor, dust, and debris from the fortress walls. Without hiding her surprise, Choi could hardly comprehend how quickly the guild fighters rushed to her aid without hesitation. Clearing the passage, the reinforcements with Mi at the head went forward, sparing no one who stood in their bloody path. The firebomb tore apart the flesh as it ripped through the orcs' bodies, covering the ground in ash and charred remains. After giving the order, Mi demanded that Choi and Lee immediately go to the position located at 2 o'clock. Supporting Choi, Tai held her hands even though they were shaking from exhaustion, and neither of them were going to give up. Looking at Choi, Tai suggested that they head to the position before the enemies intercepted them and blocked the way. Feeling desperate, Choi tried to find words to express her fear and the impossibility of winning this war. Grabbing Choi's hand, Tai pulled her toward the position, even though she asked him to stop and explain everything first. Experiencing a strange feeling, Choi had strong doubts that they would be able to survive, much less win. The guys running forward were almost caught up by the orcs. The battle raged around them, but Choi felt a keen gaze. Watching from above, the three-eyed monster stood near the castle tower and waited for the right moment to attack. With a sudden blow, the orcs cut off Tay's hand, and the sword flew to the side, leaving the guy unarmed on a bloody field. Choi lost her balance and fell to the ground from the powerful impact, not immediately realizing what had just happened. Landing nearby, the sword sank into the ground a few centimeters from the girl, miraculously not touching her body. Hearing a strange sound, Mi turned around sharply, sensing the danger approaching from the tower. As they continued to fight, one of the warriors suddenly froze in amazement, looking at something that was beyond his comprehension. Frozen in surprise, the rest of the team did not understand how the situation on the field had changed so quickly. Lying on the ground, Tay was completely immobilized, and blood was streaming down his face, filling his eyes and mouth. Taking position, the huge orc boss raised his kilk, aiming straight at Tae's body, who lay without an arm or resistance. Choi's eyes widened, unable to believe that her friend was dying, tears streaming down her cheeks and covering her entire face. Bleeding profusely, Tae struggled to tell Choi what to do with the sword while there was still hope. Choi, sobbing, couldn't understand what exactly he was saying. She only heard the sword, but she didn't understand what the guy meant. Previously, Tae taught her karate and explained that a sword needs to have a part of its soul in it. Otherwise, it will not become a real weapon. With a smile, he handed her the sword, repeating that faith, sword, and heart must become one in any fight. With one powerful blow of the blade, the monster ended the fight. The guy's blood splashed in all directions, flooding the ground. Choi sobbed bitterly, realizing that her friend was no longer there, and that he would not rise to speak to her again. Choi continued to stand still as she recalled the past, and Park watched her reaction silently without interfering. Trying to hide the traces of tears, she brushed them from her face, trying not to show her pain to anyone. To show his support, Pot walked up to her and took her shoulder, standing silently next to her and not saying a word. Looking into her eyes, Pak hugged the girl, showing that she was not alone and that he was ready to share her grief. Understanding why she was afraid of the dungeon, Puck thought about what the girl had gone through and how much pain she was in. Meanwhile, Tae's forgotten sword remained lying on Choi's motorcycle, which was parked at the entrance to the portal. The guys from the Suho clan gathered at the portal, waiting for news, and Han, unable to hold back his tears, cried bitterly. Crying, the guy filmed what was happening on a tripod and broadcast it live for his subscribers. In the bureau's office, Mi couldn't stand it and also burst into tears, watching what was happening on the monitor screen. In front of the gates, a shaman performed a ritual, hoping to bring back those who were listed as missing. The journalist claimed that ritual dances heighten the atmosphere and make it tense for the audience. A raid of Seoul's strongest players gathered in front of the dungeon to support the people. Kan Mi-hyuk thought to himself that if Park had joined the Shilla Guild, he would not have disappeared and would have remained alive. The stranger was at home watching the broadcast from the portal on a huge plasma TV on the wall. The girl next to him patted him on the shoulder and asked if he really was watching the Korean broadcast. People took to the streets, chanting slogans against the state and in support of Park's actions. Hugging the guy, the girl said that the shows were boring and remained so, and he agreed with her. The boys decided to take shelter from the rain in a nearby tunnel, not knowing how long they would have to stay underground. They made a fire and roasted a pig. Pak allowed himself to buy some food because he had a lot of points. On the wooden table there were dishes, salads, fast food, and drinks. Everything looked like a real feast. While chewing on a burger, Pot noticed that the girl also liked to eat well, but Choi did not respond and remained silent. She asked in surprise if 12 burgers were a lot, since for her it was a normal lunch. Having eaten her fill, she put the last burger aside and sighed heavily, not wanting to eat anymore. Surprised, Pak said that he was already eating his 22nd burger and she could try another one. After a short silence, the girl thanked the guy with a smile, making it clear that she was pleased with his care and actions. The light from the fire in the tunnel spread far beyond its limits, making the area a little brighter. Pak decided to ask the girl how exactly she dealt with the orc boss using her sword. Choi replied with regret that she lost consciousness right at the scene of the battle and did not remember anything. When she woke up, she found herself in the hospital, and Mi brought her Tai's sword, which had been left on the battlefield. 2 senior A-level players sacrificed themselves to defeat the boss, and no one could help them. Pak asked in surprise if it was true that there was an orc lord here, and where exactly he might be. According to Choi, they are in an orc fortress, which is located quite far from here. Hearing a crack, Pak turned to the tunnel. The spirit of the forest, a firefly, was approaching, noticing the reflection of light. The girl explained that the orc leaders were in the 4 spires, and the lord was in the middle spire. Seeing the firefly, the boy became wary and looked questioningly in its direction, without blinking. Firefly came closer and whispered something in Paku's ear, although no one heard the words. A moment later, Pai announced that he now knew where the orc fortress was and how to get there. Very surprised, Choi asked him again if it was true, and Park simply answered in the affirmative. Standing up and clenching his fists, he suggested that they leave right now, without wasting time on anything. Hesitant, the girl asked what their plan was, since it could be dangerous and risky. Pak confidently replied that their goal was to find the fortress and destroy everyone there. His words made her grab her head in despair and want to hit Pak, but she no longer had the strength. In the distance among the trees stood the orc castle with high towers, spires, and walls. The suspension bridge was the only entrance to the castle, but it was raised, meaning the way was closed. Suddenly the gate creaked, and the bridge slowly began to lower, opening a passage inside. When the bridge was fully lowered, it hit the ground with a loud thud, creating a loud sound. Orcs began to approach the gate, and their silhouettes were already clearly visible in the passage. A moment later, an entire army of orcs emerged from the open gates, some sitting on wolves. The castle itself turned out to be quite large and stood on a wide clearing in the very center of a dense forest. Choi was hiding in the bushes not far from the castle, watching what was happening and carefully scouting out the situation in order to get into the orcs' castle. Riding on Puck, who had taken the form of a huge dog, she decided to take action and quickly move towards the castle, wasting no time. Sitting on the back of the giant beast, she felt the speed with which Puck ran, closing the distance between them and the castle. As if floating in the air, with the help of Puck's huge jumps, the pair quickly approached the already slightly open gates of the fortress without slowing down. The orcs watched from the high towers, exchanging glances with each other and clearly not understanding what was happening before their eyes. The orc wolf riders lined up in battle ranks, taking up positions and preparing to repel an attack from the strangers. A crash was heard behind her, causing the girl to turn around to understand what exactly was happening. A huge army of orcs was rapidly approaching from behind, and she had to ask Puck to speed up so as not to be overtaken. As they approached the gate, they saw that the bridge had begun to rise, blocking the entrance to the fortress and cutting off the path. The archers from the orc squad had already drawn their bowstrings, aiming at the backs of the fugitives, preparing to release a deadly volley. Arrows shot into the air, but the girl managed to create a protective shield that reflected the attack and protected them both. The gates were still rising, and with each passing second, the passage became smaller and smaller, leaving almost no chance of getting inside. At the last moment, Pak made a dash, jumping up with all his might and clinging to the bridge with his claws, saving himself from the orcs. Jumping onto the bridge, Pak found himself on top at the moment when the orcs had almost reached him and were about to grab him by the legs. Running out of the gate with screams, a new group of orcs headed straight for the boys, clutching axes and bloody clubs in their hands. Choi shouted and decided to use her defense bomb skill to stop the approaching enemies. The explosion echoed loudly and covered the orcs, and the entire group was destroyed. The castle tower collapsed. Dodging debris and enemies, Puck continued to rush forward through the castle grounds, carrying the girl on his back. Commanding from her saddle, she pointed the direction toward the center of the courtyard as the orcs tried to stop them with their attacks. Despite being outnumbered by the orcs, Choi remained determined, clinging tenaciously to the back of the giant dog Pak. Piercing through space, dust and stones rose from under the beast's paws, striking at enemies and knocking them off their feet. During the rapid run to the tower with the throne, the boys were closely followed by the orcs, not lagging behind even a step. Seeing what was happening, Choi's eyes widened in amazement, not expecting the orcs to be capable of such a thing. Right along the sheer walls of the tower, the orcs quickly ran down with weapons in their hands, heading towards the climbing guys. As they were descending, one of the orcs took a running leap at Choi and knocked her off Pak's back, attacking unexpectedly and with force. Along with several orcs, Choi fell down and began to plummet from the tower's enormous height. Hearing Choi scream, Pa immediately stopped midway, feeling anxious and turning around to see what happened. Screaming in panic, Choi begs Park to ignore her and continue moving forward towards their goal. She continued to fall, the girl getting closer and closer to a small ledge on the side of the tall tower, similar to a balcony. At the last moment, Choi managed to grab the edge of the ledge with her hands and held on, gathering all her strength. Pulling herself up, the girl quickly jumped over the nearest balcony of the tower and found herself inside. But suddenly, huge orcs came out to meet her, surrounding her and catching her by surprise in a narrow passage. Straightening up with determination, Choi gripped the hilt of her sword, preparing to fight against the attacking enemies. Meanwhile, Pot was skillfully climbing up the wall, and the orcs below were watching him in surprise. As the orcs approached Choi, they began to swing their weapons, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Rising up faster and faster, Pot confidently overcame the height and approached the main boss of all orcs. Meanwhile, at the top of the main tower was a massive throne, towering over the courtyard. A huge monster with 3 eyes sat on the throne and angrily looked around the area. Dressed in a black robe with glowing eyes in the center of its forehead, This monster was the boss of the orcs. Slowly rising from his throne, the orc boss decided to go out onto his balcony to see what was happening in the castle courtyard. Walking a little forward, the orc looked around carefully, not noticing anything strange. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, and the orc began to look around warily, trying to understand what it was. Out of nowhere, a large head of a huge dog with a crazy look suddenly appeared right in front of the boss's face. Pak bit the boss's throat with his teeth, squeezing his mouth tightly, trying to inflict as much damage as possible. The guy wanted to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. The two of them plummeted from the very top of the tower, falling at great speed through the air, with the tower's debris flying after them. Even as he fell, Pa did not unclench his jaws and continued to squeeze the orc's throat tighter and tighter, thus finishing him off. Due to Pak's strong grip, the orc's face was covered in blood. He had already lost all his strength and was dying. At the moment of the fall, the orc's body was pierced through by the tower's spire, and Pa immediately received a system notification about the level increase. While the orc's body hung on the spire, Puck slowly climbed down the wall, not losing his concentration and watching the rest of the orcs. Under the weight of the orc's body, the spire began to crack, and the tower slowly began to collapse from the top, falling on the orcs below. Stones from the falling tower flew in all directions, hitting the orcs running away in fear. The monsters did not understand what was happening. One after another, the towers collapsed and exploded, creating a domino effect among the castle's fortifications, and the boys gradually defeated the orcs. The orcs watching this all turned around in panic, trying to figure out what to do, whether to run away or continue fighting. Once again losing her balance, Choi and the orcs began to fall down another destroyed wall as a result of the explosions. The orcs standing at the entrance to the castle ran to help their comrades, unaware of the danger that awaited them inside. Without screaming or trying to grab onto anything, Choi continued to fall, feeling the air rushing past her body downwards. Without trying to fight, the girl mentally said goodbye to life, realizing that nothing could save her from inevitable death. Having almost reached the ground, she had already stopped hoping for a miracle, internally resigned to the fact that her fall would end in death. Suddenly, a huge paw grabbed her hand and squeezed it tightly, stopping her fatal fall just before she hit the ground. With difficulty turning her head, the girl, with eyes wide open in amazement, saw Pak holding her just above the ground. Without thinking, he jumped to the side, pulling her along with him, leaving the stunned orcs in disbelief at what they saw. Rolling on the ground, he covered the girl with his body, rolling down, while the pursuing orcs rushed behind, emitting a threatening roar. Having rolled down, Pak instantly got back on his paws, without wasting a second and preparing for a new dash. Choi was in shock, barely catching her breath, unable to comprehend how Pak had managed to pull her out of her fatal fall. Taking a breath, she asked what had become of the Lord, and Puck calmly replied that he had managed to kill him in battle at the top of the tower. Without wasting any time, he threw the girl onto his back again and continued running, carrying her away from the orcs who were catching up with them. Making powerful leaps, Pa spread his paws to the sides, overcoming obstacles and trying not to slow down. Sitting on his back, Choi asked again if Pak had really killed the Lord, and after receiving confirmation, she began scanning the area. Turning around, she stared in surprise at the horizon where the portal exit opened up, and Choi reported this to Pak. Trying to process what was happening, Choi couldn't believe that Park had dealt with the boss and done it so quickly and efficiently. Near the portal stood an armored DGB vehicle, in which instruments recorded the strongest vibrations and alarm signals. Red indicators flashed on the large screen, showing abnormal graphs and energy spikes in the danger zone. One of the employees in the van looking at the data recoiled in shock. The second asked with alarm what was happening in the dungeon. The frightened guy muttered about the 127th dungeon. At that moment, his partner also saw it and froze. A huge timer on the panel showed a countdown, and the people surrounding the machine stared in panic at the decreasing numbers. In the crowd was Han with a squad of the Suho clan, who could not believe his eyes watching what was happening with the portal. Without taking his eyes off the timer, Khan did not believe that the portal could actually explode after the timer counted down, and continued to stand in complete stupor. On TV, the announcer announced the countdown to the explosion, and me and the bureau chief froze in horror in front of the screen. Leaning forward, me began to cry again, remembering Choi and not knowing if she would make it back before the destruction was complete. People began chanting Park's name, hoping that he and Choi would appear in the portal as the timer continued to count down. Inside the castle, Pak and Choi continued to flee from the orcs pursuing them, trying to move quickly through the narrow passages in the castle courtyard. Without turning around, Pa loudly asked Choi if she had managed to find the location of the portal and how close they were to it. At first, she felt nothing, but after a few seconds, she was able to detect the necessary signal and reported the coordinates. Choi quickly got her bearings and said that there were only 10 minutes left before the castle exploded and they needed to hurry. With each passing second, the orc army was getting closer, and the distance between them and Pa and Choi was rapidly decreasing. Turning sharply to the right, Pa dove into a narrow alley, temporarily breaking away from the orcs and getting a chance to rest. Not understanding the sudden maneuver, the girl screamed in panic that they didn't have time and asked where Pa had suddenly turned. Meanwhile, the wolves they had previously bypassed took off and began to rush after Puck along the same route. Deciding to use the taming ability, which he had rarely used before, Puck decided to attract the attention of the wolf pack in this way. Upon hearing his intention, Choi was surprised and did not understand why Puck needed to take a whole group of wolves with him into the portal. As if sensing a strange connection, the wolves stared at Puck and Choi and froze, as if awaiting a command to proceed. Without slowing down, Puck loudly ordered the wolves to follow him, and the pack immediately rushed to catch up with his trail. Jumping over obstacles with ease, the wolves accelerated, trying to keep up with Puck and not get off course. With disbelief, Choi asked if Puck really intended to take the wolves to Earth and wanted to understand his plan to the end. Nodding in agreement, Puck said that they were now a family, and the pack headed towards the portal with them, not slowing down. Suddenly, their path was blocked by a large group of orcs, who emerged from behind the debris and stood right in their path. Looking around, Choi screamed that they were surrounded, and there were no other exits from the portal. Flying closer, the firefly spirit of the forest quietly whispered in Pa's ear that there was a hidden passage nearby that could be used for escape. Turning to Pak in surprise, Choi asked again where this passage was, since she had never known about it before. Not understanding how a spirit could show the way, the girl opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that the portal could be felt. Noticing a barely noticeable turn, she shouted at Puck to immediately turn right and lead them all there. Running down the alley, Puck and Choi tried to keep up their pace, and the wolf pack quickly followed behind them. Seeing where the wolves had disappeared, the orcs quickened their pace and rushed after them, intending to intercept them at the exit. Bursting into an angry roar, they ran with axes, not hiding their rage, intending to catch up with the fugitives at any cost. Without letting herself relax, Choi knew that the exit was very close, and there was not a second to waste on the road. Suddenly, she noticed an arch hidden in the wall, and realized that this was where the exit from the castle and the portal leading to Earth was located. Confidently confirming, Puck said that this was the exit, and happily announced that it was time for them to leave the castle and the dungeon. Having squeezed through the passage, they, along with the pack of wolves, finally left the castle grounds and found themselves outside. But the orcs did not give up and continued their pursuit, waving their weapons and riding on enraged wolves. As they moved through the forest, Choi told Pak that there was exactly 1 minute left before the portal completely exploded. No more. As they approached the exit, the boys saw the exit from the portal, and Choi was filled with joy at the imminent rescue from the dangerous dungeon. With anger and despair, the orc army continued to pursue the boys, holding weapons in their paws and ready to strike at any moment. The evil orc decided to throw a huge cue straight after the fleeing boys, hoping for success. Turning around, Choi saw the orcs maneuver, her eyes filled with horror, and she did not have time to take measures to defend herself. An arrow struck Choi right in the back, and her cry of pain echoed as Pak and the wolves continued their journey towards the exit of the dangerous portal. Choi fell to the ground from the powerful impact, while Pa and the wolves quickly approached the portal, not noticing what happened behind them. Ahead, the wolves were already reaching the exit of the portal, and Pak suddenly turned around, noticing that the girl was no longer next to him. As Choi fell to the ground, she accidentally spilled the bloody rocks from her backpack, and they rolled in all directions among the dust and broken rocks. Orcs began to approach the defenseless girl from different sides, carrying weapons in their hands and looking angrily down at her. Choi tried to rise with the last of her strength, breathing heavily and looking at the orcs who were approaching, ready to deliver a fatal blow. With her last strength gone, Choi felt all hope of salvation disappearing. Her hands were shaking and her breathing was becoming heavier. Taking off with all his might, Pa decided to immediately rush to the girl's aid, regardless of the danger and the number of enemies. Despite the pain, Choi grabbed her backpack and tried to get up. seeing that the orcs were almost there and ready to attack. Upon seeing Pak, Choi gave him an angry look and told him not to come closer, not wanting to put his life in further danger. But the guy in the form of a dog did not stop, and ignoring the warning, he rushed to help the girl with determination. Desperation overwhelmed Choi. She screamed that everyone would die because of her and begged Pak not to come near her. Meanwhile, the orc had already approached and was drawing his bow, preparing to fire a new arrow straight at the defenseless Choi. Suddenly, the orc's body was pierced through and through, and he lost control and flew down right under the feet of the other orcs. Moving deftly towards Choi, Pak grabbed another blade and threw it straight at the approaching orc. The broken arrow fell from the orc's hands, his body flying far to the side, leaving a trail of blood behind it. On Earth, people were already gathering near the portal. A journalist reported that the portal would explode in 8 seconds. While the journalist was broadcasting the information live, among the crowd of waiting people stood the Suho clan team and me, who, along with Han, were crying bitterly. They were talking nervously. The videographers were exchanging opinions. Some believed that the boys would be saved. Some thought that it was all over. Reporting, one of the operators said that the broadcast had gained 60% of viewers, and the hero's exit from the portal would be a real sensation. Taking Choi in his arms and shielding her from the approaching monsters, Pak, without losing his determination, saved the girl from the orcs. Despite her weakness, Choi whispered that Park had gone crazy since there were only 4 seconds left before the explosion. Baring his teeth, Pak told Choi to hold on tight and prepared to run towards the portal exit with all his might. Watching him silently, Choi couldn't understand how he was going to get out of the portal in just 4 seconds left. Trying to hit the guys, one of the monsters swung his weapon, but Pak dodged and continued running with Choi in his arms without losing speed. As the portal began to collapse, Pak, straining every muscle, rushed towards the very exit, desperately accelerating. Rocks and monsters were flying everywhere. The explosion had already begun. The portal was shaking and the sky was splitting into pieces. The countdown ended, and everyone standing at the portal looked at what was happening in horror, not knowing if anyone would survive. At that moment, the silhouettes of Choi and Pak, hiding, appeared in the portal doors, making their way to the exit of the portal through the explosion. All the monsters froze in amazement, watching as the boys were still able to break through the collapsing portal. Suddenly, a bright yellow light burst out of the portal, and a powerful explosion occurred, illuminating everything around with an unusual glow. Rocks and tree branches flew to the side, destroying everything in their path, and the monsters began to fall, losing their balance from the shockwave. The forest clearing shook from the explosion. The flames quickly spread, engulfing everything around. The portal quickly collapsed. Some of the monsters were caught in a fiery whirlwind, while others ran away in panic, escaping from the destruction and explosion. The explosion tore the orc's body apart, leaving no trace of the monster's existence in the portal. All cameras and viewers watched the exit from the portal, hoping to see the familiar faces of the surviving guys coming out of the portal. On TV, it was reported that Pa and Choi did not appear, and all the people present near the exit of the portal began to lose hope for their salvation. Continuing to stand in complete despair, people did not believe that the guys could not get out of the portal in time. Suddenly, everyone stopped and opened their mouths in surprise, not believing their eyes at what they saw. Lightning began to appear in the area of the portal exit, a sign that someone was about to come out. People hoped that it would be Pak and Choi. The first to appear was the face of one of the wolves slowly coming out. The beast did not understand where it had ended up and what was happening to its body. A whole pack of wolves began to run out of the portal after him, and people screamed in panic from horror and surprise at the same time. One after another, the wolves ran out of the portal and rushed towards the people, frightening them even more. The animals received their long-awaited freedom and were able to escape from captivity. None of those present understood how the pack managed to escape, and this raised more and more questions. Suddenly, the bodies of Pa and Choi flew out of the portal, and people turned around, not immediately recognizing who had flown out or whether they were people at all. In complete bewilderment, people began to rub their eyes, not understanding whether it was really a person or a figment of their hopes and imagination. At that moment, a rift appeared right at the exit from the portal, and the head of the bureau ordered the rescuers to go inside. Hearing the noise at the fault, journalists and doctors rushed to the crater and noticed that there were people lying in it. Something seemed strange to them. Seeing Choi and Pak, the rescuers froze in surprise, not believing their eyes, not understanding how the guys managed to get out of the dangerous dungeon. At the bottom of the crater lay Pak and Choi, hugging each other, not moving, but alive. This place was exactly where the portal had been. Shouting that it was a miracle, everyone ran to the guys. No one could believe that they were able to get out of the portal alive. As the moon rose, a pack of wolves sitting nearby began to howl into the sky, showing their joy at returning to Earth. The rescuers called the medics, and journalists reported on air that a miracle had happened. Two guys had emerged from the fifth-level portal alive. The monitor in the Awakened Bureau showed a photo of Pak and Choi lying together in the crater that had formed at the entrance to the portal. In the building of the Bureau of the Awakened, Mi explained to her colleagues that the photo was real, and now the guys had already been taken to the hospital for examination, and the boss asked why Park and Choi looked so strange. Explaining calmly, Mi said that the conditions in the portal were terrible, while showing articles from their press about Pa and Choi emerging from the dungeon. After laughing and reading the article, the boss called it provocative, although interest in the guys only increased after what happened. Confirming her interest, Mi said that someone had already managed to leak information about the guys online, although the investigation into the leak had not yet begun. Ordering him to stop talking and focus on action, the boss told Mi to continue his story. According to Mai, Korea became the target of all the world organizations wanting to get Park, which is why agents from different countries came. Listening with interest, the boss understood that this was a bad sign for them and thought out a plan of action, while the secretary watched silently. KGB Representative Victor Dov arrived in Korea, accompanied by a translator and armed guards along the corridors. Mossad intelligence agent Eli Korenstein arrived from Israel and immediately requested a meeting with high-ranking officials. Following this, Nakamura Kojima, the deputy head of the Tokyo Awakened Alliance, arrived, causing panic in the bureau. Hearing Nakamura's name, the boss lost his composure and screamed, remembering how he took Lee Seon-woo away from them. Calmly confirming this fact, Mi added that the U.S. poses an even greater threat and has already shown serious interest. Curious, the boss asked if it was possible to get Pak without a contract, considering any options they had at their disposal. With the doctor sitting at the desk in the research department, said that Pak's family lived in Korea and he would never leave, even if they tried to persuade him. Surprised, the boss asked if Pak really put his family above all the riches and opportunities that could be offered to him. Deciding to remind, the doctor emphasized that Pak missed his family because he spent thousands of years on the planet of two moons. The doctor also added that even on Earth, Pak feels a connection with the wolves and misses them, and the boss realized that the guy is difficult to understand. Continuing his thoughts, the doctor argued that the most important thing for Pekka was to be close to his family and not feel threatened in any way that would disturb his peace. Having advised that Pak be given a safe place with guards so that he would not become an enemy and go against the government, the doctor was pleased with himself. Agreeing with the doctor's proposal, the chief expressed doubts about the increased security in connection with the arrival of agents from abroad. Showing a photo of an abandoned house in the Kenny area of Namyangju, Mi explained that this was the right place for Pak. The boss looked at the screen with distrust, not understanding what all this was about and why Mi was insisting on this particular option. Explaining, Mi said that this was a secluded place, and even if the portal opened, Pak would not be harmed, the guards would be nearby. After admitting that the house was nice but needed some repairs, the boss asked if Choi was the only one from the bureau in the area. By insisting that Choi was the best in her field, Mi tried to defend the girl, and the boss inquired about her well-being. By reporting that Choi was currently undergoing rehabilitation in the hospital after returning from the dangerous dungeon, Mi hoped for the chief's leniency. After Mi's words, the chief doubted how Choi could write reports on Park and at the same time rest peacefully, without participating in the affairs of the bureau. When the screen opened, Mi pointed out the harsh comments online where people were unhappy about Park and his return. Seeing such a reaction online, the boss fell silent for a long time, not knowing what to say in response, and looked down at the table. Despite everything, he decided to ignore the negativity in the comments and immediately gave orders to take care of housing for Pak. The TV screen was showing the SPFC tournament, showing the arena with the illuminated ring and the crowd waiting for the fight to begin. From the stage in front of the audience, the host announced the beginning of the Fight of Champions, in which the strongest fighter would be determined. The crowd in the auditorium was screaming with excitement, raising their hands and applauding, because the public loved competitions of this scale. Dressed in a red suit, the host stood in the center of the ring and pompously introduced the fighters who would fight to the audience. Pointing dramatically at the screen with the fighter's silhouette, The presenter loudly announced that this champion was at the top of the world rankings. The host continued his speech with a rising voice, naming 21 fights and 45 victories within the framework of the tournament under the auspices of the SPFC. Loudly and with charisma, the presenter shouted that before everyone stood the strongest man on the planet and the only hope for humanity. Without stopping, the host described the fighter as a representative of the SS level, the strongest magical swordsman who came from Japan. A dark silhouette appeared in the opening behind the ring, which turned out to be a tall fighter with long flowing hair on his shoulders. Finally, the host called the name of the fighter. It was Okita Hiro. He showed his face and magical black smoke came out of his hands. Upon hearing the fighter's name, the audience exploded with cries of delight, recognizing one of the most powerful magicians and fighters in the modern world. In response to the audience's reaction, Hiro's sword burst into black flames, and it was clear from his appearance that he was serious about winning. From the crowd of spectators, a girl standing a little to the side from the main crowd of people was watching Hiro closely. With her hands folded in front of her, she stood silently and looked proudly at the fighter, in whose victory she obviously believed with all her heart. Jumping off the platform, Hiro demonstratively showed off his technique and agility, causing admiration among the fans. Thanks to magic, Hiro literally floated in the air and fenced with his sword, leaving behind lines of black flame. The astonished spectators wondered if Hiro was really going to finish off his opponent with the power of his sword. Breaking the floor beneath him and holding his swords out to the sides, Hiro firmly took a fighting stance and walked to the center of the ring for the fight. Clenching his fists, he showed everyone present that he intended to fight to the end and was ready to give everything for the sake of victory in the battle. From the high podium, the host continued his speech, pointing out that Hiro's appearance was accompanied by his famous Phoenix Flame. Maintaining his charisma, the host began to introduce the second participant in the fight, who was an experienced and strong opponent. An image of a fighter designated as a Class S machine man and a star with 13 victories appeared on the huge screen. To thunderous applause from the crowd, the fighter nicknamed the Russian Brown Bear stepped forward and stood on the designated podium. With pathos, the host loudly announced his name. The fighter was Mikhail Yorvas, and the audience reacted immediately, supporting the fighter with shouts. With a spectacular movement, Mikhail jumped into the arena, his silhouette confidently moving forward to the center, where the enemy was already waiting. There was a fire of determination in his gaze. He stood in a tense pose and prepared to enter into a decisive battle with Hiro. With a loud landing, Yorvas sent a stream of dust down onto the arena and broke the stone slab under his feet with his weight. Without delay, Mikhail rushed into the attack, hoping to catch Hiro, who was already in a fighting stance, by surprise. Mikhail angrily shouted that everything would end here for Hiro, hinting that he would not give his opponent a chance to win. With a clear threat, Yorvas pulled the gun straight out of his hand and pointed it at the enemy, quickly opening fire. With disdain, Hiro watched his opponent and analyzed his actions, trying to find a weak spot for a counterattack. Striking the ground with force, Mikhail raised debris and stones upward, and cracks appeared under his feet and a rain of stones began to fall. Thanks to his agility, Hiro managed to dodge the flying debris, but was still thrown back a little by the impact. Enraged, Yorvas screamed, calling Hiro a rat, and continued his aggressive attack, giving no chance for respite. Without stopping, Mikhail began firing mana again, hoping to inflict damage while the enemy had not yet recovered. With great speed, Hiro dodged the mana, and the fragments hit the barriers protecting the spectators from the battle. Without giving up, Mikhail used a mana bazooka, intending to finish off his opponent and not intending to give in to this fight. A loud explosion shook the arena, and debris flew in all directions, raising dust from the attack. Using his abilities, Hiro deftly dodged the explosions and quickly counterattacked with full determination. Mikhail looked at Hiro's actions with obvious bewilderment, not understanding what strategy his opponent was going to implement. Hiro struck Yorvas with a sharp blow from his sword, but did not achieve a decisive result and prepared for a new attack. Mikhail responded by firing magical energy, and the fight continued with a new wave of fury and tension. Trying to attack again, Hiro threw his sword towards his opponent, but Yorvas managed to put up a defensive block. Watching Hiro's actions closely, Mikhail continued to defend himself, deftly parrying blows and moving around the ring. Hiro's next move was unexpected, and Mikhail reacted in complete shock to the enemy's new tactics. Hiro swung his sword with force, striking one after another, and it became increasingly difficult for Yorvas to maintain his defense. In response, Mikhail used the mana bazooka again, which released a column of fire aimed straight at Hero. Mikhail waved his weapon to the sides, trying to reach Hero, but he deftly jumped, avoiding each explosive shot. Landing directly behind his opponent, Hero remained out of reach and Mikhail's attacks missed. Moving around the arena at incredible speed, Hero had complete control over his position and movement. Spinning around his axis, Mikhail tried to catch the moment and hit Hero, who was moving around the entire ring in circles around his opponent. Using a bazooka, Mikhail released a chain that quickly wrapped around Hero's body, trapping him. Perplexed, Hero looked at the chains that had already completely wrapped around his entire body, preventing him from moving, and thought about how to get out of the trap. With a sly grin, Yovars mocked his opponent, anticipating his quick victory and enjoying his helpless state. Suddenly, blood began to flow from Yovar's body. He screamed in pain and demanded that Hero immediately return his stolen flesh to him. In a calm voice, Hero mentioned the seventh note and said that the fight was over because Yovars was now the loser. Blood began to flow from Yovar's open mouth. His eyes widened in pain and anger as he began to scream furiously and convulse. Blood flowed from Yovar's body like a fountain. The fighter screamed in hellish pain, not understanding what was happening to him and how this was even possible. Using a sword infused with magic, Hero managed to free himself from the chains and dealt Yovars fatal blows that brought down the enemy. The audience was shocked by what happened, because before that, they were confident in Yovars' victory and had no doubts about his superiority. Completely defeated, Mikhail collapsed onto the arena, while Hero calmly watched the end of the battle and enjoyed his victory. After some time, the host confirmed Mikhail's defeat, and the audience immediately shouted, expressing support for Hero. Determined to win, Yovars was unable to rise, bleeding, and reinforcements arrived and quickly stopped the fight in the arena. Doing everything possible to bring Yovars back to life, specialists worked in the ring, but one of them showed a sign about the impossibility of regeneration. The announcer officially announced the winner, and Hero raised his hands in the air, accepting the well-deserved applause from the crowd on all sides of the arena. Accompanied by cloaked guards, Hero left the arena without showing much emotion after the tense fight ended. One of the guards asked about the new technique, but the guy calmly replied that he simply pierced Yovars' body with a sword at the right moment. Smiling, Hero praised everyone for their efforts and suggested celebrating the victory later to relieve the tension after the fight. With tired steps, he headed to the apartment to regain his strength after the fight and take a little rest from what was happening. Right at the entrance, a girl met him, hugging him tightly and without words, as if checking that the guy was safe and truly alive. With concern in her voice, she asked if Hero had managed to kill Yovars, hoping that the danger was now truly over. The boy replied in a calm voice that Yovars was one of the 7 evils, and that all of humanity in the future would benefit from his defeat. Without letting go of Hero, the girl said that the guy shouldn't have to carry everything alone, and received gratitude in response. Taking the girl by the arm, Hero asked if anything had happened during the fight, but the girl did not understand what the guy was talking about. After thinking for a bit, she remembered that there had been a call from the administration and told the guy about it, and he asked if it had been the boss who had called by any chance. Confirming Hero's guess, the girl said that the boss asked him to take care of himself and then called the guy into the room to get ready for the meeting. In the center of the room stood a large television, which broadcast Hero's silhouette, as if emphasizing his role in this world. While Hero was getting ready, the girl said that the guy from the 5th level of the dungeon managed to escape and was now being discussed by everyone. Hero's questioning look showed that he didn't understand which person exactly they were talking about and what had happened. Showing him the phone, the girl said that everyone was sure that the escapee would become the second Lee Sun-woo and was being discussed everywhere. Still not getting the point, Hero asked to clarify who exactly was being discussed and why this was so important to everyone now. Pointing to the screen, the girl said that it was Pak, and was surprised that Hero didn't know, because she even collected articles about him. One of the headlines stated outright that Pa had managed to escape from the dungeon, which had the effect of a bomb going off. After looking closely at the photo, Hero said that he didn't remember such a guy and wasn't sure if he had even seen him before. With surprise in her voice, the girl asked again if Hero really didn't remember him, since Puck had become very famous. Looking at the image, Hero guessed that it might be an awakened swordsman, but the timing of his awakening was too early. Explaining, the girl said that the guy turned out to be a druid, and if the rumors are true, the 4th planet could be connected to Earth. The information about the 4th planet made Hero think, because such news does not appear just like that and without a reason. Still looking at the phone, the girl noted that Pak was only F rank for now and was surprised that Hiro didn't know anything. Lost in his thoughts, Hiro no longer heard her words and simply smiled quietly, thinking about the past. Watching his reaction, the girl did not understand what exactly was happening, while Hiro gradually remembered the past. The memory of 25 regressions was seething inside him, because the guy had already lived about 500 years in this world. Thanks to his long life, he knew all the awakened and understood in advance the development of many events that were yet to come. Of all the familiar names, over 500 years he had never met Puck or even heard him mentioned in any of the known cycles. Hiro wondered if Puck really came from the fourth planet, since the events of the past could have been greatly distorted. If the story is true, Yover should have died only 10 years later, and Akiko should not have survived at all. Despite all the changes in the world, the major events with the appearance of the fourth planet and the seventh level dungeon could change the whole future. Unexpectedly, Akiko suggested that Hiro lure Puck to their side and ask the guy's opinion about this decision. Silently continuing to get ready, Hiro thought, adjusted his sleeves and thought for a long time about the upcoming meeting and the girl's proposal. After a few minutes of reflection, Hiro admitted that he didn't yet know what to do in the situation with Puck. Hearing his words, Akiko was surprised and began to give arguments, reminding him that Park is now the most popular in Korea. Keeping his cool, Hiro said he wanted to observe Puck a little longer before making a final decision. Many years ago in Korea, monsters began to attack different cities, attacking people and destroying everything in their path. They looked like people, but had heads with huge mouths which strongly resembled the siren-headed creatures from legends. Capturing people on the streets, the monsters stuffed them into their huge mouths, while the rest tried to run away from them in horror. There was a massive influx of monsters in different regions of the continent, and at the same time, dragons began to attack Korea. Burning everything around, the dragons attacked crowds of people, causing panic, fear, and attempts to hide from the deadly fire. The groups of people who were pushed to the borders of the continent were urgently evacuated by train to safe areas. At this time, the awakened and heroes tried their best to protect humanity by attacking monsters and engaging in battle. Even though Hiro was considered a traitor to his homeland, he continued to believe that Japan was the only safe place for survivors. Having survived the cataclysms, refugees from Korea sailed to Japan on boats, rejoicing at being saved from monsters and destruction. Lee Seon-woo and his men met the survivors from the sidelines, and this caused surprise among the people. Seeing the shore, the rescued Koreans screamed with joy and did not believe that they were alive, and Hiro silently watched them. Deep down, the boy knew that the surviving Koreans would call Lee Seon-woo a hero, but in the eyes of others, he would remain a traitor. Akiko tilted her head to the side and watched the silent hero with interest, trying to understand what he was thinking about. After a short pause, Hiro quietly said that everything that was happening around him seemed artificial and false to him. Hearing what was said, Akiko frowned and asked what he meant, and Hiro responded by calling everything he saw a deception. After this, the girl began to present arguments in favor of Pa, reminding him that the Ministry of Defense wanted him. In response, Hiro said that if Puck survived the disaster and the monster attacks, they could later take him into the team. At the same time, in one of the hospitals, Shimson Choi was undergoing rehabilitation after a difficult mission on the 5th level of the dungeon. Lying on the bed with her body bandaged, Choi read a book and looked up at the door when she heard the footsteps of an approaching guest. Entering the room, Mi asked how the girl was feeling, and Choi replied that her body still hurt a lot. Without saying anything, Mi sat down on the bed next to Choi, who continued to hold the book in her hands, not looking up from her reading. Expressing doubts about the girl's condition, Mi smiled sarcastically, but Choi insisted that she was not feeling well. After reporting the rumor, Mi said that a guy in a mask comes to Choi at night, suggesting that it might be Park. Looking at the bag, Choi did not say anything about Park and asked her colleague if she had fulfilled her request regarding the food. As Mi untied the bag, she said that she had brought food, drinks, and found a man for the girl, and this phrase infuriated Choi. Ignoring the reaction, Mi began to place food and drinks on the counter, while Choi watched in surprise. Choi expressed dissatisfaction and said that she wanted a different drink, but Mi defensively replied that the drink was black, as the girl had requested. Choi looked at the chicken and was embarrassed by its appearance and said that she wanted another dish, but she didn't like this one. Enraged, Mi waved her hand angrily and sharply told Choi to just eat silently, without arguing about every little thing. Feeling the tension, Choi stopped arguing, lowered her eyes, and began to eat in silence without saying a word. After a little while, she finished the drink, finished the chicken, and left the empty cans and boxes next to her. Feeling a heaviness in her stomach, Choi grabbed it and was surprised to notice how full she had eaten today. With a smile, Mi noted that since the girl had eaten, it meant that she now needed to start doing her work. Hearing this, Choi agreed, but closed her eyes and said that she needed to get some sleep and rest before that. This behavior angered Mi, who discontentedly told the girl not to talk nonsense and not to pretend. At this time, at the headquarters of the Central District Office in Langley, one of the organizations was discussing important news that had recently arrived. The big screen showed the news that Hero had completely defeated the strong and dangerous fighter Yovars. The surprised chief could not understand how such a strong opponent as Yovars could be defeated so quickly. The assistant standing nearby explained that Hero was showing significant progress and would soon be able to reach the SSS level, which is considered the maximum. Looking at the news about Puck's disappearance after returning from the 5th level dungeon, the chief asked about the boy's current whereabouts. Showing Puck's photos, the assistant said that their people had taken fresh photos and the guy had not actually disappeared. Lost in thought, the chief began to look with interest at the photo depicting Puck at one of Saul's stations. After looking at the photos, the boss was interested in why the guy visited the same place so often. An assistant standing nearby confirmed that the guy often visits the station after returning from the dungeon. The people who took the pictures said that Puck was talking to pigeons and suggested that he might be in unrequited love. The boss was indignant at these words, considering Puck a fool, because he knew many interesting girls to meet with the guy. With seriousness in his voice, the chief stated that they could not allow other organizations to take control of Poke, reminding the assistant of this. Reassuring the chief, the assistant reported that the special team had already left for Korea, but had encountered certain difficulties along the way. With curiosity and irritation, the chief asked what exactly the problems were and why difficulties had arisen during the mission. The assistant said tensely that the sky was currently in a turbulent state, which was creating additional complications for their operation. The surprised boss asked what could have caused such a state of the sky, and whether there were any exact reasons for the appearance of alarming signs. Meanwhile, the plane was heading to Korea, and the sky over the route remained clear and calm. The passengers remained calm and sat in their seats, with no sign of any trouble in the air. Traveling with her mother, the girl looked out the plane window in admiration, while the woman was immersed in reading a book. Suddenly, the girl noticed a cute bird flying outside and drew her mother's attention to it, trying to share her delight. The woman looked up from her reading and looked out the window with interest to see what her daughter had called a bird in the sky outside the plane. Looking out the window, the woman became frightened because something appeared in the sky in front of them that did not at all resemble an ordinary bird or animal. Fear gripped the woman, and her eyes widened in horror at the sight of the creature that her daughter called a bird. The monster's huge mouth was turned towards the plane, threatening to destroy and annihilate the aircraft at any moment. A red dragon was flying next to the plane, trying to shoot fire from its mouth to set the aircraft on fire and damage it. A small but very fast dragon caught up with the plane, trying to attack and set it on fire using its fiery breath. Compared to the plane, the dragon flying next to it was tiny in size and had difficulty staying close to the plane. Passengers mistook the dragon for a strange bird and began filming it on their phones, amazed at the unusual appearance of the creature in the sky. The guys who were going after Pak looked at each other in surprise. Some thought the creature in the window was strange, while others saw something cute in it. One of the people suggested that it might be a wyvern. Another replied that even though it was small, it could still be very dangerous. Flapping its wings angrily, the dragon continued to pursue the plane, not intending to give up and demonstrating fury and determination. One of the people did not understand the reason for the wyvern's appearance. The other suggested that the wyvern's dungeon had opened and that this should be reported to the authorities. Gradually, it became clear to the man from the company that the opening of the wyvern dungeon could mean the penetration of more dangerous creatures into the sky. Meanwhile, a huge dragon was approaching the plane with the aim of destroying it with its flames. The massive wyvern overtook the plane, opening its mouth with many small teeth and breathing fire as it approached the aircraft. A ring of fire closed around the plane, engulfing it from all sides and leaving the pilots no chance to escape the heat and smoke. Having lost control and shielding themselves from the flames, the pilots transmitted a message about an attack on the flight by some unidentified aerial object. As the dragon flew away into the sky, it did not turn around, and the plane was already half burned, losing its skin and parts of the body under the pressure of the hot air. From the side, it seemed as if the dragon was carefully watching the falling plane, which was already engulfed in flames and losing control. The plane fell apart, leaving smoke behind, and the dragon continued to fly in the sky and circle above the falling body. The dragon spread its wings in the air, as if triumphant, slowly flying away into the distance and no longer paying attention to the destroyed plane. Flying over the ground, the wyverns gathered in a flock, and the news spoke of an explosion in the dungeon. Meanwhile, two cars were racing along the forest road, heading deep into the forest to a predetermined point hidden from prying eyes. On the way, the driver asked if they had really gone that deep since there were no signs of civilization around. While driving, Jung confidently declared that they were there, and Han looked out the window in surprise, not understanding where they were. Pa was silent. Jung looked into the distance, wondering if this was their destination, as everything looked different than expected. Trying to get a handle on the situation, Khan doubted whether they had come to the right place, because the area gave him an uneasy feeling. With horror in his voice, Han asked Pak if the house ahead was cursed, and not understanding what exactly his partner was talking about, the guy decided to ask again. The cars remained stationary, and Khan pointed to a two-story house that stood ahead, hidden by the shadows of the trees. A raven sat above the building, which was completely overgrown with grass, as if guarding it, and the old building itself looked abandoned and gloomy. After getting out of the car, the guys looked at the office building and were outraged because in front of them was an abandoned house destroyed by time. Han asked tensely if there was internet coverage, and Choi said she saw a ghost on the second floor. Walking towards the entrance, the boys were surprised because it seemed that they would have to live here, in a house that could collapse at any moment. Choi, indignant, screamed that it was impossible to live in such conditions, and everyone heard her indignation. Choi, irritated and angry, declared that she would not live there, and Mi, smiling, calmly asked her to be quieter. Mai said with a smile that they were just not used to it, because they expected something different. Choi was angry. Pak turned to her in bewilderment. Smiling, Mi said that restoration work would begin tomorrow, and everything around would change. Unexpectedly, Pa asked why they needed to renovate the house, since he liked everything, and asked when they could move in, shocking the guys. Choi grabbed Pak by the sleeve and asked if he had gone crazy, but the guy did not understand what the worried girl was talking about. Pushing Choi away, Mi said that people with wild instincts have their own views, and suggested starting with marking the territory. Surprised by the words, Pak asked about the designation of the territory, and Mi added that in his zone he can do whatever he wants. Choi was angry. Suddenly, Pa spread his arms and found himself in the center of the glow, which began to rapidly spread out around him. Mai looked at Pak with surprise, not understanding how the guy was able to create such a bright and unusual glow around himself. Walking forward, Pak illuminated the way with the light pouring from him. The guys behind watched this strange picture in surprise. Mai asked in confusion what was going on, and Choi calmly replied that the guy was using the abilities of the forest spirits. Without trying to hide his power, Pa did not stop, the radiance pouring out as if from his body, eclipsing even the daylight. Mai watched with Choi, not hiding her surprise until an agent called out to her, suspecting something serious was going on. The spirits of the forest began to circle in the sky, illuminating the space with a strange glow and attracting the attention of all the children present. Deciding to clarify, Mi asked what Park was doing, and Choi explained that he was following her instructions to mark out the territory. Standing motionless, Mi continued to watch in amazement because her idea of this process was completely different. One by one, the spirits descended to the ground, as if penetrating the soil and leaving behind a light glow. From the areas where the spirits had descended, tree sprouts began to rise, breaking through the ground and reaching towards the sky. A moment later, a large and strong tree grew from one of the shoots in front of the boys. One by one, the trees began to rise up, forming a thicket, and the forest began to grow right before everyone's eyes. The children watched with admiration because the trees grew instantly, as if created by magic. Over time, a green fence consisting of tall and dense trees appeared around the house. Pak walked back to the others with pride and reported that the matter was completed and everything was ready for further action. Jong asked doubtfully if the radius of the mark was about 1 kilometer, but Pak was satisfied with everything and was completely calm. Mai happily noticed that now everyone was happy, and the territory was officially marked by the guild forces. With a serious voice, Mi confirmed that everything in this territory belonged to the guys, and Pot noted that it was too good except for the ban on leaving. Explaining why leaving the country is prohibited, Mi added that this is the main condition as they are worried about Park's family. Smiling, Pak said that he liked everything, and despite the restrictions, he was happy with what was happening. Having offered to sign the contract, Mi handed the documents to Pak, and the guy agreed without any doubts. Stopping the guy, Choi said that the document needed to be read carefully, and Mi tensed up at her words. Grabbing Choi by the head, Mi pushed the girl aside and pointed to the place where to sign. Pak drew a wolf instead of a signature. With approval, Mi praised the guy for his work and handed over a copy of the contract signed with his mark. Shaking hands, Mi said that they needed to work until the portal opened, and Pak confidently agreed. With a slight smile, the guy promised that he would definitely fulfill all his promises and would not let him down. In reassurance, Mi asked Park to continue to trust the government, as they would support him in any threat. As she was leaving, Mi told Choi to behave well, but the girl demanded that workers be sent to do the repairs, otherwise she would run away. Choi stuck out her tongue mockingly, teasing Mi, and did not hide her displeasure with what was happening. Noticing the girl's behavior, Mi became angry and did not hide her irritation, with difficulty restraining her emotions. As they left, the car with Mi and the agent headed back to Seoul along the same road they had come from. Remembering Choi's behavior, Mi remained angry and could not understand how she could continue to work with her. The agent asked doubtfully whether it was even possible to manage such a territory and such a number of people at the same time. Assuring him, the girl said that if things went wrong with Pa, there would be help. The agent driving the car nodded in agreement. Driving further and further away in the car, Mi gave the order to collect the level 5 raid list and put it on immediate standby mode. At the same time, a large ship was slowly moving across the sea surface, unaware of the impending threat from the approaching pirates. The pirates in the small boat screamed with joy when they spotted the ship in the distance and increased speed to get closer as quickly as possible. One of the pirates took aim with his gun and declared that shooting at a living target had become unexpectedly fun and even enjoyable for him. The pirates opened fire on the ship abruptly, not giving the crew time to react, and fired several shots at the bow of the ship. With a roar, the shells flew straight into the ship's hull, leaving holes and causing chaos among the crew, who rushed about the decks. Panic broke out on the ship. The captain demanded urgent help, and the sailors screamed and rushed about in fear and uncertainty. They radioed the coordinates of a coral reef, promised help in a couple of hours, and ordered the ship's engine to be turned off in the event of an attack. The pirate boats had already reached the ship. The captors began to climb on board, shouting threats and driving away the resisting sailors. The sailor reported over the radio that the invaders were already on board, and their number on deck was rapidly increasing with every minute of the attack. After ordering the engine to be shut down, the captain ordered everyone to immediately gather in a closed employee area at the bottom of the ship. An unexpected shaking rocked the ship, and the crew barely managed to stay on their feet, not understanding the reasons for what was happening under their vessel. With a confused face, the captain looked around, trying to understand the source of the vibrations, but did not notice anything suspicious around. Something gigantic was approaching under the water, but the captain's gaze, directed forward, could not discern a single hostile object. His eyes widened in horror as something incredible began to appear in the water, something that defied all possible logical frameworks. All the boats suddenly capsized, and the pirates, one after another, flew into the water, screaming, not having time to react to the unexpected threat. Not understanding what exactly had capsized the boats, the captain stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening right in front of him. Suddenly, huge tentacles wrapped around the ship's hull and began to pull it down, causing panic among the crew, who were unable to resist the force. The ship was quickly pulled down, under the water. The stream rushed inside, people rushed around the compartments, not knowing how to save themselves and what to do next. With fury, the tentacles of the unknown creature twisted the ship, turning it over like a toy, tearing apart the metal and throwing the crew into the water from different sides. Finding himself deep underwater, the captain, along with the wreckage of the ship, slowly sank down, unable to change the situation. Underwater, he tried to spot his attacker, peering into the darkness from where the threatening vibration and strange noise emanated. Suddenly, huge teeth appeared before his eyes, shining in the murky water and ready to close on any target that came their way. The captain was so terrified that he couldn't move. His breath caught in his throat, his body froze, and his mind didn't want to accept reality. The monster's mouth opened wide, and the captain's body was completely at the mercy of the sea creature. In an instant, the captain's body disappeared into the shark's huge mouth, with no chance of salvation. The shark snapped its teeth, swallowed its victim, and swam away, leaving behind a whirlpool and a lot of debris on the surface. The remains of the ship and mysterious tentacles remained on the seabed as the shark continued to swim forward in search of its next targets. The tails of these creatures resembled jellyfish, but they moved with incredible speed and seemed hostile even from a distance. They opened their mouths with sharp teeth and swam near the wreckage, making angry sounds and twitching their tails in a frightening manner. Meanwhile, rescuers arrived at the area of the possible crash and surveyed the area from helicopters and boats in different directions. Rescuers searched a 10-mile area, but found no signs of the vessel and radioed for immediate assistance from a rescue team. The tentacles continued to move in the water, hidden under the thickness, not coming to the surface, but getting closer and closer to the new target. Meanwhile, in the place where Suho's guild was located, a dense forest was rapidly rising from the ground and began to cover everything around. The spirits of the forest moved unnoticed between the fresh trees, emitting a soft light that fell in patches on the foliage and soil. Music played softly inside the building, its echoes softly bouncing off the walls and into the adjacent rooms and onto the nearby balconies. As you approached the building itself, you could notice how the sound became clearer and louder, gradually filling the entire space. A dove sat on the windowsill behind the curtain, quietly looking out at the street, and the window was loosely covered with thick gray curtains. A sharp and intrusive sound rang through the room, the phone that was lying near the pillow on Choi's bed. Choi was fast asleep on the bed, and for a long time she couldn't hear the bell as it continued to ring, vibrating right next to her head. Barely moving and without opening her eyes, she blindly reached for the phone, felt it, and pressed the button to answer. Keeping her eyes closed and not even glancing at the screen, Choi accepted the call by bringing the device closer to her ear. Indignantly, Mi said that Choi had finally begun to understand what it was like to just live an ordinary life, hinting at the girl's irresponsibility. Choi asked sleepily why Mi was calling so early and muttered that she was actually at her work right now. Calmly and without jokes, Mi asked whether Choi was in the same room with Park right now or just next to him in the building. Unsure of what to answer and almost falling asleep again, Choi muttered that she didn't know anything and wasn't sure where Park was. This answer angered Mi and she shouted loudly, asking if Choi was finally going to get up since it was already light out. Without answering, the girl hung up, and Mi, hearing long beeps in the receiver, became even more angry and clenched her teeth in irritation. In the kitchen, there was a cup of hot coffee in the coffee maker, which had been brewed for a long time and was waiting for the owner to take it. Stepping out onto the balcony, Choi looked for a long time at the trees growing next to the house, wondering how they had grown so quickly. Remembering about coffee, the girl took a cup from the coffee machine and took it with her to the balcony. As she took her first sip of coffee, she thought that Puck really did seem to have planted too many plants in this area. Meanwhile, a pack of wolves ran freely across the wide green clearing, raising dust and leaving tracks on the soft, damp ground. While monitoring the pack through the interface, Pa immediately accessed the system to get accurate data on each wolf. The system's screen displayed the names of the wolves and their strength levels, as well as additional parameters that he was studying. The boy named the wolves with interest, giving each one a name, and carefully studied their skills, characteristics, and weaknesses. When he noticed that one of the wolves could go mad, he wondered if it was worth developing at all. Choi came up from behind and asked what he was doing, but Pak didn't notice her right away, and hearing her voice, turned around in surprise. In response, Pak said that he was giving names to new members of the clan, and Choi asked again if he really decided to give names specifically to the wolves. Yawning, the girl said that he could wake her up if he decided to go somewhere, and added that she didn't like getting up alone. Peku happily ran up to them, waving his tail, and jumped near their feet, happily wagging and whining with happiness. Sitting down on the grass, Choi began to pet the dog and was surprised at how quickly he was growing, then asked about the rest of the clan. While reporting, Pa explained that the others had left and were most likely now somewhere nearby at the entrance to the dungeon. The girl was surprised that the guys were working even in such heat and not resting at least a little. Pointing his hand at the trees, Puck suggested that the girl take a walk because he wanted to show her something interesting. Choi asked, surprised if he was joking, and why he even decided to invite her for a walk in the middle of a hot day. Suddenly, Pak turned into a huge dog, looked at the girl and extended his paw forward, indicating that she should sit down. Having settled on top of Pak's back, the girl was ready for an unexpected walk, and the dog was ready to run. As she asked, the girl clarified whether the guy really just wanted to brag about his achievements again, and sighed, clutching the fur tighter. Without answering, Pa only asked her to hold on tighter because the speed would be great and it would be easy to fall. Immediately accelerating, Pak began to move in big leaps, rapidly gaining speed on the straight section of the forest path. Not expecting such speed, Choi began to lose her balance, and for a moment was afraid that she would not stay on her back. Continuing to move faster, Pak kicked up dust behind him, and Choi screamed at him to slow down, a pack of wolves running alongside them. The girl's bast shoes flew off her feet from the sudden movement, but Pot did not stop, just like the rest of the wolf pack. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, a group of people had already pitched tents and set up a full-fledged field camp. Because of the heat and boredom, no one did anything. People sat around doing nothing and looked tired from inaction and waiting. One of the leaders in the camp said that the company was demanding production since he himself had not received money for more than a month. Turning to the others, he asked if anyone had been to the area before to better understand the terrain and risks. There were cameras hanging in the trees, connected to a military system, but everyone understood that help would not arrive before the wolves. In the crowd, people were discussing how the portal was still not open, and therefore neither journalists nor rich people were allowed in. Suddenly, a car approached the camp at high speed, raising dust and moving straight along the road. The guys looked at each other and recognized the car of the Suho clan and were very surprised, but remembered that Pak did not enter the portal. Having driven past the tent camp, the car did not even brake and disappeared behind the trees, leaving no traces. Without slowing down, the car continued to move forward, confidently overcoming the bumps and holes on the forest road. Jung was driving and noticed that even in this heat, journalists continued to film and ask questions. Han, who was sitting next to him, was reading the comments under the video, and suddenly noticed one strange text, screamed, and Jung immediately asked what happened. Trying to look calm, the guy replied that there was nothing important there, but there was obvious tension and anxiety in his voice. The long silence only increased the tension, although it was clear from the expression on his face that Khan was worried and very concerned about something. Looking at the statistics, the guy saw donations from Japan, the USA, Britain, and Russia, and the total amount exceeded 4 billion. Almost all of the purchases came from scouts in Europe, and Khan couldn't decide whether to tell Pa about it or keep quiet for now. At this time, a pack of wolves, along with Pak and Choi, caught up with the boys' car, who immediately saw their movement through the window. Hearing the distinctive sound, Choi turned around and tried to figure out what exactly was going on and why it had become so noisy. Continuing to run, Pak didn't slow down, and Choi noticed the car and waved her hand towards the boys so that they could see. Han chuckled and called the girl Park's wife, and Jung was a little surprised to hear such an unexpected nickname from his friend. Outraged by the words, Choi clenched her fist and began waving her hand toward the car, clearly angry at this treatment. Considering the address to be normal, Han decided to call Choi that since they eat together, sleep in the same house, and even use the same restroom. Seeing the girl on the back of Pak, who had been turned into a dog, Han was a little upset because Pak himself had never given him a ride like that. With each jump, Pa accelerated and soon found himself in front of the car, overtaking it without much effort or hesitation. Thinking that a race had begun, the boys began to shout, and Han demanded that Jong step on the gas, promising that they would win. Without hesitation, Jong pressed the pedal all the way down, simultaneously shifting gears and squeezing the maximum out of the engine. A few seconds later, the car caught up with Pak, and they moved side by side, keeping pace with each other. The challenge became obvious. The guys agreed that the loser would pay for the Tansyuk, and they increased their speed even more. Suddenly, Choi's attention was drawn to a strange light ahead, and she turned sharply and tried to examine it. A slight chill ran through her body. She felt something unusual that reminded her of entering an unstable portal. Without wasting any time, she shouted at Paku, demanding that he urgently change the route towards the entrance to the portal. With determination and a burning gaze, Choi reported that cracks spanning nearly 200 meters had been detected nearby. After a difficult mission in the dungeon, when Choi was in the hospital, Pak came to visit her and talk. As soon as she opened her eyes, she asked what planet he was on and what exactly had been happening there all this time. Looking out the window of the chamber, He said that he had visited the kingdom of animals, where an important and strange stage took place. Repeating what she had heard, she asked again whether there were people there at all, or only wild and strong animals. Confirming Choi's guess, Pa added that the place was filled with sevenfold energy and looked beautiful. Choi was surprised to realize that there really was a powerful and unstable energy on that planet. There, everything revolved around survival, and the animals fought endlessly for dominance, knowing neither peace nor rest. Choi recalled Park explaining that he was the leader on that planet and had to accept the challenge from the planet's inhabitants. Remembering all this, she realized that if the portal was connected to that planet, then it would be possible to get there freely. In case of hostility, a war will begin against beasts possessing spatial energy of level S and above. Meanwhile, back at the office, Mi was asking her boss how friendly that planet was and hoping for a bigger reward for her risk. The chief reminded him that Puck was the king of a planet with 2 moons, and that was what made the situation dangerous. Meanwhile, Puck failed to enter the portal, and while telling this to Choi, he continued to run further, at high speed, in an unknown direction. This surprised Choi very much. She did not understand why Puck, even being the king, could not pass through the portal, and the pack of wolves in the car with the guys continued to move after the guys. Inside Puck, there was a fear that if the beasts saw him weak, they would immediately want to destroy him without mercy. Not understanding what was happening, Choi, sitting on top of Puck's back, was very angry and swore to herself, coming up with a new plan in her head. After some thought, in order not to waste time, Choi ordered Pa to move towards the northeastern field and stay away from the city. Choi rode Pak at top speed into the forest, not looking back and intently peering into the dark thicket ahead. Confused, the boys tried to understand the sudden change in route and tried to keep up, directing the car after Pak and Choi. Without delay, the car turned off the road and drove into the forest at full speed, catching up with the boys. Suddenly, a light flashed ahead, and Choi screamed as she noticed the surrounding space begin to distort right before her eyes. Without understanding anything, Pa continued to rush forward without slowing down and trying not to be distracted by the girl's words. The sharp ringing of the phone broke the silence of the office. Mi answered and asked why Choi decided to call her. After reporting the approach to the portal, Choi relayed the information to Mi, barely catching her breath as she rode Puck forward. Confused, Mi asked again about the portal, not immediately believing what was said. Her voice sounded uncertain. Barely holding her breath, Choi asked to transmit the coordinates to the backup unit, holding on to Pak, who was running at full speed. A few minutes later, heavy vehicles began to pull up to the portal, the roar of the engines becoming louder and louder. Moving in a coordinated manner, the vehicles lined up in a tight column, preparing to begin the operation. Combat installations rose above the vehicle bodies. Their mechanisms were adjusted to a specific sector. A message came from one of the vehicles about being ready to fire, and the installations were aimed at the portal. As he approached the warped space, Pak suddenly felt a slight inner unease and slowed his pace. Doubting, Pak informed Choi that this was a normal portal, not the one he came through. Hearing this, Choi was surprised and asked why Park was so confident in his assumption. At the very gates of the portal, Pa stopped, noting that he did not feel the energy of the place from which he came. Disagreeing with Pak, Choi decided that the reason was the returnees who sometimes came out of the portals. Realizing the difference in energy levels, Choi remembered how Pak's portal had been significantly more powerful than this one. When Puck emerged from another portal, the device recorded critical readings and Choi decided that it was malfunctioning, reporting this to her team. Remembering those feelings, Choi noticed that now the energy was almost not pressing, and this fact confirmed her suspicions, but she still had doubts. Noticing the strange glow, someone from the camp suggested a spatial nature of the phenomenon, and the leader agreed. Heavy vehicles rushed past the camp with a loud noise, and everyone there watched in surprise. Having recognized the vehicles from the bureau, the manager was very surprised, not understanding what they were doing in this area. Looking up at the sky, he noticed the helicopters and realized that additional air support was approaching. Feeling the tension, he realized that a new portal was opening and wondered about the possibility of a new planet appearing. Having assumed human form, Pak, along with Choi and Piku, watched the portal in front of them in surprise. Without hesitation, Choi reported that the entrance to the dungeon was in front of them based on her guess. For support, she looked at Puck, who remained silent and expressionless. A question arose in Choi's mind as to how Pak was able to recognize the nature of the portal faster than her, since she was considered the best. A car marked as the Suho clan's transport stopped nearby, and the doors opened slightly. Getting out of the car, Han looked at the portal with admiration, and Jong quickly headed toward the guys. As the Bureau team's cars approached, they caused general surprise. The guys turned around at the sound of approaching engines. The men in uniform came out and introduced themselves as Team 11, announcing that the equipment would soon be installed. They carefully began to open the suitcases and take out the components intended for diagnostics. Explaining their appearance, the employees said that the equipment determines the level of the dungeon and the time of activity. Intrigued, Choi and Pak moved closer and began to look at the monitor displaying the parameters. At the sight of the numbers, Pa and Choi froze for a moment, not expecting such a concentration of energy in the portal area. Turning around, the employee explained to the guys that they were in a 4th-level dungeon, but the energy was not yet at its maximum. Choi was taken aback, but Pa added that the level was acceptable, and the others stood silently and watched. After receiving the information about the 4th-level dungeon, Mi immediately became upset and sighed heavily as she listened to the details from Choi. Touching the bracelet, Choi activated the portal uniform and explained to me that Pak believed this planet was not the one he returned from. Upon learning of the discovery of the 4th-level dungeon, the chief became furious and began to interrupt me in the middle of a sentence. Trying to calm him down, Mi said that the information had not yet been confirmed and that Team 11 was handling the matter. Without listening to the explanations, the chief began to complain about the resources spent on clarifying the level of the dungeon. Without much confidence, Mi explained that nothing was clear yet and that Pa's abilities did not reach the 4th level. Reminding them of their responsibility, the boss said that if they did not satisfy the investors, they would be in big trouble. Trying to defend Pak, Mi asked if it wasn't a bet on probability, since the guy was showing unusual traits. Speaking of the benefits, the boss said that the stock would rise if Park returned, and asked Mi to buy some time. Having no other choice, Mi was forced to agree with her boss, fearing the consequences from investors. Hearing the doubt in Mi's voice, the boss explained that failure to gain investor confidence would have serious consequences. Looking at the screen, the member of Team 11 reported that the portal had 50 days left. Park thought that was enough, and Choi told Mi to stop mobilizing. After Pa's words, the guy sitting next to him slowly turned to him, not daring to ask the question out loud. Catching the guy's gaze, Pa calmly asked why he was looking at him with such a strange and appraising look. With a reserved expression on his face, the guy replied that the 4th level of the portal required 5 to 6 consecutive cleanups. Without a trace of fear, Pa confidently said that he had no concerns whatsoever and felt fully prepared to carry out as many cleanups as necessary. Thinking it was a good option, Pa asked about the price, and the guy asked again if he really meant energy measuring equipment. Realizing that Pak was asking about the cost of the equipment, the guy explained that the device cost 30 million and that every member of the guild had one. Upon hearing the price, Pak remarked that it was very expensive, and the boy nodded, agreeing with his assessment of the device's value. Having received a letter in the spring offering to lease equipment under a contract, the guy handed the paper to Pak, and Choi watched this with bewilderment. Slightly surprised, Pa didn't understand why the guy was giving him his equipment for free and so easily. Smiling awkwardly, the guy was silent for a while, as if not knowing how best to explain his gift. After thinking for a moment, the guy explained in a serious tone that even without a new 4th planet, the government and foreign countries were interested in Pakistan. Not understanding what kind of interest in his person was being discussed, Pa looked at the guy in surprise. Smiling, the boy said that Korea considers Park part of the family and people believe in him no matter what. Having called Pak their treasure, the guy fell silent. Choi felt ill, Han was worried about her, and Jong watched what was happening with surprise. Pak asked in bewilderment who was interested in him abroad, since no one had written or contacted him directly. Han approached and tried to say something, but Pak and the guy continued their conversation, not reacting to his words. Taking Pak aside, Han explained that there was a war abroad and he was collecting money from fans to support him. Smiling, Pak asked Han how much money he had managed to raise from his overseas supporters. A little embarrassed, Khan said that we are talking about $500 million from various supporters. Turning to Han, Pak placed his hand on his shoulder and prepared to say something important to him. Looking Han seriously in the eyes, Pak said that one cannot become a slave to money and that a conversation with a neighbor may be more important. Feeling ashamed, Han looked down and agreed with Pak, taking his words as something meaningful and personal. Regrettably, Han admitted that he should have shown Pa the proposals 3 months ago, but for some reason he never did. Pak looked at Han with surprise, not understanding why the guy still hadn't told him anything about the offers and continued to hide everything. Smiling, Han asked if the killer would kill him for not giving Pak important information regarding the contract in time. Offering a way out, Pak said that they could simply lie, as if Han had already shown the contract and had not heard any objections from him. Han was immediately happy with this proposal. Before leaving, Pa asked Han to prepare for the dungeon with Zhang, and the boy happily prepared to carry out Pak's order. At parting, Khan added that he would spend part of the money and give the rest to the guild. Pak did not object and said to do as you wish. Clenching his hands into fists, Pak walked towards the portal with determination, not doubting his decision and readiness to enter first. Watching him go, Han admired Pak's determination and thought how beneficial it was to be around such a man. Humming under his breath about 36 million, Khan ran to prepare for the upcoming mission with his team. In a short time, the entire clan was fully equipped and stood in front of the portal, waiting for the signal to enter. Turning to the others, Pa asked if they were ready, and if no one objected, they could start moving. Suddenly, a member of the 11th team blocked the way, saying that their squad would also go into the dungeon. Pak turned around abruptly and replied that it was impossible, but the guy didn't understand why he was being refused. Explaining the reason for the refusal, Pa said that the contract only allowed 2 of the mobilized personnel to enter, and this rule applied to hunting. In a calm voice, Choi said that everything was clear and asked not to worry, inviting the team to enter the portal. Following behind, the guy reminded them that they were level 4, but Choi told him to just record the video. Not lagging behind, Pekka ran alongside the others, heading deeper into the dungeon and staying close to Puck. Chasing after Pak, the dog caught up with him, and the guy advised the animal to try to level up to be useful in the upcoming mission. Without hesitation, the participants prepared to enter the portal, fully aware of all the risks and possible dangers. With full awareness of responsibility, the entire team simultaneously took a step forward, entering the portal. A dark forest opened up before them, and Choi asked if this was really the same planet Puck had been on. Listening to his feelings, the guy was silent for a while, and then replied that he couldn't determine it yet. Choi watched Park carefully, her eyes shining, waiting for a more definitive answer from him. As he made his way through the dense thicket, Pak said he felt something familiar, something that reminded him of his previous stay on the planet of 2 moons. The guy from the bureau was surprised and asked the others if they could just walk forward without strict formations. Explaining what was happening, Han said that Pak was in front and it was enough to just stay behind him. Suddenly, Choi screamed, looking ahead and feeling threatened, and ordered all the boys to stop immediately. Frightened by the scream, the boys immediately stopped and looked at each other with alarm, not knowing what exactly had happened. Calmly informing, Choi said that 3 monsters would appear in 70 kilometers and they needed to be prepared. Instantly drawing his weapon, Khan took up a fighting stance, and the guy from the bureau experienced intense fear and confusion. Taking out his sword, the boy asked if they had enough weapons, but Khan was irritated by the newcomer's excessive talkativeness. Confidently drawing his weapon, Zhang was ready to rush into battle. The guy from the bureau did not expect such determination. The boy screamed in fear and asked what was happening to Zhang and why he was so eager to attack. Not understanding the essence of the question, Khan frowned in irritation, not wanting to waste time on empty talk. As he passed by, Zhang moved forward with his eyes burning, completely consumed by the thirst for battle. With a sharp movement, Pak hit Zhang on the neck, trying to bring him to his senses and stop the mad attack. From the unexpected blow, Zhang fell face down, dropping his sword and no longer showing any signs of activity. Hearing the fall, Khan rushed to help his friend, and the guy from the bureau remained standing in fear and complete bewilderment. Ordering Han to help Zhang, Park demanded that the boy be brought to his senses and given a sedative to avoid further problems. Hearing the bureau guy's question, Choi explained that Zhang has a disease, and when he sees a sword, he loses control and turns into a dangerous psychopath. Trying to help, Han poured sedatives into Zhang's mouth, while simultaneously begging his friend to regain consciousness as soon as possible. Feeling a strange movement nearby, Pa became alert, trying to understand what was happening in the thicket around them. Having given the command, he ordered everyone to stand behind and prepare for a possible threat, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. As the huge monster approached them, it opened its mouth, letting out a threatening roar, and quickly closed the distance to the team. 3 huge monsters were approaching the boys. They had large bows in their hands. They were ready to release deadly arrows at any moment. Han screamed that there was a lizard man in front of them, and Zhang had just recovered from the sedative, preparing for a new danger ahead. Shouting loudly about defense, Choi warned the team to hold the line and not allow the enemy to attack unexpectedly. Without hesitation, Puck charged towards the monsters, showing determination and courage to protect his comrades and defeat the enemy at any cost. A guy from the bureau team announced that he was starting to film a video, and his eyes glowed red, recording every moment of what was happening. Ready to attack, the monsters surrounded Pug, but he boldly approached them, not being afraid and showing courage in this dangerous situation. One of the monsters opened its mouth with many small, sharp teeth and a long tongue, similar to a lizard. With one powerful blow, Pak split the head of one of the lizard men in half, instantly destroying him and showing everyone his incredible strength and agility. With his second strike, Pak cut through the body of the second lizard, rendering it unable to move or continue the fight, proving his skill in combat with monsters. With the third blow, he pierced the body of the third monster, inflicting devastating damage, not giving the monsters a single chance to win. A moment later, all three monsters were defeated and fell to the ground with a loud crash, and the system notified Puck that he had received 84 points. The guys standing in a circle behind them didn't lower their weapons, carefully monitoring the situation, while Puck walked forward past the corpses of the defeated monsters. The guy from the bureau team couldn't believe how fast Puck reacted, but he continued recording the video, capturing all the details of their swift victory. With a loud shout, Puck ordered Han and Zhong to take the trophies from the bodies of the defeated monsters and prepare to attack the next monsters themselves. Obediently following the order, the boys rushed for the trophies, their eyes filled with determination and excitement. They butchered the slain monsters, taking out the bloodstones, while Choi and the bureau guy watched the process, assessing the loot. While expressing his concerns, the guy from the bureau said that Han seemed normal, but after taking the sword, he became a psychopath. Choi irritably asked him to go faster. While giving instructions, Pa asked everyone to come to their senses and said that the guys would have to fight living monsters from now on. Having mined the stones, the boys examined them with excitement, like crazy people, assessing the quality and possibilities of the obtained prey. Watching with annoyance, the guy from the bureau couldn't understand why Pot wanted to leave the stupid and psychopathic guy alone with the monsters. Turning around, Pa addressed Peku, and the puppy barked in obedience, ready to carry out any command and help in the upcoming danger. Telling the puppy to go into the forest, Pot gave the order to bring the monsters to them, after which the puppy quickly rushed forward through the dense trees. Seeing Pa sending the puppy into the forest, the guy from the bureau became embarrassed and doubted the correctness of such a decision. Without hesitation, following the owner's instructions, the puppy ran forward, hiding in the thicket of the forest. Choi watched the scene unfold silently as the bureau guy asked if this could be considered animal cruelty. Curious, the guy asked if they would be okay if the puppy brought an army of monsters. But Choi replied that they should focus on filming. Suddenly, Han shouted that the monsters were approaching. Zhang's eyes lit up and he laughed evilly, preparing for the upcoming battle. With horror in his eyes, the guy from the bureau looked into the forest, feeling the approach of the monsters and hearing their terrifying sounds. Zhang's gaze became crazy again, as if the guy was losing his mind, anticipating the fight and experiencing an obsession with the battle. Noticing Zhang's condition, the guy from the bureau became tense and worried, realizing that the situation could get out of control. Trying to calm his friend down, Han offered Zhang a sedative, but the guy continued to laugh terribly, and the newbie from the bureau watched them in horror. Zhang broke free and ran forward with a wild look in his eyes. Han tried to stop him, but his efforts were useless. Turning around, Pak called out to Han, demanding his immediate attention to the situation and hoping that the boy would be able to stop the mad Zhang. Hearing Pak's call, Han ran towards him, dropping everything to come to his aid and try to take control of the situation. Peku ran out of the forest, rushing at top speed towards his master in the danger, ready to engage in battle. As Zhang approached the puppy, he brandished his weapon, and Pa watched this strange and dangerous behavior with bewilderment. Suddenly, arrows flew at the puppy's back, and the monsters were rapidly approaching, ready to attack. The huge monsters opened their mouths and Zhang's sword flew into the face of one of them, piercing the flesh and causing pain. The other monster made an angry sound and readied its spear, getting into a fighting stance, clearly aiming to attack and not wanting to retreat even a single step. Like a madman, Zhang approached the monster, swinging his swords, ready to strike and not paying attention to his own safety. Opening its huge mouth with large teeth, the monster let out a loud roar, expressing aggression and warning of its deadly power. Approaching each other, Zhong and the monster prepared to deliver powerful blows and fight in a bloody duel, deciding the fate of the fight. Rushing to the rescue, Pak grabbed the monster by the arm, interrupting his swing and stopping the powerful blow that threatened his friend's life. While Pak held the monster back, Zhong slashed at the enemy's body with his swords, and Peku grabbed the monster's leg with his teeth, increasing the pressure from the other side. The system alerted him to the increasing power of the dog's jaw as Peku continued to gnaw at the monster, helping to weaken the enemy and make things easier for his comrades. The guy from the bureau screamed in horror about the impending danger, warning everyone present about the risk to life and asking them to be careful. While Zhong was dealing with the monster, another one with its mouth open quickly approached him, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing this, Pak turned around questioningly and hurried to help his friend, realizing that without his support, the situation could become critical. At that moment, a bright light pierced the monster's body, stopping the attack, and Zhong turned around in surprise, not understanding what was happening around him. Reacting quickly, Khan took up a fighting stance and began firing precise shots from his magical weapon at the monster. In the darkness, the magic cannon emitted a blinding light, directing a stream of energy straight towards the huge and furious monster. A bolt of lightning seemed to pierce the monster's body, and it began to writhe in pain as Zhong watched his enemy suffer. Without delay, Zhong began swinging his sword in different directions, trying not to leave his opponent a single chance. As the monster swung its spear, preparing to strike, Zhong had already taken a stance and was fully prepared to counter. With one decisive blow, he cut the monster's body into 3 parts, defeating it, and the system reported that it had reached level E. Zhong sneered and broke into a smug smile, clearly enjoying his quick and easy victory over this monster. Feeling satisfied, Han joyfully exclaimed that he had finally obtained his long-awaited 9th level E. Without a word, the guy from the bureau watched the fighter's actions in amazement, unable to believe what was happening. With a skeptical tone in his voice, he asked if this was really a 4th-level dungeon, to which Choi responded by asking about the boy's doubts. With a triumphant cry, Han asked if it was okay that he wasn't afraid, while Zhong laughed as he cut up the monster's body. Just as the guy from the bureau was about to say something, Choi interrupted him, irritated by the chatter, telling him to just silently film the video. Sensing the impending danger, Pika rushed forward without thinking, knowing for sure that there was no time to hesitate in this situation. He was jumping and darting through the air, when suddenly one of the fighters shouted that the monsters were attacking from all sides at once. Tensed, Pak turned around sharply, assessing the situation, trying not to miss a single detail on the battlefield around him. Right behind him in the thick bushes, Pa suddenly noticed the huge head of a monster with its mouth wide open, ready to attack. The next second, Puck was surrounded by 2 lizard monsters, slowly extending long, sticky tongues towards him. From above, one of the monsters began an attack, preparing to thrust a spear straight into Puck's body, swinging it with great force. Without losing his composure, Pa took a fighting stance to repel the attack, leaving his opponent no advantage whatsoever. At this time, a white car drove into a forest tent camp, where it was immediately surrounded on all sides by worried people. The guys enthusiastically began to greet Mie, who arrived at the scene to personally monitor the situation. In anger, Mie asked if Kim had really decided to die and wondered why he had not left this place yet. The guy confidently said that he would move away from the car if Mie said something, and despite her anger, the girl asked Kim's question. Without delay, Kim reported that he had just personally seen the arrival of Mr. Lee, leading a well-armed detachment. Not understanding where Kim was going with this, Mie became angry and demanded a more detailed explanation and a specific question. Having suggested that if Mr. Lee was here, then the dungeon was definitely level 4, Kim asked Mie a clarifying question about this. Without saying a word, Mie just glared at him, making it clear that she was confirming this with her silent gaze. Instantly understanding the essence of what was happening, the guy just nodded and looked straight into her eyes with a slight grin. Immediately, Kim shouted to the others to move aside and clear the way, allowing Mie's car to pass ahead. With all sincerity, the guy loudly thanked Mie, shouting after her as her car drove away along the forest road. After that, the guy started asking Kim what Mie said, and he replied that it was a 4th-level dungeon. At that moment, Mie's car had almost reached the portal itself, behind which began the dangerous path into the dungeon. With suspicion in her voice, Mi asked the agent if the dungeon level was classified information. Turning around, she angrily asked what was more important, the money or Pak, and looked intently at the driver of the car. The agent answered haltingly that Pak was more important, while the car continued moving towards the portal without stopping. Mi calculated that if she met Pak first after leaving, Kim and the others would stop interfering in her affairs. The agent hesitantly asked if everything would be okay with me and looked at the girl through the rearview mirror. The girl, feeling indignant, shouted that they needed to find a breach, and she and the agent continued on their way. At the same time, near the entrance to the portal, squad number 13 was already completing preparations for the imminent entry. In full combat gear, Mr. Lee stood sternly and confidently, looking at his team with determination in his eyes. While inspecting the fighters, he asked everyone if they were equipped and ready to engage in combat without further delay. When he was sure the team was ready, he shouted loudly that it was time to have fun and move forward. Suddenly, a man ran up to them and shouted for them to stop, because an order had been given, and everyone turned around. Lee stared at the stranger with anger and bewilderment, not understanding why they were trying to stop them right before the entrance. Meanwhile, Mi's white car drove up to the entrance to the dungeons and stopped near the squad. Calmly getting out of the car, the girl confidently walked towards the assembled fighters under the command of Mr. Lieutenant. As she approached, she politely greeted the commander and his crew, trying to maintain formal politeness. Without reciprocating, Mr. Lee coldly asked what was going on and why the squad was not being allowed into the portal. In a reserved but confident tone, Mi explained that the entrance was temporarily closed, and Lee tried to understand what such an order meant. According to Mi, until a message is received from Pak, entry is considered unauthorized and is strictly prohibited. Hearing this, Lee became furious, not understanding on what basis they were being restricted from completing the task. Loudly indignant, Lee claimed that for the sake of this order, they dropped everything and rushed to the portal immediately. With slight annoyance, Mi commented that an extremely unpleasant and abnormal situation had occurred. Without hiding his irritation, Lee reminded them that their contract had a reconnaissance clause, and the raid was supposed to be mandatory. In response, Mi calmly noted that it would probably be necessary to add a few more important points to the contract. Smiling, the girl said that she had come to avoid risk. Acting on instructions from her superior, the agent remained silent behind. Unable to contain his emotions, Lee cursed and asked why things had become so complicated without explanation or warning. With a cold smile, Mi suggested continuing the conversation in the car, hoping to ease the tension. At the same time in the office, the boss was looking through the news about Pak and trying to calm the indignant chairman. Speaking with the minister, he explained that there had been a misunderstanding and more time was needed for an official response. His phone was ringing off the hook, giving him no peace at this critical time for the bureau. In complete despair, the boss grabbed his head, not knowing what to do in this situation. In a panic, he shouted to the secretary, asking if he had managed to establish contact with me to clarify the situation. At Seoul City Hospital, a doctor was lost in memories of Park as he sat in his office. Turning on the computer, the doctor began to look through articles about the guy and his sudden disappearance. He was discussing the events with someone on the phone, wondering if another act of sabotage had occurred on the 4th level. The doctor was silent as he immersed himself in reading the articles, and the voice on the phone said that Pa's life was one big drama. According to Pak, he hid on the beach, where he found fruit trees and found food in the sea. To get food for himself, Pa caught fish with his bare hands, but soon realized that there was not enough shelter on the planet, and it was becoming dangerous. One day he saw something frightening and froze, watching the approaching monster with horror in his eyes. A huge crab tried to attack Puck, and dropping the fish, he started to run, realizing that this was really the sea. Despite the boy's arguments, the doctor did not believe that there could be a sea in the 4th level dungeon. Forming a complex structure and geography of the location, the stones began to fly in different directions. Remembering this, the doctor tried to find out from the map whether the appearance of the new planet was caused by some large-scale planetary split. I remembered how Pa ran into the office, assuring that his brother was alive and begging for a chance to meet. Then the doctor gave his consent to the guy in exchange for one condition, which he considered insignificant at the time. With surprise in his eyes, Pa asked what condition he was talking about and what would be required of him. He was ready for anything. Wanting to know all the details about the guy's life on the planet of 2 moons, the doctor asked Pak to tell about all the events he experienced on the planet. With a smile, the doctor recalled how Pak called himself the king of the wild nature, who lived for 1,000 years. Regretfully, the doctor realized that perhaps his hasty judgments had been wrong. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Pak easily dealt with the lizard monsters, acting deftly and confidently. The monster's body parts flew around with a roar, staining the ground with blood as the boy continued to fight. Bloody remains fell at the guy's feet, but despite them, Pak moved forward without slowing down. Leaping into the center of the battlefield, Pak struck the ground with such force that it cracked under his feet. The shocked guys from the clan watched what was happening, and the guy from the bureau did not believe that everyone was fighting as one team. Turning around indignantly, Pak asked why the boys were standing around doing nothing and ordered them to collect the trophies. Continuing their journey deeper into the dungeon, the squad moved forward, where bright rainbow stones began to appear in front of them. The beauty around Choi engulfed him, and Han noted that the stones sparkled like diamonds, but the atmosphere was gloomy, and the others walked in silence. Looking around, Pak wondered if this place was familiar to him, because it seemed both new and at the same time reminiscent. Looking at the inscription on one of the stones, the boys stopped with a questioning look, trying to understand its meaning and the essence of the warning. After reading the inscription, Pak thought about it. It said that there was no way back and that this was the territory of leopards. Choi asked in surprise if Han had decided to joke, and the guy tensed up, not understanding the girl's question. After a short pause, the girl, by her appearance, showed her readiness to accept the situation and change the tone of the conversation. Choi asked the guy from the bureau if he was recording video, to which he replied in the affirmative. The girl's mind began to wonder where exactly this mysterious inscription could have come from, raising many questions from everyone. Hearing the sound, Choi looked back sharply, and Pak went ahead, boldly climbing the rocks despite the dangers around him. Declaring firmly that it was time to move on, Choi noticed that the boys were looking at each other doubtfully, not quite understanding what awaited them. Climbing up one after another, the boys followed Pa up the mountain of stones despite the anxious feeling. At the top, Pak stopped in front of a small gorge between the rocks, carefully studying it and trying to understand what was hidden in the depths. Trying to get a look inside, Pak explained to the boys that it was probably a cave, causing them to feel uneasy. Entering inside, the boys saw an unusual glow emanating from the depths of the cave, which caused them bewilderment and interest at the same time. Han asked in a tense voice what kind of light it was, and Zhong, stunned by what he saw, could not contain his surprise. The entire cave glowed with blue light from within, and Pak carefully walked forward, trying not to miss a single detail of the unusual surroundings. There were Korean symbols written in luminous blue ink on the walls, which led the boys to believe that there was a Korean in this place. Stopping, Khan tried to read the text related to food and suggested that the cave dweller was like Robinson Crusoe. After reading the inscription about the desire to see a person, the guy from the bureau was very surprised, not expecting to see such words here. The next inscription concerned women, which caused the boys to be amazed and wide-eyed, since the meaning seemed strange and incomprehensible. Trying to understand the meaning of what was written, Khan looked at the walls of the cave with surprise, but the guy from the bureau considered the cave's inhabitants strange. The mushrooms painted on the walls only made the children smile, as they perceived them as harmless and funny images. Noting that the cave dweller loved to draw, Khan tried to figure out what exactly the mysterious mushrooms on the walls meant. Seeing Zhong's name among the inscriptions, Han froze in amazement, trying to understand how it ended up in such an unexpected place. Zhong's attention was drawn to the inscription that Pak was here, and he froze in amazement, trying to understand what was happening. A tense silence accompanied the gazes of the boys, who were expecting an explanation and understood that something important had happened here. Choi looked at Pak with interest, waiting for him to explain what was happening and trying to read his thoughts. Absorbed in studying the inscriptions, Pak paid no attention to the others, concentrating on every detail and trying to remember the past. Looking at the drawings on the walls, Khan noted their similarity to ancient images, and the guy from the bureau confirmed Pak's high level of skill. Asking if this was the same place the boy had once visited, Choi waited for confirmation or denial. Silently staring at the wall, Pak tried to remember this place, causing a feeling of uncertainty and tension in everyone around him. Seeing the inscription about Kuro, Pak began to remember his past and the events associated with this name. Before his eyes stood the huge gray tiger with which he had fought in the dungeon, and the image of the beast filled him with fear and determination. The tiger's glowing yellow eyes glared at the enemy, demonstrating fury and readiness for a brutal fight at any moment. No less angry, Pak looked at the tiger with the same determination and readiness to fight until his last breath. Silently watching the writing on the walls, Pak became thoughtful, and Choi asked how he felt after remembering the old days. Memories of the war between the gorillas and the wolves came flooding back, causing Puck to clench his fists and remember his exploits. The encounter with the gorilla, when Puck raised his dagger to strike, feeling all the tension and danger of the battle, surfaced in the boy's memory. Unable to believe that he was once again on a planet with two moons, Puck was in shock and realized that he would have to fight for survival again. Noticing the knives made of stone, Khan cried out in surprise, considering them possible artifacts, which raised new questions and guesses. Suddenly, Pa rushed towards the exit of the cave, and the boys looked after him in surprise, not understanding the reason for such an action. Screaming, Han tried to understand where Pa had run so quickly, seeing no reason to rush. Without wasting any time, Choi rushed forward to catch up with the boy and find out what happened, afraid to leave him alone. Blaming Min, Han shouted that Pak ran away because the boy laughed at the drawings, but Min claimed that they all laughed together. Pak rushed out of the cave, quickly climbing the steep slopes of the mountain, without looking back for a second. At the top of the mountain a moment later, Pa stopped, carefully examining the surroundings, trying to understand what was happening around him. When the boy noticed the changes in the area, he was overcome with horror. He was unable to comprehend what exactly happened in this place. Approaching the guy, Choi called out to him, trying to attract his attention to find out what Park remembered about his previous place of residence. Expressing doubt, Choi asked if Pak was sure that this was the place where he used to live, that this was the planet of two moons. Park replied doubtfully that this was the place, but everything looked completely different, and Choi was interested in what exactly the differences were. Looking into the distance, the guy explained that there used to be a high snowy mountain there, but now the whole area is covered with greenery, and the mountain is not visible. Pointing to the side shrouded in fog, Park noted that there used to be fruit trees there, and Choi listened carefully to every word. Pointing in the other direction, the guy said that there was a sea there, which caused surprise and bewilderment in the girl. Choi asked again in surprise about the sea, as she found it strange that such an object existed in this place. Continuing the story, Pak explained that the sea was called the Sea of Roar. It was dangerous, which only increased the girl's surprise. When asking about the inscriptions on the walls of the cave, the girl wanted to know if it was Pak who left them, and he confirmed this statement. These inscriptions were an attempt to preserve his memories of civilization, while he hid from wild animals by making a fire. Curious, Choi asked if there were lizardmen back then, and the boy replied that there weren't any back then. Afterwards, Choi inquired about the fate of Pak's friends, namely the animals that might have been with him in those places before. Lost in thought, Pak recalled those who were nearby, assessing what could have happened to his old companions. Noting that this was the leopard's territory, the boy understood that they would hardly leave the territory due to the threat of the lizardmen. Pointing to the side, Choi asked if Park could see the fog, which she thought might mark an important location in the dungeon. Choi said with confidence that this was where the dead end was, and the end of the entire portal they were in. Hearing this, Pa was very surprised, since the concept of the end of the dungeon did not exist for him at all. Suddenly, the boys heard a strange noise nearby, and Choi assumed that it could be the lizard man ready to attack them. Using her scouting skills, the girl's eyes lit up, and she warned of the approach of a dangerous monster. The number of monsters grew. They quickly approached, climbing up the mountain where the guys and their allies were. Ordering everyone to get up to Pak, Han warned the others that if they were not together, their chances of survival were greatly reduced. Choi said that 102 lizards were approaching, huge monsters with their mouths open and their tongues sticking out in a threatening manner. Shocked by the number of enemies, the girl cursed to herself, while Pak remained silent, focused on the situation. An entire army of lizards was steadily approaching, and behind them stood a huge lizard king, radiating power and fear. On the leader's face lay a huge skull. His mouth was strewn with small, sharp teeth, and his long tongue moved slowly forward. Suggesting that leopards could turn into these terrible monsters, Pak became wary and was perplexed. After telling Choi to stay with the others, Pak left, and the girl looked at him questioningly, not understanding the reason for such a request. In the blink of an eye, Pak jumped down from the mountain, and Choi was amazed by the courage and unexpectedness of this act. With his arms outstretched, he flew down the mountain as if he were jumping with a parachute, controlling his fall with amazing agility. In a panic, Choi began to scream at Paku, trying to figure out what plan the boy had come up with to defeat the monsters. Meanwhile, the monsters were preparing to attack, opening their mouths wider and wider, making loud and angry sounds. Meanwhile, in the Suho clan's house, a pigeon was calmly eating grain on the windowsill. The situation did not foreshadow trouble. Watching the bird closely, the grandmother did not hide her admiration and interest in what was happening. Suddenly, the dove made a strange croaking sound, and an unusual glow appeared around it, attracting the grandmother's attention. Having begun to transform, the dove rushed about in panic. The grandmother was shocked by what was happening and did not understand how to help the bird. At the same time, Choi's mouth dropped open in both admiration and panic as she watched what was happening. Suddenly, Pak grew wings instead of arms, and he began to turn into a bird, causing surprise to everyone around him. Preparing for the attack, the lizard leader raised his spear ready to deliver a fatal blow and threw it at the guy. Thanks to his wings, Paku managed to deftly dodge, avoiding a direct hit from the spear, which saved his life. Flying on wings, the boy approached the leader, preparing for the decisive clash without wasting a second. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared above Paku, and he made a sharp sound, frightened by what was happening to him. Instead of Pak's face, a huge dog's muzzle with sharp teeth appeared. This appearance gave the guy a more frightening look. Making horrible noises and sticking out his long tongue in anticipation of a fight, the lizard chief prepared to attack. Pak sank his teeth into the monster's body and knocked it to the ground, beginning a fierce fight for his life. Rolling down the mountain and losing control, Pak and the lizard leader rolled down the slope, colliding with rocks and dust. Landing loudly, both raised clouds of dust and stones around themselves, disappearing into the forest thicket nearby. Standing on top of the mountain, Choi was shocked by what she saw and believed that the boy's actions were reckless and dangerous. Han was tense and screamed, worried that Pak could have died after such a strong blow. Not understanding why Pak would jump off such a cliff and fearing for his life, the boys screamed in horror, and Choi tried to calm them down. Despite Choi's words, the boys did not calm down, continuing to worry, and the girl insisted that the guy was safe and sound. The vicious lizards moved forward without stopping, approaching the boys and climbing up the slope covered with loose rocks and fog. Choi shouted from the top, warning of the approaching lizard, and ordered everyone to immediately prepare for an attack without wasting a second. Raising a rock above himself, Min shouted that he was ready to engage in battle if the monsters came any closer to their position. Having prepared his weapon, Khan took aim, hoping to hit the lizard with a precise shot before the monster reached the boys. Raising the stone above him, Zhang prepared to attack with his eyes burning, not hiding his fury and determination. Opening its huge mouth, the lizard quickly approached, intending to attack first and knock down one of the guys. Activating the cannon, Khan opened fire sharply, firing projectiles one after another towards the approaching enemy. The projectiles pierced the lizard's bodies, knocking them off their feet and sending some rolling down the mountainside. At the same time, Pak continued to fight the lizard leader, tearing apart the enemy's body near the rocky cliff. The monster tried to fight, making weak sounds, but his strength almost left him, and his movements became powerless. With a powerful blow, Pak hit the monster right in the throat, sharply weakening the enemy's resistance. Turning the body of the lizard leader into a bloody mass, Pak dealt blow after blow to the enemy with his huge paws. Letting out a vicious roar, Puck stood in the monster's blood, his fur red and his eyes radiating anticipation of victory. Squeezing the monster's throat with his paws, he pressed with all his might until the enemy completely lost his breath and consciousness. Despite his weakness, the chieftain was still breathing, but Pak tightened his grip, not intending to let go of his enemy. The monster's massive skull broke off and flew to the side, hitting a rock and leaving its head bare. The skull fell with a crash and rolled down the slope, disappearing into the dust and darkness among the rock debris. Without loosening his grip, Pak thought about the leopards, guessing that the skull belonged to one of them. Spewing blood, the monster tried to breathe, but he no longer had the strength to fight, and his movements became sluggish. Continuing to beat, Pak finished off the enemy, who completely lost consciousness, bleeding under the paws of the guy in the form of a dog. Suddenly, the monster, gathering his last strength, hit Puck on the head with his fist, causing a surge of rage. Puck growled, teeth bared in anger. His face twisted into a grimace as he prepared for the final blow. Looking into the eyes of his dying enemy, Pa radiated rage, leaving no chance for mercy or salvation. Rising dust surrounded them, and Puck felt strange vibrations coming from the ground beneath his feet as an unknown flow of energy pushed them upward. At this time, the guys were fighting off the lizards with stones, trying to stop the wave of monsters climbing the slope. The thrown rock hit the lizard straight on, knocking it off its feet and sending it down the slope with a dull thud. Khan's gun fired furiously, each shot holding back the onslaught, not allowing the monsters to break through. Min asked with disbelief if ranged combat was more effective against monsters than close combat on such a slope. Taking aim, Khan explained that weapons have limits and are useless against strong enemies. With their heads tucked in, the lizards continued to rise, trying not to get hit, but they moved steadily. Pointing her gun, Choi told them to focus, stay alert, and be ready for the next wave. Gripping his swords, Zhang took a stance, preparing to attack the enemies, his gaze filled with malice and determination. Noticing Zhang's behavior, Han shouted to the others not to let him jump off the cliff. Holding his sword behind his back, Min watched his friend's actions with caution, not entering into an argument. Suddenly, Pa appeared in the air above them, holding the lizard chieftain in his arms who was writhing and growling. Seeing them, Choi froze in surprise, not believing her eyes and not understanding how Pa ended up so high. The amazed Khan also stopped, his face expressing bewilderment and inner anxiety for his comrade. Lifting the chieftain above him, Puck threw the monster upwards, using all the strength and fury he had accumulated. Standing at the top, the boys watched as the army of lizards was getting closer to them from all sides. With all his might, Pa threw the chieftain down, directing his body straight into the center of the enemy group. A frightened Min shouted to the others to run away quickly before it was too late. Falling down the slope, the monster's body hit the rocks, knocking down the other lizards, and the system notified that Pa's level had increased. The powerful blow threw the monsters off the mountain, and they flew down in different directions, not having time to realize what was happening. Having begun to collapse, the mountain carried the lizards down, and the boys helplessly spun around on the rocks, looking for a way to escape. Turning back, Choi shouted to the boys to be careful and try not to get hit by debris and sharp rocks. Unable to hold on, Min flew down, not understanding whether he would be able to survive such a rapid fall from a height. In the air, the boys' bodies turned over, and control over their bodies was lost. They were rapidly approaching the ground. The mountain split in half and collapsed, and the monsters in the rocks fell down, taking everything in their path. With each passing moment, the destruction intensified, and debris fell with a roar and flew down in clouds of dust. Landing on a large rock, Choi stopped herself from falling and immediately began looking for the other guys with her eyes. Rising to her feet, Choi turned around in different directions, hoping to see her friends and make sure they were alive. Choi screamed and asked the boys if they were okay, but when she didn't hear an answer, she continued to look around. Finding himself under the rubble, Min called the girl for help, trying to get out from under the heavy and sharp stones. In shock, Khan realized that their fall could have ended in death, and he had a hard time coming to his senses. Lying unconscious, Zhang did not hear the barking of the dog, which was rushing around nearby, giving an alarm signal to the others. Suddenly calling everyone to the exit, Pak announced that the portal had already opened, and they needed to urgently leave the dangerous place. When Choi heard the suggestion to leave, she reacted with indignation, not believing that everything could be left like this. Hun stared at Pak in horror, not understanding how he could ignore what was happening around him. Having come to their senses and having climbed out from under the rubble, the boys rushed to meet Pak, realizing that he was alive and calling them. Surprised by what was happening, Min looked at Pak with admiration, not believing that after such a landing, Pak remained alive. Without looking away, Min watched Pak with amazement, while Choi stood quietly behind, trying not to interfere. Staring into the portal, me and Mr. Lee waited tensely for Pak's response, doubting that the boys would be able to get out. Appearing at the exit of the portal, the guys went out one by one, and Pak went first without looking back. With joy on her face, Mi told everyone that Pak's team was returning and calmed down a little. Silently looking at the boys, Mr. Lee expressed dissatisfaction and seriousness, waiting for further explanations. Moving forward, the boys headed towards the watching people, without hesitation or slowing down the pace of their steps. Looking around, Min tried to understand where he was and what had happened after everything that had happened. Lee looked at Pak in disbelief, not understanding how this weak guy could be that hero. Calling out Pak's name, Mi took a step forward, not hiding her excitement and joy at the meeting. Without answering, Pak watched me closely, as if he was unsure whether he should trust the girl. Smiling, Me greeted him, not hiding her joy that the guy had returned alive. Suddenly, the guy turned into a dove, shocking both me and the agent, and the girl screamed in surprise. Pac, in the form of a dove, began to circle above all those present, who watched him with delight and bewilderment. Without hiding her surprise, Me could not believe Pac's transformation and did not understand such a choice of animal. Continuing to circle above the people, Pa aroused the admiration of Mr. Lee and his team, who also could not believe what was happening. The boys whispered to each other, and at first thought that they were imagining it. But Mr. Lee thought that if they caught the pigeon and ate it, it would be very tasty. Remembering that Pa had turned into a dog before, Me couldn't contain her admiration, and Choi, standing next to him, laughed. Not understanding, Me asked Choi what happened, but the girl replied that Park was not in the mood for negotiations. Surprised by Pa's reaction, Me asked about the video that Min was supposed to record in the portal. Turning to Min, Choi told the boy to head to headquarters with Me and the others, not hiding her disdain. Choi turned around to leave, but Me informed her that the girl had to come with them, causing her to be surprised. Sincerely not understanding the purpose of her presence at the headquarters, Choi asked why she needed to go with Me since she was not recording the video. With undisguised glee, Me reported that Choi's surveillance of Pa had ended, and an order had already been issued to end her expulsion. With anger and bewilderment, Choi began to scream, not understanding where she would be sent again, because she had already gotten used to watching Pak. By answering that defense was needed near the northern defense of Daegu, Me made it clear that the girl would go there. Realizing how far she was about to be sent, Choi was furious and could barely contain her indignation. Saying goodbye to the guys, Min said that 4 members of the management would stay with the guys to help them operate the equipment. While shaking hands, Jong reassured Ming by saying that they would treat the guys as guests, and Ming noted that the guys needed to hire staff. In response to Ming's instruction, Jong only laughed maliciously, and it was unclear how he perceived the information. Without ceasing to be surprised, Min tried to understand what Jong's true face was, because the guy's mood changed at the speed of light. Upon hearing about the return to headquarters, Mr. Lee was outraged, because his team had dropped everything they were doing to come to the portal. Lee angrily reminded Me of the need to talk to Pak, but the girl insisted on returning to headquarters and negotiating a salary increase. Smiling and calm, the girl walked toward the car and turned around to say that the boss was waiting for Lee, inviting the man to come with her. An enraged Lee began shouting that the problem was not that his boss had called him, but that Park refused to talk to them. Undeterred, Lee couldn't understand how it was possible to go into the dungeon alone, and if something happened, he would be called, and Han and Jong would watch. Lee's words angered Han. He thought he was crazy, but Jong did not want to argue with the captain and called the guy to follow him. The convoy of cars with the agent, Me, Lee, and the entire management team calmly headed to the Central Bureau building without violating the established route. In the car of the manager, Me, the phone suddenly rang. It was the boss with whom the girl had spoken a few days ago calling. The enraged boss shouted, asking where Me was and why she had leaked everything she had learned about Pak to journalists and other popular media. Keeping her cool, Me explained that everyone except the management team was retreating and suggested that they discuss everything in person at a meeting. Shocked by what he heard, the boss couldn't believe that Me was speaking so confidently after such events. Already in the building of the central administration, Min began showing video recordings that he personally shot during the expedition into the dungeon. Explaining that filming was extremely difficult, Min said that he managed to film Park's transformation into a pigeon, and the entire crew was shocked. After that, the video ended, and silence reigned in the room as everyone began to think about and analyze what they had seen. Not believing what he saw, Lee believed that something was wrong with the team because defeating the leader of the lizards would be almost impossible. To clarify, the chief asked how strong the lizardman chieftain from the 4th level dungeon was, and guessed that it was a B class. Refuting the boss's opinion, Min said that it was a Class A monster that Pak knocked down with ease, which speaks of the hero's incredible strength. Hearing this, the chief expressed doubt, because if this was true, Pak's strength already significantly exceeded the level of the 5th class. Explaining the gradation of energies, Choi clarified that for Pak, the removal of restrictions is associated with an increase in level, unlike for other awakened ones. Finding this impossible, Lee asked Choi again, as he thought that all awakened ones had exactly the same abilities. Without hiding her uncertainty, the girl admitted that she did not know where to obtain or verify the information provided. To clarify, the boss was asking about Pak's initial readings. He wanted to understand what exactly had changed since their first analysis. Believing that if all those who disappeared during the disaster, like Pak, returned alive, Lee thought that their country would quickly become a true superpower. Explaining, Min said that it was dangerous to go into the portal without equipment, and he doubted that there would be anyone else like Pa. Clarifying the situation, the chief stated that despite everything, Pa returned intact from the 4th level dungeon, which is very surprising. Choi said firmly that at this time they cannot confirm the information received and do not have the necessary evidence. It was unpleasant for the chief to realize that the 4th level dungeon was not a new planet, but only a part of the space already known to them. Guessing, the chief thought that the real reason for Pa's strength could be directly related to the characteristics of the dungeon he visited. With complete confidence, Mi confirmed the words of the chief, because she herself thought that the reason for Pa's abilities could be hidden precisely in the characteristics of the dungeon. Reminding that Pak had signed a contract with their organization, the chief was puzzled as to why the boy was opposing the intelligence team. According to Lee, the guy was acting selfishly and simply did not want to reveal the secret regarding his strength. In response, Choi explained that the reason for Park's behavior was completely different, and it was clearly not about hidden power or selfishness. Before he could finish, Mi interrupted and asked whether Lee really insisted on the need to continue the difficult negotiations. The boss flared up and shouted that they had already held enough negotiations and that he considered further discussions useless. I was about to argue my position. I wanted to explain why negotiations were still important, but I had a hard time finding the words. Still angry, the boss began to persistently ask the girl why she was still insisting on negotiations. Unable to withstand the pressure, Choi abruptly ended the conversation, turned around and left, considering those gathered incapable of adequate thought. Mai's proposal for negotiations seemed reasonable to her, but the boss did not take it seriously and only smiled dismissively. Claiming that if he recruited S-level and above fighters into the squad, Lee believed that the director would be able to completely solve the investment problems. With a smile, the chief replied that even if Lee kept all the loot for himself, it would still be very profitable for them. Referring to the facts, Lee recalled the 780% bonus and was told that it was not a hindrance. With interest, the chief asked me what exactly he should offer Pak for access to the dungeon. Without hiding her irony, the girl replied that the boss should give them everything that was left to them. The boss, surprised, asked again what exactly the girl meant, since he did not understand what kind of leftovers she was talking about. At the same time, outside the city, in a small house in the middle of a field, Men was teaching children how to harvest. Men went to the storage room to get his tools, and the children ran after him, loudly asking if he was going to pick tomatoes in the garden. They looked at each other cheerfully. The guys were happy, and Men, who was listening to them with a slight smile on his face, continued to remain silent, not interrupting their conversation. They entered the spacious storage room at the same time, noticing many folded bags and tools inside. Whispering among themselves, the boys argued about which of them would collect the most harvest, not hiding their desire to beat the others in the harvest. Without further ado, Men told the children to take a hoe each and immediately go to the field, where a large plot of harvest awaited them. A mysterious silhouette silently watched what was happening from behind the window, trying not to reveal its presence and remaining in the shadows. Blood was dripping from the creature's inflamed eye, and the swollen capillaries around it were bursting, giving the look a frightening and wild appearance. The final preparations were already underway. The Special Forces soldiers were waiting to be sent off. The tanks were ready, and there were still exactly 10 minutes left before the start of the operation. While checking the equipment and passengers, the team commander sharply demanded a report on the exact situation in each combat vehicle before the start. After giving his name as Lee Sang-moo, one of the soldiers stood up straight and introduced himself, trying to speak clearly and not show the tension of the operation. Another soldier responded confidently and quickly, saying that team number 7 was fully prepared and everything was fine. Choi, engrossed in her phone screen, was oblivious to what was happening, and so the commander decided to personally find out how things were going with Team 11. One of the soldiers loudly called Choi's name, but she didn't immediately realize that they were talking to her, still staring at her gadget screen. Coming to her senses, Choi looked at the commander with fear and said that everything was fine in their team and nothing alarming was happening. The commander said decisively that in that case the operation could begin immediately. With their tracks rumbling along the asphalt, The heavy tank slowly and strictly in turn began to move out of the base onto the field of the upcoming battle. Continuing to look at her phone, Choi didn't pay attention to the conversations of the guys sitting next to her in the tank. While discussing the explosion of the Daegu defense line in the dungeon, the guys tried to find out from Choi why they didn't send a detection team to the front lines. Without looking up from the screen, the girl quietly said so that the guys could write their wills before losing the network signal. Hearing Choi's words, the soldiers understood the mockery, but did not understand why it was so, as the tanks continued to move. Meanwhile, life was in full swing near the Suho clan's office. Gui and her grandmother were catching up with Pekka, and the Eero deer were eating grass nearby. In the silence, Pak's phone rang, but he was lying on the grass table, deep in sleep, and did not react to the annoying signals. While working on his laptop, Han noticed that Pa was sleeping for an excessive amount of time, which was not like him at all. Sighing, Han thought that since Pak had returned not from a new planet, but from the fourth dungeon, the channel's sponsors could have left. Seeing the balance on the screen, he froze in silence, not believing his eyes, and could not immediately comprehend the reality of what was happening in front of him. When it suddenly dawned on him, he screamed in surprise, amazed at the huge amount of money that had suddenly appeared in his account. At that moment, Zhang entered the room, and Han turned around in bewilderment, not understanding why his partner had come to him. Han asked the boy to knock with irritation, not hiding his emotions, and Zhang quietly apologized for barging in suddenly. After asking Han, Zhang asked if Meng had contacted him, but Han replied that there had been no calls from him. Looking at the screen, Zhang noticed that he couldn't get through to Meng and was already starting to worry, assuming the worst. Expressing calm, Han suggested that Meng was probably having a good time playing with the children outdoors. Seeing Zhang holding a large bag in his hands, Han glanced at him questioningly, wanting to understand what he had brought. Explaining that his grandmother was not feeling well, Zhang said that he had bought medicine. Han decided to change the subject and asked about Choi. Meanwhile, Grandma was chasing Peku, who had stolen the clothes, and Gui was also trying to catch him and return everything back. Han asked Zhang with interest if it seemed to him that Pa had been sleeping for a long time, but the guy replied that he was just about to wake up his brother. In his own room, Pak was already awake and sitting calmly on the bed, looking out the window at the morning landscape. A huge, spreading tree towered in front of the window, its branches swaying gently in the morning breeze. Pak sadly thought that he would be able to see his friends if a portal suddenly opened, but he felt like a grain of sand in a huge world. There were no friends in the dungeon, only the infected lizard men and their leader standing among the ruins of an unknown world. With longing, Pak remembered the family of red wolves with whom he had gone through many roads and trials in a distant dimension. Pak's memory was of Kuro, the huge gray tiger whose battles had left a mark on him for life. I also couldn't stop thinking about Jackie, the black gorilla, whose encounters were like fierce and difficult fights. Wondering where his friends had gone, Pa assumed that they had gotten scared by the snake and had left the area for another shelter. Sadness filled Pak's heart because he did not meet anyone he had so hoped to see again. Getting out of bed, Puck thought that if they were destined to be together again, they would definitely cross paths again. Jung entered the room and nodded to Pak for breakfast, waiting until he had come to his senses. With a slight smile, Pa agreed to eat and said that he had slept through the morning and had not even had time to feel hungry. After leaving the room, Pak forgot about the phone, which continued to ring. Choi tried to call him again. In the corridor, Puck heard a strange noise outside the window, which caught his attention and made him stop for a moment in indecision. Not understanding what was happening, Pa looked out the window in confusion, peering into the street from where the growing morning noise was coming. Outside, Grandma and Gui continued to run after Peku, who stubbornly carried the stolen clothes, dodging them. Sitting down at the table, Pa asked where Choi had disappeared to, since she had always loved lobster, while the others continued to eat in silence. Hearing the question about Choi, the boys looked at Pak in surprise and almost simultaneously opened their mouths in surprise. With obvious confusion, Khan began to speak, as if he did not believe what he had just heard from his friend at the table. Not understanding anything, Pa looked at Han in bewilderment and tried to figure out what his friend meant. With undisguised surprise, Han asked Pa if he knew the girl's real name. With complete incomprehension, Pak replied that he always thought the girl's name was Blondie and didn't know any other name. The guys looked at him in surprise. In response, Pak only looked questioningly at Han, clearly not understanding what had caused his friend's sharp reaction. Suddenly, Han shouted, claiming that the girl's name was Choi Soo-yeon, and demanded that Park finally understand it. Pak repeated the name he had heard in bewilderment, and Han asked if he and Choi had never met before. Not understanding the meaning of the word, Pak thought that it was about creating a family and having children, believing that dating was only necessary for this. Khan looked at his friend with great surprise, not believing that he was currently thinking only about children and hunting. While reporting, Jong said that Choi had left for a mission in the region, and Han looked at him in surprise, continuing to eat the lobster. Hearing this, Pak was very surprised, as he did not know that Choi had gone somewhere, and did not even suspect it. Explaining, Jong said that Choi couldn't get through to Park, so she called him and reminded him about the need to take a new member into the clan. Indignant, Pak immediately asked whether it was necessary to take someone new into the guild, or whether it would be possible to get by with the guys who were already in the clan. Confirming the need, Jong explained that they needed someone who could monitor the time before the portal exploded and control the equipment. With a doubtful voice, Pak asked if Jong had anyone in particular he could invite. Smiling, Khan suggested choosing from the guys with whom they had previously boxed, or inviting one of their subscribers. To clarify, Khan asked if Pak had anyone in mind, since he had recently returned from the dungeon. While eating the lobster, Pak suddenly asked about men, hoping that he might fit the guild's requirements. Surprised, Jong asked if Mung wasn't also answering Pak, since he should be in Seoul now. After trying to call, Han realized that Mung still wasn't picking up the phone, and noted that this was not like him at all. Meanwhile, the army vehicles approached the red zone of Necroville, and the captain asked everyone to turn off their mobile phones. Looking at the screen, Choi Sita did not understand what zone they were talking about, because there was nothing similar on the map. Choi stared at the phone in confusion, then cursed under her breath in irritation, without saying a word. After confirming her consent, she pressed the off button and put the device away, following army regulations. At this time, the tanks arrived at the designated place and began to line up in preparation for deployment. Seeing the missed calls, Park tried to call Choi, hoping she would answer the call. Holding the phone to his ear for a long time, Pa waited for an answer, but not a single sound came from the speaker. After a few seconds, the system reported that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable or switched off. Meanwhile, the column of tanks took up combat positions. The crews prepared for action without wasting a second. Hearing the sounds of machinery, the zombies nearby began to look around and move, reacting to the approaching danger. Deciding to call his friend, Puck wanted to find out how his business was and invite Mung back to join the guild for joint missions. Meanwhile, Men's phone lay in the house covered in blood, and no one answered Pa's call. Feeling uneasy, Pa looked at the phone and began to suspect that something serious had happened to his friend. At the same time, Mi's car pulled up to Suho's office, where the meeting they had been planning for a long time was to take place. After getting out of the car, Mi and Lee called Jung to say they had arrived and asked about the possibility of seeing Park. Pointing to the side, Lee suddenly said that he saw a dog man standing near the tree. Surprised by Lee's words, Mi turned around to see what creature he was talking about and what exactly surprised him. Sitting at a table under a tree, Park rested alone, as if nothing strange had happened just recently. Sitting down at the table, Mi and Lee confirmed that they had come for research when Park asked about the purpose of their visit. With disappointment in his voice, Pa reported that this was not the new planet that everyone was so furiously trying to find, but simply a fourth-level dungeon. Keeping her calm, Mi said that they wanted to discover the secret of his power, which she believed was hidden in the dungeon. Explaining, Pak said that 1,000-year training produces results, and sincerely did not understand why no one believed him. Lee raised his voice and demanded that Park treat him politely, claiming that the purpose of their conversation was to prevent a national crisis. Perplexed, Pa asked again what crisis exactly they were talking about and why it concerned him personally. Explaining the situation, Lee said that there are more 6th-level dungeons that are teeming with dangerous monsters, and the time spent in them is shortened. The growing number of infected people, lack of resources, and pressure on the capital require the training of fighters. With surprise in his voice, Pa asked what was happening to the infected and why it was dangerous. Speaking about the threat, Lee said that the virus that emerged after the cataclysm turns people who live near the fields into zombies. The first infected person was a man named Bill. The infected began to attack everyone, and they were called bloodlines. Showing a map on her laptop, Mi showed a red zone, saying it belonged to the bloodlines and was growing. When asking about the virus, Pa learned that it had entered through the portal and was spreading at an alarming rate among people. Expressing doubt, Pak asked if he was really being offered 2 gifts for access to the dungeon and free hunting. Mai calmly replied that they would first raise Pak's guild level to level 5 to begin preparations. With obvious surprise, Pak asked whether the entrance to the 5th level dungeons would be open for them and received confirmation. Trying to convince Pak, Mi asked him if the offer really didn't seem very attractive to him. Pak asked with interest what the second gift would be and how he had earned such special treatment from the government. Demonstrating the screen, Mi showed the territory, and Pa watched with interest, not understanding what exactly she was suggesting. Explaining the proposal, the girl showed the north of Gwangju and Old Gyeonggi-do, where the Suho clan's base could be located. As he pondered, Park thought that the fields were abandoned, and perhaps the government wanted to protect Seoul from the east. Illustrating the map, Mi explained that most of the lands were now abandoned and turned into barren fields. Even after the cataclysm, survivors went to seek shelter, but there is not enough space in the megacities to accommodate them. Curious, Pa asked if Mi really wanted him to settle people in the northern part of Gyeonggi-do. Calmly, Mi explained that rebuilding the city would bring recognition to the guild and huge profits. For the time being, the boys will need to use modular buildings to prepare for the portal activation. Expressing satisfaction, Pa admitted that the proposed terms seemed quite favorable and promising. Curious, Pak asked what was happening now in the northern part of Korea, where millions of people once lived. In response, Lee said that it is there that the most serious consequences of disasters and monster attacks are observed. According to Lee, the coup d'etat destroyed the system, and the survivors live in groups in the ruins. The situation, which had gotten out of control, forced people to flee in panic, leaving behind their belongings and loved ones in an attempt to save themselves at any cost. Staring silently at Pak, Lee didn't say a word, as if he was waiting for an answer or confirmation of his fears. Maintaining the silence, Mi looked questioningly at Pak, not knowing how he would react to what was said. Not knowing who to believe, Pak tried to figure out who was lying, him or Lee and Mi. But it was clear that everyone was looking for their own benefit. After thinking it over for a bit, Pa suggested signing a contract to solidify the agreement and remove unnecessary questions. Smiling reservedly, Mi acknowledged that Pa had done the right thing by agreeing to the terms of their collaboration. When signing the contract, Park asked whether the 100-day rule for staying in Korea had been abolished, and Mi confirmed that it had been abolished. While reviewing the terms of the contract before signing, Park said he had 2 personal requests to make to the government. After handing over the signed contract, Mi smiled and told him to start preparing his request for execution. In making his first request, Park said he would like to meet the scientist who created the energy meter. With obvious interest, Mi asked what the second request was that was so important to Pak. Pak confidently stated that he wanted to know where Men was, with whom he could not establish contact. With slight surprise, Mi asked again if it was really so important for Pak to know Men's location. Explaining, Pak said that Mung had stopped answering his calls, which was alarming. Smiling, the girl replied that she understood everything and called both tasks easy for their team. Rising decisively from the table, Lee announced that he was beginning the quest. At this time, one of the large companies was recruiting new candidates for a prestigious guild. Sitting by the door, 3 candidates nervously waited their turn for an interview in the office. Suppressing their excitement, each of the boys was worried, realizing the importance of the moment and the possible consequences. Understanding the importance of the event, the candidates knew that it was almost impossible to get into the guild due to the strict selection process. Considering the Scylla Guild a dream, the mercenaries believed that joining would give them powerful support and resources. Looking to start over, Jan jumped at the chance to join a guild after the previous one disbanded. Having received a message about a successful check, the guy realized that his efforts were not in vain, but despite the joy, John understood that this was not the end of the tests. Of the 50 candidates who passed the final selection, only 10 lucky ones will be selected. Mentally scolding himself, Jan decided not to lose confidence, considering this his last chance for success. Suddenly, the phone announced an incoming message, breaking the silent atmosphere of anticipation. Opening the letter, Jan stared at the screen in surprise, not believing the text he saw. The guy thought it was an illusion. While reviewing the candidates, the committee asked a group of boys to leave the room until the end of the discussion. After leaving the office, the guys did not understand whether they were accepted or not, since no one said anything. One of the commission members noted that the candidates in this group are weak and all of them are real criminals. The girl from the commission said with irritation that even a schoolboy could have done better. Kim looked through the file. Showing Jin's profile, Kim claimed that the guy was a good swordsman, and the others agreed with him. Looking at the file with interest, the colleague asked if it was true that Jin had only achieved E-level in 3 years. Lee confidently explained that the level could be raised and promised to personally train the boy. Having made a decision, the committee ordered the assistant to invite the next group of candidates into the office. Looking out into the corridor, the assistant called out to the guys from numbers 46 to 50 for an interview. The applicants who entered the office waited silently while the commission studied their applications and dossiers. When asked about the number of participants, one of the committee members was surprised that only 4 came, not 5. Explaining the situation, the guy said that Jan unexpectedly ran out of the building before the start of the selection. Lost in thought, Kim couldn't understand why the guy ran away so suddenly without waiting for the result. The invitation to join Puck's guild caused Jan to flee, as he believed that such an offer would only come once in a lifetime. Meanwhile, the tanks took up positions to open fire on the approaching zombies. Positioned at the foot of the cliffs, the tanks lined up in battle formation to attack the monsters that were approaching from the mountains. By adjusting the sights, the crews prepared the equipment for battle in order to deliver a precise and powerful strike. Looking out the window, the commander-in-chief smirked at the behavior of the zombies outside the base. Comparing the map with the current situation, he noticed that the zombies began to scatter in different directions. Despite this, some infected remained nearby, creating a dangerous uncertainty. As the zombies approached their positions, they made eerie sounds that caused fear in the less experienced soldiers. The increasingly difficult road forced the guilds to think about changing the route, but there was almost no time left until the designated point. Without taking his eyes off the map, the sergeant turned to Mr. Kim to discuss the proposed route. As he passed the rocks, the sergeant noticed an unexpected obstacle that was preventing the column from advancing further. He cursed harshly as he tried to figure out what exactly was ahead and whether it posed a danger. Devouring the body, the pack of zombies tore apart the bloody bear lying right on the road, not paying attention to the approaching vehicles. Catching the light from the tank's headlights, the zombies turned sharply towards the source of light, reacting warily. Suggesting the use of a rocket, the sergeant insisted on destroying the zombies, but his partner warned about the risk of noise. Convinced of the necessity, the sergeant insisted on launching, since military operations were already underway nearby. Having prepared the equipment, the partner took up the launch position and began to follow the sergeant's instructions. With one confident movement, he pulled the trigger, activating the combat system to strike. The installation moved out slowly and smoothly, ready to launch combat-guided missiles at the target. Shouting into the radio, the sergeant announced that the missiles had been launched and gave the order to observe the result. Dozens of missiles fired from the tanks and headed straight towards the zombie cluster by the road. At the sight of the approaching technology, the monsters froze in surprise, not having time to take any action to avoid the approaching attack. In an instant, the zombies' bodies were blown to pieces by the explosion, leaving behind only shreds of flesh and torn clothes on the ground. The necrovilles in the forest heard a loud noise and began to look around anxiously, not understanding where the roar and screams were coming from. Having received the order, the equipment slowly continued moving, scattering the bloody remains of zombies along the road and the wheels of armored personnel carriers. The remaining zombies had their mouths open, their eyes wide and crazy, but were completely disoriented by what was happening around them. The heavy equipment moved confidently forward without slowing down, continuing to follow strictly to the previously established destination. The guns were mounted on the turrets but were not yet lowered, awaiting the commander's order to open fire on a target at a safe distance. The pack of zombies began to rapidly close in, moving from chaotic movement to an organized pursuit of the armored vehicles. Feeling threatened, the sergeant shouted that the necrovilli were advancing, after which the captain immediately gave the order to attack. The cannons mounted on the tanks began firing fiery volleys, raining down a barrage of shells on the approaching zombies without stopping. Under the impact of the shells, the zombies' bodies exploded and flew apart, forming a dense layer of bloody mess around the vehicles. In another area on the outskirts of Kafan, the necrovilli were also taking over territory, acting covertly and quickly taking advantageous positions. The white SUV sped down the highway at high speed, trying to escape pursuit and reach the camp despite the danger. Behind the car, the zombies began to approach, increasing speed and reducing the distance between the vehicles. The fuel was running low, and a warning icon on the car's dashboard came on, signaling that the car was about to run out of gas. The driver screamed in panic that the fuel was running low, and men demanded that they urgently turn back to the camp to try to find shelter there. Noticing a turn sign, the driver sharply turned the steering wheel and directed the car in the opposite direction from the approaching zombies. The zombies began to rapidly approach the transport, breaking into a sprint and demonstrating an unnatural speed of pursuit. The driver regretfully apologized to Sleep for dragging him into the trip, because he didn't expect that zombies would even be in Kafan. Wanting to simply pick vegetables and cook food for his children, Mung said he didn't know it would turn into a struggle for survival. The driver felt very tense despite talking to men and tried to focus on the road and the approaching threat. With a cool head, men explained that they needed to get rid of their pursuers before they could feed the children in peace. In response, the driver smiled and added that the children were probably already hungry and waiting for normal food. The zombies continued to chase the car, without slowing down, forming a dense flock, as if they were acting on someone's command. As they approached the building, the boys noticed that the door was open, and men shouted at the driver to stop the vehicle immediately. Through the rear trunk window, men began to look around, trying to quickly assess the situation and prepare the passengers for escape. Turning to the children, Mung warned them that when the door opened, they would need to run out to the building as quickly as possible. In the trunk sat frightened children and two women, all shaking with fear, as they heard the zombies getting closer and closer to them. Men swore to himself that this time he would do everything he could to save these children and women, despite the threat. A giant swarm of zombies was already rushing toward the car, closing the distance to the door where the frightened people were. Some monsters had two pairs of eyes and no longer resembled humans, having completely lost their human appearance and intelligence. The car stopped near the building, and Mung, the driver, the children and the women rushed to the doors, hoping to have time to take shelter inside. To speed up their run, the driver and men lifted the children into their arms as one of the zombies began to catch up with them from behind. Turning around, men felt a chilling fear, because he understood that if he was captured, the children would be left without protection and would die. The terrifying zombie opened its mouth and was ready to bite men in the back. The distance between them was decreasing with every second. The guys almost managed to reach the doors of the building, but the zombies accelerated and made terrible sounds, filling the space around. Putting the children on the ground, men shouted for them to run without looking back while he held off the monster at the approaches. At the critical moment, men gathered his strength, turned to face the zombie, and began to act according to a spontaneously conceived plan. With one precise movement of his hand, he snatched the bat from behind his back, trying to prepare for battle with the monster as quickly as possible. The closest zombie tried to attack, but men managed to deliver a strong blow with the bat, throwing its body back several meters. One by one, the approaching zombies fell under the blows of men, who fought fiercely, not allowing them to break through to the children. Other monks came to the rescue and also entered the battle, and a real bloody battle with many casualties began. Stopping for a second, men noticed that there were too many zombies, and there were almost no resources left for the fight. With fear, Mung informed his partner Amitabha that there were 6 minutes left before the Dragon's Dash began, and the number of opponents was increasing with each passing second. Suddenly, he saw something strange and opened his eyes wide in surprise, noticing lights appearing around his body. The lights suddenly shot forward and rushed toward the zombies, as if blocking their movements and slowing down their speed of approach. Seeing one firefly, Men was surprised to realize that these were tree spirits who had appeared to help them at a critical moment. The monsters' bodies began to fly apart in different directions as the tree spirits released powerful waves of energy at their enemies. The zombie bodies formed tornadoes that spun and scattered the remains, leaving men dumbfounded and unable to believe his eyes. Children, women, and the driver ran to the doors of the camp, frozen in fear and horror, looking at the whirlwinds of monsters' bodies. The spirit lights continued to glow before men's eyes, and the boy couldn't believe how many forest creatures had gathered here. Men stood frozen in one pose, unaware that a man was standing on the roof of the camp building and silently watching what was happening. From the roof of the building, watching the tornado, Puck noticed that the spirits were indeed helpful and offered a measured compliment on their actions. Hearing the voice from the roof, men turned around sharply, not believing that there could be anyone else he knew in this place. The children and the monk looked up in surprise when they heard the stranger's voice coming from above. With a strong and confident look, Pa stood on the roof of the building, demonstrating that the situation was under his complete control. With relief and a slight smile, Mung called Pak his savior, because it was he who helped stop the zombie attack. Smiling calmly, Pak warned men to move away so that he would not be sucked into the whirlwind created by the forest spirits. The zombies tried to protect themselves from the force of the wind by putting their hands forward, but their bodies could not withstand the pressure of the airflow. Without mercy, the tornado grabbed the dead bodies and twisted them with unimaginable force, lifting them above the roofs of the camp buildings. Like an orchestra conductor, Pa used his hands to direct the spirits while standing on the roof, and Mung continued to watch what was happening below in amazement. A moment later, a giant tornado formed in front of men, consisting entirely of the bodies of dead necroviles. Looking at the whirlwind of bodies, Pak said with pleasure that he liked what was happening, and the spirits worked perfectly. At the same time, in another part of the base, the battle continued. Rockets exploded, and heavy stones flew along with bodies. The monsters screamed in pain and despair, unable to catch up with the fleeing military column, and one after another they died from the explosions. As the captain tried unsuccessfully to connect to the network, he knew that everything was going wrong, and the sergeant next to him looked scared and tired. Addressing headquarters, the captain begged for reinforcements, as they were being pursued by dozens of insane necroviles. Debris, dust, and rocks continued to fly in all directions, obscuring visibility and confusing the soldiers in the vehicles. The surviving monsters suddenly jumped onto the tank and began pounding on the hatch cover, trying to get to the crew. Seeing the hatch cover rise, the sergeant was horrified, because behind it loomed the face of one of the necroviles. Heavy boulders fell from above with a roar, flying precisely toward the zombies that were climbing the tank. Inside, the sergeant shouted at the captain to hold on, but the boy desperately called for help and asked the captain to speed up. From the strong impact, the monsters flew to the sides and fell near the tank, leaving dents and cracks in the hull. A powerful shock wave threw the car up, and the sergeant and captain began to scream out of fear, not understanding what was happening. Together with the monsters above, the car rose up, after which it turned over and crashed onto the asphalt with a roar. Noticing how the second tank had overturned, the vehicles behind immediately backed up to avoid being hit by the wave. A shocked Choi sat in the cockpit, clutching her sword, her hands shaking, and her heart pounding with the horror of what was happening. The radio reported that the second car had overturned, ordering them to stop, and the remaining soldiers were in shock. One of the soldiers said nervously that it looked like they were in trouble, and the situation was getting worse by the second. Without waiting for a command, the remaining monsters rushed at Choi's car, surrounding it from all sides and starting to hammer the hull. With cold determination, Choi pressed the button to open the viewing window and assess the situation outside the tank. The girl was staring into the terrible face of a giant zombie who stood right next to her and tapped his claws on the glass. Seeing the creepy creature, Choi was horrified. Her eyes widened in fear, and her heart began to beat faster. The monsters continued to try to get inside Choi's tank. They furiously hit the armor and tried to tear out the hatch on the roof. Choi gave a sharp order to open the doors. The soldier cursed, remembering the terrible dream he had the previous night. Looking out the window in horror at the approaching army of zombies, the soldier said that he would now open the back door for an exit. They pressed a button on the remote control. The system responded. The doors started moving. The noise grew louder with every second. With a crash and creak, the doors slowly swung open, light entering, mixed with the roar of approaching zombies. Clenching her fists in tension, Choi ordered the squad to retreat immediately in order to survive and regroup. Zombie hands emerged from the hatch. They grabbed the edges and began to climb inside, their fingers scratching the tank. Inside the tank, the soldiers were in shock. No one understood how to break through this insane number of monsters around. Without hesitation, Choi ordered everyone to move towards vehicle number 7 and kill anyone who got in their way. Having already climbed inside, the monsters rushed towards the people, quickly reducing the distance and emitting hoarse cries. Concentrating her energy, Choi activated a fire defense to stop the monsters and clear her way out. A bright light illuminated the approaching zombies. They stopped in amazement, not expecting such a powerful attack. A powerful explosion threw the torn bodies of the monsters away. The screams died down, and the smell of burning and blood remained inside. Some zombies were killed, but new ones were coming from the other side and from above, attacking from several directions. After announcing that the passage was clear, Choi ordered the fighters to leave immediately before other monsters arrived. Horrible sounds filled the air as a new wave of zombies approached, roaring loudly and tearing through obstacles. Seeing the monsters on the roof, Choi ordered the driver to also leave the car without waiting for further orders. As soon as the girl got outside, a huge zombie appeared above her, and she grabbed her sword, ready to attack. With a powerful blow, Choi cut the monster apart, blood splattered everywhere, and the remains scattered onto the ground. Noticing the next monster, the girl cursed, gripping her sword tighter, preparing to fight to the death again. By combining her sword and fire defense, Choi destroyed nearby enemies without letting them get too close. Suddenly, along with the sounds of zombies, shots rang out. The girl turned around, trying to understand what was happening. Taking aim, one of the fighters pointed his weapon at the zombies that were approaching Choi to save the girl. Soldiers from other vehicles came to the rescue, opening fire and surrounding Choi's position, covering her from the attacking zombies. While some soldiers were fighting the zombies, others were checking the second car for surviving soldiers inside. While the guys were shooting back, one soldier reported that the driver and passenger were dead, which made things even more alarming. The bullets pierced the monsters' bodies, scattering blood and remains, but new groups of necrophiles approached, attacking again and again. The door of one of the cars could not be opened, and someone ordered a torch to be brought in to cut the lock by hand. The soldier warned everyone inside to move away from the doors while they opened the tank, while the other soldiers continued to hold the line. Despite the shots, the zombies kept coming. Their numbers grew with each minute, and it became more and more difficult to fight back. When the blood flew to the side, one of the soldiers became frightened, crouched down and covered his head with his hands. The monsters attacked the soldiers, biting into their limbs. Blood flowed down their armor and bodies, and they screamed in pain. Firing desperately at the enemy, the sergeant informed the captain that they would not last long in such conditions. By ordering silence, the captain believed that there was very little time left and that they simply had to withstand the pressure. Some shots hit their target right on target, piercing the monsters' bodies and slowing their forward movement. Despite the bleeding, the zombies did not stop, approaching faster and faster and screaming. The soldier reported with horror that there were only 30 meters left to the zombies, and the time to retreat was over. Quickly surrounding the fighters, the zombies deprived the soldiers of the opportunity to regroup and escape. The soldiers did not stop firing. To stop the onslaught right at the approaches, the captain ordered all soldiers to prepare for battle at close range. The zombies broke into a run and quickly approached, as if they were madmen. They ran towards their victims, making eerie sounds. Realizing that death was near, the captain stared at the approaching zombies, the hope of salvation fading with each passing minute. At that moment, an explosion thundered. Parts of the necrophiles' bodies flew in different directions, along with the rising dust. Suddenly, all the monsters' bodies were torn into small pieces, and they began to spin in the air, as if a powerful tornado had descended to the ground. The soldiers looked up in horror, not understanding what had happened or where the powerful explosion was coming from. Pointing his hand upward in surprise, one of the fighters shouted for everyone to look at the sky. Drones appeared over the battlefield, from which SOF-707A Special Forces soldiers jumped. The captain grinned with relief, noting that help had arrived just in time. With a loud roar, one of the SOF soldiers landed on the roof of the tank, ready to join the fight. The soldiers looked at each other anxiously, held their weapons tightly without lowering them, and thought about what would happen next. Soft fighters began to descend rapidly from the sky, some landing on tanks, others right next to other soldiers on the ground. Moving with difficulty, some of the surviving monsters approached the soldiers with their last strength in the hope of attacking, but were defeated. Delivering a precise strike and piercing the body of the nearest monster with her sharp sword, Choi rushed into attack without hesitation. The girl moved without fail, swinging her sword and tearing apart the monsters' bodies, blood splashing in all directions. Without wasting any time, Choi raised her sword and made a sharp swing, intending to finish off the remaining opponents on their feet. One of the fighters suddenly appeared from behind her and grabbed her arm, stopping the blow before it reached its target. Choi narrowed her eyes and looked closely at the fighter's face, trying to understand who had intervened in the battle and why. A moment later, familiar features appeared in her memory, and Choi recognized the fighter as Seo Jin-woo from the SOF team. New monsters began to move forward between the boulders nearby, approaching the battlefield through the dense undergrowth. With a hoarse voice, the SOF captain ordered the other fighters to engage the advancing Bloodwings. Jin instantly activated his shield and shielded Choi, who couldn't believe such sacrifice. In a confident voice, the captain announced that he was now activating the mana network to stop the enemy wave. Concentrating, he released the accumulated energy, and powerful smoke balls flew into the air with a crackling sound. Without delay, the mana turned into clumps of smoke that flew at high speed straight toward the monsters. Catching an unknown smell, the Necroville stopped and began to sniff frantically, not understanding what was happening. With icy calm, the captain gave the command to the boys to open fire, taking advantage of the monster's sudden hesitation. There was a loud explosion, scattering the charred body parts of the monsters across the ground, rocks and tanks. Choi and Jin were caught in the middle of the attack, but thanks to the protective shield, they remained unharmed and stood on their feet. Despite the explosion, the boy did not loosen his grip and covered Choi tightly as rocks and bodies flew around. A series of deafening explosions reverberated throughout the forest with renewed vigor, increasing the general panic among the enemies. Soft drones and helicopters continued to circle over the flames, transmitting information about the progress of the operation to headquarters. In the cockpit of one helicopter, the controller asked for a personal report after counting the survivors, wounded and dead. The sudden appearance of an unknown dot on the radar made the crew tense up and switch their attention. An unknown, unmarked object is approaching at high speed, and the pilot reported this to the captain. The captain looked at the screen with a tense face, trying to figure out who could be heading towards them at such a moment. Meanwhile, near Mina's mountain camp, the bodies of the necroviles began to fly apart again, as if someone had suddenly increased the pressure on them. Working together, Pa summoned the spirits of the forest, who quickly defeated the creatures attacking men. Men watched in amazement as the bodies of his enemies flew into the air, hit the walls, and fell to the ground. From above, Pa continued to deftly control the spirits, waving his arms in different directions like a conductor. Shocked by what was happening, men remained standing below, looking at the bodies of the necroviles circling around. The children watched with delight as Pa destroyed the monsters, leaving no chance for the enemies to resist. Feeling relieved, men realized that they had been saved and mentally thanked Pa for his timely intervention. Having made sure that the enemy was completely destroyed, women and children rushed to embrace each other with cries of joy. With satisfaction, Pa admitted that he had enjoyed the fight, and now it was time for everyone to return home. Without hiding their admiration and respect, the children and monks continued to watch Pa with genuine interest. With a slight smile, Mung turned to Pa and asked how the boy found them in this place. Continuing to be amazed, the monks and children asked the name of their savior, not recognizing him as Pak. Meng was happy to introduce Pa officially, but first he thought about what words to choose. Looking down, Puck saw something so frightening that his expression changed. A monster jumped out from behind a pile of bodies, grabbed Mung by the leg, and sank its teeth straight into the flesh, leaving a trail of blood. Feeling a sharp pain, Men looked down and saw in horror how the creature had grabbed his leg. At the same time, a portal opened in Osaka, Japan, and buildings and roads began to rapidly collapse before the eyes of all residents. Huge monsters burst forth with a roar and brutally attacked people, who ran away in fear through the streets in different directions. There was terrible chaos in the city, people were running around in panic, and one woman with a stroller was knocked off her feet. She fell right onto the asphalt. Trying to get up, the woman struggled to get her little daughter out of the stroller, fearing that she would get hurt. Slowly leaning to one side and preparing to roll down the slope, the stroller stood in the middle of the road. Suddenly, a man's hand appeared and confidently grabbed the stroller before it was hit by debris. The woman froze in complete shock, not understanding who appeared in front of her at the most dangerous moment of the destructive attack. The unknown guy pushed the stroller with force, confidently heading towards the woman lying on the dirty road. Showing determination and focus, the boy moved calmly and confidently straight toward the people. With amazement, passers-by recognized the guy and began to shout Hero's name, rejoicing that he appeared there and saved the woman. At the same time, a stranger in a mask and armor was jumping across the rooftops, trying to get to the monster. Combining jumps with sword strikes, he attacked the creature, which moved between the buildings, hissing viciously. Hearing the noise from above, the monster raised his head and looked up, not understanding where the danger was coming from. Enraged, he opened his mouth and released a stream of fire, directing it towards the stranger hiding on the roof. Reacting instantly, the boy activated his hiding ability, disappearing from sight before the fire attack. The intense heat destroyed the buildings, and the dragon watched this, raising his head and slowly turning towards the fire. Using cloning techniques, the stranger created multiple copies that jumped on top of the lizard. Opening its mouth, the monster showed hundreds of teeth and screamed furiously, unable to withstand the pressure from all sides. With incredible speed, Hero attacked and cut the monster in two, moving confidently and quickly. He continued to swing his sword with powerful blows, and streams of blood flew across the streets, staining the ground. Thanks to magic, Hiro confidently fought against any enemy and did not allow monsters to get close to people. Hitting the walls, parts of the monster's body flew to the sides, falling to the ground among the soot and debris of buildings. Gradually, one after another, the ninja clones landed next to Hiro, preparing for new attacks in a fierce battle. Without making any unnecessary movements, Hiro watched the body of the chopped monster, continuing to hold his weapon. The monster's body fell to the ground with a crash, and Hiro and the clone ninjas stood nearby, carefully examining the perimeter. The residents began to shout Hiro's name with jubilation, not hiding their joy and considering him a hero of the entire country. Hiro listened with interest to the conversations of the people around him. They discussed his actions and the successes of the entire team. Without wasting any time, Hiro walked forward, and the hooded fighters quietly followed him without saying a word. His name was heard from all sides of the city, and the crowd continued to discuss the victory over the monster. Military vehicles drove in a column through the city streets, heading to where the threat was detected. The car speakers broadcast news of the attack and subsequent victory thanks to the fighters from Hiro's team. Sitting next to him, Akiko praised him for his victory, and he asked what she was doing with her tablet. Smiling, she showed the screen and reminded him about Puck, the druid she had told him about earlier. Hiro jokingly suggested that Puck was stuck somewhere again, unable to cope with the situation. According to Akiko, on the contrary, Puck returned from the dungeon and became a hero, causing great interest in the press. Watching the news with the bureau chief's speech and remembering the dungeon, Hiro didn't understand why everyone reacted so violently to Puck's return. With interest, the guy asked the girl to scroll down the page, noticing something very strange on the screen. Scrolling down, Akiko showed a news item about Puck's guild, which had a photo of the team with an unknown boy. When he saw the photo, he was surprised, not expecting to meet this child among the members of the famous guild. The surprised girl asked if Hiro recognized anyone in the picture, or if it was just a coincidence. Suddenly, a memory of the eighth evil from the future came to his mind, which haunted him. Despite the boy's age, he was sure that this was the one who would soon lose his father and home, and would become the eighth evil. Hiro mentally noted that he wanted to destroy this boy last, not allowing him to change his fate. Hiro didn't understand why an evil from Korea suddenly appeared here, in the center of a Japanese city. After reading the next news, he was even more surprised, not believing what was happening on the screen. The title was about Jang Jae-sik, a new member of Suho's guild who had just recently appeared. Seeing Jang's photo, Hiro immediately realized that this was the same hellish swordsman from the past. At that moment, Hiro noticed the familiar face of the immortal monk Meng Jin, who was previously thought to be destroyed. Hiro couldn't believe that all these strong figures had united and were now acting as one team. Looking at the photo, the guy wondered why they had gotten together and what goal they were pursuing now. To make the analysis easier, Akiko collected all the data about Puck in one place and wanted to show Hiro a video of Puck. Assuming the girl noted that no one controls these guys and they may have their own goal. Not understanding how all this was even possible, Hiro looked at the tablet screen with undisguised surprise. In the video, Puck destroyed monsters by deftly swinging his sword and using his skills, leaving no chance for his enemies to win. In the video, Puck turned into a dog and began a battle against a huge, aggressive lizard man. With a powerful and precise blow, he knocked down an entire mountain of lizards who scattered in all directions from the blow. What he saw shocked Hiro. He couldn't believe that Puck had such fighting skill and control. Akiko asked with interest if Hiro thought that Puck was too strong for an F-rank level. Hun seriously said that Puck was clearly on another level, and Akiko added that he was also unusual. Lost in thought, Hiro didn't know if Puck had been entered into the database, since his return should have been recorded. Looking at the picture, he did not believe that Puck was also a regressor and was able to return to the past like Hiro himself. The thought haunted him. Had Puck returned to unite all the villains with the help of knowledge about the future? As Hiro reflected, he tried to understand the boy's motives for improving people's lives. Hiro was internally horrified, assuming that Puck wanted to change the future with the help of villains, just like him. Thoughts started spinning in Hiro's head. Could the plan he had carefully constructed really be destroyed by this young man? Seeing Hiro's expression, Akiko watched the boy closely, trying to understand what he was thinking. She asked him carefully what had happened, but he was too deep in thought to answer her. Remembering that he was planning to go to Korea after the apocalypse, another plan was now born in Hiro's mind. Akiko impatiently called Hiro again and the boy, as if waking up, responded to the girl's voice. Hiro confidently said that he had to go to Korea urgently, without explaining the reasons for such a rush. Akiko asked again, surprised because she didn't understand why Hiro had changed his plans so suddenly. With determination in his voice, Hiro said that he had to meet and talk to Puck in person. Without giving details, Akiko said that flying to Korea is currently impossible and they will have to wait. Surprised by this answer, Hiro looked at the girl, expecting an explanation and a solution to the problem. At the same time, a huge tree grew near the building of the Mina mountain camp, covering everything with its branches. Forest spirits circled around, and wolves, elephants, roe deer, and other peaceful animals walked nearby. The children watched with delight and surprise the animals that they had never seen before in this area. Seeing the vegetable garden, the children screamed and rushed towards it, unable to contain their joy. They eagerly picked ripe apples and asked if it was really possible to eat fruit straight from the tree. While the children were running around, men gave orders to the builders to dig a pond in the camp yard. The children ran with delight from one tree to another, tasting the fruits and looking at the flowers. Soon, with the help of magic and construction work, a large camp with a swimming pool and cozy apartments inside appeared. At headquarters, the sergeants reported that 4 groups had entered the portal, and 28 hours had already passed. When reporting, the operators said that Suho's guild cleared the portal in 11 minutes, and Mi asked again with disbelief. Clutching her head in her hands, Mi realized the mistake. She should have limited the number of raids in the dungeon in advance. In the portal, the guys rejoiced when John was given a perfect sword, shining with magical light. Smiling, Pak called it a gift and asked if Jan, who was receiving the weapon for the first time, liked it. Gratefully, Jan said that the blade came in handy, since the old one was already damaged. Han looked at the sword carefully and thought that it could only display its full power at the B rank level. Hearing this, Zhang turned around, thanked his partner, and promised that he would try to reach the required rank as soon as possible. With his hands folded in prayer, Meng turned to Pak, clearly preparing to ask for something important. Slightly surprised, Pa asked what exactly the guy holding the wooden staff wanted. Complaining that his damage was too weak, Meng asked Pak for a weapon with critical hits. The others laughed and talked behind him, and Zhang asked Han again if Meng was really a real monk. Surprised, Pa asked men to give an example of the weapon he wanted to obtain. Confessing, Meng said that he dreams of a winged spear, but his current level does not allow him to buy one. Opening the store, Pak saw the price of 120 million won and asked Meng in surprise if he wanted to get the weapons too. Without hesitation, Puck acquired the spear, which immediately appeared in his hands as if it had been instantly transported there, causing surprise among the others. With shining eyes, men admired the weapon, turning it over in his hands as if he couldn't get enough of getting what he wanted. With a serious tone, Meng thanked Pak, promising to repay him with curses and the blood of his enemies, causing everyone to freeze in amazement. John asked in confusion what curses he was talking about, and Khan reminded him that Meng inflicts unique and painful debuffs on enemies. Turning to Han, Pak asked with a smile if he needed anything else to enhance or replace his current equipment. Khan patted his gun with pleasure, adding that such a powerful weapon was quite enough for him to fight. Remembering the elephant near the Suho clan's office, Han asked Park, but the guy didn't know anything about the animal. Meng also confirmed that he saw an elephant. Jan looked around anxiously, unable to get used to the calmness of the guys, confidently and quickly walking through the 4th level dungeon. Coming closer, Pak spoke to Zhang, and in response to his address, the guy turned around in surprise, frowning slightly. Inquiring about his friend's well-being, Pa asked whether Zhang had taken his medication, and Yan asked what happens if he forgets, and Han admitted that he then makes him take it. With a wild expression on his face, Zhang didn't answer, silently pulled out his weapon, and stood in a stance as if he was ready to enter the battle. Watching Zhang in horror, Yan couldn't believe that a minute ago he looked like an ordinary guy, but now he looked like a mad warrior. With blazing eyes and a confident voice, Zhang declared that it was time for them to begin their mission. Meanwhile, Akiko explained to Hiro that it was currently impossible to get to Korea, and the boy asked in surprise why such a problem had arisen. The girl explained that at the moment all air travel is closed, and not a single flight can be carried out due to the ongoing chaos. Despite the explanation, Hiro still couldn't understand what exactly his girlfriend was warning him about, and why the situation had become so serious. Showing the tablet, Akiko said that important news had recently appeared, and Hiro looked at the screen carefully with great interest. There was talk of hacking into a wyvern nest and introducing monsters into the airspace. The next photo showed a plane that was flying from the USA to Singapore that was shot down as a result of a wyvern attack. It has been reported that the number of monster attacks in the air has increased dramatically recently. Upon receiving this news, Hiro was shocked and confused, unable to believe that the situation had escalated so quickly. Having demonstrated another piece of news, the girl reported that, in addition, waterways were also closed for travel and shipping. Hearing this, Hiro felt even more shocked. He did not understand why the wyverns broke out now and what was the reason for their attack. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting Hiro's thoughts and pulling him out of his stupor. The minister called, informing him of an urgent matter that required Hiro's immediate attention. The guy listened attentively, trying to understand the essence of the problem. With interest, Hiro asked what exactly this important matter was and what now needed to be done to prevent possible threats. Looking at the map, the minister reported that Hiro's group urgently needed to go to Hokkaido due to the unexpected opening of a 7th-level dungeon. Hiro asked doubtfully if the dungeon had really opened yet, as this contradicted his previous predictions. Akiko was surprised and noted that according to the guy's predictions, the 7th-level dungeons were not supposed to appear for at least 5 months. Looking at the phone screen, Hiro realized that events had clearly moved forward, and the timeline began to shift towards earlier changes. With irritation, Hiro realized that everything was mixed up, and if the changes continued at this rate, it would be almost impossible to prepare for them. Believing that all these changes were related to Puck, Hiro was angry because, in his opinion, Puck returned from the future and influenced the course of events throughout the world. Thinking about the time stone that belonged only to him, Hiro wondered if Puck had also traveled back 20 years. Believing that Puck now knew about him, Hiro decided that ignoring Puck was no longer an option and that meeting him was necessary. Realizing that Puck's goals might differ from his own, Hiro decided that in that case, for the sake of humanity, he would have to get rid of Puck. Turning to Akiko, the guy stated that they would first go to Hokkaido to deal with new threats and find the necessary answers. Agreeing with Hiro's plan, Akiko promised to continue collecting all the necessary information about Puck and his actions. The vehicles changed course, heading towards Hokkaido, where they were supposed to find the open dungeon and find out the reasons for its appearance. At this time, Puck gave orders to men to attract the enemies and prepare for battle in order to defend the territory and test his strength in combat. Taking up a fighting stance, men struck the magic drum, producing deep sounds that were supposed to summon spirits and attract enemies. Giving orders to shout louder and hit harder, Khan ran up to men while the others watched the scene unfold in amazement. Repeating his cherished words in the Buddhist language, Mung tired Yan, because the sound was long and required great concentration and strength. Suddenly, Khan's eyes lit up and he readied his gun, indicating that the enemies were already approaching and the decisive battle with the monsters would soon begin. A strange noise could be heard in the distance, and Khan noted that the enemy was already 40 meters away from their position, preparing to attack. Jung laughed evilly and prepared for battle, his eyes burning with rage, and he was ready to fight to the last for his comrades and victory. John also took a fighting stance, and Khan warned that there were only 30 meters left between them and the enemies, and they needed to be ready. The monsters were rapidly approaching, carrying their spears and preparing to strike at the boys. Shouting out the approach of 125 lizardmen ahead, Khan began firing his powerful cannon, trying to stop their advance. Stretching his hands forward, Puck summoned the spirits of the forest, who rushed to help and headed toward the monsters to stop their advance. Flying towards the monsters, the spirits slowed their attack and created obstacles that made the enemies lose speed and concentration. Using his hands, Puck channeled the spirits, causing a powerful tornado that began sucking in the monsters and knocking them off their feet, destroying their battle formation. The tornado picked up the monsters and sucked them into a whirlpool, where the lizardmen lost their balance and found themselves helpless before the elements. One monster managed to escape from the trap and approach the fighters, but the guys were ready to repel the attack. With a powerful blow from the spear, the monster's body was cut into small pieces, which flew to the sides. Laughing triumphantly, Han was pleased that he had received 13 points for destroying the lizardmen, confirming his skill and agility. Arrows flew at the monsters, but despite this, some managed to escape, and the guys deftly fought off the attacks, turning the monsters' bodies into a bloody mess. New monsters appeared again, rushing into new attacks, giving no respite and causing tension among the guys. With horror, Khan noted that the number of monsters was growing and the situation was starting to get out of control, requiring even more effort and strength. With the help of Dragon Breakthrough, Meng ran through the pack of lizard men, and the monsters' bodies flew in all directions, shaking the ground with the impact. From the powerful blow, the monsters' bodies fell to the ground, scattering around, leaving behind bloody traces. With determination, Han urged the guys forward to finish off the monsters, and Zhang, with a crazy look, immediately rushed into the attack. John remained behind. Turning around, Khan asked why John was standing and told him to go hunting immediately to help the group and keep up with the others. This order surprised Jan very much, but despite his doubts, he quickly agreed without unnecessary questions or hesitation. From afar, monsters with glowing eyes approached, making angry and eerie sounds as if they were ready to attack at any moment. Trying to stop the aggressive monsters, Khan took a fighting position and, aiming his weapon, began to shoot a laser. In a mad rush, Zhang rushed around, quickly throwing daggers that pierced the monsters, causing them pain with each blow. One of the lizard men quickly ran up to Khan and prepared to pierce his body with a sharp spear. Soon Khan was overcome with panic. He realized with horror that he had fallen into a deadly trap, and there was almost no way out now. At the most critical moment, John appeared in front of Khan and with one blow of his saber broke the lizard man's spear into pieces. From the mortal wound, the monster fell to the ground. Blood gushed out, spilling over the stones in different directions. Smiling, Khan thanked his friend for his timely rescue and support in the dangerous battle with the monsters. Suddenly, Jan screamed in horror. The sword itself seemed to be pulling him towards a new attack, giving him no respite or opportunity to retreat. A new lizardman was quickly approaching, and Jan prepared to attack, confidently aiming his blade at his target. With a powerful blow from his sword, Jan deftly and quickly defeated his enemy, and the monster fell to the ground bleeding. The abilities of the hellish blade amazed Khan. He remained shocked by the strength and agility that his friend showed in battle. While fighting monsters, Jan realized that his weapon had power that far exceeded normal standards. Realizing that such a weapon could open up new opportunities and careers, the boy began to think about applying to the Scylla Guild. As he continued to strike quickly and accurately, dealing with the lizardmen, Jan thought about his training in the 4th-level dungeon. The fatal blow to the monster convinced Jan that things were going very differently in Suho's guild than in other guilds. A terrible roar suddenly pierced the air, and Jan's eyes widened, startled by the sudden appearance of a huge enemy. A monster of enormous size with shining eyes appeared in front of the guy. It roared, blinding with its brightness and menacing appearance. Realizing that the king of the lizardmen stood before him, Jan looked with interest at the face of the creature with a skull on its head. Meanwhile, Zhang was sneaking up from behind, deciding to support his friend in the fight against a powerful enemy. With one powerful blow of the dagger, one of the Lizard King's arms was cut off, giving him a chance to win the fierce battle. Hope lit up Jan's eyes and he charged forward, seeking to deliver a decisive blow to the formidable enemy. Swinging his entire body, Jan gathered all his strength to deliver the final, most powerful blow to the Lizard King. With the combined efforts of his friend, the body of the Lizard King was cut into small pieces in a swift and furious fight. Seeing his partner's madness, John froze in shock for a moment, not understanding the full depth of the battle and the passion of the fight. Having woken up, he again continued to attack the enemies, not giving them the slightest chance to recover their strength. Pak watched the events with surprise and silence, trying to comprehend the incredible strength and determination of the fighters. Turning around, Khan was also amazed and carefully watched every move the boys made in the fierce battle. The beheaded king lay on the ground, surrounded by a pool of thick blood, indicating a brutal fight. Looking at the fallen body, Jan could not believe that he had decapitated such a formidable opponent with one blow. Inquisitively, Khan asked why the boy killed the king so quickly, and Jan looked questioningly towards his friend. Han said with annoyance that because of this, they would have to leave the blood crystals in the dungeon forever again. Not immediately understanding what was being discussed, Jan silently looked at the guys trying to figure out what was happening. Standing by the body of his enemy, he waited as the others approached from all sides, feeling a little guilty for the quick fight. Apologizing for the fast pace of the fight, Jan admitted that he got a little carried away and did not expect such a quick result. Suddenly, an exit portal appeared, and there were exactly 5 minutes left before it closed, requiring immediate departure. Pak said firmly that it was time to leave, and Han quickly agreed, realizing the danger of staying any longer. Running towards the exit, Khan shouted with annoyance how much loot was left here, and Yan confirmed that there was about 400 million of goods there. Calling on everyone to calm down, Zhang assured that they would be able to return later to collect what they had left behind. As they approached the portal, Han expressed his desire to eat fish cakes and suggested that Zhang go get them after they exited. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in his leg, forcing men to stop. He almost fell from the sharp pain. Remembering the bite of the bloodworm the day before the mission, Meng was very embarrassed by the memories and pain. Thinking that the bite could be life-threatening, the guy clearly tensed up but continued on his way to the exit of the portal. At this time, an intelligence officer asked Li's team through the communication channel to immediately report the current situation in the 3rd sector area. Clarifying the situation, the sergeant reported that they had explored 30% of the sector and found nothing, assuming that Pa would have left notes about important things. He then relayed that all of Pa's cave drawings had been verified and the group was continuing on, with Li following him silently. Active drones closely monitored the area. One of them began to record the rapid approach of unknown objects. After some time, the guy reported that 6 targets were moving towards Group 1 at 60 meters. Immediately after receiving the threat message, Li calmly listened to the information and thought about his next steps. Without delay, Li sent Zhou Jin and Sen Wu to destroy the monsters and collect the crystals, and the fighters rushed to the exit of the cave, carrying out the order. He then contacted base and requested the exact location of the Lizard King, while the team lit the way and moved towards the exit of the cave. At the base, an employee looking at the monitors reported that intelligence had reported the target's movement into the 12th sector. While one of the fighters reported the coordinates of the lizard, another employee nearby drank coffee with a dissatisfied look. The employee's head was spinning with the thought of when Li's team would finally find something important. They were moving too slowly through the dungeon. Hearing a strange sound from behind, the guy turned around sharply, trying to understand the source of the rustling behind him in the semi-darkness of the camp. Despite the darkness and poor visibility, the guy felt something alarming approaching and continued to peer into the darkness. The guy was silent as he looked around the area, and another employee reported over the radio that 8 lizard men were rapidly moving towards the base. The monsters moved confidently, making their way through the thickets, the outer defense of the base with spears tightly clenched in their paws. Hissing like snakes, they slowed down and listened carefully, looking for prey that could give itself away by sound. Staring intently into the darkness, the guy wondered if the monsters had noticed his movements, or if he had managed to remain hidden from their eyes. With a slight smile, he picked up the remote control, hoping that the monsters had already noticed him and would fall into the trap they had set in advance. Not far from the camp, in dense bushes, explosives were hidden in advance, prepared in case of an attack. Holding the remote control in his hand, the guy was anticipating the moment when he could activate the charge and blow up the approaching monsters. A sticky slime suddenly fell on his face, causing him to freeze and look up, sensing the approaching threat. Not understanding what was happening, the boy looked up, trying to figure out the source of the mucus that had fallen on his face. The king of the lizard men attacked the base tent from above, and upon seeing the monster, the guy froze in horror and couldn't believe his eyes. He cursed and screamed in fear, realizing that the situation was getting out of control and that reinforcements would hardly arrive in time. Meanwhile, the guys from the reconnaissance team deftly dealt with the remaining monsters and were already collecting bloodstones. As he left the cave, Li heard a strange noise and a strong smell, which made him become wary and turn around. A huge fire was visible in the direction of the camp. The screams of the guys were heard, and it became clear that the base was under attack. Clenching his fists, Li cursed and rushed to help along with the others, trying to reach the base as quickly as possible. A lizardman suddenly jumped out right in front of him, ready to attack at any second, baring his mouth threateningly. Without wasting any time, Li raised his axe, preparing to strike and stop the enemy before he could attack. By swinging the axe right at the enemy's face, Li cut the monster's skin and thereby angered him even more. Li struck quickly, causing the monster to fall to the ground, unable to withstand the furious attack. Blood spurted out from the monster's wounded body in all directions, and it became clear that the monster had no chance of winning. Li shouted and ordered them to go to the base immediately, because the rest of the guys could be in mortal danger. Flying in helicopters, the landing party carefully surveyed the area, examining the territory from the air and recording anomalous signals. The burning tent of the base filled the air with smoke, and the screams of the boys could be heard from the bushes. The fire prevented the soldiers from breaking through to the base. While some fighters were shooting back, Others noticed that the Necrovilli had begun to retreat and suggested evacuating the reconnaissance by helicopter. The Special Forces captain shouted and ordered to open fire on the monsters to prevent them from destroying the last line of defense. Meanwhile, rescuer Choi explained that they had received a distress signal on their way to Ginbuk and arrived just in time. With confidence in her head, Choi said that they were going to link up with the CDC fighters and work together. Explaining the situation, the guy clarified that the CDC staff was busy now, and they would escort Choi and his squad to the 2nd Brigade where they could meet with the CDC. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were drawn to the noise of a helicopter flying in the sky, followed by a huge fireball. Exploding in midair, the helicopter crashed deep into the thicket, raising clouds of smoke near the fighters. A huge monster appeared from behind the trees, emitting flame from its terrible mouth with every breath. After finishing his report, the sergeant turned off the screen in front of me, saying that at this point the video recording taken by the soldiers from the reconnaissance group was interrupted. In a calm voice, he added that the recording was made by a fighter from the 707th, and me was probably already aware of all the events. Hearing this, me asked with irritation whether the sergeant had not managed to learn anything new. Continuing calmly, the sergeant said that the report would appear only after the dungeon was cleared, and for now all that remained was to wait. Irritated by this answer, me raised her voice, demanding an explanation as to why the squads had changed their planned route. The sergeant hesitated, choosing his words, and wondered whether he should tell the truth right now. Soon the sergeant said that when the instructors decided on a tactical error, me would be informed. But she screamed in rage, asking about the red zone of the necrovials. Losing her composure, me declared that if Pot returned alive, she would punish him personally for changing the route. Trying to get through, me tried to contact Pak by phone, but the guy's phone was out of network coverage. I sighed heavily from anger and despair, not knowing how to act next and thinking about a plan. As if addressing Pop mentally, she did not understand why some problems were constantly happening to him. Meanwhile, the guy's phone from the base was lying on the ground in the dungeon, broken, covered in dried blood. The team's equipment lay scattered in the bushes, stained with blood and completely out of action. Having lost his arm from a powerful blow, the fighter at the base screamed in pain as the monster tore his limb off. Flying to the side, the guy flew out of the tent, hitting the ground with a dull thud, losing his last strength. Landing on his side, he screamed loudly. Blood flowed from the wound, and the pain became unbearable. A huge lizard man king approached from above, spreading his paws to attack the wounded man. With a heavy blow, the monster landed next to him, squeezing the guy's neck with its paw, not allowing him to move. Opening its bloody mouth, the monster growled, stretching out its long tongue and preparing to deliver the final blow. Smiling slyly, the guy pressed the button on the remote control, which he had been holding in his bloody hand all this time. A bright light flashed as a trap, created specifically for use in a critical situation, was activated among the bushes. Having stopped the attack, the monster turned towards the bright glow, not suspecting that it would lead to his death. There was a powerful explosion, instantly engulfing the monster's body in flames and incinerating it from the inside. Rocks, leaves, and pieces of equipment flew in all directions from the force of the detonation, and dust flew up into the air. The explosion tore off the monster's head and flew to the side, and the skull of the killed leopard flew off the monster's face. The fallen head ended up right at the feet of Lee, whose team was rushing to help the survivors. Seeing the dead head at his feet, Lee stopped, realizing how much more serious this was than he had expected. Other soldiers stopped too, and one of the fighters immediately activated the scanner, checking the space. After running his eyes over the indicators, he reported that a portal had been activated nearby and would close in 10 minutes. Lee gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, thinking that the mission had turned into a real disgrace for the squad. At the same time, at the Capitol's defense headquarters, one of the employees was reporting to me on the latest operational situation. While in the car, the girl looked out the window while waiting for new data to arrive from the front lines. Hearing the bell, she pressed the earpiece and said calmly that she was ready to listen carefully to the report. In a calm tone, the officer reported that the 101st Reconnaissance Team had returned from the dungeon, but Han Chol-min and Kim In-ho were dead, and 2 more soldiers were seriously injured in the battle. After the report, Mi was outraged to hear about 4 casualties and asked what had caused so many problems in the 4th-level dungeon. While the rescuers were trying to treat the wounded guys, the employee explained to me on the phone that the problems arose because of the separation, but the team plans to go back there again. While driving, Mi told the employee to ask Lee and the team to wait a bit. She would try to get reinforcements. As she continued to drive, she asked if Lee's team had managed to find any valuable items in the dungeon. The employee replied that the guys were too busy defending the base, so they hadn't managed to find anything important yet. Hearing this, Mi sighed heavily, feeling disappointed at the lack of valuable results after long hours in the dungeon. The employee reported that time passes differently in the dungeon. The first group spent 48 hours there, while only 24 passed on Earth. Realizing this, Mi realized that time in the dungeon flowed twice as fast, and thought about what consequences this phenomenon might have. If Pak spent 10 Earth years in the dungeon, then 20 years have already passed in the dungeon conditions, which dramatically changes the perception of his training. Remembering Puck's words about training lasting 1,000 years, she realized that such statements were not an exaggeration or a lie. This was confirmed by the fact that it was precisely because of such training that he could run away from enemies so quickly, possessing unprecedented endurance. However, in that case, he would have to spend about 500 Earth years on the planet, and Mi did not understand how that was possible. Considering this, Mi stated that Paz Guild was too far ahead of the scouting team, and even with the increase in the number of mercenaries, they urgently needed to catch up with Pak's pace. It was reported that Suho's group had finished clearing the dungeon in 50 moves in 7 hours, and then announced their exit from the dungeon. The employee added that the boys were heading to the bureau to update their awakened warriors' files before their next missions. Hearing this news, Mi was shocked and could not believe that the guys decided to leave the dungeon now, at the most crucial moment. At this time, Suho's team was already heading to the bureau, preparing for the next tasks and planning further actions. Jung was behind the wheel, and the system displayed data on his abilities and strength, showing his progress level in real time. Everyone except Jan was asleep in the back seat, and the system continued to display the levels of each team member and their current readiness. Turning to his comrades, Pa asked Jan if he was tired after all the trials and intense fighting, noticing the tired expression on his face. Jan hesitantly replied that the whole situation that was happening to him seemed unreal, as if he was in a dream from which he could not wake up. Intrigued, Pa asked what exactly seemed like a dream to the guy and why he perceived everything that was happening that way. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, trying to find the right words to explain everything clearly. After a short pause, Jan recalled the fight with the lizardmen and said that he had not entered any dungeon or fought for 14 years. Today, he had the chance to clear the 4th level dungeon exactly 50 times, and he mentally analyzed all his attacks. Even the lizardmen he had previously easily defeated were now comparable in strength to the normal bosses of the first 2 dungeons. In 3 years, he had barely reached rank E, and in Pak's guild, he had reached rank D in just 1 day. He doubted that in Scylla's guild, he would have even completed the training in those days. With a slight smile, Jan asked Pak if all this didn't seem like a wonderful dream that was hard to believe. As a joke, Park offered to pinch Jun to make sure that everything was happening for real, but the boy politely declined. While they were talking, Jung's car stopped in front of the bureau building, and he immediately began to wake up everyone who was dozing in the car. Rubbing their eyes, the boys were surprised at how quickly the trip had passed, and Pa suggested that they quickly finish their business and eat. After a short registration, they entered the room designed to measure the energy indicators of the fighters. Lying on the couch under the machine, Pak noticed that as his strength grew, it became easier to discern the thoughts of monsters and sense their aggression. While waiting for the results of the measurements, Pa remembered how Mi told him that the device was created by Dr. Toddler, and she sent a request for Pak to meet with him. Once the request is confirmed, she says she will contact him, and then she may have to fly to England to speak to the doctor. The number 488 appeared on the device's screen, meaning that Pak's energy level exceeded the normal C-rank limits. Khan was surprised to try to understand why, with such strength, he was still classified as a C instead of being put in a higher rank. Without saying a word, Pak stood up from the couch and looked at Han with bewilderment, as if he did not understand the essence of his question. The thought that only he could see others' data and that his level was hidden haunted Pa and made him feel lonely. Turning to the lab assistant, Pak asked who exactly was behind the creation of that mysterious internal interface of the Awakened. Embarrassed, Han admitted that he always thought that the interface and inventory store appeared automatically upon awakening. In response, the shocked lab assistant said that this was just a myth that had long been circulating among researchers and engineers. She says engineers call it the Godstone, which arose after the disaster that changed everything. Zhang and John looked at each other with disbelief, and Han said that he seemed to have heard something similar about this artifact. With obvious surprise, Pa asked the girl again if it was true that there was a stone that made the interface possible. Starting the story, the girl said that after the catastrophe in Northern Europe, a stone with red letters appeared, and interfaces appeared with it. In those parts, people perceived the artifact as a message from above, and the inscriptions on it were interpreted as divine covenants. Having deciphered the text, the scientists crushed the stone and distributed its particles across the planet to stabilize the interfaces. Built into the Bureau's main computer's macro processor, one of these particles allows control of the awakened interfaces. Delighted by this, Han admitted that he did not know about it, and Pa asked if all this could be an expression of evangelism. With interest, Pa asked about the contents of the deciphered covenants, believing that they were important for understanding the world. Explaining, the girl replied that the covenants contain the foundations of pumping, energy control, and the entire structure of the new world. After thinking for a moment, Pa began to wonder if perhaps this really was part of some divine plan that had been written in advance. Already on his way out of the Bureau, he asked whether it was possible to meet God, to which Khan replied that it was only possible after death. After a pause, Pak asked if it was possible to create an awakened one by simply infusing it with atomic energy. But the guys thought that was a fantasy. Later, Pak congratulated the guys on their promotion, and John, not hiding his emotions, said that everything that was happening felt like a dream. A little embarrassed, Zhang said that he was now at level 0, which caused Han no small amount of surprise. Turning around, Pa asked Zhang if he remembered the 5th level orc dungeon, to which the boy answered in the affirmative, and asked if Pak really wanted to go there. With a smile, Pak said that he wanted to go back there to tame the wolves and replenish the pack, because now he had enough strength. Han, surprised, asked what they should do, and Pa replied that they needed to go on raids with John so that he could gain experience and practice teamwork. John was very happy with this instruction, and Khan sighed heavily because he liked going on raids with Pak. Men was silent. Han happily reminded them that government payments had now been increased, but Zhang asked why they were needed if millions were coming out of the dungeons every day. Khan was surprised to realize that they were now truly rich, and he couldn't even immediately believe what was happening. Folding his hands in prayer, Meng said that they had earned about 5 billion won net today. Rubbing his head and laughing, Khan reminded them that they hadn't taken a bunch of blood crystals from the dungeons. Recalling, Zhang told John that half of the income was taken by the guild, and the remaining 2.5 billion was divided equally among all team members. Hearing this, John realized that he had received 500 million even though he had done almost nothing, and he was very surprised and embarrassed by this. Getting into the car, Han said that Pa was just a generous person. John could not believe such wealth, and Pa just laughed. Suddenly, with a smile, Puck said that he was hungry and suggested that the whole team go eat lobster at some restaurant. Suddenly, Khan grabbed his head and screamed that he had completely forgotten about something very important and urgent. The guys looked at Khan questioningly, and Pa asked what exactly the guy had forgotten and why he was so scared. Tears and snot began to flow from Khan's eyes, and he said that it looked like he would soon be killed because the situation had already gone too far. Asking again, the guys did not understand what Khan meant and why he was behaving so strangely and anxiously. After that, everyone headed to the cafe, where a lot of people had already gathered. It was noisy and music was playing. At the table on the laptop, Khan showed huge donations from sponsors from all over the world. Continuing to cry, the guys were shocked by the amounts. Seeing the Japanese donations, Han said that they seemed to be sent by the Yakuza, and after these words, men began to pray quietly. While admitting that Park was a hunter, Zhang didn't understand why his followers were concerned. Han said they were interested in the boy's ability to control plants. Explaining, Khan said that many lands were destroyed as a result of the apocalypse. Food was being brought from Aruka, and Pak's ability would help solve the food problems of the entire world. Agreeing with Khan, the guys nodded approvingly, and Khan himself respectfully expressed gratitude to Pak for his talent. Still not understanding, Pa asked why Han was sure that he would be killed and where such a strange thought came from. With tears, Khan admitted that subscribers send donations to see Pak, and if he doesn't come in 2 days, they will kill him. Pak confidently stated that he would not go anywhere and did not intend to participate in this, no matter how much Han asked him to. Crying, Khan said he was fed up with his followers and asked them to send more money to arrange a meeting with Pak. Sadly, John said that the situation was sad. Pa asked what to do, but Han only remained silent, unable to hold back his tears. With a pleading look in his eyes, Han asked Pak to record a video, assuring him that if he refused, he would either be killed or deprived of all his money. Not understanding the nature of the problem, Pak calmly said that he agreed and could record the video if necessary. Bowing, Khan expressed deep gratitude to Pa and promised to direct all donations to the development and benefit of the guild. With tears in his eyes, Han said that they also needed to change the clan's name and rename it to a guild called Suho. Annoyed, Pak asked them not to delay the filming and to finish everything quickly, and then finally go and eat the lobsters as planned. While Han was adjusting the camera on his phone, Jong also began to hurry him, and Pa loudly shouted that he was already hungry. Having set up the tripod, Khan began recording an address to subscribers, while Pak sat quietly next to him. Pointing the camera at Park, Han introduced him and said that Park wanted to convey an important message to sponsors from different countries. Turning the lens fully onto Park, Han invited his followers to listen carefully to his speech, while Jong watched from behind the camera. Pak resolutely said that he would not go anywhere, and did not even intend to respond to such requests from the subscribers. Getting up from the table, Park said that he was going to eat lobster. Jong followed him, and Han was shocked by such an answer. Surprised and tense, Han asked if this was all that Pak wanted to tell his followers who had been waiting for the meeting. Turning around, Jong asked in surprise what else was needed. Believing that Pak had said everything necessary, the guys supported Jong, and Pak did not turn around, heading off to dinner. Suddenly, a notification of a new message appeared, which immediately caught Han's attention, and he focused on the laptop screen. After reading the letter, Khan said that the sponsors wanted to come to Pa in person and asked if the guy would mind meeting them. Surprised, Jong and Pak turned around and asked again if the subscribers were really ready to come themselves. Confirming, Han said that the subscribers really want to have a serious talk with Park and are ready to come in person. Turning around, Park told Han to tell his followers that he was not against meeting and was ready to discuss everything that concerned them at a time convenient for them. With disbelief and surprise, Han asked again, was Park really ready to meet with foreign sponsors? As he was leaving, Park asked who would be able to stop the subscribers if they wanted to fly to Korea, and John agreed with him. Jung turned around and asked what country the letter came from, and Han guessed that it was most likely Japan. Meanwhile, the secretary of one of the Japanese gentlemen was coming up with a plan to recruit Pa into their guild. The car of the DGB president was driving at high speed along the roads of a night city in Japan. The president was riding in the car with the driver when his boss called him, and the guy replied that he was already on his way, not hiding his irritation. After hanging up, the guy cursed, calling his boss an old man and complaining that he was too annoying. Saying he was too tired, the guy told the driver to change the route and go to the club, and he obediently followed the order without asking any questions. The phone rang again, and looking at the screen, the guy noticed that it was Miv calling. Anticipating interesting news, he answered. Listening attentively to his interlocutor, the president tried to understand the essence of the conversation and not miss the important details of Miwa's words. While following Pak in the cafe, Miv informed the president by phone that he had found the guy in the company of his team. In his report, Miv said that after dinner with his guild, Pai was going to head towards the 5th level dungeon. Hearing this, the guy resolutely told Miv to detain Pak in the cafe, preventing him from entering the dungeon and controlling the situation. After the conversation, the guy dialed the number of the club director, who asked what kind of help he could provide to the president. While continuing to drive in the car, the guy said that in the group Vita there is a member, Song Gui, who admitted in one interview that she likes Park. Not quite understanding the essence of the request, the director replied that the guy was right and that there really was such a member among the group's participants. Smiling, the president reminded that the group will soon release a new song, and this time they should use the scandal to advertise to attract attention. The club director, surprised, asked again whether this was really about black PR and how much it could affect the group's reputation. After instructing the driver to change route, the president explained that they needed to return for the client, and the driver obediently followed his order. The driver turned the car around and headed back to where Song Gui and an interesting case were waiting for them. The guy's phone rang again, and the name of the chairman appeared on the screen, urgently wanting to talk to the president. Answering the chairman's call, the guy hoped to hear good news and discuss issues that had long needed to be addressed. The chairman shouted into the phone, asking why the guy wasn't there yet, which made the president feel embarrassed. Continuing to drive, the guy said that he was devoting all his energy to the DGB group and asked why the chairman was scolding him since the work was going well. In the office, the chairman shouted indignantly, suspecting the guy of plotting a devious plan behind his back, which caused mistrust and anger. Shouting into the phone, the chairman demanded that the guy immediately appear in the office to clarify the situation and put everything in its place. With a smile, the guy told his father not to worry because he was his son and the deputy of the DGB Corporation, ready to solve any problems. Assuring, the guy said that this time he would be able to do something important for the benefit of the corporation and prove his responsibility. Continuing to shout into the phone, the chairman did not understand what the guy was talking about and did not want to accept his excuses. Having stated that he was going to recruit Pak, the boy hoped for success and support from his father in the implementation of his plans. The chairman, furious, shouted that he had already sent Manager Chong there and ordered the guy not to interfere so that the plan would not fail. The guy said he had his own things to do and hung up, while the chairman continued to swear in the office, expressing anger and dissatisfaction. Looking at the phone, the boy wondered how a father could not trust his own son so much. It caused pain and doubt in his heart. Suddenly, the phone rang again, and the name of Song Gui, the lead singer of DGB, appeared on the screen. Music was playing around the girl. She greeted her brother, smiling and creating a pleasant atmosphere for the conversation. Smiling, the guy asked how the girl was doing, showing concern and interest in her condition in affairs. Stepping away from the dancers, Song Gui asked if the guy really wanted to introduce her to Pak. Continuing to drive, the guy said that he was already approaching her and asked the girl to go out to the main entrance so that they could meet faster. Having agreed, the girl headed for the exit, and the guy hung up with a smile, anticipating a quick meeting and a face-to-face conversation with his sister. Thinking about how General Manager Zhang dared to get in his way, the guy felt angry and irritated. Believing that youth should be worked with by youth, the president believed that Park would not be able to resist Song Gui, and this would help his plan to succeed. If everything works out, he will not have to grovel before his father, and his power will become unlimited and unquestionable. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of one of the abandoned buildings, a bright light was shining, attracting attention and creating a tense atmosphere. Helicopters were flying near the building, and the orcs were watching them closely, preparing to attack and not missing a single move. Reconnaissance devices circled the building, collecting information and providing aerial surveillance of the area. Various thermal lasers emitting red light were installed around the perimeter of the building, creating a protective barrier against penetration. On the screen in the helicopter, only goblins were visible, and no traces of people could be found, which raised questions among the pilots. The pilots were outraged and couldn't understand why their highly trained soldiers were sent to look for some guy. Suddenly, one pilot looked at the screen, and the other looked at his partner in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. A silhouette of a man appeared on the screen, and the pilots realized that this could be exactly the person they were looking for. As they got closer, the lasers illuminated the face of the hooded guy, and the pilots reported that they had found him, but the guy was covering himself from the bright light, trying to hide. The angry boy cursed and believed that he had been taken advantage of, and now they wanted to catch him for further abuse. They shouted from the helicopter for the guy to stay where he was, promising that they would take him away and that no one would harm him. The screen showed a multitude of crayfish surrounding the guy, and what they saw caused alarm and concern among the pilots. The terrified pilots screamed that the boy was trapped, not understanding how they could save him. Meanwhile, the huge monster approached the guy, who froze in horror, unable to move. Trying to save the boy, the pilot sharply increased the speed of the helicopter, directing it towards the monster. Taking out his pistol, the guy opened fire on the monster, trying to defend himself and fight off the advancing enemy. Having wounded the orc, the boy started to run, trying to quickly get away from the danger zone and save his life. Having run into the building, he continued to run, but the orcs did not stop pursuing him and tried to catch up with him. Without letting go of the barrel, the guy ran with all his might, and the orcs approached faster and faster, forcing him to increase his speed. Around the building, drones continued to monitor them, recording every movement and monitoring the situation from the air. The orc was approaching the guy from behind, and noticing this, he cursed, aiming at the monster to fight off the dangerous enemy. Turning around, the guy fired several shots, killing the orc and temporarily protecting himself from pursuit. As he climbed the stairs, the guy continued to shoot back at the orcs pursuing him, not letting them get any closer. Watching as their comrades fell, the surviving orcs ran even faster, growling as they caught up with their prey. Suddenly losing his balance, the guy tripped on a step and fell almost at the feet of his pursuers. From the fall, the guy tumbled head over heels down the stairs, falling right into a trap and unable to get up. Zhang's attempts to retrieve the weapon that remained on the top step were in vain. Opening his mouth, the orc rushed straight at the guy, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a shot rang out, piercing the orc's head. Blood gushed out, and the guy lying on the steps watched what was happening in surprise. The boy, surprised, could not understand who saved him from imminent death so suddenly and looked ahead. Having broken the windows, 3 strangers in black approached him, ready to protect him and lead him out of the danger zone. With a crash, the glass shattered towards the orcs standing nearby, and sharp shards rained down on them. As they approached, the warriors declared that they represented the DGB group, surrounding the boy and blocking all possible escape routes. The angry boy cursed under his breath, knowing full well that he was in a trap from which he could not escape. At this time, Secretary Choi was sitting in the car and calmly driving about his business, unaware of the events that had taken place. Suddenly, the phone rang in the car, and the man, without thinking, answered the call, expecting important information. By telephone, the capture team reported to the secretary about the successful capture of the target, and the driver continued driving without interfering. In a calm voice, Choi thanked the soldiers for the job they had done and ordered them to take the boy to a temporary storage location. At this time, on the other side of town, the DGB president's car pulled up smoothly at the entrance to the restaurant where the meeting with Pa was expected. The guy got out of the car with irritation and began to scold Miva for not following orders and acting irresponsibly. Trying to justify himself, Miv went over in his head suitable words to somehow smooth over the awkward situation. Remembering how Puck had walked towards the portal alone, Miv tried to explain what had happened without making the situation worse. Right before the entrance, he stopped Pa, and the guy, hearing the stranger's voice, turned around in surprise, not understanding what had happened. Handing over his business card, Miv introduced himself and explained that he was acting on behalf of the DGB, hoping to get a response. Without saying a word, Puck walked through the portal, completely ignoring Miwa, leaving him completely bewildered. In a rush, Miv began to justify himself, claiming that Pa had disappeared in a second into the portal without responding to his words. The president clenched his fists and became angry, not even wanting to listen to Miwa, who still hoped for understanding and forgiveness. Suspecting something was wrong, the president asked how long it took Pa to clean up, and Miv admitted that it was exactly 4 days. With annoyance in his voice, the president said that if Pa entered the dungeon alone, then the cleanup would take 8 days. Completely confused, the boy couldn't believe that Pa dared to enter the 5th-level dungeon alone, considering it almost suicide. From the backseat of the car, Songwei intervened in the conversation and asked when her brother would finally introduce her to Park. Hearing the girl's voice, the guy cursed again, deciding that she was too intrusive and did not know how to wait. Meanwhile, Puck stood on top of a pile of dead orc bodies, carefully scanning the surroundings, waiting for new threats. At the same moment, the system reported that points had been awarded, but 3 units of combat experience were missing to reach the level. Hearing a strange sound, Puck became alert and turned towards the pile of bodies of slain orcs. A suspicion flashed through the guy's head that perhaps a living orc remained under the bodies of his kinsmen who had fallen in battle with him. Without hesitation, Puck activated his search ability, and his eyes instantly lit up, searching for his target. Scanning the space around him, he noticed one orc, who turned out to be alive and lying among the dead. Without wasting any time, Puck took up a fighting stance, focusing on his target and preparing to attack his opponent. Jumping up, Puck raised his axe with force, heading straight for the orc and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Seeing the enemy, the orc froze in horror, not having time to dodge or react, since everything happened instantly. With a powerful blow, Puck cut the monster apart, and its body flew apart with a roar, scattering into pieces to the sides. After the battle, the system notified that 23 development points had been received, increasing the boy's combat characteristics. Clutching the bloodstone in his hands, the boy watched as the system offered to open access to a new hunting ground. Having confirmed the notification that appeared, Pa agreed to the opening of the new hunting zone without thinking about the possible risks. A map appeared on the screen, and the system immediately asked to indicate the exact location where the hunt was planned. Without hesitation, Pa selected the Suho clan's lands on the map and pressed confirm, completing the territory assignment procedure. After seeing the description of the selected zone, the guy noticed a note about a hybrid and assumed that it might be about Peku. While Pa was concentrating on choosing a hunting area, hostile orcs began to approach his position. The system suddenly asked him to assign a summoning command, displaying the appropriate field on the screen. Frowning, Pa stared questioningly at the screen, not understanding what exactly was required of him. With angry cries, the orcs rushed towards the guy, clutching weapons in their hands and preparing to attack. Ignoring the danger, Pa considered which team would be best to be assigned to the hunting area. The heavy stomping of orc feet came very close. A huge orc growled, baring his teeth and flashing his eyes. Hearing the noise, Puck turned around anxiously, trying to determine the source of the approaching threat. Raising his palm, he decided to activate the ability to summon beasts, focusing on magic. Electric discharges burst from his hands like lightning and flashed towards the advancing monsters. Noticing the flashes, the monsters stopped attacking for a moment, standing in indecision. The wolves began to approach Puck, and he, without lowering his hand, made sure that the call really worked. Without waiting for further action from Puck, the orcs rushed into the attack again, swinging their heavy axes. A pack of wolves and a flock of birds rushed towards the orcs at the same time, filling the battlefield with chaos. Without hesitation, Puck ran after the wolves, remembering past battles on a distant planet with 2 moons. The thought was spinning in my head that today I needed to tame at least 100 animals to fill the list. At this time, there was a party going on in one of the nightclubs. The music was loud and the youth were dancing and having fun. After drinking a little, the DGB president complained to his friends about the sad atmosphere and ordered them to call the girls. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated, interrupting the conversation and attracting the guy's full attention. After accepting the call, he heard the familiar voice of Miwa, reporting important news about Paka. Not believing what he heard, the president asked again, and Miv repeated that Pak had returned from the dungeon. The angry boy screamed, not believing that Pak had completed the cleanup in just a few hours. Changing the subject, men again reported that Pak had entered the dungeon, and the president, not believing it, asked his assistant again, not understanding how the guy could go without rest. According to men, a saleswoman at a nearby store claimed that Pak does this regularly and returns every 2 hours. Looking at the phone screen, he mentally accused Miva of stupidity and refused to believe what he said. Meanwhile, Songgui's phone rang while she was resting on her exercise mat at home. After answering the call, the girl calmly listened to her brother and agreed to carry out his instructions. At the same time, Pak fought fiercely with the orcs, accurately directing his blows at them and not allowing them to get closer. Dexterously spinning his weapon, he threw aside parts of the monsters' bodies, protecting his own position. Hearing a strange sound, Pop froze with a dagger in his hand, peering closely into the darkness. Shouting loudly, the boy commanded the animals to immediately return to Earth and retreat. Pa wanted to fight further himself. One after another, tamed wolves began to jump into the portals that appeared, leaving the dungeon. There were corpses of monsters everywhere, but the survivors continued their attack, and the wolves disappeared into small portals, discouraging the attackers. Suddenly, arrows rained down from above, and the orcs screamed in pain, losing their balance and falling in different directions right under the heavy fire. Without wasting any time, Puck transformed into a dove and flew up into the air as arrows continued to rain down on the orcs, piercing their bodies. Avoiding the hits, Puck rose higher, and the orc archers continued to shoot while he cast a strange spell in flight. The archers kept shooting upwards without stopping their attack, and he, like an arrow, suddenly rushed downwards, heading straight towards the orcs. Spinning quickly in the sky, he watched the monsters as they tried unsuccessfully to hit him with arrows. Feathers from his wings flew out as Puck lowered himself closer to the archers, aiming directly at their positions. Landing with force, he activated his ability and summoned a powerful tornado that swirled the air into a destructive vortex. Returning to his original form, Puck extended his hand forward, and the orcs' bodies rose into the air, spinning inside the tornado. The spirits of the forest, like lights, began to circle around the guy, but his attention was drawn to strange movements a little further away. Suddenly, a huge orc jumped down from the tower above, heading straight down to meet Paku. While the rest of the orcs were spinning around in a whirlwind, Pak jumped up and rushed forward to meet the huge orc. With a thud, the monster landed on the ground, appearing directly in front of Puck at a short distance. A huge orc with 3 red glowing eyes stood right in front of Puck, ready to attack. Without further ado, Pa decided to transform into a gray wolf and cast the necessary spell, concentrating the power on his body. A glowing ball appeared above one of the wolves, through which a current ran, and the beast howled, swirling in its energy vortex. Having completed the transformation, Puck became a gray wolf, and the orc at that moment already raised his blade, preparing to strike the first blow. A bright red glow filled the orc's eyes, an evil look accompanied by the utterance of strange words in his incomprehensible language. Feeling danger in the enemy's voice, Puck became irritated, because he did not know the language of the orcs and rushed to attack. Without a second's hesitation, Puck punched the orc right in the eyes with all his might, causing thick blood to gush out of them in a sharp, profuse manner. Under the onslaught of force, the orc fell to the ground, and streams of blood continued to flow from both eyes, staining the ground beneath him. Feeling a surge of energy, Puck activated the tornado element again, creating a huge whirlwind in front of him, and the orc's body began to slowly rise. The boy watched the orc hovering in the air in amazement, not believing that the power of his element was capable of such a powerful effect. A powerful tornado spun the orc higher and higher, and Puck, using the moment, jumped sharply to crush the enemy from above. The boy fell at full force onto the orc, using his mass and gravity to increase the force of the blow and inflict maximum damage on the enemy. With a deafening roar, the orc's body fell down, stones and dust flew up, filling the air with a thick, murky curtain. Among a pile of scattered stones, the orc lay motionless, only making hoarse, intermittent sounds from his bloody mouth. Jumping up again, Puck prepared for the final blow, with only one goal in his head, to finally destroy the enemy. With a jump from above, Puck slammed the orc's head into the rocks. The bones cracked from the force of the blow, and the body finally went limp with no signs of life. Still in wolf form, Puck carefully removed the bloodstones from the orc's heart area, and the system immediately issued new points. Standing over the body of the fallen enemy, Puck heard a message from the system that a portal had opened nearby and would close in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, several orcs began to approach from different directions, moving quickly and without the slightest noise. Without wasting a second to fight, Puck rushed forward towards the exit of the portal, leaving the enemies behind him. Running into the arch, he heard the sound of footsteps. The orcs began to pursue, and the guy hoped that he would be able to run before the portal closed. Inside the fenced enclosure, a pack of wolves watched as Puck mentally addressed the system, activating the taming. Raising their weapons, the orcs almost caught up with Puck, and the boy glanced at the wolves, hoping that they would join him in battle. Running alongside, the wolves quickly understood Puck's intentions, and he, encouraging them, called them to jump into the portal together in the hope of replenishing their pack. In the small portals, the wolves began to disappear one after another. The jumps were accompanied by flashes, and the space around began to vibrate. Having made sure that the pack had almost left, Pa himself approached the exit without looking back, because the orcs had fallen behind and could not catch up with him. Having crossed the portal's border, he felt strange vibrations in his body, as if every cell was reacting to the magic of the space transition. Returning to Earth, Puck once again assumed human form, his body slowly recovering from his long stay in the wolf's body. To his dismay, Puck realized that the side effects of transforming into a wolf were significantly different from the effects of Peku's combat form. While checking the interface, he realized that if he returned to the hunting ground again, he could improve its level and tame more animals. Suddenly, a girl appeared right in front of him, and her appearance surprised Puck, because he did not expect to see anyone nearby. With a warm smile, she asked if he was really that same Park Suho, because the girl had so dreamed of meeting the hero. The girl caught Puck off guard with her question, and he stood there confused, not knowing what to answer. Seeing Puck and Songwei looking at each other, people started talking about them, assuming that they were dating. The crowd smiled as they watched the boys with admiration, and Miv stood among them, watching the proceedings closely. Calling the president, Miv reported that Park had finally met with Songwei, adding that their meeting had aroused great interest among the watching crowd. In the car, the president did not believe that Miwoo had managed to find Park, and asked if that same guy was really with Songwei now. Telling something to Park with a smile, the girl made him smile, and Miv, watching, reported to the director that Songwei was making progress in communication. Laughing, the guy said that Park was also a guy, and he liked girls, so their successful meeting with Songwei was predictable. Taking Park's arm, Songwei led him into the cafe, while the people around continued to watch them, discussing their behavior and making assumptions. Smiling, The director said that this was exactly what he expected from Songwei and ordered Miwoo to keep an eye on the couple until he himself arrived at the meeting place. Driving through the night city, the car rushed forward, and the guy ordered the driver to speed up in order to quickly get to the cafe where Pa and Songwei were. With loud music, the cafe attracted a crowd of customers at the entrance, who made noise and discussed what was happening, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon arrival, the president asked Songwei in bewilderment where Pa had gone, not understanding how he could have disappeared so quickly, leaving the girl alone. Songwei silently cried with her head down as the boy tried to understand what had happened and why she was left alone in the cafe. Sitting at the table, Songwei said that she came with Pak, but he quickly left, saying that he just wanted to wet his throat. Enraged by the girl's words, the boy began to shout, not understanding how Pak could do such a thing and leave Songwei alone. Covering her face with her hands, the girl cried and said that Pak called her weak, adding that he did not like her. The guy asked in surprise if the girl had been using anything, trying to understand why Pa had reacted so sharply. Jumping up from the table, the girl screamed that she hadn't used anything, leaning her hands on the table and looking at the guy with resentment and determination in her eyes. Leaving in anger, the girl shouted to Miwa and the director that she would become a hunter, and they looked after her in surprise, not expecting such a reaction. After asking Miwa what happened, he heard that Park told Songwei to be strong, which caused her emotional reaction. Noting with tension that the situation was critical, the boy tried to comprehend how everything could have gotten out of control so quickly. Recalling that there are awakened women in the clan, the president asked to clarify who exactly he was talking about. Recalling Kim Mi-jin, Miv said that she is A rank and is good at dealing with monsters, offering her as an example of a strong woman for Park. Clutching his head, the director called Miwa's proposal terrible and asked where Park was now, trying to figure out how to fix the current situation. After answering that the boy had gone into the dungeon again, Miv saw the director clutch his head, realizing that things were not going according to plan. Suddenly pointing his finger towards the portal, Miv announced that Pak had returned, and the president turned around in surprise. Having appeared on the street, Pa began to carefully examine everything around him, as if he was there for the first time. Smiling, the guy was immersed in his own thoughts about the hunt and the upcoming cleanup of the portal, completely distancing himself from what was happening. The president, not hiding his surprise, could not believe that Pa had returned so quickly, and Mung noted that only a few minutes had passed. Shouting for Miwa to follow him, the director rushed towards Paku, not wanting to miss him again like the last few times. Running out of the cafe, the director called out to Pa at the top of his voice, hoping that his cry would reach the guy and he wouldn't decide to disappear again. Hearing the screams in his name, Pa turned around in surprise, not understanding why someone was so persistently trying to stop him. Out of breath from running, the director offered to talk to Pak for a bit, but he didn't understand what the strangers were going to talk to him about. Smiling, the director reached into his pocket, intending to introduce himself and show his business card, hoping to incline Pak to talk and trust. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Pak disappear into the portal again, not even bothering to listen to him to the end or answer anything. The boy looked after him, confused, not understanding why Pa had behaved so strangely, and silently watched the figure disappear. The president asked Miv with annoyance if the boy had really ignored him, and Miv quietly confirmed that that was exactly what had happened. Growing increasingly irritated, the president began to shout and curse, while Miv tried to stop him without making the already difficult situation worse. Still angry, the boy pointed his finger at the portal and asked how Miv could not notice that Pak simply ignored him. Suddenly, a calm voice and approaching footsteps were heard from the side, breaking the tense silence. The president turned around irritably, wanting to know who had dared to interrupt them, and Miv also turned around in surprise. Secretary Chong approached them slowly and confidently, accompanied by his personal guards. Miv bowed to greet Secretary Chong, and the president also showed respect by making a polite gesture. With full confidence, the secretary declared that there were too many extra eyes in this place and asked the president to stop shouting immediately. Watching from the sidelines, people discussed whether Sayo DGB was really that angry at Park for blatantly ignoring him. Laughing at the president, people considered the guy stupid and were sure that he was still capable of many reckless and thoughtless actions. Hearing the ridicule from the outside, the guy immediately realized that he was in trouble today and his plan had failed. Having calmed down, the president admitted that he was clearly unlucky today, and Secretary Choi suggested that he take a rest and promised to take care of everything himself. With tension in his voice, the guy stated that initially he was the only one in charge of all matters in this area and made key decisions. In convincing him, the secretary assured him that the president had done a great job and would definitely get another opportunity to get closer to Pa. Surprised, the boy asked again if the secretary was really telling the truth, and Choi confidently confirmed his words. Finally giving in, the guy said that he was taking his leave and no longer intended to interfere in matters concerning Pak today. Leaving with Mev, the president left the cafe, and Secretary Choi remained standing with the security in complete control of the situation. The president was angry and admitted that he was very tired of Secretary Choi and no longer trusted him. After receiving a call from the chairman, the secretary replied that he was currently at the entrance to the dungeon and was waiting for Pak to appear. Puzzled, the chairman asked the secretary if Jung had really done something strange again and was causing trouble. Changing the subject, Choi said that what was more important was that Pak's dungeon clearing abilities far exceeded their expectations. Smiling, the chairman agreed, saying that was why they continued to invest so heavily in Pakistan. Suddenly, Pak's silhouette appeared in the portal, and everyone immediately turned their attention to him, sensing a change in the atmosphere. Seeing Pak, Secretary Choi turned around in surprise, not expecting the guy to come out of the dungeon so soon. Studying the data, Pa noted that he had already tamed 100 beasts and would be able to tame another 200 at the second level of hunting. After thinking about it, the guy decided that that was enough for today, since he was already very hungry and felt tired. Suddenly seeing the man, Park suddenly fell silent and stared at him, while Secretary Choi continued to watch silently. After greeting Pak, the secretary stood next to the guards, and Pa was surprised that he had recently become very popular among people he did not know. After introducing himself, the man identified himself as Choi Dae-moon, secretary of DGB, and Park asked in surprise for the name of the company. Remembering the guild, Puck asked if they really ran the dungeon he was in, and the secretary confirmed it. In explaining, the secretary said that he had come to apologize for an incident that had happened quite recently and had caused a lot of concern. Surprised, Pa asked again what incident Choi was talking about, since he did not understand what exactly they were talking about. To clarify, Choi replied that it was the case when the guy accidentally ended up in the 5th level dungeon, and Park remembered it. Surprised, Park asked why the secretary was only apologizing now, and Choi explained that they had been preparing more than just a verbal apology. Not understanding, Pa asked again what it meant, not only verbal apologies, not understanding the secretary's words. In a calm tone, Choi said the company intended to thank Park for everything he had done for their area. Not considering his actions to be special, Pa looked at the secretary in surprise, not understanding such gratitude. Continuing to speak, the secretary noted that thanks to Pa's actions, the price on their territory had risen sharply, but the guy remained silent. Filming everything on their cell phone cameras, people noticed how attentively Park listened to Choi and did not interrupt him, putting forward different versions of what was happening. Delighted, Choi said that they had prepared something for Pak and invited him to continue the conversation at the restaurant. Hearing this, Pak was delighted and said that the idea was excellent because he was indeed very hungry. Approaching the cars, Choi noted that everything was already prepared, and Park approvingly assessed the appearance of the cars. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the Suho clan's office was glowing with lights, and spirits were swirling, filling the space with magic. Having arrived, the guys got out of the car. Khan summed up the good day. Jan noted that he had not eaten lobster for a long time, but today he was full. In his reasoning, Zhang admitted that he understood monks who didn't drink, but he felt sorry for Zhang, who had been driving all evening and hadn't relaxed. Supportively, Khan said that it would be more convenient with a driver, and men suggested simply hiring someone reliable. Suddenly frightened, Khan tensed up and cursed, abruptly cutting off the conversation, greatly surprising the other boys. Looking at Han with concern, Zhang asked what happened and why the boy was so scared. Holding the box, Han admitted that he had forgotten about the meeting with the guild candidates, and Zhang couldn't understand how he could forget about such an important matter. Remembering that he had to go to the construction office, Meng was also nervous, since he and the team were going to eat lobster again the next evening. Confirming that there would be lobsters every day, Khan picked up his phone and was surprised to see that the entire chat was filled with curses. Looking at Zhang in surprise, Han asked if the guy shouldn't be looking for new clan members himself, but the guy tried to find an excuse. Zhang shrugged and said that he didn't even have a license, and that his guild documents still listed him as a doorman. Hearing this, John was very surprised, Han asked his friend for forgiveness, and Men suggested applying for a review tomorrow. After thinking for a bit, Zhong decided that tomorrow was the best time to submit an application, and the guys reminded him that the guy would be entering a period of difficult raids. Feeling guilty, Zhong began to apologize, but the guys quickly calmed him down, assuring him that Pak, as the leader, would definitely solve something. Seeing his father, Gen Wu, ran into his arms, and his grandmother walking next to him, looked at the children with a smile. Jumping into his arms, the boy happily hugged his dad, and Khan, holding the box, greeted his grandmother warmly. Frowning, Sukja asked where the boys had been for so long, and Han explained that they had been resting, holding out a box of lobsters as a gift. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Pak ate his fill and admitted that the food was excellent. Secretary Choi was glad that the guy liked everything. Suddenly, Pak said that it was all too much, with expensive meals and modified SUVs costing 300 million won each. Looking at the boys seriously, Choi stated that Park risked his life for them, and it was too inappropriate here, reminding him that there were other gifts as well. Meanwhile, the guy caught by DGB intelligence was begging in panic to be killed immediately, unable to bear the fear and shame. Frowning in surprise, Pa asked again about the gift, deciding that the apology was not just a reason to throw a fancy party. Noting this, Secretary Choi praised Park's excellent sense of humor, although he looked a little puzzled. Putting aside his emotions, Pa asked what exactly they wanted from him and why everything was so sudden. In a serious tone, Secretary Choi stated that their company wanted to partner with Suho's guild on a permanent basis. Explaining everything, the secretary said that Seoul is divided into 12 sectors, but DGB does not have its own due to the lack of 6th-level commands. After clarifying this, Park noted that the situation was bad for his image, and the secretary confirmed, saying that CO's pride was especially hurt. After apologizing, Park said he did not want to be a representative of one of the 12 sectors and preferred to remain on the sidelines. Smiling, the secretary explained that he was not proposing one of the existing sectors, but was proposing to create a new 13th one together. Not understanding what Choi meant, Pak asked in surprise about the creation of the 13th sector. Explaining, the secretary said that sectors are created around 6th-level guilds, but even they can no longer handle 7th-level dungeons. Continuing, Choi explained that people are afraid of new cataclysms, and Park clarified that this will change with the opening of the new sector. Assuring him, the secretary said that people would flock to the new sector, housing prices would rise, and Suho's guild would give them hope. Looking at the boy carefully, Choi explained that Suho's guild had many problems, and the boy looked at him in surprise. In his arguments, the secretary added that Suho had no money, workers, or experience, so the guys would handle the raids and DGB would handle the organizational issues. With suspicion, Pak clarified that the company had resources, but they needed the power of the guild to implement the idea of the sector. Explaining further, the secretary said that they saw potential in the guild and asked Pak's opinion on whether his guys could handle it. Thinking about the team, Pak admitted with a little sarcasm that he didn't know how they would cope with raids. Continuing persistently, the secretary insisted that Pa would not find a more reliable partner than their company DGB. As Pa pondered, he thought that the company could monopolize the territory by filling everything around with dungeons. Realizing this, Pa realized that the guild would not be able to manage it and began to consider Choi's offer to be quite profitable. Putting his finger to his lips, Pak said that he would think about it, since the creation of the 13th sector would not be completed quickly. At this point, he fell silent, and Secretary Choi thanked him for his willingness to listen and consider all the conditions. Feeling tense, Choi recalled being told that Park was a simple-minded glutton who loved gifts, and began to doubt that the gifts were not enough. Getting up from the table, Park said that it was too late, and it was time for him to go about his business, leaving Choi alone. With a slight smile, Choi noted that the boy might have forgotten, but they had one more very special gift. Turning around, Pak looked questioningly at the secretary, clearly not understanding what was being discussed. Taking a sip from his glass, the secretary admitted with a smile that finding this gift had been quite difficult and expensive. Confused, Pak didn't understand what exactly Choi was talking about or who they were actually looking for. Without hiding his pride, the secretary reported that their intelligence had found the president of the old Yongari debt company. Hearing this, Park was very surprised, and Choi explained that officially the president died during the arrest, but now he is completely at Park's disposal. Without emotion, Park said that this was good news, because the man had done a lot of harm to his brother and Park himself, and told the company to deal with the guy as they saw fit. As he left, Pa added that the president would have died during his arrest anyway, and wondered why they even took him out of the dungeon. Looking at Pak in surprise, the secretary asked if the guy really didn't want to see the one who had caused him so much pain and suffering. Waving him off, Pak refused, saying that it was too much even for him, and ordered him to be thrown back into the dungeon. Hearing this, the secretary was even more surprised, not expecting such a cold and indifferent reaction. Looking at his phone, Pak told them to wait a bit as he wanted to check something before leaving. At the same time, Jung was playing with his son at home. The boy was laughing, his father was joking, and the guy was trying to dodge and make the child laugh. Suddenly, the phone rang, and looking at the screen, Jung saw Pak's name, immediately realizing that he was about to hear serious and important information. Continuing to strangle his father, we wanted to continue the game, and Jung, without pushing his son away, accepted the call, trying not to frighten the child. Hearing Pak's voice, Jung listened in surprise and did not understand the rush, and the guy told his friend to urgently come to the specified coordinates. In a confident voice, Pak confirmed that Jung had to come right away and the matter could not wait. Overhearing someone wanting to see him, Jung was speechless, his face frozen, not knowing how to react. As he got into Choi's car, Park said he would send Jun the address and told him to remember to take his pills before the meeting. While the boy was holding his father, Jung asked in surprise what kind of company DGB was and why he hadn't heard of it. Once in the car, Pop buckled up and Choi politely wished him a safe journey and good luck in the upcoming business. With a smile on his face, Pa said that his comrade would handle everything himself and he would take care of other things. Nodding obediently, Choi assured that Park could always turn to them for help, no matter the situation. Having driven away, the car with Pak disappeared into the distance, and Choi, together with his guards, silently followed him with a long and attentive look. At this time, the DGB chairman called the chief of the Awaken Bureau, asking if he was in the office. The boss said he was still in the office, and asked what had happened to the chairman in the middle of the night. In a calm voice, the chairman reported that Secretary Choi had succeeded and thanked his boss for his support. Without understanding anything, the boss said that he simply wanted to return the investment and added that migration would begin. Agreeing, the chairman said that there was an urgent need to restore housing and infrastructure in the Suko area. Looking at him seriously, the boss said that in such conditions, they were simply obliged to help each other, no matter what. At the same time, Jong's car was approaching its destination, and he looked out the window anxiously, not knowing what to expect. After getting out of the car, he found himself near the warehouses and two DGB employees approached him for a meeting. Coming closer, they asked if he was Jong, and the guy nodded reservedly, feeling a slight tension inside himself. One of the staff calmly told Jong to follow him, without explaining what would happen next. Without asking any questions, the guy silently followed, feeling tension and bewilderment inside. The president of the former Yongari company, tied up in a chair, was cursing, screaming that he was hungry, bleeding, and looking completely pathetic. As he approached the warehouse doors, Zhang heard screams and couldn't understand who was screaming so loudly inside the container. Continuing to loudly call for help, the tied man screamed that he was dying of hunger and asked to be fed immediately. Surprised by what was happening, Zhang carefully looked inside the room to see the source of the scream. Noticing Zhang at the door, the guy suddenly became quiet and stared in surprise at the stranger who had entered. Entering the room and looking around, Zhang tried to figure out who this bloody man was in front of him. Still perplexed, the boy sighed heavily, not knowing why Pak had sent him to such a strange place. Recognizing Zhang, a smiling President Yongari called out his name, blood dripping from his nose and teeth missing from his mouth. With a sad smile, recognizing his former acquaintance, Zhang greeted him, not hiding his inner tension. The president immediately wondered why Zhang had come to this strange and gloomy place without any hope of salvation. Zhang responded irritably that he had been called to a meeting without being told who exactly wanted to talk to him. Unexpectedly, the president burst out laughing, unable to contain his violent reaction to Zhang's words. The president noted with a smile that Zhang had not changed at all since their last meeting, but the boy did not understand what he was talking about. Intrigued, the president asked whether Park had come with Zhang to this unexpected meeting. Zhang calmly explained that he had arrived alone and did not even know who would be waiting for him there. Looking coldly at his interlocutor, Zhang asked what exactly the president wanted from him. To be honest, the guy admitted that he would like to ask Zhang for forgiveness for all the evil he did to him. Feeling the tension from the words of the former president of the debt company, Zhang silently continued to listen to the guy. In explaining himself, the president said that when he beat up Jong, his people were hurt by Park, so he lost his temper. In a calm tone, Jong said that all this was long in the past, and there was no point in discussing something that could no longer be changed. After hesitantly thanking him for his forgiveness, the president lowered his eyes, clearly feeling awkward, in front of Jong. The guy stated in all seriousness that he definitely did not send Puck to the 5th level dungeon. Others did that. Without taking his eyes off the president, Jong stared at him, analyzing his every movement and word. With the president anxiously asked to believe him and claimed that an ordinary knocker was not capable of pulling off such a thing. Continuing to remain silent, Jong pondered over what had been said, weighing each word of the boy and the possible consequences. The president confidently claimed that the DGB and the Bureau were behind everything, and that they had simply set up Pak for their own benefit. Confused, Jong asked if the president really didn't understand how serious his accusations were. Hopeless, the president said he was now bankrupt, wandering through the ruins, and was sure he would die alone in that room. Jong said regretfully that this was all sad, and turning to the exit, he asked permission to leave the room. In a panic, the president screamed, begging Jong not to leave, and at least to listen to him until the end. With a pleading voice, the guy asked to get him out of here, reminding him that he had once given Jong money and a job to his girlfriend. Remembering that it was a secret, the president hung his head, realizing that he had let it slip, and felt pathetic. In amazement and disbelief, Jong asked again if the guy really helped his child's mother find a job. Recalling the past, the president said that he once worked at an employment center, and the girl herself came to him for help. One day, he and the guys came to the girl in search of Jong. She was sitting on the floor with little Gui in her arms and crying bitterly. The president then reminded the girl of Jong's debts and noted with regret that he was very sorry that the family was suffering because of the boy. The girl, in tears, held the child in her arms and begged not to kill her, trembling with fear. Grabbing the girl by the face, the president said that she was beautiful and suggested that she change her life. Wondering how the girl could live with such a husband, the president asked what would happen to them next and whether they had any food at all. Then the president offered to help the girl with the work, telling her to think about it and contact him if she agreed. The crying girl remained silent, not responding to the offer, and then again begged the guy not to kill her. Counting the money in his hands, the president said it was easy for women to change their lives if they accepted good offers. Having thrown a document and a wad of money in front of the girl, the president carefully watched her reaction. The girl continued to remain silent and looked at him intently, and he told her to call him back when she had thought about everything she had heard. Finally, the guy warned that if Jong was not there the next time they came, she would be responsible for his actions. Realizing that she was trapped, the girl sighed heavily and cried bitterly, continuing to sit on the floor. An angry Bong screamed, unable to believe that Gui's mother had come to the president for help. Confirming his words, the guy said that the girl came to his office with Jen W. in her arms and begged for a job when Jong suddenly disappeared. Realizing what he heard, Jong felt a strong rage, clenching his fists and unable to contain the emotions that instantly flared up inside him. Remembering how he found the girl's farewell note and was left alone in an empty room with little Gen Wu in his arms, not knowing what to do, Jong felt empty. Suppressing his anger, Jong asked the guy if he knew where the girl was now and if he could find her or at least give her address. In setting conditions, the president said that if Jong let him go right now, he would honestly show where the girl lived. Standing there in indecision, Jong remained silent, making the difficult decision of what exactly to do with this man who had caused so much pain. At this time, Park was driving home, looking out the window carefully and thinking about Secretary Choi's proposal. Pak suddenly received a message from me on his phone, informing him that Dr. Toddler had agreed to meet with him soon. After reading the text message, Pak was very happy, because the meeting with the doctor was an event he had been waiting for a long time. Mi's words about the doctor and how his discoveries marked the beginning of a new era in the field of measurement and science came to mind. Assuming that the doctor might know what this rift between tigers and times was and where it was located, Pak hoped that he would be able to see his friends. When he tried to call Jong, the receiver said that the subscriber was out of network coverage, which caused Park anxiety and confusion. Thinking about his friend, Pak tensed up, trying to understand. Jong suddenly turned off his phone and stopped answering calls. Meanwhile, the car slowly approached Suho's office, passing through a busy area of the city. Looking at his phone screen, Park decided that they should change their route and go to help Jong and inform the driver about this. Wondering where they should go now, the driver looked questioningly at Pak. But the guy clearly explained that he wanted to go back to the DGB container. Meanwhile, Zhang, along with the president of the former debt company, quickly drove away from the container area without looking back. The guy sitting next to him laughed, happy at the opportunity to get away from his tormentors and feel free. Smiling, the president turned to Zhang and sincerely thanked him for his help in saving him from a difficult situation. Focusing on the road, Zhang responded briefly to the thanks and continued driving without taking his eyes off the controls. Moving confidently towards the house of the president of the former debt company, flying past familiar streets and buildings of the city, the car rushed forward. Soon the car stopped at its destination, and the boys started looking out of the windows, noticing the car. On the screen, the GPS navigator showed the exact arrival at the location, and this was confirmation that Zhang had arrived at the right address. The president fell asleep on the way, and Zhang loudly announced that they had finally reached their destination. Waking up from Zhang's words, the guy at first did not understand where he was, assessing the situation around him. Realizing that they had arrived, the guy noted that he had had a good nap and noted that Zhang had a really nice car. He asked with a smile if Zhang had really risen so much that he could now afford such comfort. Zhang remained silent for a while, but later asked if Genwu's mother really lived there, hoping to meet the girl. With a smile, the guy confirmed that Miyun lived here and promised that soon his guys would take the guy to her. Suddenly, guys with batons started coming out of the building, ready for decisive action and not hiding their mood. Expressing no emotion, Zhang silently looked at the approaching boys, trying to understand their motives. Soon the car was surrounded on all sides by guys with batons, and the president shouted loudly at them from the car window. Smiling, looking out of the window, the guy asked if the guys had already settled into their new place and how things were going. The surprised guys asked if their boss from Yongari was really still alive, which came as a surprise to them. Approaching the car window, one of the guys said that everyone thought that the president had died long ago, and the guy replied with a smile that that was almost exactly how it happened. Looking straight at Zhang, another guy walked up to the other car window and asked about the unknown guy. Soon one of the guys recognized Zhang and, shouting to the others, asked the guy his name again to confirm his assumption. Hearing Jun's name, the guy started laughing and being surprised by the new car, not hiding their admiration and skepticism. With a smile, the president said that Zhang wanted to find his wife and asked the guys to help him in this difficult task. Looking through the window, one of the guys asked if he had come for his runaway wife, Mi-yun, not hiding his interest. Pointing to the building, they told Zhang to come out and promised that the girl was right there and he would see her soon. The gate opened and the boys, along with Zhang, headed inside, passing through the building without further ado. Suddenly, one of the boys pushed Zhang from behind, wanting to speed up his movement and push him into the room. Laughing, the boys pushed the guy forward, and he found himself inside the building, preparing for the upcoming meeting with his wife. Starting his search for light, Zhang pulled the switch, hoping that light would appear and help him navigate the room better. When the light came on, the boy covered his face with his hand from the bright light, trying to get used to the sudden change in lighting. Zhang saw a huge piece of equipment in front of him and was surprised, not expecting to find such massive and incomprehensible devices here. Frozen in confusion, Zhang noticed that the girl was nowhere to be found and felt a slight sense of uneasiness and worry. Explaining, the president said that this was a crusher because previously there was a factory for crushing various materials here. One of the boys jokingly said that Mi-yun was in the second grinder, and another added that they had ground many. Hearing suspicious sounds from behind, the guy tensed up, feeling that danger could come from behind. Turning around, Zhang asked again where Genwu's mother was, trying to understand what was happening around him. Immediately, one of the guys hit Zhang with a baton with all his might, knocking him off his feet and throwing him to the ground without any chance of standing. From the impact, Zhang fell to the ground, blood flowing in all directions, spreading across the floor and covering everything around with red spots. The president, enraged, shouted that they had chopped Mi-yun into pieces, expressing his rage at Zhang's misunderstanding. Still lying on the floor, Zhang tried to find the strength to get up, and the president continued to shout that the girl had not thanked them for everything they had done for her. Surrounding the boy, the guys laughed at Zhang and the girl, called her rude names and mocked her, showing complete disrespect for both of them. As Zhang tried to stand up through the pain, he heard the president say that his wife no longer meant anything to them. Taking the bat, the president hit Zhang across the body with all his might, shouting that it was all because of him and Park that they had destroyed his business completely. As he fell into the darkness, Zhang briefly lost consciousness, losing control of his body and no longer feeling the pain around him. As the president swung his baton, the others asked him to calm down, fearing that he might kill Zhang out of rage and madness. Despite the request, the boy did not stop and, filled with anger, swung his club for another powerful blow at Zhang. Having received another strong blow to the stomach, Zhang heard the screams of the guy who wanted to kill him quickly, without giving him time to catch his breath. Smiling wryly, the president asked if Zhang knew how long he had been waiting for the moment to take revenge on him and ruin his life. Covering himself with his hands, Zhang groaned in pain, unable to contain the suffering that penetrated every cell of his exhausted body. Bleeding, he lay on the ground, remembering his difficult past, where pain and suffering left deep wounds on his soul and body. After school, sitting at the computer, the guy thought that the problems would go away on their own, but reality proved the opposite again and again. As he grew older, he continued to sit at the computer, but the nightmares did not leave him, haunted him, and did not give him peace either day or night. Only bloody video games calmed him down, giving him the opportunity to escape from his cruel life and forget about the torment, at least for a while. Only Mi-yoon treated him with kindness, supporting him in moments of despair, when the world seemed gray and meaningless, full of fear. Lost in video games, he killed monsters and screamed at them, releasing aggression he couldn't express otherwise, hidden behind the screen. At this time, Mi-yoon was fast asleep and did not hear his cries, remaining in her own world, far from the pain and fears that tormented the guy. Little Junho slept next to his mother, oblivious to the troubles and storms that tormented his father's heart and mind every day. While his wife and child slept on the bed, Zhang continued to play games, trying to escape from reality and forget about his painful thoughts. Often the girl cried because of his problems, which became more and more powerful and destructive for their relationship. Meanwhile, one of the guys prepared the grinder, saying that everything was ready and all that was left was to wait for the massacre of Zhang to begin. Shouting at the boy to get up since there was no point in beating him anymore, the president claimed that he would soon meet his wife. Opening his eyes, Zhang thought that if he met Mi-yoon again, he would beg her to give him another chance to correct the mistakes of the past. Threatening the boy, the president said that his knees would be broken and he would be sent to the shredder just like his wife. A guy with a hammer approached the president and, having received instructions to begin, prepared to deal with Zhang. Swinging the hammer, the boy told Zhang to grit his teeth, warning him that it would be very painful, but it would be over soon. Bleeding, Zhang said thank you, adding that he now remembered the past that he had long hidden inside and was afraid to accept in reality. At these words, the president turned around in surprise, his eyes wide open, not expecting such fortitude and humility from the exhausted guy. Zhang calmly admitted that he deserved to suffer, but he felt almost no pain from their blows, as if he had protected himself from physical wounds. Suddenly grabbing a hammer, he knocked the guy's hands away with one blow, unexpectedly changing the course of the fight and proving his strength and determination. The rest of the boys and the president opened their mouths wide, shocked by what was happening and unable to believe that Zhang was able to stand up so suddenly. Once back on his feet, Zhang gained strength and confidence that gave him hope for victory and the opportunity to escape from the trap. The shocked guys and the president stood motionless, not believing what was happening and afraid to take a step in the fight against the awakened Zhang. With his head down, Zhang said that after his wife left, he no longer promised himself such weaknesses and did not intend to repeat the mistakes of the past. Feeling trapped, the president and the boys felt fear, realizing that the boy had unexpected abilities and strength. Raising his head, blood was flowing down Zhang's face, but he said that he would not let anyone leave here alive, determined to fight. Realizing that the guy was awakened, the guys with the president started running as fast as they could, and Zhang was bleeding, but did not give up. Taking out his daggers, Zhang deftly swung them in front of the president's face, showing that he was ready for the final battle without fear or hesitation. Feeling fear, the president stood frozen in a daze, unable to move and resist the determination and strength of the boy. With a wild look and a smile, Zhang crossed his daggers, preparing to deliver a fatal blow and end the long fight with his enemies. The president was paralyzed with fear, paralyzed by the horror of the determination and cruelty emanating from Zhang. Swinging the weapon, Zhang delivered blows, each one precise and deadly, leaving the enemy no chance. Running out of the building, the guy screamed in horror, Blood flew in all directions, right out of the open gates of the building. Suddenly, the president's head flew to the floor. Zhang cut it off, thus completing his revenge and restoring justice. Having dealt with the president, Zhang, with a mad look, holding a dagger in his hands, rushed after the fleeing guys, not letting them get away. In horror, the boys ran out into the street, screaming in fear and despair, trying to escape from Zhang's relentless rage. Having deftly caught up with one of the boys, Zhang prepared to deal with him, giving no more chances for salvation or escape. Trying to escape by running, the guys screamed, not understanding where all their snipers had gone, and Zhang deftly dealt with the guys he managed to catch up with. Pointing the gun directly at the fleeing men, the snipers shot all the fleeing guys, destroying the entire group in a matter of seconds. Together with the guys from DGB, Pak stood on the roof of the building and carefully watched what was happening, assessing the situation from the outside. When he looked at Zhang, Pak was filled with admiration because now his brother had become strong and no longer needed his protection and support. After getting off the roof, the driver asked Pa if Zhang was okay, worried about his condition after what he saw with his own eyes. Pak calmly replied that everything was fine and instructed him to deal with legal issues so that Zhang would not have any problems in the future. Looking at the tablet, one of the employees said that most of the people killed were people with negative value, so the authorities will ignore this incident. Meanwhile, Zhang continued to kill the offenders, deftly waving his weapon and methodically striking, leaving no one a chance. With a smile, Pa realized that his brother had finally truly awakened and could now handle everything on his own. Fully focused on revenge and dealing with his offenders, Zhang's eyes were shining brightly. The guy was glad that he was able to defeat his enemies. The news reported that despite the dungeon breakouts and monster attacks, it had become safer thanks to the intervention of forces from Seoul, Busan, and Gwangju. However, people are sure that the guilds cannot cope with the frequent appearance of dungeons and numerous fires throughout the capital and its outskirts. This is causing concern in society, but so far we can only hear joy among the soldiers and positive comments from the officers. With the reinforcements, the cleanup team returned to camp, completing the mission successfully and without casualties among its main team. Not only the two team members emerged victorious, but also the rest, including Hong Se-hye, Choi Soo-yeon, and other fighters from the Vanguard battle group. Mai was indignant when she saw that Choi had successfully escaped from the dungeon, but did not inform her about it. The news broadcast reported on a scandal that turned out to be related to Song Gui, a singer from the group Vitamin and Park. The photos in the episode showed Park next to singer Song Gui, which caused a strong reaction from some viewers and journalists. Seeing the news on the projector at the combat camp, Choi thought that something was really going on between Park and the singer and became nervous. Enraged, Choi thought that Park was frivolous and stupid, although he himself had recently sworn allegiance only to her and expressed a desire to have children. Meanwhile, Lee continued to curse himself as he passed the soldiers, thinking that he could have done better on the last mission. According to the employee's report, it became clear that the same 12 teams had searched for treasure in the dungeon, but had found nothing. Having heard the latest news about the expedition, Mi remained upset and silent because it ended in failure and many wounded. Remembering again what Pa had said about training for 1,000 years, Mi thought that it was as if he had known about the impending danger in advance. In turn, Lee told Choi that Pak does not reveal the secrets of obtaining his skills to anyone, and in this he can be completely understood. Hearing this, Choi couldn't help but shout that Park was not the kind of person that others were trying to portray him as. As she pondered the events, Mi decided that she should come up with a plan to figure out what steps to take next. After some time, she realized that she should focus not on the dungeons, but on Puck himself and his skills. Having called the guy, Mi asked if he had managed to find Zhang's brother, whom he had mentioned earlier in one of their short conversations. After answering, Pak said that he had found his brother, thanked the girl for her concern, and asked about the consequences for a person after being bitten by a necroville. With surprise, Mi asked if one of the boys had been bitten, while the anxiety in her soul was rapidly growing. Meanwhile, Meng was lying in his room on his bed, trying to hold back his screams from the pain of the wound he received after being bitten by the necroville. Despite the time that had passed, the wound did not heal, becoming even larger and continuing to bleed and hurt terribly. In a calm voice, Pat decided to lie, saying that no one had been bitten and that he was simply interested in this topic for general development. At that time, Zhang was writhing on the bed, screaming in pain, and his body began to be covered with red veins, giving off terrible pain. According to me, there were only 38 bite cases recorded in the database, making the situation particularly rare. Intrigued, Pa asked what happened to the people who were bitten and placed under observation. Continuing her story, Mi explained that 48 days later, 2 of those bitten died from leukemia as a result of an exacerbation. Of the remaining 26, they simply went completely bald without feeling any significant changes in their bodies. 7 of them experienced only pain and no other side effects, so they asked to go home. And the 3 awakened F ranks after a few days transformed into necrovillies with a complete loss of human consciousness. Symptoms included fever, phantom pain, and reddened veins, which is exactly what Mina was experiencing at the same time. Gradually, the eyes turned red, and the capillaries around them became more and more visible, pulsating from internal tension. Park anxiously asked whether quarantine was required after the bite to prevent infection of other fighters. In response, the girl explained that in Austria, those bitten are kept under observation, and research is being conducted to develop a new vaccine. Hearing this, Pa realized that some kind of medical experiments were most likely being conducted on the infected guys. In search of help, Pa went to a healer sitting in an old robe near one of the train stations surrounded by fog. The healer carefully wrote hieroglyphs on the boxes, hoping that the magic would work again, just like before. Hearing the extraneous noise, the healer tensed up, sensing possible danger, and froze, not moving. Kneeling in front of him, Pak looked carefully at the boxes standing in 3 rows next to the healer, looking for the necessary medicine. With a slight smile, Pak said his greeting, trying to appear calm, although inside he was very tense. Smiling back, the healer said that he hadn't seen Pak for a long time and asked if the boy needed medicine for his brother again. Refusing, Pa explained that now the medicine was needed for his friend, whose boyfriend had been bitten by a necroville. Hearing Pa's words, the healer became very frightened, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the possible complications. Pak immediately asked if the healer had a medicine that could save him from the necroville bites, because the medicine that he gave his brother that time helped very well. While looking through all the boxes, the healer remembered about the ointment that could heal necroville bites and began to look for it. Handing over a green jar of ointment, the healer assured that this would be enough for healing if used regularly. After reading the title, Pat was surprised, looking at the packaging and trying to remember if he had seen it before. Explaining the instructions, the healer said that the ointment should be applied in the morning and evening, and the effect will appear in a week. Intrigued, Pa asked how much the ointment cost, hoping that the price would be acceptable for purchase. With a smile, the healer said that as a repeat customer, he would give a discount and take 1.2 million instead of 4. Deciding to take some extra, Pa asked if the healer could sell him 10 jars of ointment, and the man agreed. Before leaving, Pak thanked the healer and, shaking his hand, called him his friend, promising to fulfill his duty. Remembering, the healer reminded that if the bitten person is in convulsions, you need to hit him and then the infection will stop. As he walked away with the jar in his hands, Pak felt joy because he had finally found a cure for the infection and had a chance to save his friend. Suddenly, the guards approached the healer, shouting into the radio that it was forbidden to sell anything here without permission. Grabbing his things, the healer in the robe instantly jumped over the fence and ran. The guards tried to rush after him. Having reached the fence and looking down, the guards did not notice the fugitive, not understanding where he could have disappeared so quickly. Suddenly, a raven soared into the sky, and the guards froze, amazed by the unexpected appearance of the bird, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. Meanwhile, in Suho's office, Myung was writhing in pain, his veins red and bulging, the infection spreading throughout his body. The boys watched him tensely through the doors, realizing that Pa was very late with the medicine, and there was almost no time left. Gui was amazed and asked if the monk was becoming a zombie. Khan nodded in response, and John just silently watched what was happening. Screaming in pain, Mung writhed on the bed, his screams echoing throughout the room, his body shaking in unnatural convulsions. On his phone, Khan used his finger to launch some program that he had installed earlier for such difficult cases. Han wondered with fear if he would have to kill his friend, while the guys watched his expression and heavy gaze in shock. Looking at the screen, John asked about the program. Han explained that it was the ultimate weapon, and Gui asked about the button. The boy accidentally pressed his finger on the bright red explosion button without even thinking about what might happen. Suddenly, the light on the phone lit up, and the guys froze in horror, expecting that something terrible and irreversible might happen. The boys continued to stand in silence for some time, holding their breath, afraid that the explosion would destroy everything around them. Meanwhile, Men was still writhing in pain on his bed, searching for the strength to get up. Suddenly, Gui asked why nothing was happening, and John breathed a sigh of relief. Khan laughed and said it was a joke. Disappointed, Gui said that he expected 100 poison copies in Men's body, but nothing happened at all. Suddenly, the boy began to utter strange words, spreading his arms, and the children watched in surprise as his face changed before their eyes. Having shouted to the children, the grandmother called them to dinner, announcing that the soup was ready and getting cold, so that they would come down faster. Meanwhile, Men sat up in bed, still struggling with the pain, his breathing ragged, his body covered in red veins. When Gui saw that Men sat up straight on the bed, the boy was very surprised because a second ago, the guy seemed completely powerless. Running into the room, he shouted that Mr. Monk had stood up, and the rest of the surprised boys quickly followed him. Jan asked with apprehension if Men had become a monster, and Hans suggested that the boy was simply hungry. Hearing a voice from the door, the boys turned around in unison, trying to figure out who exactly had entered the house. Pak walked in with a smile, holding a jar of ointment in his hands, ready to help his friend and stop the consequences of the terrible bite. Screaming in pain, Men continued to become covered in red veins that pulsated and glowed under his skin. Walking up to the bed, Puck punched his friend in the stomach without hesitation, putting all his determination and strength into the blow. The boys stood with their mouths wide open, amazed by Puck's actions, and Gui joyfully screamed in amazement. Meanwhile, the news was reporting from Sapporo, showing Hokkaido Prefecture with a cleared dungeon. The whole world was watching the portal. Helicopters were circling nearby, monitoring the situation, because 12 hours had already passed since the team entered the dungeon. Demanding the speedy return of the heroes, the city's residents went out to rallies chanting the name of Hero and the others who risked their lives to save them. Suddenly, a human silhouette appeared at the exit of the portal, and everyone froze, trying to get a closer look at the figure. The crowd began to shout that the heroes were returning. Perhaps it was Hero himself who was the talk of the world news. Soon a combat group emerged, led by Hero, their faces tired and their weapons covered in traces of the recent battle. It was important for humanity to know that Hero's group had succeeded, although the guy himself was thinking about something completely different. Hero walked forward resolutely as the news reported that it was this group that saved the city of Sapporo from danger. The warriors, dressed as ninjas, followed him obediently and confidently. But suddenly, one after another, they began to fall unexpectedly. Medics rushed to help the group members, who began to lose consciousness one by one after the difficult mission. Suddenly, Hero also fell to his knees, and no one could understand how grueling this mission was for everyone. Hero fell to the ground and lost consciousness, and the news reported that the danger of the 7th level dungeons was no longer in doubt. Hero slowly recovered in a hospital room, hooked up to machines, after the events that left him on the brink of life and death. Akiko sat silently by the bed, patiently waiting for the boy to finally wake up after a long loss of consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hero felt weak throughout his body, unable to even move and not fully understanding what was happening around him. Looking closely at his face, Akiko realized that the boy had regained consciousness and quietly tried to address him. Not waiting for an answer, Akiko screamed louder, still hoping to get confirmation that the guy had really woken up. Slowly, Hero sat up on the bed, covered his face with his hand, and hoarsely asked for water. The girl immediately fulfilled his request without further ado. The guy drained the entire glass in one gulp, feeling the cool water fill his parched throat and give him at least a little strength. Breathing hard, Hero listened to Akiko as she tried to convince him not to blame himself and not to take too much. Hero reluctantly agreed with the girl's words, realizing that perhaps indeed the fault did not lie entirely with him. In a calm tone, Akiko said that it had become known that Pak had been invited to a meeting with Daigo, and she found it suspicious. Feeling confused, Hero had a hard time realizing that the Deputy Bureau of the Supernatural himself wanted to meet Puck in person. Knowing that Daigo was in charge of national defense, and his interest was more important than the attention of the entire Awakened Federation combined, Hero became nervous. Angry at Puck, Hero couldn't contain his irritation, because it was he who was supposed to lead the world forward and embody ideas about a bright future. He had no right to ignore Puck any longer, because after the mission in the 7th level dungeon, Hero lost 7 comrades at once. Trying to maintain an outward calm, Hero understood that throughout his entire existence, he had already lost many close comrades. He himself died hundreds of times, losing the entire world. And even Akiko died again and again. The tragedy repeated itself in Hiro's life regularly. The mere thought of Pak made the boy furious, because he believed that it was he who was to blame for everything not going according to plan. Hiro didn't want to risk his clan and the whole world anymore, thinking that Puck could be up to something terrible and extremely dangerous. For the sake of their common future, the guy realized that he had no other choice and simply had to destroy Pak before it was too late. In desperation, Hiro turned to Akiko, hoping for understanding, and she looked at him carefully, trying to understand the guy's thoughts. Having no choice, Hiro asked Akiko to find a ship to get to Busan as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, realizing what exactly Hiro had asked her for and trying to understand why he needed it. It was dawn at Suho's headquarters, and sunlight streamed through the windows, waking Jong and reminding him that a new day had begun. He grabbed his head sharply and felt a strong pain that did not subside, preventing him from concentrating and causing him to suffer from malaise. While hanging out the laundry on the balcony, the grandmother heard complaints and advised not to get drunk at night, ordered to get up and be sure to have breakfast. In response to his grandmother's words, Jong only laughed, expressing his disdain and calmness towards the current situation. Taking the license from the nightstand that confirmed that Jong could be a mercenary, the guy felt proud of his success. In another room, Khan was working on his laptop, focused on the process and oblivious to what was happening around him. Noticing that after the secret of Pak was revealed, the views on the channel dropped sharply. But despite this, they managed to get 1 million subscribers. Khan was happy. Feeling incredibly successful, the guy couldn't believe that he had 10 million won in his account. But at the same time, he believed that a lot depended on connections. Staring at his laptop screen for a long time, Han considered how the ability to gain the trust of a strong person had become a useful skill for him. Suddenly, the door swung open and Jong walked into the room, causing Han to turn around in surprise and look warily. Keeping a slight smile on his face, Jong approached and asked what he was doing, assuming that the guy was having fun again. Indignantly, Han asked Jong to knock before barging into his room, which irritated him greatly. Having asked where Yan could have disappeared to, since he had not been seen since early morning, Jong offered his friend breakfast. Without looking up from his laptop, Khan replied that John was currently training, and that he himself would soon finish work and come down for breakfast. Not far from the office, refining his movements and moving with concentration according to a given pattern, John trained holding a sword in his hands. Slowly closing his eyes and concentrating on the attack, John tried to clear his mind of all unnecessary thoughts in order to improve his accuracy and reaction. Feeling his body filled with energy and opening his eyes, the guy prepared to deliver a crushing blow to the targets. With a powerful lunge, Jan rushed forward, deftly cutting through the stumps placed around as training targets with his sword. Carefully monitoring the technique of movements and the effectiveness of each technique, Jan practiced various techniques and lunges. Using a chopping blow, the guy was able to cut through a thick log with one precise swing, without wasting a second of time. Having completed the attack, John landed smoothly in a stance, maintaining balance and not disturbing the line of movement of the body. Jan silently scolded his own slowness, realizing that such delays could be dangerous in a real fight. Jan was surprised to see how the previously cut-down trees began to recover, as if they had the ability to regenerate. With a new surge of strength, Jan again rushed into the attack, putting all the accumulated tension and anger into a heavy blow. When deciding to use the ability to cut, Jan understood that failure was unacceptable, and everything depended on his abilities. At this time, Gui was riding on a wolf with the monk's children, and ahead of him, fast deer were running along a forest path. During the game, the children tried to catch a deer riding on a wolf, and the loser had to collect 100 apples. Not lagging behind, the elephant and Peku raced after them, making every effort to catch up with the other participants in the fun game. At the same time, a meeting between Pak and the monk took place near the old temple, where silence and peace reigned, despite the unpleasant events that had happened earlier. Looking at the building, Pa asked the monk if everything was ready, worrying that the temple would collapse at the most crucial moment. Smiling, the monk assured the boy that the temple was built securely and promised to warn him if any problems arose. With folded hands in prayer, the monk and the women thanked Pak for helping them find shelter and restore the shrine. In the distance, children on wolves could be seen, quickly approaching the temple, cheerfully shouting and laughing as they went. A noisy pack of wolves with children rushed past Puck and the monk, raising clouds of dust right in front of them. Glancing at Gui, Puck noted that he had never seen the boy so genuinely happy before. I vividly recalled the times when Gui suffered from loneliness and avoided any communication with other children. During games on the playground, mothers would pull other children away from Gui, forbidding them to approach or talk to him. Suddenly, a woman next to the monk announced that it was time to feed the babies, and the monk invited Pak to join him for dinner, but he declined. Carefully, Pak asked if Meng's condition had changed or if he had gotten any better since the poison had spread throughout his body. While telling the story, the monk said that Men had been delirious before, but now he can train and has an appetite, while the guy looked in the mirror. After being infected, one of Men's eyes glowed red and became noticeably deformed, giving his face a creepy and unfamiliar appearance. His bald head exposed his scalp, and around one eye there was a scar resembling the shape of a star. He remembered the ridicule of children who called him a bald monkey, humiliating him at every opportunity. Believing that Men was the son of a witch, the children cruelly attacked the boy, not knowing that he was an orphan. Realizing that he was very different from everyone else, Men closed himself off from the world and fenced himself off within the walls of the orphanage. One day, a master appeared before the boy and offered to go to the temple together, giving Menu hope for another life. He remembered the tragedy when, during an attack by monsters, he lost his master and was left completely alone. That night, he cried bitterly and for a long time, unable to come to terms with the sudden and painful loss of the man who had once saved him. With determination, Meng confessed to Pak that it was at the moment of his mentor's death and the burning of the temple that he experienced true hatred. The guy confidently said that it was the first time he decided to commit murder, and he did not regret the choice he made. He vividly remembered the battle with the orcs, where he fought with rare courage, sparing none of his enemies and not thinking about faith. I remembered the brutal blows delivered with fury, each attack aimed with precise anger straight at the monsters. Resolutely, one after another, Men killed the orcs, their bodies flying apart from each blow. Then he voluntarily stepped onto the path of sin to feel the heat that burned inside, not knowing where it would lead. After the battle, another monk approached him, watching from the sidelines and not rushing to speak, seeing the fury in Men's eyes. Men looked at him with confusion, not realizing the reason for the guy's appearance at such a gloomy moment. In an uncertain voice, the monk expressed gratitude to Men for saving him, because without him, he would have died in that dungeon. Pak listened attentively and silently to Men's story, feeling tension inside because of his friend's difficult fate. Unexpectedly, Men said that rebuilding the temple helped him overcome his hatred and return to life. Men said decisively that he now had a completely new goal that he would follow. Pak looked at Men with concern, trying to understand what exactly his friend was talking about and what was behind these words. Watching from the side, Yan, Han, and Gui could not understand what was happening to Men and what was being discussed at all. Suddenly, Meng activated his power and landed in a fighting stance next to the bed, surprising everyone. A powerful burst of energy shattered the glass, and the shards flew at the boys, who barely managed to cover themselves with their hands in surprise. Shouting that he would set foot on the path of hell for the sake of the disadvantage, Men was resolute, and his eyes shone with a frightening light. Watching what was happening, John and Gui were confused, and Han declared that now they had two madmen on their team. In the tense silence, Pak continued to stand silently, not interfering in what was happening, watching Men's actions. Suddenly, a grandmother ran into the room with her legs in her hands and screamed, asking who dared to take out a weapon in the house. Everyone pointed at Mina in unison, but the guy resolutely managed to jump out of the window, smashing it into small pieces. Recalling the incident, Meng looked into the cracked mirror, oblivious to the people around him, while the call for dinner was coming from outside. Struggling with himself, Men looked angrily at his reflection in the mirror, as if trying to find himself in the past. Like a madman, he began to laugh to himself, not realizing what was really happening to him and what would happen next. A full moon shone over the calm sea, illuminating the shore where heavy waves crashed noisily against the dark coastal rocks. A boat appeared in the distance, quietly gliding along the water, and the light from the lantern softly dispelled the darkness, illuminating its path in the silence of the night. On board, Hiro and Akiko sailed through the wind and waves towards Paku, the girl wrapped in a cloak, and the guy stood proudly, not paying attention to the cold. After some time, Akiko announced that they had reached Busan and the long sea journey was finally over. On the shore, the boys were met by drivers with flashlights. Akiko explained to Hiro that they would continue their journey by car. With anger and determination, Hiro thought about the imminent meeting with the druid, because it was for him that he came to this place. Meanwhile, the Suho clan was discussing whether the monk had left the room, since he had angered the old lady and broken the window. But Meng never showed up. At breakfast, Zhong said that Secretary Choi had called about Pa's construction, and that tomorrow they would be given a detailed map, after which they would begin to develop the city's infrastructure. While eating a chicken leg, Park asked Jun to look after Choi in his absence, and the boy confidently agreed. Watching what was happening, John suddenly became interested in where exactly Puck was heading. Continuing to chew, Puck replied that he was heading to England to meet with Dr. Toddler to discuss important matters. Surprised by his friend's plans, Khan noted that the trip was impossible for now, while the others sighed heavily in anticipation of the guy's absence. Looking up from his meal, Pa asked in surprise why the trip had to be canceled. While chewing, Khan explained that all sea routes and flights are currently closed, which is why travel is impossible in the near future. Hearing this, Pak was very surprised and confused, not understanding what to do next in this situation. Explaining, Zhang realized that the guy hadn't heard anything about the chain of breakthroughs and the capture of airspace by wyverns and the seas by other monsters. With interest, Pa asked his friend to tell him more about the events related to the breakthroughs and seizure of airspace and seas. Showing the news on his phone about the wyverns' airspace takeover, Han explained that they were currently flying over Pyeongganam-do and heading to Shanghai. The next news item told of sea creatures with octopus tentacles that had not yet been discovered. Surprised by the boys' stories, Zhong asked if Pak could get to the place on his own, without planes or water transport. Confirming, Pak explained that he only turns into a dove for 10 minutes, but Jan noted that this was definitely not enough time to get to England. With annoyance, Pak regretted that he could only transform into a dove, because he clearly could use stronger and more powerful wings. Having resigned himself, Pa asked how much longer he would have to wait for the transport to open, while Jan thoughtfully searched for an answer on his phone. After finding the information, Zhang reported that the Chinese army was fighting the wyverns, and experts estimated that it would take about a month to open the routes. Even more embarrassed, Pat realized that a month was too long a period, and the doctor would hardly agree to wait for him that long. Suddenly, Khan happily looked at his phone and said that there was a quick way to get to England without using regular transport. With surprise and slight confusion, Pa asked what method was being discussed and whether it could really work under the current conditions. The others listened with interest to Khan, who told them that Pa needed to tame the awakened golden eagle in order to get to England. Imagining the huge bird in front of him, Pa wondered where he could find the awakened golden eagle in the conditions of closed borders and dangers. Trying to find the video, Han explained that the bird lived in the Korean demilitarized zone, and Park asked why there. In explaining, Khan talked about a wildlife survival channel, where one video showed giant creatures awakening, including a golden eagle. After some time, Pa and Han were heading towards the demilitarized zone at high speed, hoping to find the awakened golden eagle there. Pak calmly said that Han had nothing to do anyway, but the guy was indignant because his eyes were flowing from working with the channel. Tears flowed without stopping. As they continued driving, Pa noted that his friend should be happy, because after today's shooting, there would be more work, and Han sighed heavily in response. Meanwhile, Hiro and Akiko were driving towards Paku, slowly approaching the designated place. Having asked the guy to sleep, the girl reminded him that it was still 10 hours to Seoul, but Hiro flatly refused to rest. The girl cautiously warned that if their actions became known, a huge scandal would break out. Confirming, Hiro noted that this would lead to an interethnic conflict, and the girl wondered why Pak was not caught officially then. Hiro said with irritation that he didn't have time for that, and it would be easier to eliminate the guy himself. In the car, the navigator showed a route with a red zone, which was located directly in front of them on the way. As they continued driving, Akiko explained that the Necroville red zone was 1,200 kilometers away, so the route would have to be changed. Meanwhile, the Suho clan's car reached the Adriatic zone and stopped in the dense thickets nearby. Suddenly, a huge black boar with brightly glowing red eyes appeared in front of Khan. Having encountered the beast, Khan froze in amazement. The animal looked at him intently, and Pa asked him how he liked the beast. With eyes full of terror, Khan admitted that the animal looked incredibly strong and dangerous. Meanwhile, the boar was preparing to attack Khan, and Pa asked what else the boy could tell about the beast. With a tense voice, Khan noted that the boar seemed to be intolerant of the presence of people nearby. While the beast did not take its eyes off Khan, Pa loudly declared that he wanted and must subdue this boar at any cost. Seeing that the boar was preparing to attack, Khan, in horror, turned to the beast with a request to wait and not attack. Ignoring Khan's words, the boar rushed forward, kicking up dust with its hooves and trying to hit the guy. Screaming in horror, Khan began to run, trying to escape the rapidly advancing boar. Running away with all his might, Khan tried to escape the attack, but the boar was rapidly approaching from behind, giving him no chance of escape. Out of fear, Khan crashed into a tree trunk, and the boar immediately hit the same trunk, trying to catch up with the guy. Terrified, Khan clung to the tree trunk and begged the boy to save him, while the boar thrashed about at his feet below. Suddenly, the boar broke the tree trunk with its sharp tusks, knocking it to the ground and causing a rumble through the dense undergrowth. In horror, Khan clung to a fallen tree trunk as the boar slowly and inexorably approached closer and closer to him. Han closed his eyes in fear and desperately asked for help, hoping that Pa would hear his call and come to the rescue. Feeling a strange slime on his face, Han opened his eyes in surprise, trying to understand what was happening around him. Seeing a huge black hare approaching, Khan suddenly jumped up and ran forward, escaping from the unexpected threat. While the hare was calmly watching him, Khan, running away, suddenly realized that he was trapped and there was no longer any escape route. Suddenly, a boar blocked the path from the other side of the road, and Khan froze in place, not knowing what to do next in this hopeless situation. Finding himself surrounded by the animals, Han asked the watching pack in surprise if they were going to eat him, and his friend replied that it looked like they weren't. Exhaling with relief, Khan lowered his head, trying not to look toward the animals and gradually coming to his senses. Pointing to a huge black hare, Han asked Pat to remove it, explaining that the animal's red glowing eyes frightened him greatly. Suddenly, a small portal opened right in front of Khan, into which the hare immediately jumped and disappeared from sight. Looking at the boar that was still standing in front of him, Han asked Pak why he hadn't disappeared like a rabbit. Mounting the boar, Pat declared that he would give them a ride and would be given the name Yukajan, and Han reacted with surprise to his friend's decision. Riding a boar, Pak moved deeper into the Adriatic zone, and Khan followed him on a wolf, worried about the transformations. But Pak assured his friend that he was only slightly changing the nature of the animals. Unable to calm down, Khan continued to worry, and Pa explained that he would never transform animals that were stronger than himself. Continuing on his way, Pa asked if the hare was really that scary. Khan replied that it was not very, but upon hearing that the animal was stronger than him, he was immediately disappointed. With fatigue, Khan noticed that they had already found 2 strong animals, but still had not found the golden eagle, not understanding how much longer they would have to wander around here. As he approached the top of the mountain, Pak agreed with his friend and noted that finding the golden eagle was the most difficult task. Taking out his phone, Pak decided to contact Mi's manager to get the information he needed that would help them in their search. Picking up the phone, Mi asked in surprise how exactly she could help him at the moment, not understanding the purpose of the call. With interest, Pak asked where Choi was now, since he had not been able to contact her for a long time on important business. Mi calmly replied that Choi was currently in the Genbook area and was fine, so Park didn't have to worry. After inquiring, Pa asked if Mi could connect him with the girl now so that he could talk in person and clarify important details. Meanwhile, panic reigned in the center of Genbook. Monsters suddenly attacked the city, creating chaos and destruction everywhere. Sitting in the middle of the street and carefully watching the indicators on the monitor, the sergeant loudly called the captain to tell him important news. When relaying the information, the sergeant said that there were 10 minutes left before the portal exploded, and Choi asked again in surprise, not believing what she heard. Choi shouted in irritation that they needed to retreat immediately, since the request for an airstrike had been sent a long time ago, but no one had received a response yet. Suddenly, the sergeant was told that an airstrike was impossible and the artillery was not working, which caused him to be very surprised and begin to panic. The sergeant cursed, not understanding why they had reported it so late, and grabbed his head, and Choi, hearing this, also grabbed her head and sighed heavily. After saying that the third group would be there in 10 minutes, the sergeant added that Pernie Kim Dongwa's squad would arrive in about 15. After hearing the information from the sergeant, Choi screamed in anger, realizing that she would have to contain the spiders herself. The helicopter flew up and dropped rescue ropes, and the sergeant and his men shouted to Choi that none of this mattered, and that they had to retreat immediately. Enraged and considering the others to be cowards, Choi screamed at them to pack up their equipment and get off the battlefield immediately. Hearing the boys shouting that this was why they called her a witch, Choi didn't react, but took out her phone, noticing an incoming call. Answering the call, the girl calmly introduced herself as the captain of the 11th Reconnaissance Group, giving her name. Sitting on the boar, Pak heard the girl's voice and greeted Choi, noting that they had not spoken for a long time. Hearing a voice that seemed familiar, Choi was very surprised and asked if it was really Park calling her. In a calm voice, Pak said that he needed to find the golden eagle and asked if her people could help him with this. Choi gritted her teeth as she felt a strong anger wash over her, making it impossible to contain her emotions. Calling the guy a maniac and screaming, Choi abruptly hung up, and Park moved the phone away from his ear from the unexpected scream. Looking at the phone, Pak thought, not understanding why the girl called him such a sharp name, and cut off the conversation. Turning to Han, Pa asked how asking for a golden eagle could be related to love, and Han thought about the unexpected question. Seeing something strange ahead, Han asked Pak if he noticed anything unusual on the horizon. In the distance, deep in the forest visible from the mountain, huge clouds of black smoke rose, disturbing the tranquility of the surrounding nature. Looking at his phone screen, Han spoke in surprise about the starfish. Not understanding why they suddenly appeared in the news, Pak was surprised to ask what kind of starfish he was talking about and what Han meant, not understanding how this was connected to the forest fire. The news reported that a dungeon of starfish had broken through and were rapidly moving towards the Ganwon-do area. Pointing to the phone screen, Han explained that the creatures shoot fire and then explode themselves, and Pak studied the information with interest. Unable to believe his eyes, Puck realized with surprise that the starfish continued to cause harm even after their own death. Hearing a strange noise, Khan turned around anxiously, trying to understand the source of the sound and control the situation. In surprise, Han shouted to Puck that birds were approaching them, trying to make out their silhouettes. The boy looked over his friend's shoulder in surprise. Suddenly, a flock of black birds flew towards the boys from all sides, surrounding them in a ring and not allowing them to move. Finding himself in the midst of a cloud of black feathers swirling around him, Pa was more surprised by what was happening than afraid of them. Noticing how quickly the fire was spreading through the forest and approaching them, Khan shouted that they needed to leave here as quickly as possible. Looking into the distance, Pa thoughtfully watched the fire, wondering what to do next since the search for the golden eagle had not yet yielded results. Having engulfed the forest, the fire spread rapidly, raising thick black smoke over the mountains, blocking out the light and the sky. Taking flight, the forest animals tried to leave the burning forest, trying to escape the impending danger. Panicked, the deer, bears, and wild boars rushed about, not knowing where to run to avoid the fire and smoke. Watching this, Han and Pak stood on the top of the mountain while Han's wolf howled and the black birds continued to circle above them. Seeing the animals running out of the forest, Pa assumed that they could have been the ones causing the fire. The frightened animals quickly ran out of the thick smoke and fire, which had almost reached them and was forcing them to run without looking back. Hearing the strange noise, Han froze in amazement, while Pak silently watched what was happening from the side. Large birds suddenly appeared in the sky, and Khan shouted that the golden eagle they had been looking for was flying overhead. Among the flock of birds flew a huge golden eagle, deftly flapping its wings and attracting attention with its majestic strength and beauty. Seeing the eagle, Pak smiled, realizing that this sight looked very impressive, causing him admiration and joy. As the eagle spread its wings wide, Pak turned to the system to study the characteristics of this powerful and rare bird. Noting the excellent performance in naming the eagle Yem Suri, Pak decisively declared that this bird would now become his companion and assistant on the way to England. News was circulating on the internet about a forest fire in Gyeongwon, that suddenly ended after a major natural disaster. Experts said a natural storm destroyed the fire along with the arsonist starfish. Han watched the news on his laptop, thinking it was nonsense while sipping his drink, and realized why no one was watching it. Seeing that the video had loaded completely without errors, Khan smiled widely, anticipating the reaction of viewers to the footage. As Khan pressed the play button, he was glad that now, thanks to him, people would finally be able to learn the truth about what happened. Flying over the fire, a drone with a camera recorded how the huge flames quickly engulfed the forest and turned trees into smoldering debris. Trying to escape the fire, the animals ran in panic in different directions, bumping into each other and losing their bearings in the smoke. Using the tornado skill, Puck sent a whirlwind straight into the fire to extinguish the flames and give the fleeing boars a chance to survive. After pausing the video, Khan began reading with interest the comments from viewers, full of surprise and admiration. Upon learning of 400,000 views in a second, Khan screamed with joy and couldn't even hold back a smile from the overwhelming emotions. Continuing to record the events, drones with cameras hovered above the forest, filming the aftermath of the tornado and the chaos among the fleeing animals. Losing consciousness immediately after using the skill, Pak fell between the rocks, and Han ran up to him to check on his condition. Deciding not to show the moment of loss of consciousness, Han cut out the fragment with Pak, believing that it was not worth sharing his partner's weaknesses. Sitting at his laptop and thinking about editing, Khan wondered what would happen if he made a short video and posted the controversial fragment separately. Hearing someone call out to him from behind, the boy turned around in surprise, trying to figure out where exactly the voice was coming from. Walking out onto the balcony with a drink in his hand, Khan noticed guys standing outside under the balcony waiting for him. Surprised, Khan asked if the guys were really going into the dungeon and received an affirmative answer that a second-level dungeon had opened nearby. Smiling, Jung noticed that there were 3 empty seats left in the car, and they could take 3 more people with them. Laughing, Han asked if the 2 of them couldn't handle the second-level dungeon, hinting that it was not a difficult task. Noting that Han had the most skills, Jung asked him not to be lazy, and John added that the monk was already sitting and waiting for them in the car. Reflecting on the trip, Khan decided that the guys had spent all their money on buying skills, because small groups require complete versatility from everyone. As he left the balcony, Khan shouted that he would come down to them a little later because he wanted to upload an important video to the channel first. The video showed monsters terrorizing the land, wyverns attacking and shooting down planes, creating chaos in the sky and on the ground. Gradually, people lose control over the sky, buildings collapse around them, and hope for salvation gradually fades. Creatures with tentacles have appeared in the seas, attacking and destroying everything in their path, causing fear in people. Despite everything, the mighty Pak remains adamant and continues to move forward, not allowing anything or anyone to stop him. Having finished taming the golden eagle, Pak said goodbye and entrusted Khan with the care of the house before setting out on his upcoming journey. Having climbed to the edge of the mountain, he concentrated, turned into an eagle, and quickly soared into the sky, ready for new challenges. The hero's adventures continue, new trials and discoveries await him, and his determination and courage do not leave him. Meanwhile, Akiko and Hiro finally arrived at one of the hotels in Seoul. The guys, tired after a long journey, were resting and preparing to meet Pak. After watching the video with Pak, the girl stopped the recording and sighed heavily, realizing that Pak had gone to England. She was amazed and could not believe that the boy had actually gone to England to see Dr. Toddler, despite all the obstacles. After the shower, while drying his head, Hiro noticed the gloomy expression on Akiko's face and immediately asked what happened. Akiko angrily stated that it seemed like Park was no longer in Korea and their plans had suddenly changed. Not understanding what they were talking about, Hiro looked at the girl in surprise and Akiko handed him the laptop, offering to watch the video himself. After watching the video, Hiro's eyes widened in amazement, shocked by what he saw on the screen. Having transformed into an eagle, Puck soared into the sky and headed to England, which caused Hiro great irritation and even curses. The thought was running through Hiro's head that if Puck came from a more distant future, he probably knew all of his plans and secrets. Filled with anger, the boy thought that Pa was deliberately avoiding meeting him, and this only increased his irritation and anxiety. Hiro's gnashing of teeth spoke of determination. He was sure that if Puck was avoiding the meeting, then he needed to catch him before all his plans were completed. Seeing Hiro's distress, Akiko said that they couldn't wait for Puck to return from England because time was running out. With bitterness in his voice, Hiro promised that he would bring Puck to the light and make him answer for all his actions. Akiko asked with a surprised look how Hiro intended to do this, since Puck's plans were unknown to anyone. With determination, Hiro replied that he was going to use provocation to bring Puck out of the shadows and get a meeting with him. In the form of an eagle, Puck continued to fly towards London, while the blue sky stretched above him, and there was still a long way to go. Breathing heavily, he thought that at this rate, he would not reach London anytime soon. But he could no longer speed up. He had almost no strength left. Looking at the system message, Park noticed that the transformation into Gemsuri had a time limit set in advance by the system. Seeing that the fire ability was active, Pa was surprised because he didn't see it right away, as he lost consciousness after using the tornado to stop the fire. Suddenly, a notification appeared that there were no more than 60 seconds left until the end of the current transformation into Gemsuri. Realizing that he would have to stop, Pak sighed heavily and cursed, angry at the restrictions imposed by the system. Meanwhile, in the deep forest, a frightened bull was racing away, trying to escape the hunters chasing him on a motorcycle. The two hunters continued to chase the beast through the thicket, racing over tree roots and bushes, raising dust. As they sped along the forest path, the driver shouted at Chulyan not to waste bullets by only shooting when he was completely confident. Without slowing down, the bull sped up, desperately trying to escape the shots that whistled nearby again and again. Noting that he had hit it 3 times, Chulyan was surprised that the animal was still alive, and the driver said that the gas could run out right in the middle of the chase. After asking the uncle to drive closer to the target, they closed the distance to the bull, and the uncle shouted for the guy to finally shoot the animal. Taking aim with his rifle, Yen cursed and shouted at the beast that the end was coming for him, confident that the bull would no longer be able to escape. Having determined the exact trajectory, he pulled the trigger and fired with a dull click straight at the fleeing animal. The bullet hit the leg, and the wounded bull, in shock, only sped up, kicking up dust with his hooves as he continued to rush along the forest road. While catching up with their prey, the men argued with each other, not understanding where to aim to finally stop the stubborn beast. Suddenly, Yen noticed something strange in the sky and cried out in surprise, pointing to something strange in the treetops. A shadow passed in the distance, and the hunters saw a huge bird falling from the sky, breaking through the branches and disappearing into the foliage. Uncle John's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a giant bolt of lightning lash the ground, illuminating the forest with a bright flash. The fleeing bull happened to be right in the area where the energy struck, and with a dull moo, he was hit by the discharge. From the powerful impulse, the animal's body rose into the air, spinning like a toy, and the animal did not understand what was happening. Without hesitation, Yen and his uncle rode into the thicket, steering the motorcycle along the path to where lightning had just struck. Without saying a word, they stopped, left the motorcycle nearby, and, holding their weapons, carefully moved toward the source. Surprised, Yen tried to find out what it was, but his uncle was not interested in the reasons. He wanted to finish the matter with the bull. As they approached the rocks, the hunters slowed down because there was an unsettling energy deep in the forest that made them uneasy. A strange sound ahead made Yen open his eyes, trying to understand its source, and began to listen to the dull vibrations in the air. Suddenly, a huge ball of energy appeared in front of them, hovering between the stones, emitting sparks. Both men stopped abruptly in fear, and the uncle asked with horror in his voice what kind of object it was and why it appeared here. Hearing a strange cry, Yen thought of a man, but his uncle decided that it was an alien and ordered his nephew to keep his weapon ready. Suddenly, the portal flared up, and a hand suddenly appeared from inside, looking absolutely human. Frozen with weapons in their hands, the men watched what was happening in complete stupor, not understanding how to react. Rising from the ground, Pa held his head and decided that he could have died from such a powerful landing in the forest thicket. When the men saw the man appear, they were very surprised, but they did not loosen their grip and continued to aim at him. While Pak was coming to his senses, John shouted, not believing that he was human, but Yen was already absolutely sure of it. Inquiring about his origins, John asked if he was North Korean, but Pa asked again in surprise, not understanding the question. In a serious tone, Pa introduced himself and asked the names of the men and what they were doing in the middle of the forest with weapons in their hands. After introducing himself, Kim Chul-young was surprised at how the boy was able to survive after falling from such a terrifying height. Smiling, Pak admitted that he had experienced severe pain and asked the men where they were now, since he himself was completely disoriented. Explaining the situation, the men said that they were now in Sinuiju and the Yalu River was nearby, and Pak was very surprised to hear this. Noting Pak's speech, Yon said that his accent was like that of a southerner and asked why the guy fell out of the sky. Rubbing his head, Pa explained that he was simply flying and fell. Yen was surprised, and John silently watched what was happening. After thinking about it, Yen came to the conclusion that the guy must have been very awakened since he was able to survive in such a situation. With doubt in his voice, Pak said that he himself did not know, although he was confident in his own strength and ability to fight. Uncle John leaned over slightly and asked if the boy was traveling alone or if he had any comrades who could help him along the way. Without hesitation, Pa replied that he had comrades, but at the moment he was traveling alone, and the men listened to him attentively. After making sure the boy was okay, the uncle said they would not detain him and would continue chasing the bull they were pursuing. Looking at the grass and bushes in the clearing, the men realized that the bull was somewhere nearby, and Pa silently watched them, not interfering in the process. Assessing the terrain, Pak tried to figure out whether he had flown in the right direction or in the wrong direction from England. While looking for his phone in his pocket, the guy realized that he had lost it somewhere during the flight, and now he would have to look for it in an unfamiliar area. Deciding to use reconnaissance, Pa activated the skill, and his eyes began to glow blue, searching for the phone. Finding the device in the grass, he walked towards it and picked up the phone from the ground, being careful not to miss any damaged parts. After examining the phone, Pa noticed that the screen was broken, the device would not turn on, and now he would have to look for another way to communicate. Standing on the mountainside, the men noticed the motionless body of a bull below and immediately began to descend down the rocky path. At the foot of the mountain, a bull lay without signs of life. The men continued to descend with caution, trying not to slip. Cursing during the descent, John said that the bull survived the bullets, but died from one blow from Pak. Yen asked his uncle to go more carefully. With interest, the boy asked if they really would have to cut up the carcass right there, and his uncle confirmed his fears. Having gone down to the bull, the men prepared to begin butchering, because without meat the villagers could go hungry. Suddenly a voice came from above, and the men turned towards Pak, who was standing at the top and had attracted their attention with a loud call. Holding the broken phone in his hand, Puck asked if they happened to have a phone with a blood crystal, since his device broke on the way. The boy reluctantly replied that there was only one phone, and the uncle shouted at the boy to watch his language. Surprised, Yen wondered why his words caused such a reaction from his uncle, as if he had said something terrible or dangerous. The uncle explained with concern that there were children and women in the village, and he was afraid that the awakened one might harm them. After his uncle's words, the guy immediately began to apologize for his harsh expressions, realizing that he had gone too far. Suddenly, Pak jumped down, holding the carcass of a huge bull above his head, as if it was no effort at all. Seeing what was happening, the men were stunned with surprise and could not utter a word, frozen in complete silence. With a smile, the guy asked them not to be surprised and promised to help in exchange for a phone to use later. Following behind the men, Pa silently carried the bull, and they whispered about his strength and said that ordinary weapons would not help here. In a whisper, Yen suggested to his uncle that they first take the bull to the village, because the people there were suffering from hunger and needed food. Uncle John looked at the boy seriously and asked if he had forgotten what the awakened had done to them in the village last year. The boy remembered with horror how they introduced themselves as nomads, and then called their friends and slaughtered everyone in the village. Looking at the men, Pot wondered what they were always chatting about and whether they really weren't planning on going anywhere further. Yen called out cheerfully that they were coming, and Uncle encouraged Pot to follow them, but his anxiety did not leave him. The men got on the motorcycle and prepared to ride, while Pak stood aside, calmly continuing to hold the bull's carcass in his hands. With slight doubt, Yen asked his uncle if the boy would be able to keep up with the motorcycle if he carried the carcass of a bull in his hands. Turning around with annoyance, Yen sighed and admitted that it was indeed a pity to leave such a large and valuable bull. Having started the motorcycle, the guys rode ahead, and Pa remained with the bull in his hands, looking questioningly after them with slight bewilderment. With a sharp cry, John told Yen to forget about the bull, adding that if they went down to the river, they could easily find another one. Suddenly, Pa appeared next to the motorcycle, holding the bull's carcass in his hands as if not feeling its weight or fatigue. When the men saw him, they froze with their mouths open and couldn't believe what was happening, completely forgetting about controlling the motorcycle. Suddenly, Pak shouted for the men to be careful and attentive. They should watch the road ahead. Looking questioningly at Pak, the men did not understand what the guy was talking about and why he was so worried about them. Suddenly, the motorcycle flew straight down the mountain, and Pa and the bull flew alongside, managing to maintain their balance in the air. The gates surrounding the village were broken. Smoke was rising from all sides. People were whispering, trying to understand what was happening. Noticing a motorcycle in the distance, people rushed towards it, shouting that it was Uncle John, and wondering if there really was a bull running after him. Looking more closely, the people noticed that someone was running nearby with a bull in his arms, while the men, together with Pa, approached the village. Stopping nearby, the men got off the motorcycle and the children ran towards them screaming, while Pak stood to the side with the bull. Seeing the broken gate, John asked in horror if something serious had happened in the village during their absence. In a panic and with bandaged heads, people ran towards Uncle John, trying to explain what had happened and ask for his help. The men asked in surprise what had happened. Uncle asked where John Moon was, and Pa watched quietly, remaining behind the entire group. While telling the story, one of the boys said that everyone had gone to save Hayayon, but the uncle still couldn't understand what exactly had happened in the village. Enraged, the uncle began to demandingly ask what had happened, insisting that the boy immediately tell all the details of what had happened. Starting his story, the boy said that they were suddenly attacked by a winged beast, and his uncle could hardly believe what he heard. After hearing the story, Pak became interested in the description of the monstrous creature and did not take his eyes off the storyteller. Continuing the story, the guy explained that the beast killed many people, sowed chaos around, and could even spit fire, which scared the men even more. Despite all this, John Moon was able to organize everyone and get the people to safety despite the danger around them. Suddenly, John Moon heard Hayayon crying and turned around in horror to see why the girl was crying. When the girl saw the beast approaching, she screamed in horror and began calling John Moon for help. A huge dragon was approaching her from behind, spewing flames, and the girl was crying and screaming, fearing for her life. In an instant, the dragon grabbed the girl, soared into the sky, and flew away with her in an unknown direction, leaving everyone in complete horror. Having finished his story, the boy fell silent and the uncle remained silent, trying to comprehend every word, frowning with anger. Angered, John asked where exactly the beast had taken Hayayon, demanding an immediate answer so he could figure out how to save the girl from danger. Explaining the situation, the guy said that John Moon took a few people and went to look for the girl, so it would be better for them to just wait for now. Even more irritated by the boy's words, John shouted, demanding that he immediately tell where the dragon had taken the girl. Pointing to the side, the boy said that the dragon had flown away behind the mountain, and now John Moon and his people were heading there to try to save the girl. Without a second's hesitation, John got on his motorcycle and immediately went to the rescue in order to save the girl from the clutches of the terrible dragon. Suddenly kneeling before Pak, Yong asked the awakened southerner to help them search for the girl. With tears in his eyes, Yeon begged the boy to save Hyeon, promising that he would never forget this kind and brave act. Briefly and emotionlessly, Pa replied that he would help them, showing neither joy nor displeasure, merely confirming his decision to help. With tears in his eyes, Yeon looked at Pak and did not believe that the guy actually agreed to help them search for Huyeon. Standing on the bull's back, Pa asked to give him the phone in exchange for saving the girl after his return. Suddenly, an energy ball began to appear above the guy, and Yen, seeing this, froze in complete amazement, not believing his eyes. In an instant, Pak turned into an eagle and soared into the sky, spreading his wings wide as if ready to embrace the entire world. With surprise and fear, people stood frozen in amazement, turning to Yeon with questions about the boy and trying to understand who the stranger really was. Looking at the boy in amazement, Yen told the people that he was an awakened southerner, a young nomad with extraordinary strength. Flying away towards the mountain, Pa left Yeon with thoughts of him as the king of beasts, powerful and domineering among all living beings. At this time, a huge bear, opening its mouth, suddenly attacked the people, frightening them with its ferocious roar and threatening their lives. Seized with horror, the boy screamed and ran with all his might, trying to escape from the bear, which was rapidly approaching him. Seeing his friend being chased by the beast, John Moon screamed at the top of his lungs, begging him to run as fast as he could while there was still time. Having lost his balance because of the rock, the guy suddenly flew down the slope, not even having time to realize what was happening. Without slowing down, the bear chased after him while the boy continued to roll down, unable to stop his fall. In desperation, John Moon called out to Kang Chul, hoping that his friend would hear his voice through the noise and be able to escape the bear's clutches. Rapidly rolling down the mountain, Kang Chul raised clouds of dust and huge stones behind him, trying to slow his fall with his hands, but nothing worked. As soon as he touched the ground, the boy saw a bear's paw in front of him, which hung over him like a heavy shadow. With a powerful blow, the beast threw Kang Chul aside, blood gushed out, and the others watched in horror, clutching their weapons in their hands. Enraged to the limit, John Moon rushed to the attack to take revenge on the beast for injuring his friend, along with the rest of the guys. The bear opened its mouth wide and growled furiously, frightening even the bravest of the attacking men with its appearance. Having struck with its second paw, the beast scattered people along the slope, not giving them the opportunity to attack. The wounded bodies flew to the sides. Seeing the beast attacking furiously and his friends flying away, John Moon shouted to Mansob to retreat immediately. Having surrounded the bear from all sides, Mansob still doubted that they would be able to defeat the beast, and John Sun did not understand why they should run away. Looking at the terrible enemy, John Moon shouted to the others to be more careful, because the beast could attack at any moment. Suddenly jumping forward, the bear threw the people with its body, scattering them along the slope so that they were unable to get up. Clutching their wounds and screaming in pain, the boys began to understand that they would all soon die if they continued to fight the dangerous beast. With the last of his strength, John Moon rose from the ground and decided that it was too late to save Hyeon, deciding that the dragon had eaten her long ago. As the beast with glowing eyes approached, John Moon realized that there were 4 survivors left and they would not be able to defeat the beast. Swinging his paw back for another blow, the bear reminded John Moon that they had only one way to escape. Escape. Suddenly, Mansob shouted at John Moon to retreat, but the man was frozen with fear and could not even move. Raising his huge paw, the bear released his claws and prepared to deliver a crushing blow right in front of him. Feeling the mortal threat, John Moon froze and could not move away, realizing that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, someone hit the beast hard, knocking it off its feet, and John Moon watched in amazement. In the form of an eagle, Pak threw the beast back with one blow. John Moon did not understand what was happening and why the bear was falling. Noticing the guy, John Moon's eyes widened in shock, not understanding how this was even possible and where the rescuer came from. Watching from the side, the other awakened ones froze, not understanding who was in front of them and what would happen next. Calmly lowering himself down in front of the guys, Pak aroused delight and interest. The guys whispered and asked who this stranger was. Not believing their eyes, the boys were surprised that it was a man and not an eagle, and John Moon asked the name of their rescuer. Without introducing himself, Pak said that he was fulfilling Sul-yeon's request and asked where the girl was. With regret, John Moon explained that they had failed to save the girl. The beast had carried her off to the mountain, and no one knew where its nest was. The men sighed deeply as they told how the bear had taken them by surprise, and Puck listened with interest, watching the others. Seeing the many wounded, Pa handed over a bottle of potion and ordered to use it right away. Taking the bottle with amazement and gratitude, Mansob noticed how rare and expensive this potion was. While asking again about the girl, Puck did not notice how the bear approached from behind again, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Feeling a threat behind him, Puck turned around and delivered a powerful kick with all his might straight into the bear's torso. The impact caused the beast to lose its balance and fly off straight down the mountainside, while Pa enjoyed his victory. Without wasting any time, Pa continued the fight, jumping on top of the beast and delivering several powerful kicks. With a roar, the bear's huge body fell to the ground, blood flying everywhere, and Pa hurried towards the beast to complete his plan. Watching the fight with the bear, John Moon and the other awakened ones could not hide their surprise at the strength and agility demonstrated by Pak. While the beast lay motionless, the system suddenly notified Pa of the bear's characteristics, its strength and fighting abilities. Approaching the beast's face, Pak kicked it with his foot, and from the expression on its face, he realized that the bear was only pretending to be dead, hiding its strength. Hearing a familiar voice, the bear opened his eyes and looked suspiciously at Pak, continuing to lie motionless. In a serious voice, Puck ordered the beast to rise, bow its head, and follow him, taming the animal. Without hesitation, the huge bear obediently sat down in front of Puck, completely submitting to the boy's will and calmly awaiting further instructions. Watching what was happening, the men froze in complete shock, not understanding how Paku managed to subdue such a strong beast with just one word. The system notified that the target was ready to follow Pak. He named the bear Ilgom and understood why the beast was angry. The dragon took his land. The guy said decisively that in that case the beast knew where the dragon was, and now they would go and take revenge on him. Hearing this, the bear, anticipating retribution, stood up and growled threateningly, standing next to Pak and waiting for an order. Suddenly, a motorcycle with Johnson drove up. The man stopped and hurried to meet the other men. Seeing his friend, John Moon asked why he had come. But for John's son, nothing mattered. He was only interested in the girl's whereabouts. Sadly, John Moon tried to find the words to explain to the man that he couldn't save Hyeon. Turning to the men, Pak firmly promised that he would return the girl, but asked in return to fulfill the promise he had made to him earlier. Shocked by the guy's words, John Moon watched silently, and John's son was surprised to recognize Pak and the stranger. Shouting to the bear to lead him, Pak took off and rushed towards the mountain, determined to save the girl from the dragon. The bear moved forward with wide leaps. Pak followed him, and the others remained behind watching them. To speed up, Pak decided to turn into an eagle again, and an energy ball instantly appeared near the guy's body. A moment later, he grew wings, and flapping them, Pak flew into the sky, watching the others standing on the ground. Amazed that Pak was capable of not only taming animals, but also turning into one of them himself, the boys watched him go, and John's son hoped for his success. Kneeling down and folding his hands, John Sung began to pray to the higher powers, begging them to help Park save Hyeon. Meanwhile, on the top of the mountain, among the sharp rocks, a huge entrance to a den gaped, hiding an unknown danger inside. In the depths of the cave, a huge dragon was dealing with a deer. The bones of previously killed animals lay around. In the very corner among the remains sat a frightened Hyeon. She was trembling and trying to hide behind a pile of bones. Crying, the girl called for her father and hoped that someone would hear her desperate cries from the darkness and come to her aid. As the dragon devoured the deer, it growled viciously, keeping its gaze fixed on Hyeon, preparing to deal with its next victim. Feeling this terrible gaze on herself, the girl looked into the monster's eyes with horror, unable to move. Having finished his meal, the dragon growled and opening his mouth began to approach the girl, preparing to attack. Screaming and trying to cover herself with her hands, Hyeon desperately hoped to be saved and that the monster would not harm her. Suddenly, a bear appeared near the entrance to the den and distracted the dragon's attention with his growling. The dragon turned and rushed at him, making a terrifying sound that shook the rocks around him. Growling in response, the bear rushed to attack, opening its mouth and demonstrating complete readiness to fight the enemy. They quickly approached each other, the animals reducing the distance between each other with every second. A golden eagle hovered in the air above them, watching the battle closely and preparing to intervene at the right moment. Before the dragon reached the bear, an energetic light appeared in front of him, preventing him from moving further. In this light, Puck began to transform back into a human, smoothly descending to the ground in front of the dragon. The system informed him that in front of him was a young wounded wyvern, its jaws open in fury in anticipation of battle. With claws for hands, Puck tried to strike, but the wyvern deftly bit his wing, preventing the attack. Breaking free from his opponent's grip, Paku managed to hit him in the neck several times, causing serious damage. Grabbing the creature by the throat with his sharp claws, the guy began to strangle it, applying maximum effort. Gathering all his strength, he threw the wyvern's body towards the exit of the cave, where an explosion occurred from its fiery breath. Under the impact of the explosion, the wyvern, with some damage, flew beyond the den and began to fall from the mountain. As she fell, she still managed to grab hold of the protruding rocks with her claws and desperately tried to hold on. All this time, the girl sat in the corner of the den, frightenedly watching what was happening and not believing in her salvation. Approaching the girl, Pak promised to save her, but asked her to stay put and not move until his return. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked who he was, not believing that anyone could defeat the dragon. Meanwhile, the wyvern began to climb back up the mountain with its last strength, clearly not intending to give up. Without answering the girl, Puck ran outside and transformed into a bear to fight again, realizing that the wyvern's strength exceeded his own. In order to tame a wyvern, the wyvern's body integrity had to be reduced to 10%, and the system informed Puck of this. Watching the creature, Puck was confident that he could cope and fulfill the system's conditions without killing the wyvern completely. Running his tongue over his teeth, the boy felt determined and wanted to tame the creature at any cost, despite the danger. Approaching the wyvern closely, he suddenly delivered a powerful blow with his right fist straight into the opponent's bony lower jaw. Flying to the side, the monster spewed flames again, and the system immediately showed that the integrity level had dropped to 16%. Realizing that Ilgum's form was getting out of control, Park began to lose the ability to restrain his emotions and control his body. Baring his teeth in rage, he felt the determination to kill the wyvern completely replace his desire to tame it. Swinging with full force, Pak prepared to deliver the finishing blow to finish off the creature, despite his previous intentions. Screaming at himself to stop, he suddenly realized that if he killed the wyvern, he would lose the ability to subdue it. Realizing the possible consequences right at the moment of impact, Pa tried to restrain himself, but the animal's body was already rapidly falling downwards. As the wyvern's body fell, Puck decided to cancel the transformation and found himself back in human form, riding on the bear. Jumping into the portal, Ilgam disappeared, and Puck rushed down after the wyvern, which was rapidly flying to the foot of the mountain. Falling lower and lower, the weakened wyvern lost strength, and the system regularly notified Puck of the level of its critical condition. Rushing down, the boy realized that now was the time to tame the wyvern while it was still alive. As the wyvern continued to fall, it felt like someone was trying to subjugate its will and began to growl angrily. Stretching his arms forward, Puck activated his body's instant recovery ability and aimed it at the wyvern. Gradually, the integrity of the wyvern's body was restored, and the deep wounds on its body quickly healed right during the fall. Shouting loudly, Puck demanded that the wyvern soar into the sky and stop falling down to the foot of the mountain. Obeying him, the wyvern sharply flapped its wings and began to rapidly gain altitude, its strength returning to it. Landing right on her back, Puck held on tightly, and together they headed straight toward the summit. Feeling joy, the boy realized that the taming had been successful, and the wyvern was rising higher and higher, approaching the mountain peak. As if enveloped in lights, she flew high, and her body, shimmering with light against the backdrop of the sunset, the wyvern seemed to be reborn anew. When the men returned to the village and stood with weapons in their hands waiting for news about the rescue of the girl, it was already dark. Crying bitterly, Johnson asked his daughter for forgiveness, because his last hope for saving her was almost gone. John Moon sighed heavily, furious, not knowing what to expect next. His hopes for the best were also gradually fading. Suddenly, everyone noticed something strange moving in the sky, and everyone involuntarily stopped in amazement, watching what was happening. Pointing his hand upward, one of the men noticed the silhouette of a dragon approaching the village at great speed. As Peg approached the village, he sat on the back of a wyvern, and the villagers raised the alarm and ordered the archers to prepare for battle. Pointing his gun at the monster, John Moon recognized the wyvern and immediately declared that he was going to kill it, not noticing the people on top of the dragon. Suddenly shouting, John Moon demanded that the archers stop aiming and not shoot at the dragon. Surprised, the boys turned to him and anxiously asked why the man had changed his order. Looking up at the sky, they noticed that Pak and Hye-yun were sitting happily on the wyvern's back, and they were quickly approaching them. John Song couldn't believe his eyes and screamed with joy when he saw that his daughter was alive and returning home, safe and sound. Landing not far from the men, Park and Hye-yun, along with the wyvern, approached the men, who covered their faces from the strong airflow from the dragon's wings. Seeing her father, the girl screamed joyfully, not holding back her emotions and waving her hand at him, happy to be home. Hearing his daughter's voice, John Song also shouted back, his heart filled with happiness and peace. Later, the men made a fire and roasted the carcass of the bull that Puck had brought earlier, while the children played with the wyvern nearby. Watching them play, Puck thought that after being tamed, the wyvern became much friendlier towards people. The children had fun climbing on the dragon's head, and Puck realized that he could now learn the past of any animal. Almost the entire wyvern horde from Mount Baekdu was destroyed by the Chinese-Russian alliance forces, and everything around was engulfed in flames. Being still young, this wyvern flew at the very end of the flock, and therefore miraculously managed to survive the massacre and escape. While crossing the border, she suffered from wounds and hunger, and later found Ilgam's den with supplies of meat and recaptured his territory. Sitting by the fire, John Moon declared that thanks to Pak, they could celebrate the salvation of the village and the healing of the wounded awakened boys. Talking about the past, he recalled the times when after the disaster people lived in poverty, but did not lose hope for a peaceful life. When the creatures attacked the city, people realized that they could not cope with them on their own and were forced to leave their homes. Their path was very difficult, and in order to get to China, they only had to cross the last river on their way. Sharing his memories, John's son said that there used to be many such nomads, but now there are almost none left. With regret, John Moon noted that when they left the city, there were 400 of them, and only 60 remain. Before the wyvern attack, they were just about to leave the village, because it had become impossible to live in this place any longer. With surprise, Pa asked John Moon whether, in his opinion, it had indeed become safer to live on the continent. In response, the man explained that there were almost no safe places left, and it was on the continent that the most terrible villains and beasts gathered. Rumor has it that there are still several barriers left on the continent that protect people from monsters. Explaining, John Moon said that it would be difficult to get along in an unfamiliar place without the language, and they were just refugees, and getting there alive would be a miracle for them. Believing that the monsters were taking away more and more land, Pa believed that Asia would soon turn into one continuous bloody field. Remembering Mi's words, Park thought that refugees from the north would one day begin to cross the borders of the Suho clan in search of salvation. Unable to save themselves, the people joined the survivors, paying a price for it, and were carefully checked at the border. After finishing his story, John Moon noticed that they were all drunk and suggested that Pa stay in the village for at least one night. Pointing to the house, John Moon said that a room had been prepared for Pa upstairs and invited the boy to take a rest. Smiling, Pak replied that it was not necessary because he needed to move on and did not have much time. Looking up at the sky, John Moon noticed that it was too late, but Pak said that it didn't matter much to him. After some thought, John Moon decided that they were detaining their savior, but Pa assured him that this was not the case at all. While giving the order, John Moon told Sul Yun to get the phone with the blood crystal inside from his room for Pak. While waiting for the guy to bring the phone, Pak and the wyvern stood among the people who wanted to see the guy off. Taking the phone, Pak checked the signal and navigation, realized that everything was working fine, and thanked everyone present. Hearing the gratitude, John Moon said that it was not Pak who should thank them, but they, because he was their savior. Instantly, an energy ball appeared above Pak's palm, from which a wave of heat and bright light emanated. Shocked, the people watched as Puck used magic again, even though none of them had seen anything like it before. Immediately after this, a huge pile of bloody magic crystals fell from Puck's palm onto the ground. Running up to them, people could not believe their eyes because they knew how valuable these artifacts were. Turning around, Puck said with hope that the crystals would be useful to people and said goodbye to the villagers. Jumping onto the wyvern, Pak heard people behind him loudly shouting words of farewell and hoping for a meeting. Waving goodbye, Pak also hoped to meet them again if fate ever brought them together again. Taking to the air, the wyvern flew forward, and Pak directed it towards England, his next target. Watching Park, John Sung and Hai Yon could not hide their surprise and feelings of deep gratitude. At this time, breaking news began to be broadcast on television from the battlefield in central Seoul. The Chinese-Russian alliance reportedly destroyed a horde of wyverns terrorizing the skies, with video of the event appearing on the broadcast. Explaining, the announcer added that the last wyvern was controlled by an unknown awakened one and played a video recording as evidence. A portal opened under the Bampo Bridge, from which various monsters began to emerge one after another, causing panic among the population. Immediately after this, fire ants came out of there and began setting cars on fire, turning everything into hell. From helicopters with installed cameras, operators closely monitored the development of the situation and recorded everything that was happening around. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, Hero appeared and immediately rushed into battle without wasting a second to think. Seeing what was happening on the monitors, the bureau staff instantly recognized him as Lee Sun-woo, the famous hero. Attacking resolutely, the boy rushed to save people from monsters, not paying attention to his own safety. The report stated that Lee Seon-woo's character, known as Hero, unexpectedly arrived at Bampo Bridge, skillfully dealing with monsters. Together with the Scylla Guild that had arrived, they destroyed 2 monsters in less than 10 minutes using their skills. Later, the stranger supported Russian tanks in clearing the area of aggressive scorpion monsters. Tamers began to flock from all over Siberia to find out who the mysterious Dragon Knight was. Analyzing the events, everyone tried to figure out who was behind the mask of the Dragon Knight helping the Russian forces. Considering the stranger as an ally, the army used his support as he and the wyvern burned all the monsters with fire. According to the news, the person behind it all was the well-known Korean Park Soo-ho, who began to be called the Dragon Knight. In response to this statement, Hero publicly accused Puck of hiding his true identity. The interview with the Japanese hero that aired on TV caused a lot of heated debate among TV viewers. Reporters surrounded Hero and began asking why he was blaming Park and why he had come to South Korea straight from England. In response, Hero stated that Park was a fraud posing as the god of wind, and that was why he had come to Korea to deal with him. Upon hearing this, the reporters were shocked and began to demand detailed explanations and evidence from Hero. Hero angrily stated that Pak had fled Korea after learning of his visit, fearing exposure and the truth about him being revealed. The journalist asked doubtfully whether all of possibilities were really embellished and whether the incredible scenes from the videos were simply a hoax. Without hesitation, Hero said that Pak was just a tamer whose powers had never been officially assessed, and the government was simply making money off of him. With a serious expression, the journalist noted that there was clearly a conflict brewing between Pak and Hero and asked if he wanted to convey anything to Pak. Without thinking twice, Hero used magic and demanded that Puck stop this farce and come to the SPFC station if he could refute the accusations. After reading the publication and watching the video, Khan felt a strong shock and could not believe what he saw. The articles claimed that Hero was laughing at Puck and challenging him to a fight, which was to take place right at the SPFC station. After everything Hero said, Puck demonstrated goodwill and communicated with the president of the Russian Federation, Kolbachuk. Upon hearing the news, Han was amazed, and Jong asked why Pak was in Russia if, according to their information, he was heading to England. Suddenly, the mobile phone rang, and Jong immediately answered the call, immediately introducing himself to the other person. Jong said with a serious expression that they had also been unable to contact Pak, and Han tried to figure out who exactly was calling the guy. With concern in his voice, Khan asked if the bureau director was calling again, since he had been calling more and more often in recent days. With restrained sadness, Jong confirmed that there had indeed been another call from the director, who had already contacted him several times. Han noted with irritation that the director was now calling every day, but Jong said indifferently that the director could even call every hour. Khan angrily stated that until recently he couldn't even look in the director's direction, and now he suddenly calls him almost every day. After the raid, Lee and his team still found nothing in the dungeon where Pa had appeared, and Han was sure that they were also in shock from what was happening. Han seriously stated that now Park was needed by absolutely everyone, and Jong asked in surprise what else had happened in recent days. The morning news reported that there had been a sharp increase in the number of level 7 dungeons across the country. Upon seeing the news, Jong noted that many citizens began to urgently move to Seoul's 13th ward in search of greater safety. Han said decisively that the world needed Pak now more than ever, and they must take advantage of this circumstance immediately. With a serious face, Jong said that the director had told him the same thing on the phone, and Han couldn't believe that things had come to this. Explaining, Jong said that the director was demanding that they stand up for the defense of the district and that the bureau would take on the payment of taxes. Hearing this, Han asked in bewilderment what exactly Jong had said in response to the director's strange proposal. Without a doubt, Jong said that he promised to think about it for now, but Han didn't understand why the guy didn't immediately agree to the director's proposal. Jong said with complete seriousness that the director wanted them to join the special squad when the 7th level dungeons appeared. Hearing his partner's words, Han was very surprised, and Jong added that without Pak he would not dare to take such a step, because he was not confident in the clan's strength without a leader. Khan mused out loud that if they took part in the creation of the cleansing squad, they would become part of a new system of fighting dungeons. After that, they will be treated as elite, but they will also take more risks since they will constantly be fighting monsters. While chaos continues in Korea over the creation of a new district, Pak and Kolbachuk are in London and minding their own business. With interest, Han asked Jong if it was true that they had still not been able to contact Park since his departure to England. Nodding, Jong confirmed Han's words and added that no matter how much they tried, no one had yet managed to contact Pak. Meanwhile, the red car moved slowly through the ruins of destroyed London, making its way to the planned meeting point. The focused driver tried to call Pak and reported on the radio that he was already driving straight to the place where the meeting was to take place. Seeing a familiar car, Pak asked on the phone if he had understood correctly that the doctor was indeed driving a red car. With a slight smile, the doctor confirmed that he was in the red car and greeted Pak, saying that he was glad to see him in London. Toddler then asked if Puck had noticed 3 stone golems following the car and trying to catch up with it. Without delay, Puck promised to deal with the threat, and the doctor thanked him and continued on his way without slowing down. While the golems raced after the car, Puck flew up from behind on the wyvern, hoping to quickly close the distance and attack first. Having gotten too close, one of the golems swung its huge hand to deal a crushing blow to the machine. Splitting the asphalt and causing an explosion of shrapnel, but not directly hitting the target. The giant's blow landed right next to the doctor's car. At that moment, a fireball launched by Puck burned the golem's face, forcing it to stop and cease its attack. Losing its balance from the impact, the golem fell to the side with a crash, destroying part of the road and hitting one of its own. At this time, the third golem growled in anger, baring its stone teeth and rushing forward to reach the red car. At high speed, Puck flew close on the wyvern, hoping to catch the enemy off guard and use magic. Reaching his hand forward, Puck decided to cast a fire fairy spell, hoping that the flames would stop the approaching monster. Without hesitation, Puck activated a fire tornado, sending a stream of fire straight at the golem, knocking it off its feet. From the fury of the elements, one after another, the golems began to fall, touching each other and flying apart into small stone fragments. Jumping off the wyvern, Puck continued to use fire tornado, setting the ground on fire and preventing enemies from getting close again. Seeing this, the third golem became frightened and rushed away, hoping to escape the magic, but it was too late. With a powerful kick, Puck knocked down the last golem, preventing it from escaping, thus ending the battle on the streets of London. Flying in different directions, fragments of stones from the golem's bodies hit the walls of destroyed buildings with force and broke everything in their path. Thinking that the enemies were too weak, Pa decided with a smile that it was all because of their low level. As he stood next to the fallen bodies, the wyvern hovered in the sky above him, slowly descending and flapping its wings. Hearing cries of admiration behind him, Pa was surprised and turned questioningly towards the voice to see who was there. Pointing the lens of his phone at Pak, the doctor said with admiration that the guy really was as everyone had described him. Surprised by the words, Pak asked if the man was Professor Toddler, and his interlocutor confirmed the guess. Hovering in the air, the huge wyvern slowly circled above the guy and the doctor, gradually descending toward the ground. Not believing his eyes, the doctor continued to film the wyvern and said that it was exactly the one he saw in the video on the news. To clarify, Pak explained that the Russians mistook her for an ordinary monster and tried to paint her to make her special. Thanking Puck, the doctor admitted that he felt the real presence of the Dragon Knight, albeit briefly. Smiling, Pak said that the doctor's translation of his phrases sounded great and asked if he used a translator. Handing the device to the guy, the doctor said that he had immediately purchased an expensive translator as soon as he learned about the meeting with Pak. Looking around the destroyed streets, Pak couldn't believe he was in London. The situation had changed so much. The doctor said with regret in his voice that things were bad in England, and London had suffered especially badly from the monster attacks. Pointing to the sun between the high-rise buildings, he added that when it completely disappears, the city will become even more dangerous. After checking the time, the doctor said that they urgently needed to continue their journey and get out of London as soon as possible. Opening the portal, Pak turned to Byron and told him to return home to the rest of the tamed animals. Having disappeared into the portal's vortex, the dragon disappeared, and the doctor watched what was happening with surprise and admiration. Stunned by what was happening, Toddler said he had never seen a person open a real portal. Meanwhile, the wyvern appeared from the portal and landed next to the wolf pack, and the wolves, seeing the dragon, howled terribly. Watching what was happening, the builders nearby could not believe their own eyes, shocked by what they saw. Pointing at the portal and noticing the dragon, one of the builders shouted that something incredible and strange was happening ahead. Appearing right in front of the pack, the wyvern roared, making a huge impression on the other animals watching it. Howling in unison, the wolves seemed to support the monster, making sounds that made the ground tremble underfoot. To reassure his colleagues, one of the builders said that it was just an animal farm, and all the animals there were friendly. As he drove away through the broken streets of London, the doctor continued to admire possibilities and could not calm down. Assuming the creature was of a high level, Toddler asked how such a huge wyvern could reach the farm. With a smile, the doctor said that he had long dreamed of meeting Pak in person and was very glad to meet him in person. Feeling the tension, Pak thought the doctor was talking as if he was preparing to conduct experiments on him. Continuing to move through the ruins, the car took them through a destroyed London as the sun gradually set. Surprised by the surroundings, Puck asked if the doctor's lab was really located in London, but Toddler only laughed. Showing a map, the doctor said that the new capital of America is New Dover, and it is in this city that his laboratory is located. Pak asked in surprise why the professor had not invited him to New Dover immediately, and the doctor explained that he had to come to London on business. The recent bombing of London left crystals everywhere, which emerged from the bodies of monsters that died during the attacks. While studying new technologies, the doctor said that he is currently researching the possibility of creating instant teleportation stations. Pak remained silent as he pondered the doctor's story, and the professor explained that a similar scheme was used by monsters when they emerged from portals. Toddler excitedly asked if Puck thought this was a breakthrough, since it would help stop the monsters, and the boy replied that it sounded good. Continuing the story, the doctor said that because of sea monsters and wyverns, all water and air routes of communication throughout the country are now blocked. Slowly, the car left the ruins of London, entering the bridge leading to New Dover. Meanwhile, the doctor continued to tell his theories. With a slight smile, the professor apologized for talking too much, but Puck did not answer and continued to silently look straight ahead. After a short pause, the doctor asked why Puck wanted to meet him in the first place and what made him decide to meet. Without taking his eyes off the road, Puck quietly warned the doctor to be careful and to look more closely ahead. Not understanding anything, the professor looked questioningly in the direction where Pa was looking and frowned, not seeing any danger. Suddenly, rocks hit the hood of the car with force, and the bridge structure began to rapidly collapse. Suddenly, the bridge in front of the car collapsed, and a huge unknown creature appeared right in front of the hood. The doctor screamed in panic and could not believe that in front of him was a real giant whale that appeared right out of the water. Suddenly, the system informed Puck that the creature was a humpback whale that had recently been seriously injured and frightened. Tentacles emerged from the depths of the sea, and then a toothy shark appeared, opening its mouth straight towards the whale. The doctor screamed in horror, not believing his eyes that in front of him was a real monster that looked like the legendary Megalodon. Due to the powerful blows from the monsters under the bridge, the car lost its support and fell straight into the water from the destroyed bridge. Gradually, the car fell straight into the open mouth of the shark. The doctor shouted to Pak that they had no chance of salvation and they were about to crash. Hiding from sight, the huge monster completely destroyed the bridge and quickly disappeared into the murky depths of the sea abyss. Drones and helicopters circled over the ruins of the old bridge, but the scene was strangely and unusually quiet. The news revealed that a small car had been hit and a rescue team was ordered to save people. The rescue team immediately set out to search for survivors, moving on special boards across the sea surface. With interest, the Muscle Queen asked the guy if the sunken car really belonged to Dr. Toddler, and he confirmed her words. Announcing that she would personally search for Toddler, the girl ordered her partner to eliminate the shark, and he accepted her order. Activating her abilities, the girl dove into the water, and her eyes shone, illuminating the path like powerful underwater lanterns. Sinking deeper and deeper, the girl gradually disappeared into the cold depths of the sea, and it became darker all around. As she surveyed the underwater expanses, she lit the way with her flashlight eyes, trying not to miss a single detail. In the dark waters in the distance, she noticed a sinking car that resembled Dr. Toddler's transport. After inspecting the interior of the car, she realized that there were no people inside and immediately reported this to the team. Feeling a strange tension, the girl turned around sharply, trying to understand where the potential threat was coming from. Behind was a huge shark which was chasing the whale, intending to attack it for food. As the whale swam forward, the shark opened its mouth and prepared to swallow it whole, rapidly approaching. The whale dodged instantly and lunged upward, and the shark angrily slammed its mouth shut, unable to catch its prey. Disappearing into the whirlpool, the whale found itself directly above the shark, but did not stop rising higher to escape the predator. Not wanting to let go of its prey, the shark resolutely swam upward, continuing to pursue the whale. As the whale sped up, the shark moved closer, its mouth open in the hope of grabbing the whale by the tail and swallowing it whole. Suddenly, a whale jumped out of the sea, piercing the darkness of the night sky with its massive figure and raising spray in all directions. Noticing the strange sight above the water, the rescuers were very surprised and prepared to activate their weapons. A huge megalodon flew out of the water after the whale, trying to catch it with its giant mouth wide open. Getting closer and closer, the megalodon tried to grab the whale by the tail, on whose fin Puck and the doctor were hanging. Holding on tight, the doctor told Puck that they were incredibly lucky, as they almost ended up inside the shark's mouth. Raising his hand, Puck decided to use the tornado skill after studying the monster's characteristics and calculating the right moment. A whirlwind formed over the megalodon's body, growing stronger and faster with each passing second. Gradually rising upward, the whale's body found itself inside the whirlpool along with Puck and Dr. Toddler, who continued to hold on to the fin. Watching what was happening, the rescuers were amazed by the tornado because they had only seen such things in internet videos. Soon the Queen of Mussels emerged from the water and, recognizing Puck, exclaimed that he was the very same Dragon Knight. Puck waved his arms around with force and summoned the fire fairies, deciding to finish off the Megalodon with a powerful fire move. The tiny flames began to slowly ignite around the Megalodon's body, trapping his body in a fiery trap. Taking advantage of the moment, the whale managed to escape, and the rescuers breathed a sigh of relief, but soon noticed a fireball flying straight into the water. Having fallen right onto the rocks, the Megalodon's body caught fire, and drones circled in the sky, filming what was happening. Flying to the side, the whale carried Pa and the doctor, who continued to hold on to its wide fin. The doctor, admiringly, could not believe that the guy managed to defeat the Megalodon with the help of a fire whirlwind. After a short pause, the doctor suddenly asked if Puck was glad that he had been able to avenge his mother. With each passing minute, the Megalodon's body lost strength, and after a while it began to rapidly fall downwards. After the monster died, the system immediately notified Puck of the level increase and deactivation of the water-related skill. The sun gradually rose over New Dover, illuminating the buildings around it, illuminating the greenery around it with a soft morning light. Near the edge of the cliff, there was a modest house, surrounded by a low fence, behind which there was a view of the endless sea horizon. On the veranda, Puck and the doctor drank tea, enjoying the view of the sea and the silence that followed the battle. Suddenly, a giant whale burst out of the water right next to the building, splashing tons of water and disappearing behind the rocks at the edge. Looking at the whale, the doctor admitted that the attacks of the monsters made life difficult for the humpback whales, but this one was lucky because he met them. With a smile on his face, Puck looked around the area and confirmed that New Dover was indeed located at the very edge of the world. For a long time, the English troops have been suffering pressure from the monsters, and there are practically no free places to escape, so they build huge, impenetrable walls. Suddenly, the doctor mentioned the events of the previous night, which were still troubling him. But Puck did not understand what the doctor meant. The doctor noted with admiration that the boy was amazing at controlling and subduing various creatures without much effort. Slowly sipping his coffee, Puck remained calm and barely reacted to the words of the admiring doctor. Continuing to admire, the doctor said that this was the first time he had seen an awakened person who possessed all four elements at once. The doctor asked with interest what Puck's life was like before waking up, and the boy thought for a moment, trying to remember the past. Later, Puck explained that life was normal until he accidentally ended up in the animal kingdom and became the king of all animals. In a serious voice, Puck asked if Dr. Toddler had really created a device that measured spatial energy. Smiling, the doctor confirmed that it was his development and asked if Pa liked the invention. Curious, Puck began asking about the principles of the device, but the doctor did not understand where the guy's interest in his devices came from. Calmly, Puck explained that during the energy measurements, he had the feeling that many invisible eyes were watching him. The doctor hesitantly admitted that he understood what the boy was talking about, but did not offer any explanation. Puck confidently added that these sensations were also connected with the planet from which he had to return to Earth. Continuing, Puck said that the planet was divided into several parts and manifested itself in the form of dungeons. One of the fourth-level dungeons turned out to be just a fragment of a planet inhabited by lizardmen he didn't know. With concern, Pa asked what had happened to his comrades on that planet and why he had not aged at all during his time there. He had come all this way so that an expert like Dr. Toddler could answer his questions. After Park's words, the doctor said that he believed that all of Park's questions and his sudden interest in Hangul and the peculiarities of the Korean language were connected. Not understanding what the doctor meant, Pa looked at him with undisguised surprise, trying to understand the hint. Bright sunlight filled the house as the doctor walked up without a word and opened the heavy metal hatch below. Lighting the descent with a lantern, the doctor began to talk about his laboratory, hidden deep beneath this building. As he went deeper and deeper, the doctor explained that the room was designed to withstand even a nuclear attack. As he approached the laboratory doors, Toddler said that he belonged not only to him, but also to the government. Near the doors, the doctor entered the PIN code on the lock panel, completely not doubting the correctness of the data. The door slowly opened, allowing Puck and the doctor to step inside the room called the laboratory. Stopping right at the door and pointing the flashlight ahead, the doctor calmly announced that they had finally reached the right place. Looking around the room that the doctor had called a laboratory, Puck couldn't help but be surprised by what he saw in front of him. The entire room was filled with equipment, which took up almost all the available space. Despite its outdated appearance, the doctor insisted that the equipment was fully functional, pointing to the screens on the walls. Inside, there was also laboratory equipment for analysis and experimentation with test samples. In one corner stood a machine capable of creating photocopies of objects after entering a certain code signal. There was also Ori from the dungeons there, and Toddler said that he uses it for various research. Approaching the screens, the doctor showed Pak's drawings and explained that they were found in the caves over the past 2 months. Having discovered human language among the inscriptions, Toddler did not hide his admiration, but Puck, in contrast, remained silent. Looking at the screens, the doctor claimed that all the inscriptions found were written in Korean and were found in different dungeons. Surprised, Puck asked if there were multiple versions of the same dungeon, and Toddler was surprised that the boy didn't know about it. While telling the story, the doctor said that the third-level dungeon was discovered in Berlin, the fourth in Oslo, and the fifth level in Athens. Continuing the story, Toddler reported that 8 locations have appeared in Europe, 2 in Africa, and 3 in Asia, including a new dungeon in Korea. Not believing that all the dungeons were different levels, Pak was surprised, and Toddler added that they also appeared at different times. Remembering Mi's words, Pak wondered if the portals were just regular dungeons and not a new planet as everyone thought. The division of the planet and its photocopying seemed like crazy thoughts to Puck, but the doctor called it a logical hypothesis. With interest, Pa asked what happened to the animals living in the areas where the dungeons appeared. According to the doctor, this issue also arouses considerable interest in him and requires separate research. Bewildered, Pa couldn't believe that the doctor didn't know what happened to the animals, just like he didn't. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor said that this was precisely the reason he wanted to discuss everything that was happening with Pak. Hearing this, Pak was very surprised because he did not expect at all that the doctor wanted to meet him so much. Suddenly taking the boy's hands in his own, Toddler seemed to be trying to convey to the boy important and hidden knowledge. Upon meeting Puck, the doctor said that he had hoped to uncover the secret of the dungeons, but instead received a message from the author of the inscriptions on the walls of the dungeons. Without hiding his joy, the doctor admitted that after receiving the letter from Pa, he was beside himself with excitement. Laughing, Pak finally relaxed a little and felt the tension inside him gradually begin to disappear. Calling the boy a Dragon Knight, the doctor suggested that they find answers to questions about the origin of the dungeons together. Puzzled, Puck tried to understand whether Toddler really didn't know anything or was just skillfully pretending. Having confirmed Puck's interest in the spatial energy device, the doctor decided to show him something important. Opening one of the drawers, the doctor began to sort through the contents in search of the necessary item for demonstration. After some time, the doctor found some kind of glowing stone and took it out to show Paku. Puck watched Toddler's actions with disbelief and surprise, not understanding what he was going to do with the strange stone he had found. Approaching Puck, the doctor handed him the stone, and the guy asked in surprise what kind of strange object it was. Explaining, the doctor said that this stone is called the Stone of Memories, and Puck, repeating the name, was very surprised. Without further explanation, the doctor told the boy to take the stone with both hands and be sure to close his eyes and concentrate. As Puck placed his hands on the cold surface of the stone, he noticed how it suddenly began to glow and found it strange. Squeezing his eyes shut, Pa tried to remember some fragments of the past that he had forgotten. Suddenly, a multitude of eyes appeared in front of him, and they all began to stare at him at once. Frightened, Pa suddenly opened his eyes, completely not understanding what had just happened to him and trying to return to reality. With a slight smile on his face, the doctor asked Pa what exactly he felt when he closed his eyes. Looking at the stone in his hand, Pa admitted that he felt someone's gaze on him, as if someone was watching him. Explaining, the doctor said that everyone reacts differently, but sensitive awakened ones often feel discomfort. Taking the stone in his hands, Toddler confirmed that it could indeed be used to create a device for measuring energy. Hearing this, Pa asked again if the doctor had created this stone and received confirmation that the doctor had only found it. According to the doctor, this stone was located near the portal on the very day when a terrible and destructive catastrophe occurred throughout the Earth. It took a very long time before they learned about the benefits of the unknown glowing stone. Without hiding his surprise, Pa asked if the stone had simply fallen from the sky, not trusting the doctor's words. Continuing, the doctor said that although Europe suffered greatly, it still received a blessing, and the main object of all measurements became the divine stone. As a result of the stone's fall, many scientists, including Dr. Toddler, were able to begin studying the spaces. Trying to guess what other devices the doctor had invented, Pa listened attentively to his story. Taking a strange box out of the closet, Toddler explained that thanks to the information contained in the divine stone, they were able to create many devices. Opening the box, the doctor presented the boy with a case for the stones and told him that he had managed to attach a memory stone to it. He also managed to transfer all the information sealed in the stone. Pak began to gradually understand Toddler's words. With a stone in his hands, the doctor said that he takes in information from any contact, but he has a limit. But now he copes well with the flow of information. Handing the case to Puck, the doctor invited him to touch it to test his energy level. Placing his palm on the screen, Pa noticed that the case began to glow with a strange light, beginning to measure energy. After some time, the Pa energy designation appeared on the screen. It was equal to the DE-512 level. The doctor said with admiration that in less than 3 months, Paku had managed to overcome the spatial energy of the B rank. Assuming that the guy considered himself special, the doctor nevertheless admitted that such speed really cannot fail to amaze. After asking about the device, Panka asked if it was portable, and the doctor confirmed it and added that he wanted to reduce its size. Having mentioned his new development, the doctor invited Pak to look at it, and the boy turned his gaze to him with interest. As the doctor pulled out the case, he heard Pa ask if it was made of the same material as the first one. Confirming the guy's assumption, the doctor noted that the material is the same, but the functions of this device are completely different. After long-term observations, the researchers found that the stone is capable of storing large amounts of data, including physical parameters. Hearing this, Pak was very surprised and, without taking his eyes off the screen, began to carefully study the information that appeared on the screen. Explaining the principle of operation, the doctor said that now it is possible to find out not only strength and dexterity in order to more accurately classify the awakened. The doctor was confident that he would be able to form effective teams, and Pak watched him closely. Adjusting his glasses, Toddler asked Pak what he thought of the device, adding that he found the discovery to be truly interesting and unusual. Realizing his uniqueness, Pak felt proud, because before him no one had seen the physical parameters of other awakened ones. Reporting the completion of the assembly, the doctor invited Pak to the first demonstration, scheduled for tomorrow. Although not particularly interested, Pa nevertheless agreed to participate in the experiment and placed his hand on the screen of the new device. Suddenly, the device started sparking and started giving a system error, gradually stopping working. Observing the malfunction, the doctor did not understand the reasons, because yesterday the device worked stably and no failures occurred. Making a sudden decision, the doctor took out his phone and asked Pak to wait for him near the table for a while. As the doctor dialed the number, he informed the director that they would have to cancel the planned demonstration. After reporting that the device was malfunctioning for unknown reasons, the doctor spoke on the phone while Pak stood silently near the table. Suddenly, the screen showed news about Pak and his meeting with Songwei, and the guy began to watch it with concentration. After finishing the telephone conversation, the doctor said that he would like to continue the conversation with Pak, but had to leave urgently. After asking permission, Pak wanted to ask the doctor if he knew where all these mysterious stones came from. Without hesitation, the doctor replied that such memory stones are mined on a distant planet named Aruka. Hearing the name of the planet, Pak repeated it out loud in surprise, realizing that he had never heard of it before. Meanwhile, not far from the Suho clan's office, Jen Wu and the monk's children were building sandcastles when suddenly a shadow blocked the light and everyone turned around in surprise. Hiding the stranger's face in the sun's rays, Hiro appeared with a dagger in his hand, from which blood was dripping, and this immediately alarmed the boys. Little Jenwoo silently watched the stranger, and the boys, noticing the blood, were very worried, sensing danger. Holding swords stained with blood in his hands, Hiro, covered in blood, slowly approached the boys, causing them to become alarmed. Surprised, Genwoo turned to the stranger and asked him who he was and what he wanted, trying to understand the intentions of the man who had come. Looking intently at the boy, Hiro said that he was the very Genwoo that everyone had been talking about for a long time. Meanwhile, the doctor explained that on the planet Aruka are not something special and reflect the same length of the energy wave. It is said that the High Elves use stones to maintain contact with the opposite side of the planet. Surprised, Puck asked what the doctor meant by the concept of High Elves, since he had never heard of them. The doctor calmly explained that High Elves were simply high-ranking elves, Not understanding the boy's surprise, adding, the doctor explained that the device for measuring spatial energy is just a nice bonus. When talking about future plans, Toddler mentioned both a network for the High Elves and a teleportation portal to unite the entire planet. According to secret information received from the elves, they also use stones to determine energy levels, class, and other characteristics. Trying to comprehend the scope of the information received from the doctor, Pot was amazed at the scale of the use of divine stones. Laughing, the doctor said that it would be impossible to hide any information from the elves, no matter how hard Pot tried to do so. Pak wondered with interest if the elves, like him, could see the same information window, doubting their abilities. Looking at the doctor with the help of the system, Pak learned all his characteristics: level, specialty, strength, and physique. Suddenly, the system gave an error again, and meanwhile the doctor was closely monitoring Pak's actions. Noticing an error on the device's screen, Pak was surprised to tell the doctor that the system was acting up again. Ignoring the boy's words, Toddler said that he had again overdone the talking, realizing that he needed to get to work. In any case, the doctor needed to fix the device, so he was sure that he would be in the laboratory for a long time. With annoyance in his voice, Pak said that he would not distract the doctor from repairing the device, but he wanted to know more information. As he was leaving, the doctor asked the boy to wait for a guide who would show him the city, considering it necessary for Pakistan. When saying goodbye, the doctor said that there were many restaurants in the city, but advised not to go far and said that they would continue the conversation tomorrow. Left alone in the laboratory, Pak began to look with interest at the screens with information about the portals. After studying the information, the guy was surprised that at the moment very little was known about the dungeons. Considering all the written assumptions to be absurd, Pak decided to go on to explore the laboratory until the guide arrived. Approaching the table with divine stones, the guy began to examine them in surprise, amazed at such a large number. Taking the stone in his hands, Puck thought that perhaps the High Elves were watching him and knew everything about the dungeons and the great catastrophe. Filled with determination, Pa realized that he urgently needed to go to the planet Aruka to sort out all the issues. Suddenly, a stranger entered the laboratory and called out to the guy. Hearing the stranger's voice, Pak turned around in surprise. Looking questioningly at the stranger, Pak wondered if this was really the conductor the doctor had spoken of. Shaking Puck's hand, the stranger introduced himself as a guide from the Lawrence Corporation. His name was William, and he had come at the request of Dr. Toddler. Without a doubt, Pak said that he needed to go somewhere, but the guy did not understand where exactly the guy wanted to go. Pointing to a screen with pictures from the dungeons, Pak said that he needed to go there to find out something. Finding the information on the phone, William reported that this was the E101 portal in London, and this was the 11th area of operation of the infantry brigade. The boy asked in surprise if Pop really wanted to take part in clearing the dungeon, and the boy confirmed his intentions. After thinking for a bit, William still agreed to help the guy and fulfill his request to clear the dungeon, not fully understanding his motives. Meanwhile, the doctor was in his office, trying to figure out the error in the device and working on the computer. Noticing that the device was showing the correct readings, the doctor did not understand why there was an error with Puck. With endless questions about the mistakes, Toddler felt more and more tense and irritated. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the doorway, calling for the professor, and Toddler turned questioningly toward the door. Seeing David Dame, the doctor asked if something had happened, sensing a threat and not understanding why the boy had come to him. Claiming that a dragon knight had visited the city, Princess Muscle wondered how he could have missed it and asked the doctor where Puck was. Laughing, the doctor said that there was some problem with the machine, so he asked William to take care of Puck. Surprised, David asked if Puck was really not in the lab now, since he had wanted to meet him so much and was a fan of his. Confirming his words and taking out the device, the doctor asked David to put his palm on it, and this greatly surprised Princess Muscle. Realizing that this was Toddler's new invention, David put his hand to the device for measuring spatial energy and other indicators. Overjoyed, the doctor shouted that everything was working, frightening David, who abruptly pulled his hand away from Toddler's fear and delighted cries. With interest, David asked if his physical indicators were really displayed on the screen and began to look at the doctor's monitor. With a smile, the doctor said that these were the characteristics of awakened S-ranks who had reached the limit in strength indicators. Clutching his head, David realized he needed to train more if he wanted to show off his 4-digit number. Hearing David's words, the doctor thought for a moment and asked him to wait a little, wanting to think over his guesses. Not wanting to stay, David said goodbye to the doctor and left the office, saying that he would go looking for Puck, hoping to meet his idol. Surprised in realizing, the doctor decided that Pa had 4-digit readings, which is why the device was giving an error when reading his data. Realizing that the limit of the indicators was 999, the doctor decided to manually increase them to test his assumption. Having increased the indicators, the doctor looked at the screen in surprise, not believing what was happening and that the guy could have such high indicators. Meanwhile, not far from the dungeon, a huge monster was tied with chains. Special military equipment surrounded it, preventing it from moving. On the road not far from the monster, a car was moving. William explained that the monster was immobilized for research, but it would still die, so Lawrence buys them. As they approached the portal entrance, William informed Puck that they had arrived at their destination, just as the boy had wanted. There was a reconnaissance unit flying in the sky near the base, monitoring the situation in the air and on the ground so that monsters would not attack the guild. As he walked down the hallway, William explained that this was a level 5 dungeon, full of grasshoppers, and that there were 18 hours left until the rift. Hearing a strange noise, Puck turned around questioningly to understand what was happening around him and noticed something strange. On the screen, a man dressed as a warrior was hunting a child dressed as a grasshopper. Waving a sword, it was an advertisement for a dungeon. With a wide smile, the man on the screen urged the warriors to hunt grasshoppers, thus inviting newcomers to join the guild. Watching Puck's reaction, William explained that the man was the most famous comedian in England, and this was how the squads were trying to make money. Suddenly, Puck heard noise coming from outside the building again and decided to go out to figure out what was going on. A huge monster attacked them and burned the building, planes and other equipment of the Lawrence Guild with its flames. Puck asked curiously if the attack had really begun. William explained that most of the territory was currently in a combat zone. Seeing the threat approaching them, William shouted at Puck to be careful, the guide's words causing the boy to feel anxious and tense. Right next to them, a burning helicopter was falling to the ground. The guys barely had time to cover their faces with their hands from the debris and the force of the air. Suddenly, one of the blades flew straight towards William, and he screamed in surprise, trying to jump to the side. With dexterity, Paku managed to catch the part with his hands, shocking the conductor with his action and saving him from being hit. The staff were confused and did not understand what had happened and discussed the situation while the boys continued to stand in place. Noticing Puck, the employees began to move, not believing that the Dragon Knight himself had come to visit them. Throwing down the plane part, Puck moved towards the entrance to the dungeon, not paying attention to those around him, and William tried to catch up with him, expressing gratitude. Having caught up with the guy, William said that the issue with the entrance to the dungeon had already been resolved, and Puck thanked him in response. Looking to the side, the guide said with a smile that here they were, but Puck did not understand who they were talking about and looked at him in surprise. In front of them, lined up in a row, were guys in masks. William said that they were all B-level from Lawrence's team, and they were trained especially for Pack. Introducing the leader of the squad, Robert Cole, William introduced Puck back with a smile, trying to introduce the strangers. Taking off his mask, the man introduced himself with a smile, expressing his admiration for Puck, since he had heard about the boy's abilities. As he left, Puck said that William shouldn't have assembled a team for him and said that he would go into the dungeon alone. William's mouth dropped open in surprise and fear, unable to believe what he had heard or Puck's fearlessness. As he left, Puck firmly said that no one should follow him, further surprising the guide with his words. Trying to stop him, William shouted that this was a 5th-level dungeon and it was very dangerous to be alone there. Ignoring the guide's cries, Puck confidently approached the entrance to the portal, believing that he could handle it alone. Turning to the system window, Pa noticed that it had returned an error again and decided that the doctor had not yet fixed the system. Entering the portal, Pa couldn't believe that the monster's power limit was only 1,400 points, expecting more.